by their shirts. And if you notice, they're just dry, but he is sweating from neck to belt. He is soaked. Here's another picture. Um, this is from Free Beacon. It's unclear if Beto's ability to retain his status as the sweatiest Democrat will redound to his benefit politically. A Getty image search for Beto sweat returns a number of borderline erotic close-ups of the wet politician. I'm suggesting that this is all fake. I think that it's fake sweat. That's what I'm suggesting here. Okay, going through your comments. Oswaldo says the mask is just a burqa at this point. Yeah, I would compare PPE with religious garments. For what? To protect you from sin. The new version of sin. ESL says strange spot to have sweat. Yeah, where is he leaking from? That is a strange spot. I think it's dangerous, though, to get up on a table like that. A political operative from the opponents could do something to a table. You might be at a Denny's where the tables never sit flat. You fall, you're done. Okay, I'm going through your comments to see if we've missed anything else. I'm going to write a more extensive review of the rig. I didn't want to give any spoilers, but just big picture, it's about the Earth becoming sentient and realizing that we are a problem. It has all the usual stuff. The lead character that takes over from the toxic masculinity types is a woman. Oh, here's something. John Kerry said, quote, an extraterrestrial force brought people to Davos to save the planet. Yeah, aliens did this. This is an extraterrestrial intervention. Again, John Kerry from World War Zero. That's the agenda to wipe out half the human race by 2030. I mean, cut your carbon output in half by 2030. John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, worshiping the god of death. Who knows what they did in the coffins when they got initiated. Yeah, he said a quote, extraterrestrial force brought people to Davos. ETs. Saving the planet, he says, it's almost extraterrestrial to think about. Almost extraterrestrial. I'm convinced we'll get to a low carbon, no carbon economy, and we're going to get there because we have to, he said. World War Zero is pretty ominous, but that was big before World War III actually started, which I would contend started on March the 3rd, March the 11th, 2020.
The way
Okay, this is John Kerry, Skull and Bonesman, Lurch.
people are thinking about this and talking about it, and why is it
Hold on a second, there you go.
that allegedly wise adult human beings, CEOs, some of them, United States senators, some of them, a whole bunch of folks, want to ignore science and want to ignore mathematics and want to ignore physics and somehow cannot bring themselves to do what we need to do. And when you stop and think about it, it's pretty extraordinary that we, select group of human beings, because of whatever touched us at some point.
The elite. But whatever touched us at some point, this is where he talks about how they were basically aliens.
In our lives, are able to sit in a room and come together.
But aliens, the elite, reoccurring theme here.
And actually talk about saving the planet. I mean, it's so almost extraterrestrial to think.
There you go, extraterrestrial. All right, our saviors. Religious orders are a sizable part of the Green Movement in South Korea. It looks like they had 30,000 people. Look at this. They shut down a lot of the freeways there in the same way. But they say here, this is their movement. It's called the ICE Network. The recent flood damage at an unprecedented scale in Pakistan has displaced 33 million, and most severely hit by climate change are those in the global south. It's everywhere at once. Again, the oceans are boiling. We've got, what did he say? rivers of rain, ocean levels rising, and Al Gore's $330 million ocean front mansion is imperiled by climate change and global warming, so cut it out. Yeah, let me open up phones. It's 833-311-1984. Unless I haven't paid my phone bill, you might be getting a busy signal. I think I might have to re-up on that. And also, I plan to be sending out text message notification on the next live stream for Infinite Plane Saturn Day. And I'm very much considering doing a Zoom conference for Sunday. And again, we want to go into the topic of mass media and where it intersects with magic, lesser magic, greater magic, stage magic, even neurolinguistic programming, suggestion, sleight of mind. All these areas are worth exploring. Okay, yeah, I think I have to pay the phone bill up. I apologize for that. I put a link in the chat below. Click that link, sign up for the newsletter. Thanks everyone for showing up. And if you want to leave me a text message tip, I reopened my old phone number, which is on the screen, and I'll put it in the newsletter. So you can call, leave voicemails. You can also text, and I'm pretty responsive to those. And I'll even be opening up my phones on some of these days when I have time to, just as a news tip line, especially as we get our reporters more involved. All right, this has been great. This is Mask of the Beast, Chief Crow, and the Flat Earth Worms. After this, it's going to go back to the 24/7, but we're going to be very active this weekend. Immediately after this, we're going to Discord because we need to discuss what's going to be going on in the near future with a couple of projects that we're working on. So we'll see you in the Discord.
Сайн байцгаана уу сонсогчдоо. Эмчийн урилга подкастын хөтлөгч Гэрэлмаа байна. За манай эмчийн урилга подкастны маань 3 дахь удаагийн анхны дугаар та бүхэнд хүрч байна. Тэгэхээр бид нэр энэ удаагийн дугаараас эхлээд подкаста видео хэлбэрээр хүргэж байна. Тэгээд манай 3 дахь удаагийн анхны дугаарын зочноор олон нийтийн донд гүйдэг ган байх гэд нэрээр алдартай хит холын зэн гүйлтийн олон улсын хэмжээний мастер Ганбатгаа оролцож байна. Танд баярлалаа. Урилгыг маань хүлээн аван гэсэн.
Урьсанд баярлалаа.
За тэгэхээр бид хоёр ер нь бол юуны тухай ярих гэж байгаа гэдгийг тодорхой байгаах. Одоо энэ гүйлтийн спортын лаб тэгээд
Emotional tidal wave. All right, it's 1/19/2023, 6:58 p.m. Mountain Time, starting a couple minutes early. Feel free to share the stream. Text messages have gone out, as have the email notifications. This is 33rd Degree, Lucifer Tim. Speaking of 33, turns out that Al Gore made a lot of money crying wolf, and his mansion is $330 million. It's a lot of money, but I mean, he deserves it, right? He saved us. He saved us from ozone holes. He saved us from global warmings, boiling of the oceans, like all this stuff that they were warning us about that never actually happened. Yeah, you can thank Al Gore, a real-life Superman. All right, we are joined by Diana South, Maskless, Faceless, Polecat 78, Angst G, Signal Received, Chalk Body Outline, Klaus Huxley 33, Diana South, Moxie Tyson, Yurt Mama, AJ 206, Tim and Vic 131, Project Honda Rod, Getting Woke Real Time. Yeah, the word woke has been appropriated by the left. It's the left-wing red pill. Lando Rock, Phil LeBlanc just got you got the book, World Stage Deprogramming Guide. If you want to find any of the books, go to ips.monster and scroll down to the bottom. The World Stage Deprogramming Guide. I found it, I thought it was like really important now anyway, before we get rolling with the IPS Institute, just to lay out some pretty simple things, really simplify the premise here. What are we really saying? I'm saying that there is a world stage. That it's not just a metaphor, but that there's a worldview shared by the majority, the consensus, and that worldview has certain parameters, has certain explanations that encompass it. And it's not the entirety of existence of reality. It's a artificially described boundary. And if they don't like it, if something doesn't fit within this worldview, it gets, well, deleted, burned, memory hold, shadow banned. And right now, one of the main topics at the WEF 666 is the internet quarantine, purging the internet of dangerous misinformation, what we've been talking about here. And I brought this up a few months ago because Elon Musk had dropped the phrase mind virus, calling woke a mind virus. Well, the very topic of mind virus is very interesting to me anyway, because I don't think there is one. It's a concept that they created so they could convince the average person that you catch ideas like you catch a cold, that you don't think about it, you don't consider it. No, if you're exposed to it, you could catch it. Oh, don't let your loved ones get exposed to conspiracy theories. They might become flat earthers if they get exposed to the memes. It removes from the equation the idea that the individual has a mental immune system, that you can filter out bad thoughts. They assume you have no mental immune system or protections, and therefore they need to protect you. They need to protect you from people like me who will not put a mask over my mind. And if you're not mind vaxxed and you're not wearing a mind mask, well, you're an idea super spreader. And people who have weak mental immune systems can catch your memes, get radicalized, and go shoot up a school, or whatever it is that they're going to blame you for. Joined by Wayne L. Sexton, not shocked. Michael Dythorn says, let's rock. All right, I'm going to open up phones here in just a moment. I'm letting a few more roll in here. I see at least about 30 people in here. Yeah, Al Gore Rhythm invented the internet. Says chalk body outline. There's this theory that Al Gore is actually Christopher Reeves, and that Christopher Reeves didn't really fall off a horse, and it was all a psyop. And it sounds crazy on the face of it. However, if you look at the backstory here, there might be something to it. And I'm trying to understand the reasoning behind it. And I think maybe it's one of these archetypal transference things where Superman is now the guy that's saving the world, but in a different way, politically. But I've done some side-by-sides of Christopher Reeves and Al Gore in their younger years, and I think you could make that match. I think you could make that leap, but I don't know. If anyone wants to investigate the Christopher Reeves Al Gore connection, we had looked into it before, but here's what it says as far as his money. How Al Gore made $330 million with climate alarmism. $330 million. Now, of course, now he's out there ranting and raving about boiling oceans, rain bombs, and fire-nados, shark-nados, whatever they invent. And people will believe it when they see it on TV. AJ206 says manned bear pig. Right, right. They've made fun of him before. I mean, that's why they brought out Greta Thunberg. She's basically a ventriloquist dummy, and Al Gore is the one operating it. He's just not as sellable. And the other point of it too, one of the new angles that they really introduced with Greta is that climate change was caused by the boomers. That's one of the things they put out there. How dare you? It's how dare you, grandparents and parents, for ruining the world for us. In fact, I've been watching The Rig on Amazon. I'm not going to do a full review until I complete it tonight. It's 6 episodes, 1 season, and it is about the Kraken. Like we've been talking about, it's in the zeitgeist intentionally, and this is just another example. The Kraken is the name of a book someone's reading, The Kraken Awakens. But it's about an oil rig, and there's some blowback. In other words, this is kind of interesting. The phrase blowback was used to describe 9/11. The lefties said it was blowback because of American military interventionism. We're going over there, war for oil and all this stuff, and now they're going to attack us back. They said it's blowback. We deserved it. This movie, the rig is about blowback because all these oil rigs drilling into Mother Earth, it's making Gaia mad. And this movie is about what happens when Gaia hits back. And this ties in to the modern flood myth of global warming, climate change being a result of our political economic system that is specifically offensive to the globe, which is a God construct, and they do worship it. The new Avatar movie is, I believe, intended to instill a feeling of connection with the earth at the level where people will start to believe it has sentience. In other words, the earth is the God of the New World Order religion, and they do worship it. But I'm watching The Rig, and the whole show is about how it's so bad for the environment and how they're doing this for the money. They don't care about the health of the workers, etc. Just classic conditioning. It's on Amazon. It's basically Marxism dressed up as environmentalism. Watermelon Marxism, green on the outside, red on the inside. But here's a line. One of the characters is talking about the weather, the climate, and he says, right, so boomers broke it, but we have to fix it. And like Avatar, the bad guys are paragons of toxic masculinity, and the saviors are obviously female, and it's about how our system is unbalanced, and the drill bits are literally raping Gaia, and we deserve what we get. I mean, it's a real bit of misanthropy here. Environmentalism is decidedly misanthropic. All right, we'll continue. I have so many things to cover today. We were talking about Al Gore making all that money. Nothing new here. I mean, consider his carbon footprint. He has an air conditioning bill. It's in the tens of millions. Now listen to this. This is an example of what I consider to be Stockholm Syndrome. Here you have a group of liberals at the WEF, and they're being asked, what do you think about 1,000 private jets being used to fly the participants over? 1,000 private jets. Just a couple months ago, an environmentalist tried to burn himself. He tried to martyr himself and immolate at a tennis match in protest of private jets. And now here his leaders show up at their WEF Witches Convention, and they all fly in on private jets. So here you have a reporter asking a number of these brainwashees, what do you think about your betters flying in? And listen to what they say.
2022 said that over 1,000 private jets were used to bring attendees and speakers to Davos. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think there's a degree to which you've just got to accept that for climate change to be sorted, it's got to take discourse, and it's best if people meet face to face and discuss these things.
It's best if people meet face to face and discuss these things, making excuses for his abuse of his control.
I think I got a real bad coop. I need to get out of the house instead of doing what you tell me to. I caught the COVID cooties. Now my life is like a movie. I'm not staying home. I'm filming all the empty hospitals. Exposing crisis action sheep, running through all of these psyoptic goals. smokescreen.
All right, it is 1/2/3, 2023, year of the rabbit. Off to a very busy start psyop wise. I sent out live notifications via email and not texts. That's because I'm out of text credits, but I'll have some by tonight. I'll just have to, for now, rely on the email news alerts and all of you sharing the stream. I have some good news regarding Spotify. First off, they contacted me, and we're working on getting my original Spotify account back up, which will bring 4,000 people back into the mix. Those who didn't look to see if we weren't available somewhere else. And just as a rule of thumb, if we're ever dark or quiet, it means that we've moved or we've had to move. The think tank is mobile out of necessity, but we'll have a more solid headquarters here in the coming weeks and months. Ardern says she'll need 24-hour protection from anti-vaxxers. And she's not talking about catching COVID cooties. She's talking about violence. Because now you're associated, if you're an anti-vaxxer, with not only being against the cure, which makes you a threat, but now you're also a promulgator of dangerous misinformation, which is the #1 cause of death. She's not worried about getting shot. She's worried about getting death by misinformation, which incidentally is what I think actually did kill George Floyd. I don't think it was climate change. I was wrong about that. I don't think it was fentanyl. That's an obvious false narrative planted by the right. I kind of think maybe there was some kind of skepticism, maybe expressed by Derek Chauvin and the others about climate change, and that's what finished him. Anyway, we are joined by Angst G, Garrett Summers, Osher06, JT, Mom with Sons, Angus MacGyver, Shannon Jones, Seth Black from Facebook. I'm glad I posted on Facebook. He remarks that Al Gore said the world would end in 2012. You know, it's interesting you say that because I was just in the Discord server and the very last post, the very last one was by Apoc Shaker, and he said, the world as we knew it did end in December of 2012 with Sandy Hook and the revelation of shooting hoaxes with crisis actors, etc. Interesting coincidence there. And Al Gore is living in a $330 million mansion. And I've been saying you should just take all that money and throw it in a volcano, because volcanoes cause most of the climate damage. It's not us. Clockwork 113, Eric of Bear joins us, says replay. It says, yeah, if you jump in and it says replay, it means we're waiting for people to show up. And I keep a continuous 24-hour stream. Right now, the stream you're listening on is 278 hours long. Look, YouTube cannot process these videos. They're too large, and it makes it difficult for them to censor us. Very difficult. If they can't process a video that's 2 weeks long. So it's a never-ending, infinite stream, and it's meant to be infinite. It gets cut off, and we have to restart it, but what we're getting there. This is a work in progress. We kind of fix it as we go. Apoc Shaker says, the Avatar aliens look like rabbits. Yeah, we're going to talk about rabbits. And yes, so does Ardern. She does look, you know, if she had a blue face paint, she wouldn't even need any kind of CGI augmentation. Okay, a couple things to talk about today. Damar Hamlin is now in the Illuminati, proudly advertising this fact. Sold his soul. We'll talk about there's another shooting. It's I guess we would call this one the Lili shooting, right? Isn't that the name of the ballroom? The Lili shooting. And the mainstream media is so sad. They're so disappointed about the shooting. Not that 10 people died and 10 were injured. That's not what bothers them. The mainstream media is mad because it wasn't a white nationalist shooter. It's the only reason look, they don't care about people getting killed by guns. The MSM? No, they don't care. I don't know why some people think they do. What they care about is the political utility of this or that event or shooting. They generally don't care about handgun shootings. Look at this. The MSM was saying this morning. The specter of anti-Asian violence in the Monterey Park shooting. Another park also. We have a whole mind map on the use of the word park with these fake shootings like Parkland, Highland Park, etc. But the specter of anti-Asian violence, I'm sorry, but the shooter was Asian. He was like a 72-year-old shooting people at a ballroom, and they were all 50 plus. I haven't seen any evidence to suggest it was real. Don't tell me it was on the TV, therefore that's evidence. Nope, sorry, it doesn't work that way. I haven't seen any evidence, and the burden of proof is on the pathological liar that we call the MSM. I'm under no obligation to believe this. There's too much to suggest this is part of a psyop. As you'll see, we'll be going through many of the indicators that this is a hoax. And PTrippa103 posted this on our Discord server at 6:50 a.m. This is why you need to join at IPS Monster if you haven't. IPS.monster, you get full access to the Discord server. We have 500 plus people researching this stuff all the time. We're not just S posting. We do deliberate and methodical research. We have a lexicon that's growing, always building. In fact, I think I just added a word to the lexicon, and I will, you know what, I'm going to go through those today as well. And that's because you're not given the tools, you're not given the words, the ideas that would help you navigate this labyrinth. And I think that we have to sometimes come up with our own terminology. Okay, so for example, climate trolls. I just introduced climate trolls to the lexicon. And influencers. Influencers are social media influencers who spread mind viruses that aren't approved by the state. You're an influencer. I often hear them saying the word, oh, he's an influencer, as though he's spreading mind flu. Anyway, you have to join our Discord server if you want to have access to the lexicon. You can add to it. PTrippa103 posted this. Monterey shooting was the 33rd mass shooting of the year. What are the odds? Monterey Park, 7 miles east of LA, 60,000 people, 65% of whom are Asian American. The mass shooting was the deadliest since last May when 19 children and 2 teachers were killed at Uvalde, Texas. These psyops always reference one another. Here's an easy way to know if it's fake. If it references 10 other fake events. Yeah, it's just like Marvel Comics. They live in a fictional universe. These events, they exist, but only in relation to these other events. But they're all fake. And that's the big deception that Alex Jones is not going to reveal. I've described Alex Jones as a 220-pound red herring because what he does is he distracts everybody with Sandy Hook and whatever he covers from the Psywar itself. He's like, look at this tree, don't see the forest. Look at this shooting, don't see 20 years of fake shootings. They're all fake. You have to categorically reject these things. But listen to this. There have been 33 mass shootings in the U.S. so far, according to the Gun Violence Archive. Number 33 for the year. Obviously a coincidence, right? A high-profile mass shooting like this. And there are some interesting connections between the number 33 and the moon, which we may get into here. I mean, that number's always popping up. I was just watching a video about this black rock that was supposedly in the center of our North Pole, according to Mercator and John D. There was a correspondence between the two, and they claim that there is some island in the middle of our magnetic North Pole, and it's got a black rock that is 33 miles in circumference, right in the middle. A big magnetic black rock. Rupes nigra black rock, Phantom Island, a 33-mile wide black rock at the magnetic North Pole. You can find this on the Mercator projection of the Arctic, and it's referenced in a letter that he wrote to John D. John D is really the godfather of Western occultism. This is the source of everything that Crowley turned into ritual magic. A lot of the stuff that we think of as New Age, Wicca, even I would say any kind of modern occultism is derived from John D. Quote, in the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool in which there are these 4 indrawing seas which divide the north. The water rushes round and descends into the earth as though it were pouring into a funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say 8 degrees altogether, except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is 33 French miles, and it is all magnetic stone. Not obsidian, magnetic stone. Now you could say this is fantasy, but this is Mercator. Like, you basically grew up on the Mercator projection wrapped around a sphere, and this is your world. I think it's kind of notable that our worldview is, largely brought to us by these same individuals that are just so intimately connected with magic and the occult. John Dee, occultist, divination, hermetic magic, alchemy, and I think you could. There's a few other things you could throw in here, but he also coined the term British Empire. So he's not insignificant as far as the world stage goes. Anyway, I'm just bringing that up because the number 33, always conspicuous around these high profile psyops. Okay, there are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what is not true, the other is to refuse what is true. There's a point I think we're reaching here in our society where the decision to remain on the world stage is almost conscious. You have to almost decide not to consider alternative views. We're just about there with most of the population where the ignorance is willful. And that's why I don't waste time trying to convince people who are on the world stage that they're in a trap, that it's beliefs versus beliefs, and that there's no real knowledge in there. Because if you knew what was going on, you wouldn't believe anything. I've described the lie world order as a pyramid, and the ones at the capstone level know. They have the most knowledge. The ones at the bottom, they don't know. They only believe. And they only believe what they're told or what they choose to believe. But there is no direct knowledge, and I'm saying that that's how the system works. It's believers being controlled by knowers. Another way to describe it, it's liars manipulating the lied to. And at this point, I think right now, society is complicit in their own deception. Listen to this, Scott Adams. He's the cartoonist who gave us a Dilbert, the Office comic strip, about office life, a guy and his dog. Very funny stuff, I think. But he's hugely into anti-vax. And here's something that he said that it's kind of interesting. He said, one hypothesis that explains the weirdness of the pandemic is that our reality could be a simulation, and this is why placebos work. If you thought the shots were dangerous, they were. If you thought COVID could kill you, it did. If you thought ivermectin worked or not, you were right. Now that's kind of an interesting take because it is very contradictory and it's very subjective. I always point this out. It's like an inverted civil war where nobody really dies, but each side thinks the other side is dying by not following their advice. Someone dies, all the anti-vaxxers jump on it like hyenas. They descend on it like vultures, and they're like, oh, anti-vaxxer. I mean, they're like, oh, the person died because they're vax. So the anti-vaxxers are always quick to call every death a vax death. It could be a car wreck, and they're like, oh man, hope he survived the shot. Somebody drowns. That must have been the vax. They have some way to always attach that explanation. It's their cognitive bias run amok, and the media is playing with it. That's what they did with Damar Hamlin. They knew that all the anti-vaxxers would jump on it, and they did. They're programmed, just like the pro-vaxxers are. They see an anti-vaxxer dying, and they say, oh, it's because you didn't take the shot. It's like they can't both be right, but they can both be wrong. And the truth could be something more like, maybe it's all mind war, and the anti-vaxxers are overreacting to a movie prop, and the movie prop is the needle, which I have dubbed the assault needle. And I call it the assault needle because it's an absurd term, just like assault rifle. Is not assault rifle kind of a made up thing? Is there such a thing as an assault rifle, like the assault rifle 15? No, it's not the assault rifle 15. It's hyperbole. It's made to mischaracterize it, to scare the public about weapons, which incidentally is what I think most of what action films are actually for. I don't think they glorify guns and give us this gun culture. I think these movies are meant to mischaracterize guns. Now guns are assault oriented devices. They're made to, it's just a negative brand. And I would say we might as well just start calling them assault needles because it's the same level of hysterical overreaction to a non-threat. It's words. People are triggered by words. And that's what mind war is ultimately about. Meme warfare, words, ideas. And until I trip over a body on the way to the gym or whatever, I'm not going to believe any of this stuff is real. We never had a Wuhan-like effect here in America. Skyfish says, look into the power of hypnosis. I think there's a segment of the population that are easily hypnotized. That's a huge part of it. You could easily make the case that we witnessed and experienced a pandemic of hypochondria. And hypochondria, a paranoid belief about every mild symptom, I mean, that's an easy one to give somebody. It really is. And if you look at the history of even just suggestibility in general, superstition, people falling for hexes and curses based on really what amounts to self-fulfilling prophecy. Then you have a bit of Munchausen syndrome. The WHO has it. The earth is the humanity collectively, we were its sick patient that it was exploiting for sympathy and money. And that's pretty much Munchausen syndrome. And I think a lot of people, a certain segment of the population, um, like to be able to play the victim or like to be able to virtue signal. And virtue signaling was huge. What spread 2020 more than anything was fashion. It was the face diaper fashion statement that was used to coerce the outliers into conforming to the mob. The uniformity to enforce the conformity of minds, fashion to enforce medical fascism. It was brilliantly executed. We are joined here by Zareth the Alchemist, who says mass psychosis. Well, it was a mass psychosis, absolutely. But it's not new. I mean, we have climate change, mass psychosis, just not everyone agrees. Like, for example, you got half the population are COVIDiots, and then the other half are vaxophobes. And I cannot honestly say that one is better than the other, especially now in 2023. Both positions have a lack of evidence to substantiate any of the hysterias. And I really question the intentions of some anti-vaxxers. It's like, why are you so adamant about saving the people that are trying to kill you if you really believe that's what it is? Misinformation psychosis is salty siren. Yeah, that's very close to the topic, really behind Hot Skull, that whole movie. It was basically they had to put earphones on everybody to cover up their ears so they couldn't take in verbally communicated mind viruses, that you could catch a psychosis by hearing words. This is why, in fact, let me go ahead and go to my latest blog. If you go to timosman.blog, you can subscribe for free. I don't paywall very much, but I do have some content there that is paywalled. But mainly this is all information. I think that it all builds on what we're discussing here. If we have any subjects that we really focus on, I try to get as much of it in print as we can. And at the end of each year, I plan to take all my blog posts and publish them. I did that last year with the schism and everything. Okay, the Mind AIDS pandemic and cyber climate change. Mind AIDS. The show Hot Skull presented an alternative version of the COVID-19 pandemic in the form of ARDS, Acquired Reasoning Deficiency Syndrome. They had an ARDS outbreak. This is a mind virus acquired through the ears, as it is verbally communicated. Those refusing to wear earphones would acquire and spread it through their incessant jabbering. Now, in the show, they call it jabbering, but and in fact, in the show, it sounds like gibberish. But in real life, how does a conspiracy theorist sound to a normie? If you got onto the, let's just say, the intercom at a Walmart, and you said, "Attention shoppers, 9/11 was a complete hoax. Nobody died. There's no such thing as a pandemic, and climate change is just for converting us into some kind of communist hellhole," they would think that you were crazy. They would want to lock you up. You might just be stating something that's obvious. Like, we all know what climate change is really for. But that would be considered gibberish or jabbering. And anybody who hears it might spread it. And then the mind virus spreads. Hot Skull is about stopping the mind viruses. Non-state approved ideas. Ideas that go counter the NWO monoculture. Now, the latest excuse for censorship and mandatory mental masking is public health. It is now assumed that we all have mind aids. It's assumed that we don't have a mental immune system, and that all ideas must go through MSM filters in order to be safely put into circulation, because if they're not filtering these ideas out, we might catch some bad ideas and become radicalized. You could become a flat earther, or you could become a what's the other one? A climate change denier. You could acquire racism. You could become a Nazi. Oh, if you accidentally went over to 4chan, yep, next thing you know, you're a Nazi. Look what happened to Kanye. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, you could be the opposite of a white supremacist, and yet you become one if you see these memes. Look, Kanye caught the skinhead meme. How does that work? He's like that Dave Chappelle character. He's like a blind black man wearing a Klan hood. How does that even happen? Well, it's because he caught it. That's what they're saying, that you could just catch ideas that are inconsistent and incoherent. That you're a victim of other people's ideas, just like you're a victim of other people not wearing a mask. Just like they convinced a large segment of the population that they're being victimized by the non-compliant, that they're threatened. Do you remember how they went after people who wouldn't wear a mask in a shop? They're doing that now with ideas. That's why you have the exodus from Twitter. That's why all the same people, the first ones to mask up, to socially distance, to quarantine, to get the jab, yeah, they're the first ones to self-censor. Self-censoring is putting on your mind mask. Now, I don't do that. I don't have a mind mask. Now, the new normie has no mental immune system, and this was engineered. I think I've come to realize that they've engineered a new normie, a model citizen, and the model citizen does not rely on their own critical thinking. They realize, oh, there's too much information. Information overload. I can't handle this. Let me just go ahead and focus on the blue checks. And it makes life simpler. They don't have to think. They can just go from approved, pre-selected thoughts. Thinking for yourself is nothing if all of your thoughts have been pre-selected for you. Perceiving for yourself is the new thinking for yourself. But you're not allowed to perceive for yourself because then you might acquire thoughts or ideas that aren't on their menu. But they've engineered a new normie with no mental immune system. They all have mind aids, no BS detectors. And I can point to numerous examples of this, from Apollo 11 to 9/11 to every fake school shooting. You name it. Damar Hamlin. Look, I mean, you do see skepticism. More of it's on the rise. But the reason for this, of course, is that the MSM has a backdoor to the minds of its believers. And they want to be able to jump in at specific times, like tragedies and terror attacks, and take over. They want to control your response to psychological operations, and they can. Most people act as though there's no need to question these sorts of events. Instead, just believe and emote. Most people don't understand the rationale for faking a terror attack. Most people don't know we're in a mind war, and that's because they've been hoodwinked. The lack of internal filtering processes with regard to propaganda is a result of conditioning. We are trained to suspend disbelief with regard to mass media news. This has created a world of fundamentalist believers in the church of MSM. Look, media is not a rational replacement for religion. It's not like, okay, you can just turn away from religion and now you can just focus on this and you just have a fact-oriented worldview. No, it's a replacement religion. And it's not fact-oriented, it's narrative-based. They never let facts are like speed bumps. You have a really good narrative going and you keep hitting these speed bumps. Get rid of those. Ban those. Society has ARDS, acquired reasoning deficiency syndrome. It has an ARDS-like condition, and it behaves as though individuals can't be trusted to filter their own minds. And soon, the believers will demand that society mandates mind masking, filtering all thoughts before them being expressed in public, and they'll cite public health interest. They'll say it's a matter of public health. You can't just go out there without masking your mind. Going through some comments. Top Notch Energy says, I'm still waiting for my Soma allotment. Yeah, that's going to come. I think it's going to be basically, well, bread and circuses is now bugs and Netflix. And once you have the Neuralink, you'll basically be given your Soma, I think, in the form of some kind of, I hate to even speculate too far ahead, but I just look at their plans, and it looks like to me the future is some kind of bug-based paste. And the Neuralink will make it flavored like anything, and people won't even know. It won't matter. In fact, we have to equalize everything, make everything the same and uniform, and food's probably next. Soylent Green kind of already happened anyway. I saw 2022, which was I watched it as more or less the introduction of cannibalism, like they're just testing these ideas out, and I didn't see a lot of resistance. Remember they brought out the human meat flavored burgers, and who would eat that? It goes against, well, it's bizarre. It goes against pretty much everything the vegans are supposed to stand for. Vegan burger hyped for tasting like human meat wins award. A Swedish burger company sells a vegan burger that tastes like human meat, as bizarre as this may sound. But now I never believe that they actually want to get you to eat human meat. I think they want you to accept the premise that perhaps recyclability is the ultimate value. And we've achieved perfect sustainability when we start recycling our dead in that form. I like Soylent Green wise. I think that there's this maybe also if they can get you to accept the philosophy of cannibalism, it'll make it easier to convert you into a communist or a socialist or someone who's just fine with redistribution, not based on merit, but based on this idea of perfect equality. Look, the Mars program is space communism. I've looked at this very closely. It's not progress. It's amazing how they've dressed everything up as science fiction and make it look like it's progress, but when you really look at it closely, especially the science fiction visions we've been given for the future, it's all about this replacing reality with the metaverse, Neuralink, substituting real for, well, mixed reality is next. They're going to move us into mixed reality. It's like another type of drug, but much deeper. Although television is already a drug, media is already a drug. When we make our criticism of mass media, we have to think it's not like it's getting worse. It's not like it's taking over people's minds. No, we were born into a mental quarantine. What you're seeing here with the outliers, the quote truthers, or the people who are censored, banned, you see people who are breaking quarantine, breaking mental quarantine, unmasking your mind. But again, we were born into it. But no, I do have this theory that if everybody's plugged into this perfect utopia, and it's metaverse, and so you're basically you're in your basement. Maybe you're walking on a treadmill and you're walking around this fake reality. It keeps you from being a carbon super spreader, and then all of your ideas are through the system, through the filter. That way you're basically masked. You're not going to spread any dangerous mind viruses that might encourage people to leave their homes. Of course, you have to stay home because climate change and asteroids and space junk and whatever else they invent. But when you're in there, I imagine it would be very easy to have you fed through some kind of, I'm thinking tube, and I was thinking cockroach milk, or whatever they come up with. But it won't matter because in the metaverse, you'll be having Big Macs, pizza, steak. You'll be eating the best. It's just, it's just the blue pill from the Matrix analogy. It doesn't matter at that point. It's all subjective. But the flavor I'm saying would be whatever you pick off this metaverse menu is going to taste like that. China South has joined us. ESL Echo Charlie says they got the rolling blackouts from Soylent Green at the very end of December. Yes, that's right. That's right. D-Rec says I miss the old Kanye. Do you think they replaced him? Now, out of all of the world stage characters I've seen, if there is any legitimate Truman Show type character, if there is a Truman, it might be Ye. A Truman is just somebody who's completely gate kept. Like we all are to some extent, but it's kind of in a general way. But he has very specific people. He has that personal trainer, is it? Who's Canadian intel, who's threatened to zombify him with psych drugs if he gets out of line. I mean, that's some Truman Show type stuff. That's real control. But I do think it's really strange that they used him as a carrier for these memes that they would put onto Twitter just at the time that Musk is taking it over. It's all structured. I tend to think there's not a lot of autonomy with any of these characters. But also, if you're waiting on press passes today, everything that hasn't been shipped out in the last few weeks, I've been delayed because of the lawfare. Everything's being shipped out, and if it's late, I generally include more with it. I have a bunch of small penguin paintings I've done, which are going out with the latest copies of the World Stage Deprogramming Manual. Again, been a little delayed. Yesterday, I did file a report against YouTube and MG with the New Mexico Attorney General's office. I've filed my civil suit against YouTube and MG, and I've also filed a criminal complaint with IC3. FBI sent me there, and they sent me to the DHS IPR Center, which is the Intellectual Property Rights Center. I've been very busy getting my lawsuits going, but also getting the criminal cases made because there's a if you didn't know, I was hacked on the 15th by my stalker who got into the Kickstarter account, which gave him access to financial information. He vandalized it, which really helps my defamation suit. But after this last lawsuit gets filed, after this civil suit's filed, I don't have to do anything. I've pushed the domino. I just need to serve the papers, and I'm trying to get in touch with Google's service agent. Very easy stuff. And that's pretty much what I've been doing. And if you want to help with any of the fees, I don't have a lawyer. I do everything pro se. I don't want a lawyer. I need this to be infinite plane society. We did this. We had to. Look, this is almost hard to believe. This story is hard to believe. That's why I don't spend a lot of time on it because it's going to tell itself again later. I won't even get into everything we know, but it is true that there is a White House connected insurrectionist and QAnon influencer who is guilty or who has committed and has been caught not only hacking my accounts, but he put false copyright claims to Spotify to take us off Spotify, and they wrote me back. This person has been spoofing me with emails, and what he has done constitutes identity theft, which is again, these are significant crimes. But yes, there is the main Biden laptop investigator happens to be a White House connected QAnon influencer who hasn't been covered by the media. This is actually bombshell. There's a lot of big stories built into this. George News, Telegram channel, 300,000 QAnoners, the number one Q influencer right now. He's pretty well known, but his actions are well known, but nobody's really unmasked him yet. Right now, he goes by Hunter Hudson. He's on Twitter, and he runs a website called Biden.digital, and it's just a bunch of MAGAs going through naked pictures of Hunter Biden and looking for evidence. And this individual here is the editor of George News, major QAnon influencer. In fact, he's the guy who doxed David Hogg, which is also kind of interesting. It's another side story. But as you can see here, George News is not only in the White House Communications Agency, but he's posted these videos like this. And I've come across some other details I want to get into here. George News, our most urgent message to date. Will you stand with Q and the collective? Like he was there leading up to the Insurrection 1/6 event, egging people on. And somehow he's managed to avoid this. He's part of the White House Communications Agency, which is a pretty big deal. But I found something else out as well. He has some kind of backdoor access at YouTube. He was able to change his YouTube Okay, if you go to youtube.com/anonymousq, it's some small account opened in 2006, no videos, and it's only been viewed a couple hundred times. Again, anonymous Q. However, if you put that domain in the Wayback Machine, it's George News. He changed it from George News with 1 million plus views to some new channel, and he backdated it. I'm just saying this person has some connections. And this person was caught red-handed hacking Kickstarter, and they are a witness in this. And we'll see how this plays out in the coming weeks. The reason for my civil suit against him and YouTube, not only is I have a valid reason to sue them, many reasons, but I'm using this civil suit to draw attention to these cybercrimes and to put them on the map, and it's working. All right, let me catch up on comments. And this is going to be great. Look, we're going to publicly roast him. This story is deep. And I'm just scratching the surface. We're talking about a 5-year campaign to shut down our channel. I think this is actually government sanctioned. I think he's a J-Trig agent. He was from New Zealand, from where he graduated. It's highly likely he's Intel. I don't even know if he's American. I don't know that for a fact. I know he lives in UAE, goes to the UK, lives in New Zealand. But my point is, he's been traveling with Trump, the Trump family, since 2016. We're talking about an embedded White House QAnoner insurrectionist who's also tasked with wrecking channels like mine. Only we never went away. And many of his tactics are right out of the J-Trig training manual. Stuff like buying domain names, spoofing emails, that kind of thing. But it's too late for them to hide this person. It's just a matter of time before he's dragged out into the light. All right, let me catch up on comments. Ziana South says, zombifying drugs are sold as psychotropics. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Right. COVID Cooties, best song ever, says Nicotramus. Yep, by Symbia. I put a link to the track below. The artwork as well. There's a very specific reason why we put cute faces on the COVIDs. When I first saw the COVID-19 ball, the spiked red ball, it looked to me like a globe covered in nuclear detonations, as in World War III. What we've always been told that World War III would look like, ground zeros everywhere. And we did get that, only it was pandemic, not actual nukes. But if you look at the COVID ball, it does look very ominously like a gray, as in covered in black clouds, dark winter, and then the red signifying commies, probably Russia, China. And I thought, this is meant to be intimidating, imposing. This is their new god. This is the devil. In fact, COVID-19 is a devil that the atheists believe in. The globe is a god they believe in. And now they worship it. And this video, this song and this art was just kind of intended to take the power away from it. And we put these cute emoji faces on that intimidating COVID ball. And it was just hard to take it seriously after. Again, I'll put a link to the track below. I think we opened up with it. All right, COVID Cooties, track linked below. We have to support our counter NWO monoculture artists. They're few and far between. Most are co-opted by default, unconsciously, not even knowing it. Same goes for pretty much everything. All right, continuing through your comments. ESL says auto hoax or GTFL seems explicit enough as an instruction. Right. I don't try to be exclusive. If someone's not up to speed, I like to explain. And we have an auto believer. We have many auto believers in our Discord server. People who just, if it's anti-vax, they believe it. And I'm like, fine, that's cool with me because I'm studying it. I'm trying to understand the mechanism behind a knee-jerk response that gets you to automatically assume that your bias has been confirmed. And I think that's a huge part of this game. It's sleight of mind. It's the hijacking of your critical thinking. I'm perfectly fine with people who don't agree with us sticking around, but we put auto hoax or GTFO as sort of a warning, implied consent. Like if we see you crying a box of Kleenex because of something, it's not our fault. If you're a snowflake, it's one of those things where it's free speech. Well, while we have it. I mean, don't forget, safe spaces preceded all this nonsense. It started off with safe spaces on college campuses so libs could be protected from right-wing memes. Then it became safe spaces as in social distancing because of the virus. Then it became, you got to maintain that because now you have super spreaders with mind viruses you don't want to catch. And they just kind of moved this thing forward, and now they're saying the internet must be made a safe space because of mind viruses that will exacerbate actual viruses. They've also made the case that certain mind viruses make certain people crazy or make them do extreme things because their mental immune systems are non-existent. They have mind aids because they've been programmed that way. And so the rest of us have to mask our minds up. This has been an agenda to turn everything into a safe space. I've called this the safe space age. It is the safe space age, which is the opposite of freedom. I mean, maximum security. Yeah, you're pretty safe in there. Can't get out, no one can get in. I have a quote here from Sadie Crease, professor of cybersecurity at the University of Oxford. Quote, "There's a gathering cyberstorm." Climate change has reached cyberspace. The infodemic is now a full-blown cyberstorm. There's no vaccine for bad weather. All that putting your trash in your Windows recycling bin was an empty gesture this entire time. They've gone from using the lexicon and the epidemiology terminology to using climate change terminology to describe misinformation. It's raining toxic misinformation today. And that's kind of consistent with that movie I referenced a minute ago, Hot Skull, because the carriers of the dangerous mind viruses, the so-called jabberers, their heads heated up. That's why they call them hot skulls. And right now the globe is heating up because of all of the hot skulls out there. And this is a very relevant thing, this topic of the hot skulls and what we do. We have the mascot for the Infinite Plane Society as a penguin. That's our mascot because of this, because of the idea that we're in a cold place. Cold is just symbolic, I think, of ignorance. Like the areas on the globe that are covered in ice. Yeah, they just don't want you to think about those places. But I think cold, darkness, ignorance, frozen, inertia. Now, the penguins exist in this cold place, and they combat the cold by conspiring, breathing together. They all point their beaks to the center, and this creates a hot pocket, 98 degrees or so, and they're able to use it like a campfire. And it gets so hot that they have to take shifts and they march around it. In other words, they conspire to melt the ice. And what we're doing here is we're conspiring and we're melting the ice of ignorance. Not a coincidence that all these snowflakes that are used as the excuse to censor us are, emblematic of this. They're snowflakes. They can only exist as long as everything is cold. We have to protect their ignorance. I want to get into the Lye shooting now. And look, one other thing about the penguins. The penguin is a perfect emblem of what we're about here, because whether or not the earth is flat, they would be the ones with the answer. It's whoever's there at the very bottom of this thing, and they're able to either, look to the other side of the world or look outward. 180 degrees from the center, 180 degrees from that 33-mile circumference black magnetic rock, and look outward. So they have a 360-degree view, so they can see out and they can see in. And this has a correlation to the model I put up on the blog called the Lie World Order. Let me bring that up here. It's just the structure of the Lie World Order. Now, this is a concept of the world as it exists, only not geographically, but in a way, it's kind of the same thing. You could look at the flat Earth idea not as geography, but as like the mental landscape. What you're seeing here is the world of ideas that are deemed acceptable, the ones that are spotlit by the glowing capstone. And this is the world stage gathered around this capstone, which is centralized perception management, but it's a closed system of information, just like every religion is. There's a reason why the Bible is what it is. It includes everything from Genesis to Revelation, but there's nothing else that needs to go in there. They don't need the Book of Mormon. They don't need the Quran thrown in there. No, it's a closed system. These are all mutually exclusive closed systems. Well, the mainstream media is one as well. And if you look outside of this, it's darkness. Well, they consider it to be darkness. And that's not to say that there's nothing else. There's more than what they tell you. But this is, again, the idea here is if it's not in their system, it's not needed. It's a closed system. Everything else is extraneous or unnecessary. I've heard this said of the Quran. If it's not in the Quran, we don't need to know it. If we need to know it, it's in the Quran. Like, really succinctly put, but that's how it works with the media as well. Now, what they say is that if you're near the edge, your information is a little more dangerous. They call it borderline content. And I thought, well, this is perfect because we're the ones at the border assessing the content just beyond the realm of acceptable discourse. We're the ones who are looking beyond. And I look at that outer realm as, of course, the perimeter of the world, the ice wall, the wall of enforced ignorance. Like the flat earth concept, again, it can be geographically flat. It could just be a mental landscape thing. To me, it doesn't even matter at this point. It's about world view, open system or closed system. The world stage is a closed system. What I propose is an open system, meaning we are aware of the closed one, but we're not closing ourselves off to what exists outside of it. I look at the off world stage as an open system. Now, lies exist in a closed one, meaning no more information. Because if you're telling someone a lot of lies, more information would break that model. You can't let more in. But what we are doing here is expanding awareness into areas omitted. Most of the lying that comes from this centralized perception management are lies of omission. They omit certain things and they kill curiosity with false explanations and peer pressure. That way they don't have to account for any of this other stuff. You can read Lie World Order at timosman.blog as well. I think that this is an important visual, so you can understand what we're doing is we are aggregating all of those, because look, they'll have you think that if you don't exist in the light of their pyramid, you're in darkness. And we all know this is just not true. We're expanding awareness, getting more information. We're not reality denialists. They are, if you really look at this. And the more you make them aware that they're ignoring things, the more they have to either A, take a look at it, or B, engage in an evasive maneuver. Oh, I'm not going to think about that. I'm going to default. And when you've seen that, you've seen the hive mind at work. You've seen the default. And this is the programming. This is the conditioning. They don't want knowers. They want believers. To go outside of their light, to use your own. I mean, light to me is just consciousness or sentience, awareness. They want you to be aware from their perspective and your own personal perceptions. Yeah, those may or may not be valid, but you can just default to the dominant one. But if you rely on your own light, it's not really dark outside of their fake world. I should have put penguins in this diagram. Anyway, that's Lie World Order. The world stage has an edge, but you don't fall off. The darkness goes away when one wanders from the blinding light of the capstone, but you have your own light of focused attention, which is the thing that they want. What do they want more than anything but your attention? I've heard that attention economy phrase a little too much on too many mainstream podcasts. The attention economy. They're using the best marketing tactics available to propagandize you 24/7. Now, there is an alternative to the world stage closed system and their monopoly on the means of perception. And to me, this is about the power dynamic. As I said at the very beginning, the knowers are at the top, believers are at the bottom. And the believers are ignorant. They're fighting over their beliefs, but none of them really know. And that's because they're being fed not only mutually exclusive, but purposefully mutually antagonistic belief systems. This is the Psy-War. If you step outside of it, if you're a conscientious objection to the Psy-War, you can't be a loser in it. I have a quote here from the film War Games. A strange game. The only winning move is not to play. I think there's a similar one, a similar quote that's on Squid Games. If I can find that. Again, Squid Games, possibly another Kraken reference to add to the list. But I'm pretty sure they used something similar to this in Squid Games. If somebody could find it, I'd be very curious. All right, let's move on here. I want to get into this topic of the Lai shooting. A gunman opened fire, killing 10, wounding 10 in the midst of the Lunar Year celebrations. Again, Lunar Year, Year of the Rabbit. The sheriff in Los Angeles, Sheriff Robert Luna, and that would be the Latin form of course, we're talking about the moon. What's with the moon here? And then I was looking into this thinking there's got to be some kind of connection here. Right now, China is planning on taking on the moon. They're going to take I think it's called Long March, but no, China's planning to win the space race. That's one of the main headlines here. And I remembered last year they put up this, a couple years ago. Actually, it's been up there for a while. It's the U2 lunar rover. but I saw it recently. This is the Jade Rabbit. Again, the Chinese space program put a rover on the moon, and it's called the Jade Rabbit. Bringing this up because it's Year of the Rabbit, and there's all kinds of interesting lunar connections, Luna connections with this latest shooting. And then I found this Moon Rabbit. The moon rabbit, or moon hare, is a mythical figure in East Asian and indigenous American folklore based on pareidolic interpretations to identify the dark markings on the near side of the moon. And yes, there is a perfectly formed rabbit on the moon. I'd never seen it before, but now I can't unsee it. I'm not sure what he's carrying. It's like a suitcase. Looks like the one from Alice in Wonderland. Now, pareidolia is just this tendency to see things that aren't there, like shapes in clouds. It's a way of psychopathologizing your creativity. Oh, you're creative. You can imagine things. Oh, let's go ahead and label that some kind of a dysfunction. Fascinatingly, there's an entire YouTube channel that you can find called Cosmic Vibes dedicated to this. And what he has found is what he calls the world map on the cosmic plasma moon. If you've seen a flat Earth map or a azimuthal equidistant map, if you've seen a representation of the Earth flattened out around the center, then you know what I'm about to show you here. This is again the moon as presented by Vibes of Cosmos. What he posits here is that the Earth is flat and the continents are laid out like on the AE map, and that the moon is not a physical object. It's not a ball. It's not a rock. It's not a big chunk of petrified wood, but the moon is a projection in the ionosphere. From below, the light source below, he terms a black sun, whatever that means. But if you think about the Batman sign on the clouds, it's a spotlight with a bat painted on it. On the clouds, you get the silhouette of a bat. Similarly, he posits that this light source below is projecting straight up. The dark spots are land masses. The white is water, ocean. And that the dark spots silhouetted above reveal the continents that we live on. And he has correlated about a third of the moon's surface and its continents, or rather its craters, with the continents that we know. I'll put a image on the screen. If you're looking on the screen, the top half of the moon, you can see Africa, Asia, North America. And once you see it, it's difficult to unsee. It's not perfect though, because if this is true, there's more land in the area described as the globe than they would reveal. If true, there's a lot more land in reach, but it's being deliberately concealed. I'm going to go ahead and play a short clip here. This is Vibes of Cosmos. It's mostly just music. He doesn't speak, but the images speak for themselves, and he also has published it in a book form. Now, whether or not you think there's anything to it, it'd be an act of denialism to not at least look at it and first refute it and say you know it's fake. Because right now I'm pointing out that there is a startling alignment here, at least enough, I would say, to point out that maybe this is either one of the best examples of pareidolia, or maybe he's got a point. I mean, it could be cognitive bias running amok, but the number of coincidences here is somewhat astounding. He even goes into detail, pointing out small bodies of water. Look, he has Madagascar. He found a crater in the shape of Madagascar, roughly. He's pointed out large places, small places. I mean, it's so super detailed. I'm looking at Greenland, Canada, USA, Mexico. Now, these countries and continents may not be the proportions and sizes that you're used to seeing, like on the Mercator projection. But it's important to remember that the Mercator projection grossly misrepresents the sizes and relative shapes of the continents. In fact, I mean, these have been remarked on. A clever map shows the true size of the countries. Just to give you an idea, this is from visualcapitalist.com. Mercator misconceptions. Clever map shows the true size of the countries. Again, Mercator's the guy hanging out with the warlock who said that there's a 33-mile black magnetic rock at the center of the North Pole. Okay, this clever map shows the true size of the countries. In 1569, the cartographer Mercator created a revolutionary new map based on a cylindrical projection. Now, if you're looking at the screen, it shows you the necessary distortions that were made by this. And what happened is the northern hemisphere and its continents are overrepresented. The southern hemisphere and its continents are grossly underrepresented. I have a short video clip here. I'm just looking at a 3D globe model, and what you'll see here is that, for example, Greenland is no longer the size of Africa. And these are all distortions that have been pointed out before. And I think it's noteworthy anyway, just because people take things for granted. What I call low information believers. They believe it because they're told. And then you show them something like this and like, wow, I didn't know that. Oh, you didn't know that your continents have been completely misrepresented? And I'm pointing this out because Vibes of Cosmos is basing his model on the shapes of the craters and their relationship to the supposed land masses below. And they might not match perfectly, but the globe doesn't match perfectly. Okay, I'm going to go through your comments here. Look, if you have anything about this Lili shooting, I'd be definitely interested to hear. One of the main things I was looking at right now is the strange use of the word Luna repeating everywhere, and how it may actually correlate to the Chinese space program's desire to take over the moon. The specter of anti-Asian violence in the Monterey Park. God, you could see it. The disappointment was palpable. There were so many lefties on Twitter mad at white nationalists for shooting up the Asian ballroom. They were like, oh, the MAGAs did it. They were happy to be able to jump on it and say, hey, Trump caused this shooting. And then once they find out it was intra-community violence, they sort of sheepishly just backed up on that. Monterey Park shooting, 10 killed at a dance studio during Lunar New Year. Again, I have not seen any evidence to convince me that it was real, but I've seen enough with the scripted nature of it to suggest that this is some kind of a psychological operation. I'm also continuing to look at this Damar Hamlin. Let me pull this up, because Damar Hamlin showed up on TV the other day making the Illuminati pyramid above his head while wearing a red hoodie, being very mysterious, likely on purpose, flashing the threes. Here's a video by, I think this is Jake Gibson. Did Damar Hamlin sell his soul? Now he's come back to life like we kind of thought he would. I figured 3 days after they're going to bring him back. This is one of these events, though, that has received a lot of skepticism. Like, this was meant to affect people in some way, emotionally. The significance of the heart is one of the main things about this event. He has been using the heart symbol for like 3 years. The heart chasing M's, his charity, which raised $3.3 million by 3:30 a.m. that night after he had his heart attack. The heart thing is huge. It has some sort of Masonic significance, as we'll get into. And here he is making the pyramid hand sign to show his love for the Buffalo crowd. And then after that, he makes the 666 hand signs.
Both hands, triple sixes, clear as day. Sad thing is, whenever I point out these hand symbols, people just dismiss it and say, oh, that's just conspiracy theory stuff.
Well, here you have it. That's pretty much him saying he made it, I guess. What does it mean? I'm not sure beyond he's in the club. And I think all of these athletes are on some level. I think there's layers and layers to it, though. Bottom rung, don't know very much. It's layered by ignorance. And it's society at large. The world stage is NPC level ignorance. Go with the flow, follow the program. But the more active players in this, I think they're let in more and more, into the light. And that's what his death and resurrection ritual was about. When you see all the players kneeling and number 33 is standing, yeah, well, 33 is Christ or the Masonic Christ. It's the light, it's the fully illumined soul. And when he's dead on the ground, it means he's dead to his ignorant, profane self that existed in the outside world. But now he's with the Brotherhood. It was a Masonic initiation into the third degree. That's why he has the number 3 all over everything. I came across something else as well, and it has to do with the central mythical character Hiram Abiff, the one who is role played by the sacrificial victim, in this case Damar. He's the central character on the right. Notice all the threes, the 3 degrees of Freemasonry. Well, Hiram Abiff is attacked by 3 ruffians, and they kill him with 3 injuries. 1 to his throat, 1 to his chest, and 1 to his head. And I thought, well, maybe we're seeing something here. Maybe this is part of a bigger ritual. For example, George Floyd had his neck kneeled on for almost 9 minutes. Damar Hamlin, heart attack, CPR, everyone's watching, 9 minutes. Again, neck, heart, still waiting for head, the headshot, whatever that's going to be. I'm thinking maybe this is coming in threes. Maybe this is part of a bigger ritual. But you'll notice this focus on the heart. And everywhere I look, they're talking about somebody's heart. Diamond in silk, diamond dies, heart. Headlines, Trudeau says his heart breaks after New Year's shooting. Everybody said their hearts were breaking. What's with that? And with this diamond and silk thing, and this was pointed out by Salty Siren, her sister even says that Diamond said, I can't breathe. Again, I can't breathe because climate change, fentanyl, misinformation, Western chauvinism, oppressing the lower classes, whatever it is that keeps you from breathing. But they keep using that phrase, I can't breathe, which I think is, interestingly enough, since it's an anagram for a better China, I think it's kind of a bit of witchcraft. A better China just being another way of saying world communism. And I would make this inference just based on the new shape of Chinese power. The new shape of Chinese power is the Economist cover where it has a COVID ball, a literal COVID ball, painted like a globe. Look, it's just a globe covered in spikes. It says the new shape, which is novel, of Chinese influence, which is influenza, Chinese flu. Of course, this came out in 2017, and the only red part was China. Now the whole world is red. The new shape of Chinese influence, the novel Chinese flu. Predictive programming. But the I can't breathe, world communism, a better China. Now here you have, again, Diamond's funeral, and she's speaking about, well, rather, Diamond's funeral, and Silk is speaking about her sudden death. And I think the inference here is that it's the vax that caused it, or vax shedding. Maybe not the vax, because there's a conflict here. Was she vaxxed? Was she not vaxxed?
Hung up the phone. She said to me, I can't breathe. It was suddenly, out of nowhere.
Suddenly also. Suddenly could not breathe. Suddenly, like suddenly dead. And was it sudden? I've heard conflicting accounts about her health over the months. So she died suddenly all of a sudden. Diamond's not suddenly dead, but her sudden death became sudden. All of a sudden. And then Donald Trump, of course, is to blame because he's the one who brought out the vax warp speed, and they're not blaming him. Now, the word pareidolia, seeing things that aren't there, that was used to explain Mousegate. And how many of you remember Mousegate? This is to me, I won't say it's an intelligence test, but I'll call it a perception test. Mousegate was when Elon Musk sent a bunch of mice to outer space. It was on December 6th, 2019. They were sending genetically modified mice into space. They said it would defeat the muscular atrophy caused by zero G. This made me think, okay, like Mighty Mouse, right? Futurism even did an article about it. about the Mighty Mouse, about how the ISS was going to do some kind of tests. So their CRS-19 rocket goes up with these mice. And I'm watching, it says CRS-19 returns with mighty mice and other research. Rodents and a rocket carried these researchers' dreams to space. Space Dragon carried mighty mice. Modified mice heading to the ISS to test loss of muscle. I'm bringing this up because on this very mission, there was what appeared to be a mouse on the outside of the rocket, like running laps around it. And this is the perception test. What do you see? Do you see a mouse or no? I see a mouse. You see a mouse. Even if you don't think you see a mouse, even if you believe everything from NASA and SpaceX, your eyeballs are processing a mouse. So is your mind. But this is where you can see how the override happens. Like if you were just a regular video editor and you got paid for your gigs and you didn't know this was supposedly real, you would think, hey, that's a cool mouse. If I said, hey, I made an animated mouse, what do you think? They would say, you could probably improve it here and here. It looks kind of fake, but yeah, it's convincing. It's definitely a mouse. But then if you tell them, hey, this came from SpaceX, they would say, well, obviously it's space ice melting. It's some kind of debris. They would make something up. Mick West from Metabunk told me it was a video compression artifact. Then he told me it was space ice that had formed on the rocket. Okay, fine. Let's just say it's space ice. My question is, how come Elon Musk hasn't put this on blast? Don't you think he would say, hey, I just sent a rocket at 8,000 miles an hour and some ice formed into the shape of a mouse and it walked all over the Merlin engine. Think about it, it's called Merlin, like magician. Like this is a magic show. And we've talked about Hollywood and the Hollywood wand of the Druids. And Druid means knower of the oaks. Elon means oak. There's some connection there. But in this case, this is clearly a CGI mouse. But even if you're going to say it's ice, you should be putting this on blast. You should say this is incredible. Not just because it looks like a mouse that spontaneously formed on the rocket engine, but because it's a mouse that formed spontaneously on a rocket engine during a mission where they're sending mice to the moon or whatever. They're sending mice to space and this happens. That is so coincidental. How can you not see it? If you can't see the mouse in this thing, you are in denial of reality. Does it mean there's a mouse in space? No, because space is fake. It means that Elon Musk trolled the heck out of his believers. This is a troll. It's an animated troll. Does anyone else agree with me? Or do we have anyone here who thinks that this is just space ice and it actually went up to the space station? Commenter says, the plutocrat, rise of the global super rich and the fall of everyone else. Well, they've already risen. They exist in the capstone. They're elevated, the elite. That's what Elon Musk is part of. He's part of this infrastructure. His satellites, the 42,000 CubeSats. No, actually it's just Saturn. El is their god. Lights in the sky. They're worshiping the fallen angels or whatever. Yeah, it's all just Satan worship disguised as space travel. Starman in the Roadster, Starman, anagram for Mr. Satan. Not a coincidence. The EU Parliament looks like the Tower of Babylon. Look at this. The EU has another Tower of Babel. Why do they do this? Same reason that Jeff Bezos has his headquarters being designed to look like the Tower of Babel. I have a few theories about why. I would actually go so far as to say that Jeff Bezos is Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel. This is a very important symbol, I would say. This is basically the same thing as the Titanic. The Tower of Babel represents the same thing. It's the too big to fail monument to man's hubris, challenging the gods. Global warming, the wrath of globe, being challenged by what? The West, symbolized by the Titanic. That's why it's highly significant that Jeff Bezos has a mega yacht that gets taken down by the Kraken on Netflix's Inside Job Season 1, Episode 6. It's about the Tower of Babel falling. This is why Bezos went to space on July 20th, 2021, launching at 9:11 a.m. Again, he went on the anniversary of Apollo 11 launching at 9/11. This is all, I believe, symbolic of a couple of things. 911 is from Revelations 911. I think might have some relevance here, as would a couple other Genesis 119. We see a lot of 119 associated with the space war psyop and stuff falling from the sky, and that's the part about the scattering of the Tower of Babel. And this is all a reference, I think, to the West, the fall of the West. And the reason why Bezos launched at 9/11 was to tie in the idea of the fall into his tower. His tower, of course, literal now in Virginia. And what does Amazon represent? A to Z, everything, everything consolidated, one, and the symbol of the pillar, the unification, the one world. And that's what we're seeing. I believe that the Tower of Babel has been constructed, and when Bezos poked his head into space, it was complete. And now it's going to fall. Also explains why he was wearing the cowboy hat. It represents the West, manifest destiny, the new frontier, space, the new frontier. He sends Captain Kirk to space because we see it, or rather the West sees it, as a new frontier to exploit. Let's go mine the asteroids. Let's just mine the heavens, plunder it, which would be very disruptive down here on Earth. But now Captain Kirk, or William Shatner, he said when he was in space, it looked like a dead planet. He said it was like a wake, a funeral wake, that he felt like he was at a funeral for Mother Earth. He came down crying. And if you remember, Shatner is having a mental breakdown or an emotional breakdown. Shatner gets down from the capsule and he's crying. And Bezos walks up to him with a bottle of champagne and invites him to go spray the champagne on the women. And Shatner didn't want to. It's because he had seen the effects of global warming. He had that overview effect that made him want to be an environmentalist, which is a common theme with all of these events. But we were meant to see Bezos as a space cowboy, as an exploiter, as someone who can't wait to go plunder the new frontiers, juxtaposed against Shatner, who's thoughtful, who's moved by having seen the condition of the earth, caused largely by people like Jeff Bezos. Sympathy for the globe is a huge theme right now. That's why we have Avatar out at the same time as this hyper focus on the climate with the World Economic Forum. These things are interconnected. The WEF introducing this global Neuralink, whatever it is, Gaia. Like they're naming it for the Earth God. You're all going to be plugged in to Mother Earth. We have to save the Earth from people like Bezos. The West has to fall. It cannot survive. We cannot take America into space. We already have space environmentalism because nobody cares about the oceans anymore. They've already changed their focus. Like they've been warning us about global warming and the oceans rising up for the last 30 years. It's like they finally did rise in 2021, but that was just because of all the PPE that all the people who largely believe in global warming are responsible for. I think the ocean levels went up about a millimeter. There are COVID islands, islands of masks, PPE. There are turtles and dolphins with PPE. And you can't get any of them to care about it because now they're all about space environmentalism. We got to stop Elon Musk from putting his space junk up there. Here's another fascinating correlation from a meta script perspective. Elon Musk throwing his trash, his space junk into space, CubeSats into space. Elon Musk taking over the mental space with Twitter, cyberspace, and doing what? Opening the gates for mind junk, misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, etc. These are constructs, and they're showing you that the richest man in the world is poisoning the mind space, poisoning outer space. We've given them too much power. We have to redistribute that wealth. And the public will agree to it once their Titanics sink. And this is another tie-in. You know, James Cameron, Titanic, he was at the scene of the actual Titanic on 9/11, doing a documentary called Ghosts of the Abyss. And of course, the Abyss is referenced in Revelation 9/11. But in the new Avatar movie, there were elements of the Titanic's sinking in one of the scenes. And that's all tying in to the bigger story they're trying to tell us, that the West is sinking. We got to plug into Gaia before it's too late. That's why during the floods, like the day this Avatar, I watched the Avatar movie, The WEF is out there telling us how climate change is going to kill us all. And then Ellen DeGeneres gets on TV and she says, oh, this is the 5th anniversary of the Paradise Fires. And look, and there was just nothing but floods out there in California. Now, I'm not doubting the floods, but the way they present things is different from the way they actually happen. And the scapegoating is the main thing. No, it's flooding because of you and your consumption of fossil fuels, your gas stoves. Because of your gas stoves and your misinformation, the people in California are experiencing floods. Al Gore's $330 million mansion is going to go underwater if we don't do something quick. All right, continuing through your comments. JT33 says the overview effect couldn't cure Bezos' toxic masculinity. Right, he saw the face of Gaia, but he came back down with his phallic rocket. And they did say that Bezos' workplace was sexist. And there were some articles that unironically were pointing out, I don't know, they were kind of mad that the rockets were so phallic, suggesting that this is somehow tied in to the intrinsic sexism over at Amazon. And some have even pointed out the Amazon logo on the box. I mean, look, it's not inconsistent. You got to know the symbolism. Like the capstone of the pyramid. The top of the pyramid, the golden tip of the obelisk represents the pharaohic elite, the gods on earth. The top of the Space Needle, the UFO, yeah, it represents the elevated. That's the capstone on that obelisk. When Bezos went to space, they're flying around in that capsule that floats back down. Yeah, that's the Illuminati capstone. It has a blue feather on it, blue origin. Probably a reference to, I don't know, blue bloods. Probably explains Avatar and the blue. Avatar is all about blue. The blue skinned creatures, the blue world, the blue water. And that's because Avatar is the new blue marble. Blue marble being the first full face of God globe picture that we've seen. And that sparked the environmentalist movement. Avatar is a continuation of that trend. In fact, I got a video here. Someone had found it that I think that Tom Cruise and James Cameron had already been in talks before about doing a movie in space. The Space Needle is such a fascinating symbol. I mean, all of these symbols are when you get down to it. Like here's an interesting one. Okay, because Cleopatra's obelisk, there's an obelisk, it's called Cleopatra's Needle, is what they called it. Or Heaven's Needle. It's always been, because space is the new heaven. And it's not a coincidence that rockets take you to their fake heaven and that the rocket is an obelisk for all intents and purposes. They named them after dead sun gods. It's all symbolism. Now, when Musk sent Starman to space in the Tesla Roadster, on the dashboard it said, "Don't panic." Don't panic, a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where the world's being destroyed, but he gets to escape. How does he escape? Through a space needle. Very interesting correlation here, though, is this. The Seattle Space Needle is the same symbol as the obelisk, and it is correlated very strongly with the pandemic. Again, don't panic, panicdemic, the god of panic and fear, Pan, which means all, of course, but there's the Space Needle is in Seattle where we had ground zero. That's one of the main correlations, because the Vax Needle is the symbol of what? Well, salvation. It saves you from the fallen world. You can go through the Space Needle to be saved from what? The pandemic. Don't panic. Take the Space Needle. There's a correlation here because, as I said, they've correlated mind junk with space junk, outer space with inner space, circulation with orbit. It's all symbolic. This is why in 2020, NASA was on the space station doing this thing called celestial immunity, where the astronauts were poking each other with vaccines to test the efficacy of vaccines in space. Yeah, celestial immunity, getting vaxxed in space. And during that mission, the arm of the space station was hit by space junk, like right above its elbow, like it got vaxxed. It got a shot of the arm, like Gage Grosskreutz. Like that's just a coincidence, I guess. But we're seeing an operation here that involves the cleansing of the mind, the cleansing of the internet, and symbolically, it could just be allegory. They're cleansing outer space, symbolizing world unity above. No more space wars, no more conflict. It's all theater, above and below. catching up on your comments. Fascinating bits of rumors about Tom Cruise and John Travolta from Zareth the Alchemist. Tom Cruise is a very significant figure in this whole thing for a lot of reasons. But because of his proximity to Kubrick, I think he deserves special attention. Stanley Kubrick being one of the main metascripters of our time. Although, he's been given a lot of credit for the moon landing, but like I would say he's just part of the department that fakes a lot of stuff. One more point I have to make about NASA, because it's not about space travel. It's about worldview. They're not taking you to Mars. They're convincing you it's possible. And they're convincing you that the world is what they say it is, and it's heating up because of misinformation. Earth can't breathe. Gaia can't breathe. Part of this worldview warfare involves assassinations, involves celebrity dramas. I mean, they're behind everything. It's about shaping how you see the world as they transform it into something new. And that's one of the main messages of Kubrick is, and this is all symbolic, but think about the symbol of the sun and the moon. In Jungian psychology, you have like the sun is the solar, and this is all alchemy too. It represents the masculine, the active. The moon is the passive, seeing as it's a reflector and that it's the feminine, it's the night, the darkness. Well, the darkness represents the unknown. The light represents the known. So you have your conscious and your subconscious. When you have an eclipse, the sun and the moon conjoined, that would be the alchemical symbol of two becoming one, the merging of the two, the alchemical wedding. All kinds of meanings inherent in this, and it ties in even to the Twin Towers, two becoming one, the one world tower. However, the thing I think this means with regard to Kubrick is that this two into one is how they use psychological operations, worldview warfare, to merge us with the fantasy on the screen. You can look at the moon or the lunar, the trip to the moon, as us going into fantasy, us going into collective psychosis. That the worldview promulgated by the mass media, all the movies, that the world stage itself is a augmentation. It's fantasy based. It has some fiction, some superstitions, but to pull you onto the world stage, they need these psychological operations, these big dramas. I think Apollo 11 wasn't about man walking on the moon. It was about pulling us into the TV screen. 2001: A Space Odyssey is about about David Bowman. Obviously, David Bowie, David Bowman, there's a strong connection, Space Odyssey, Space Oddity. Again, David Bowie was Starman. Very interesting connections that show you how we've been walked into this new age to merge us with the screen. And that's the two into one. That's the symbol of the corona, if you ask me. It's the sun and moon combined, meaning the merging of our real world with the fake world. And it happens all the time. Just point to your nearest crisis actor turned activist. Look at your David Hoggs and ask yourself, how did this happen? You have a character in a made-for-TV drama that's now a real world person. And now his experiences are assumed to be real. I mean, we know what he is. But what they've done is they've merged us with the world stage. They dragged us onto the stage, and they've dragged their actors off the screen onto the stage, and now the public is in a fantasy. I'm going to play a short clip here from one of our leaders, one of our world leaders, telling us how they're going to hunt down the unvaxxed with assault needles. This is New Zealand's next prime minister. The old prime minister is in hiding because anti-vaxxers might spread misinformation in her vicinity.
Next year we'll be in the phase of chasing up people who haven't come forward to get their vaccination or have missed their bookings and so on. So everyone will be able to get a vaccine between now and the end of the year. But of course, and I want every New Zealander to come forward, but human behaviour suggests that there will be some people that we have to actually really go out and look for, and some of that may spill into next year. But our commitment is everyone will have the opportunity to actually really go out and look for. And
you're going to have to hunt down and look for them. Okay. Free whoppers wouldn't be enough. Isn't that what they did last time? They had so many ways to incentivize people. But look, I don't have any kind of fears. If anything, they would want to prolong your life to get more out of you tax-wise. They don't really want to cut your carbon footprint. They just want you to feel so bad about it that you pay to spread your carbon footprint. This is a short track from South Pole Clips Vax drones.
Here come the Vax drones, 'cause you're not alone. Vax drones coming right up in your home. Here come the Vax drones. Time to get your Vax drones, but you'll still have to wear the mask.
Yeah, you'll still have to wear the mask. Here comes the Vax drones. We're going to do some more South Pole very soon. A lot of our animation work was kind of sidetracked. Rather, it was interrupted because we were defunded because of 1/6. We covered the 1/6 event, honestly. Just, hey, look, looks like a frat party. Looks like bad performance art. Looks like a psyop. And they'll probably say it's the new 9/11. And that's what happened. And because I said that, my channels were demonetized, and we were, really just churning out the episodes. All right, assault needles, lunar pareidolia, another Lili shooting. Lisa Marie Presley believes, this is interesting, she just died. They're saying broken heart. Her friend Sarah Ferguson says she died of a broken heart. I keep noticing the phrase broken heart. Justin Trudeau's heart broke because of the anti-Asian shooting. It did break because he thought it was a white nationalist that did it. When he found out it was intra-community, his heart fixed itself. Their heart's only broken when they think it fits their particular agenda. But I'm seeing a lot of broken hearts. Diamond's broken heart. What's with the broken hearts? Op-ed, Damar Hamlin's injury reminded America of what we've forgotten, the value of a beating heart. And here's another example of how hearts have become synonymous with Damar. And here are these people holding up number 3s. Again, 33 hearts. What's going on with this? I mentioned earlier that the central character in the death, resurrection rites of Freemasonry is injured in the head, in the chest, and in the throat. And I'm looking at this from that perspective, and I'm thinking, we saw Damar on the ground for 9 minutes getting CPR on his heart. We saw Derek Chauvin getting kneeled on for 9 minutes, practically. Same thing. Well, where's the third injury? Are we going to see a head injury soon to be consistent? I mean, I'm just looking at this as staged Masonic theater, and it seems like maybe there's a third act to come. Travis Barker gets a Kourtney Kardashian tattoo. I believe it's a heart with a K. It made TMZ, so it's notable. Heart tattoo. Hamlin Strong. It's got a heart on it. There's your strong. Every time there's a psyop, there's a strong after. The entire Suddenly Dead movement, and it's a movement. The Suddenly Dead movement is a subgroup of anti-vaxxers who just love to say, I told you so. With everything again. Mass media is disappointed it wasn't a white nationalist shooter. Covered that. There's been a lot of work in the background, as I said, with this lawfare, but I'm coming up with headlines to really convey to noobs. The first time you hear about this, I want you to really get what I'm trying to convey about this person. The main Biden laptop investigator is a White House connected insurrectionist and a QAnon influencer, George News. I mean, the facts are out there, waiting for people to catch up. All right, here's a clip. Looks like a lot of normies have noticed this. This is the one where Damar Hamlin is throwing up the pyramid and the 666.
Hey, folks, there to try to provide a boost, and Buffalo will need it. That's Damar Hamlin up in the booth. They're going to need some love and better action in the second half. Cincinnati.
Now, again, I haven't quite figured out the entire agenda here, but the heart is just a symbol. Now, last year, I know there was a lot of comedians getting head injuries. Like Bob Saget, head injury. You had that Heather McDonald fell and hit her head. I don't know if it's the same thing. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's at RealTimOsman. Someone pointed this out to me. Hey, Tim, you said Pearl Harbor was released in 2001, just before 9/11. I checked out the dates and take a look. 9/11 was framed as a new Pearl Harbor. Lots of connections. Again, 12/7, 1941, 12/7, 9/11, you had Building 1, Building 2, Building 7, all sorts of interesting connections here. But Pearl Harbor was on people's minds right before 9/11. They had Ben Affleck and other big movie stars do this movie about planes crashing. And by the way, most of the video that you've seen from Pearl Harbor is from recreations. They usually don't tell you that. Anyway, it was released on May 21st, 2001, which is 113 days before 9/11. That's what the Ryan the 11th is pointing out. 113 days before 9/11. What's the significance? Well, after 9/11, 13 years later, you had the new tower open on 11/3. 11/3 is a very, very significant number with regard to 9/11 events, Pearl Harbor events. Again, the reverse of it, 3/11, was our pandemic date. Okay, open up the phones again. Hamlin had been making the heart shape for all seasons until his injury predicted programming. Yes, Hamlin had been doing the heart thing for like 3 years. Chasing M's, the M is a 3 sideways. Not a coincidence. When you look at how his charity made 3.3 M's by 3:30 in the morning. There was a peaceful protest in Atlanta. I didn't spend too much time on it. A cop car burned. I'm pretty sure the cops let that happen to diffuse the rage of the mob. But you have CNN calling it, no, this is a Fox. This is Fox News calling it a mostly peaceful protest. Meanwhile, there's a burning cop car in the back. This is like your daily cognitive dissonance.
Here, if you pan over, I want to show you. This is what they were handing out at the protest. So it was a largely peaceful protest where they just wanted what they're calling justice for Tortugita.
This guy had a hard time pronouncing the name of the victim. Tortugita. He tried to pronounce it on the fly.
Peaceful protest where they just wanted what they're calling justice for Tortugita.
Imagine coming up with a chant for that. Like, it's like something you could chant with that name that rhymes. I don't know. It's a tough one.
Where they just wanted what they're calling justice for Tortugita. So sorry.
Anyway, his point is it's a mostly peaceful protest.
And right now, you'll see, basically, they want justice for him. Take a look over here if you pan over.
Justice for him. Just change it. Justice for him. And then have an asterisk. And at the bottom of your sign, you can spell out his name and then have it phonetically spelled out. Again, if you're showing up at these protests, well, you're in the game, and the only way to not lose a game is to not play. Whether you're a Proud Boy or a soy boy, you're still a boy clamoring for favors from daddy government. German police are still denying that the Greta protest was staged. Greta is a staged character. She's a world stage character. Everything she does is staged. It's all part of some protracted, never-ending reality TV show, which is the case for every celebrity. That's what celebrities are. They're stars on the world stage. Like Hollywood stars kind of make you think that the only movie stars are the ones on the big screen. But no, the world stage has its actors, its provocateurs, and they're all playing their bit parts. Okay, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I may have to pay the phone bill. I want to say thanks, Thirst for Truth. Appreciate the support. Yeah, we are definitely at this point listener supported. We are not ever going to be mainstreamable. We are never going to be trying to breathe mainstream air. My objective is to continue outward, to continue to flesh out these off-world stage areas. And I think there are enough of us that can keep this going indefinitely. And I'm very close to doing away with our long-term stalker of 5+ years. Very close. And when that happens, a lot of things will change. Many of you have been here since like 2019, where we had 300 subs one day, and a few weeks later, 12,000. What we're doing is exponential. It can grow like that because people do see, and they do want to know what's going on. It's just that these are lies by omission. And when people don't know they've been lied to, they may not be investigating just how bad. They would have no clue. And what we're doing is we are opening up a platform to converse about these things. about these areas of discourse that have been ruled off limits, and we put them into a context which I think gives us a clearer view of reality, and we can actually see what's real, what's fake. And the public doesn't know. And with AVR, with mixed reality, it's getting increasingly difficult for people to tell. And when it comes to news, most people don't know because they're believers. They don't have time to become knowers. This is Dave Chappelle, supposedly a comedian, but every time I listen to Dave Chappelle, he's reinforcing the official narrative of the latest fake shooting.
The world feels like a safer place now that America has a new president. And I said, well, that's great, but America doesn't. You guys remember what life was like before COVID? I do. It's a mass shooting every week. Anyone remember that? Thank God.
Right. The idea here is that, of course, mass shootings are only done by white kids with bowl cuts, and none of the other shootings matter because, of course, they don't exist in this fictional universe. Like, for example, handgun violence, gang violence. They don't care. They only care about these highly scripted dramas that are meant to tug the heartstrings of, I guess, Democrat donors. But listen to this. Again, he's just playing into it. So this joke is funny. The joke is funny. Yeah, COVID put all the shooters on lockdown. No mass shootings. Yeah, it's funny from a world stage perspective. This is world stage comedy.
For COVID. Something had to lock these murderous whites up, keep them in the house.
Right. Lock the murderous whites up, keep them in the house. That's a funny joke if you exist in the MSM created immersive illusion. It's a perfectly constructed joke. But from the off-world stage perspective, it's a joke meant to keep people locked into a certain frame of mind and to keep their opinions rigid on that matter. And people fall for it and they laugh while they're being brainwashed. Okay, we'll be back to take calls. I'm going to pay my phone bill. There's quite a lot more to talk about. Again, we've covered the Lili shooting, DeMar getting into the Illuminati, and the lunar connection to the shooting is still something worth exploring. I'm still digging into it. Again, Sheriff, Luna, lots of lunar references to the Lunar New Year. And then we have found some rabbit connections to the moon, both with pareidolia, as in you can see a rabbit on the moon, but then China actually has a rover on the moon called a Jade Rabbit, and now China's ready to launch something to the moon. They're getting ready to beat us to the moon in that space race, a moonshot. I'm thinking there might be some connection. Year of the moon, the rabbit, a rabbit probe on the moon. We're still putting the pieces together, but that's kind of what we do here. It's a multi-million piece puzzle, and there's a lot of us working on it, trying to come up with a cohesive picture. I'm on the lookout for a high-profile headshot probably coming, maybe an assassination, just based on the pattern. Again, talking about the heart condition of DeMar, the neck condition of George Floyd. You know, who's going to be the headshot? If they are operating in accordance with this Masonic ritual script, which all indications would say that they are. James Cameron and Tom Cruise once discussed a film in outer space. This is going to be happening soon. And if you haven't seen Top Gun 2, a couple of things about it. Every single character has a name with deep occult meaning. Every character. From Tom Cruise to Phoenix to Hangman, played by a 33-year-old, to the character Rooster, that they're all connected to the number 33 in Christ. Literally. Rooster. He's the replacement for the character from Top Gun 1. And the scene's 33 years later. The movies are 33 years apart chronologically. The production started 33 years apart. I mean, it's really insane. The character Hangman, obvious reference to Christ, 33-year-old actor, calls himself a savior and good several times in the movie. But when the movie opens, I mean, look, if you see it, you'll note it now that I pointed this out. Like Tom Cruise is fighting the bad guy who's dressed all in black, and he has 33 rounds to do it, 33 shots. These are just some of the more obvious ones, but at the very beginning, there's a scene where Tom Cruise goes to Mach 10 and beyond. And they made the scene look exactly like Yuri Gagarin go into space, the first man in space, cosmonaut. Well, Tom Cruise reprised the role of Yuri Gagarin, first man in space, at the very beginning of that movie. It's very significant considering Cruise's connection to Kubrick and Apollo 11, and Cruise's next trip to the space station. There's something there. There's a bigger narrative, which we'll continue to follow up on. But if you haven't seen the movie, I highly recommend it just for the symbolism, because this is not a small part of the big picture. Now, this is from IRM Online. We know famed Hollywood director James Cameron is something of an explorer, having journeyed to the ocean floor while shooting a documentary for National Geographic. As it turns out, Cameron had an idea to shoot a film in outer space. Now, this is fascinating because you have above and below. You have the abyss of outer space. You have the abyss of the ocean. On 9/11, and again, Revelations 9/11 is about the abyss, the bottomless pit. On 9/11, he's filming a documentary called The Abyss, Ghosts in the Abyss, where he's at the scene of the wrecked Titanic. The symbol of the Titanic is the same as the symbol of the Twin Towers. The Twin Towers crumbling, the Titanic sinking, same symbol. That's why it's meaningful that he was there on that day. He was in a submersible called the Deep Sea Challenger. Again, the Challenger gets destroyed. Then you have, again, Revelations, 9/11, Abyss. 119, the mirror of 911, has everything to do with outer space, as I've been saying, or stuff falling from the sky, the fall of the Tower of Babel. So it's kind of interesting that here is James Cameron going to the very bottom and then contemplating going to the very top. I wrote an article about this because if you watch the Titanic, which came out 4 years before 9/11, the Titanic breaks in two. It goes vertical like Twin Towers. One part sinks, then the other, complete with jumpers. Really, the Titanic sinking in that movie was very 9/11-y, before 9/11 even happened. James Cameron said, I talked to Cruise about doing a space and film. I had this contract with the Russians in 2000 to go to the ISS. I said, we got to get 2 seats, but we have to get trained as engineers. Tom said, no problem, I'll train as an engineer. Fascinating connection here. There are so many. James Cameron, again, Terminator 2, very significant in this whole conversation. Even the name, people have pointed out, it's like camera on. Yeah, absolutely. Think Marjorie camera on at the Babylon working with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard at the very genesis of our space religion. And then, of course, Tom Cruise was in Vanilla Sky, which has some connections to this stuff too, where he's this falling man character. That was directed by, I think it was Russell Crowe, and it's Cameron Diaz is one of the characters in that one. The name Cameron, very significant. The movie Scanners ties into all of this, and it's Cameron Vale is like the Moonchild. And the Moonchild is what Marjorie Cameron was creating with Jack Parsons. All this stuff ties in because, of course, L. Ron Hubbard, founder of Scientology, and Tom Cruise is the Jesus Christ of Scientology. And what you had at that ground zero of our space religion, you had the guy who created a science fiction religion, L. Ron Hubbard. You had the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, and you had a movie star, Marjorie Cameron. Well, if you mix up Hollywood with rocket science and a space religion, you get NASA. That's where I believe it was all created. How do we take this old world order, mystery Babylon, and dress it up as a new world order? And they did it perfectly. Again, I appreciate all the tips. Pete Trippa letting us know that, yes, Monterey Park was the 33rd shooting of the year. You're missing out if you're not in our Discord server because we are always putting information in there and doing research, and I can't always cover all of it here. But pretty much everything that we do there is worth perusing because we're trying to get the best picture that we can, and there's just too many clues for one person to get all of it. Someone had pointed out that I had a link on Facebook, and they said a climate change fact checker box popped up. Climate change fact checkers. It's again what they're doing there is they're saying, would you like to put your mask on? Would you like to wear a mask for your mind? These memes in here, yeah, you might catch something You might want to mask up your mind. Are you sure you want to say that? Are you not wearing a mask on your mind? That's pretty much it. Here's a video from Thrill Seeker. The best VR headset in the world has me questioning reality. We're there. We're at this point where mixed reality is so good that this person could be in a fully immersed digital world. Everything's fake, but they can excise out real world objects and make them exist in the virtual world. Like, in other words, you could be in a sim, but then your coffee would be real and you could actually pick it up and drink it and you'd be seeing your actual coffee cup. But the realness of the coffee cup matches the realness of the room around you. I'm going to play a short clip here. This is, again, the best VR set in the world has me questioning reality by Thrill Seeker.
Imagine you move to grab that can, but your hand just passes right through. You realize at that moment that the can was virtual the whole time. It kind of makes you really look around and wonder what else is or isn't actually there. And that's kind of one of the craziest parts of mixed reality this high resolution, both in cameras and in displays. Those lines become blurred enough that you have no choice but to be immersed. Immersion.
Okay, you have no choice but to be immersed. The lines become blurred. Now, you don't need a headset that costs $8,000 to experience this. The TV is your headset. That's been the point I've been trying to make for the last year, that your TV screen is your virtual headset, that your head is in the TV, that if you bought the PSYOP of Apollo 11, if you bought the PSYOP of 9/11, if you bought the COVID PSYOP, yeah, your head went through the screen. You merged with the monolith like David Bowman. You're a star child for the new age. You've been alchemically processed into being a perfect citizen, a believer, not a knower. All right, this has been great. I'm going to basically take calls tonight. I can't do it now. Unfortunately, the phone number is down. I didn't pay the phone bill. I'm going to put a link in the chat to Gaia's Revenge. This is by JT33. I'm going to turn it back to the 24/7. Appreciate the support of the channel. Anyone pitching in at the ko-fi.com/Tim Osmond, it goes right over to text notifications. And I'll be blasting out text notifications tonight. Thanks again. This is Gaia's Revenge.
To extreme concern, as scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing its deadly rampage.
Scientists have predicted this for the last 70 years, but it's actually happening more quickly and it's more intense than we realized.
Shows no signs of slowing. Scientists now say it would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. Conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive. The sea level's rising, and the beating is lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever a war on your side. Where will you go?
Where will you go when the sea levels rise up to swallow you? Just another politically partisan issue. They seem to follow you. Sounds to me like a psyop. I'll cut off the head of the Cyclops. His lies are incredibly venomous. He's spitting that ridiculous sadistic shit. Sadomasochist. I'll be spontaneous. Mess him up. Life must be getting dangerous with this outrageousness. I've played like this for so long. I'll really stay like this. Yo, jot it down and put it on the misinformation list and step back to the line. I've crossed all my T's and dotted my I's, trying to redefine what is left on the inside. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the world that they rage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the world that they rage on you. Can anyone guess what's coming next? Just how long do we remain locked down, vaccinated and muzzled with Big Brother's foot on our necks? This life is a test to put forward the best of you. That is the quest for you. Learn to be humble, you gotta grow from your slips and your stumbles. Forget what the media mumbles, then sit back and watch as the narrative crumbles. When all that you think that you thought that you knew was a lie. This is a war on your mind, body and soul. They're waging for total control. It's just a part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. Just part of the system of lies that we're born into. To keep you in fear is the war that they wage on you. The sea level's rising, and the media's lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war on inside. Where will you go?
Parched conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive.
The sea level's rising, and the media's lying. It's a means for control. The story we're told, waging forever the war on inside. Where will you go?
All right, it's 11 a.m., 12/13/2022, and the mud flood, the digital mud flooding of the mass mind continues, and we are moving into a dark age. We've actually been in one this whole time, we just didn't know it. And then some of us figured out, but before we can climb out of it, they're going to pull us all back in deeper. They had a ready-made plan, although it's just a conspiracy theory, this whole Great Reset thing. Now, I'm starting to go through my notes. I know it's been a few days, been very busy on the back end, building a foundation for what the future holds for Infinite Plane Society, and it's worse than anybody thought, just saying. Let's see, top headlines here. Oh, Joe Rogan called out The Rock. Joe Rogan's like a mini rock, but this is interesting to me, and this is at the top of my list just because The Rock gets called out for being on steroids or something. Meanwhile, the Liver King, I don't know if you know who the Liver King is. He's that guy who walks around shirtless with a beard, goes into the store and he mocks your vegetables. Anyway, Liver King, who built a huge online empire by eating like raw livers, has been exposed as using steroids. I remember a few people getting into this eating raw meat thing. In particular, Jake the Orpheus, the flat earther, did for a while, and he was eating like just raw ground beef, right? I mean, just raw meat or steak or something. My point being, I think he thought he was going to get big, and last I checked, it hadn't made much of a difference. And here you have the Liver King, and you're like, wow, how do you get a body like that? This guy looks like The Rock, and this is what got me thinking. Liver King comes out as a steroid junkie, and then Joe Rogan comes out calling out The Rock, and I'm like, what these guys have in common? I don't think The Rock is using illegal drugs like that. I think that would damage his long-term prospects, and I don't think the Liver King is either. I think both the Liver King and The Rock are wearing rubber bodysuits, and if you look very closely at the Liver King, it's kind of like Chet Hanks, where the chest it's not that they're top heavy or the chest doesn't match, it's that it's literally a rubber muscle suit, and you can get these with anything. You don't need surgical augmentations anymore. Like, I've been wondering about this. It's like Madonna, for example. You've seen her recent videos, I'm sure, and some of these other celebrities who've invested heavily into plastic surgery, and I'm thinking, it'd be so much easier just to buy a mask of yourself and just kind of freeze it at a certain age whenever you go on camera. And yes, that is the Liver King. My contention is that he is actually Rubbermaid. Now let's look at Black Adam, The Rock. Here we go. And the movie Black Adam, I'm going to watch it and review it for a few reasons. We may get into that. And now I'm just saying that what you're looking at here is not physically sustainable, and that his transformation wasn't the result of drugs, but rather the implementation of this next level of deep fakery. We often talk about fakery here, like space is fake, if you didn't know, it's a cartoon. People think deep fakes are filters that you use on Instagram to erase your age, or bringing in some celebrity into a movie who wasn't there, creating these face swaps. No, no, deep faking has always been deep disguise. And we're talking synthetic bodies like this. The Liver King and The Rock are both rubber. Again, just pointing out that Joe Rogan coming out calling The Rock out on steroids, he's just running cover. Now, Joe Rogan's on steroids. Okay, let's get to the headlines today. There's a lot going on, as always. And if it's not interesting, we tend to make it so. It's been a few days. Criminalizing fake news, why it won't work. Kanye West called Elon Musk a genetic hybrid. Yeah, no, this is all kind of interesting. We'll slightly touch on this for a moment here because it's been a few days. Ye's his final tweet was a swastika with a Star of David attached to or superimposed. And what's fascinating to me is that that's the symbol of the Raelian cult. And I did attempt to investigate them a number of years ago. I got their PDF called Geneocracy. And if you didn't know, the Raelian cult is a group that believes that the human race was basically created by aliens, or Elohim, they call them, that descended and upgraded the monkeys, the apes. The apes got some kind of alien upgrade, and there you have man. And that what's more, the Raelians claim to have actually cloned humans. So forget about Dolly, the sheep. I mean, they've been cloning humans and supposedly for a long time. Now, I'm looking at this symbol of the Raelians, which they did trademark, and Ye posted it. Now, the masses think, obviously, it's him being anti-Semitic, combining the swastika and the star. And I think the truth of it is that symbol is much older than its more recent propaganda use. But what's more, I think it might have been a shout out to this Raelian thing. Not only because Ye followed that up by calling Musk some kind of a genetic hybrid, but it turns out that Elon Musk actually has his Raelian bona fides. He's a bona fide Raelian. I think they made him some kind of, here it is. It goes back. Rael awards honorary guide title to Elon Musk. Now the name Raelian, it's Ra-El, like Israel, ISIS, Ra-El. You can look at these as composite names. That's how they use them sometimes. Like, the Masons worship something called Jabalon or something. Jehovah, Baal, and Dagon, I believe. You'll have to ask your local Masons. Okay, Rail Award Honorary Guide title to Elon Musk. I've decided to award the Honorary Guide of Humanity to Musk, said Rail, the leader of the movement. He called himself a free speech absolute. This looks like a troll. But then again, the Raelian Embassy for Extraterrestrials is a real thing. And not only is this a real thing, but it's no weirder than what the masses believe. Embassy for Extraterrestrials project presented to 50 cities around the world. I don't want to get too far into the Raelians. I'm just pointing out that their symbolism was used in this recent drama with Kanye West, and I'm suggesting that it wasn't some random symbol that he grabbed, but that Ye may even consciously know what he's doing. Like, what I'm suggesting here is that there's an esoteric side to the media, and specifically the celebrity drama. When I look at someone like someone of the magnitude of a Ye on the world stage, his significance as a fashion mogul. Look, fashion is lesser magic, mind manipulation. If you don't believe me, look at 2020. What enforced this new paradigm, the new normal? A fashion statement, PPE. Was it medically protective, or was it a fashion statement? Come on. All right, let me go ahead and catch up on the comments. It's been a minute, and again, I want to point out that I have a lot of new plans. I've spent these last few days, I kind of compared it to like, Muhammad in the cave talking to the crazy angel and dictating a new book on how to rule the world. I was like, just kind of in my office going through my notes, and I really systematized everything. Like right now, I have a very quick uh, manual notes to speech to text to Bluetooth print. Like I can print my notes very rapidly. It's just like it's an app away. I click a button, hit send, and then I have it in print. And everything that I print, all my notes throughout the day, whatever we're talking about that I think might be worth discussing, goes into my red folder, which is by my desk. In this way, I won't miss anything, and any of the conversation we have in Discord, like anything we've talked about in the last few days, none of it gets buried. Because that's what we're really looking at. I opened up with One Eye Jack and the Shells track Mud Flood, and I said that we were experiencing a digital mud flood. And what I mean by that is the Brave New World, Huxleyan vision of so much information, nothing means anything anymore. That's kind of where we're at. And I've been pointing out for a number of weeks or months here that every 24 hours they give you 48 hours worth of news to parse. They leave you at the mercy of pundits to sort it out for you. That's the whole point. And I'm suggesting here you have to be your own pundit. You have to step back off the world stage to really see how things work. And most of the pundits don't even know. The reason why we're censored, the reason why we've been cut off of more than 145 YouTube channels is because what we are doing here is we are building an open source think tank research community on the premise that we know how media works and we're figuring it out, and we have been, and we've been digging and we've been learning. And instead of being cowed or bullied into going back to the mainstream, no, we went over the rails. Like we're not even trapped by the alternative media trap, which is really just a way to filter you back into the mainstream. And what we're doing here is actually growing the IPS think tank, and that's thanks to all of you here, supporters. And for the last few days, even though I've been gone, I've been working on building, really, like I said, a foundation, because we're moving into print. And very soon, all of you that carry Infinite Plane Media or Infinite Plane Radio press passes, you'll be distribution nodes for the. I'm not going to say what it is yet, but for the new project. And it's not only, it's beyond print. That's the thing. I'm not looking at let's go back to print and just old school it. I'm saying introducing print with sort of with reciprocal links. You get the book, you don't feel like reading it, you just scan the QR code, you get the MP3, like very fully integrated content that will be beyond the possibility. Transcending censorship is my point here. Why fight with all these platforms that are all totally controlled anyway? I mean, Discord tried to take me out, but I had 5 clones already built. They took out the wrong one. But look, they've been trying. They've been targeting. I know people have had their, like, look at Fakeologist. How many Discord channels has he lost? And this was meant to be a place for the outcasts. There is no place. And here's something else. This is the big story. The big story of the day that people might be missing is that all this drama you're seeing with Twitter and the Twitter exodus is simply this. They're preparing the masses for an internet lockdown. They're going to go full-on infodemic on us and quarantine enforcement while they purify. And you will have to put your your internet mask on. You're going to have to put on some kind of a hate speech filter before you get back into the comments. That's what this is ultimately about. And the celebrities who are saying this is too much, we got to leave, they're quarantining. Remember how the 2020 PSYOP was 100% a celebrity-driven PSYOP. Who led the way? Tom Hanks? Various celebrities getting the sniffles, leading the way into quarantine. Look at me, I'm quarantining, virtue signaling. Well, every single one of these celebrities leaving Twitter is simply virtue signaling. It's like, you got to announce on Twitter that you're leaving Twitter? Okay. That's a statement as you leave. And again, these are celebrities, meaning what they're doing is not just mere drama. It's all strategic. It's all propaganda. Anyway, let me get back into the chat. Again, what has kept this channel afloat this whole time has been this commitment to maintaining the format of an open source think tank like we have. And we've seen it when real-time events break out and how rapidly we deconstruct stories. It's like watching a bunch of ants taking apart a dead grasshopper. It's like those stories don't stand a chance. We disarticulate them. We understand them. The Club Q shooting recently happened at midnight. We had already more or less deconstructed the narrative and the purpose by 3 a.m. Like I woke up, my auto hoax senses were tingling. I woke up and checked my phone. It's like Club Q. Okay, this is going to blame the right, specifically the QAnon fringe. Okay, it's an LGBT. Okay, I get it. It's going to tie into the drag queen storytime protests. And exactly. All right, joined by AA, Benton, Cubstar, Zinvalis, Osher6, Uncool Ben, Heidi, Belanger, thank you for joining. Your mama's here. Salty Siren says chest vest. Oh yeah, Chet Hanks and his chest vest. He's got some cool tattoos on it. Less painful that way. Everything is just so fake. All right, Cubstar says skinny tramp in a muscle suit. Yeah, I'm not saying that The Rock is a beanpole. I'm just saying he's not as big as he looks. And they call him The Rock because everything they do is the opposite. Up is down, good is bad. They invert everything. So wouldn't it be such a huge joke that The Rock would be actually rubber? You know what I mean? Like, how perfectly inverted is that? And that kind of makes me, there's something Kevin Hart said. I hate doing live research on the fly, but Kevin Hart said something kind of peculiar, where he made some kind of a troll on The Rock, and I believed he said something about The Rock possibly even being made out of rubber. Oh, here it is. He asked if Dwayne The Rock's forehead was really prosthetic. Yeah, this is a very bizarre video. I'm not going to play it, but The Rock and Kevin Hart were making these jokes back and forth, and yeah, Kevin Hart suggested The Rock was prosthetic, and I'm suggesting his body's rubber. Same with the Liver King. All right, to continue. Yeah, the Liver King is Rubbermaid, and The Rock is, yeah, the guy's wearing a skin suit. I've seen examples. I don't want to search it right now on the fly, but you can look. You want to look good on Saturday night, and you want to have a body like The Rock, you just got to order it from Amazon. Or you want to look like any female, you can order the right chest pieces, or any in between. It's like we're Mr. Potato Head world now. Just get the parts you want, put it on. Truth Hurts 21 says these people take it to the extreme are promoted to mock animal-based diets. I thought it might be some kind of a mockery. All of the people promoting the eat the raw meat are kind of, I don't know, they look like federal informants for the most part, or trolls, paid trolls. Like I considered a troll operation, and I can talk about it now since I'm not going to do it. It's not technically a spoiler. But I considered hiring a couple of actors to pose as breatharians, where for like 90 days they just eat, or rather imbibe the nutrients from the ether. And then for 30 days we follow them, or 90 days, and we just interview them every few days. And all they do is they breathe in the ether, and they eat ions or something. I don't know what they do. They drink water here and there, but for the most part, they're self-contained, and they meditate. But then at the end of the 70 or 80, 90-day period, I have them busted at a Burger King, like just eating Whoppers as a, Whopper, kind of an inside joke. But the whole thing would be, it'd just be a funny troll, and we'd get millions of followers, and obviously we'd all be driving Lambos. You can make big money in the hoax industrial complex. It's huge. The reason I won't do it is that in today's environment, so many people would actually copy them that people would be starving to death, and it'd be blamed on me. They'd be basically, it would be, it'd be the skeletons in the basements. They'd be like, yep, Infinite Plane Radio suggested you don't have to eat, and he's been interviewing these people. All right, let me continue. Travis Cloud says, Black Adam was okay. Rock's acting is so simple. He just has a bunch of one-liners, and he makes a face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they pay him, like it's in his contract, like every time he raises his eyebrow or something. It's always these signature cliche facial expressions and poses, and they're always trying to relive whatever made them cool. And it rots over time. It loses its impact. The last movie I saw with The Rock, I don't remember what it was called, but he was chasing Ryan Reynolds around, and I was just like, this guy's got to turn sideways to walk through a door. That can't be real. AA says, Synthol's funny guys with huge, weird biceps from injecting oil. Okay, now synthol was a thing and is a thing where you inject yourself with oil. Those guys didn't get the memo. You can wear your oil packets on the outside. I mean, you don't have you can just buy your little balloons full. I don't know what these rubber suits are. I've never like I'm pretty sure The Rock feels like real muscle. But I think these things I don't think it's just pure rubber. I think there's some kind of inside squeezy material. We ought to send an Infinite Plane Radio reporter to one of the or just crowdsource one of these bodysuits, have them test it out. All right, continuing. Didn't I see Elon is a Raelian? Yes, he's he could be. What Ye had said was that he suspected that Ye was one of, oh, I'm sorry, that Elon was one of 10 or 20 clones of himself. Now, I don't want to get sidetracked into this Raelian clone thing, but it stood out to me for a few reasons, and one of the main reasons, and she was recently in the news. Um, Elon Musk's wife, his first wife, I believe, Justine Musk, had this book that I read. Back when I used to sell books, I'd get a ton of books from the used bookstore, I'd flip them on Amazon. And I flipped through this one, Lord of Bones, by Justine Musk. Because, well, I was like, what kind of woman was the guy that's going to take us out to Mars? Who was he dating? And given the truth about what the space agencies actually do and what the role of fake space is in our world today, as in it's part of our new paradigm, it's the fake space, I thought there's got to be something in here. Like, you don't just marry anybody, you usually have some kind of overlap. So here's Lord of Bones, and I flipped through it, but here's the overview. Ramsey is a teenage boy with an angel trapped inside him. He and Jess stopped a demon intent on bringing out the apocalypse, but the gate was opened and more demons have made their way into the world. These demons need to inhabit human bodies to survive, and therein lies their weakness. Ramsey and Jess travel from town to town looking for the demon hybrids. Now here's the thing. The book is very similar to JPL and the Babylon working. And if you go back, and Musk ties into all of this when you get into the symbolism, especially his I guess, is it a Mars base out there with a Stargate? But the idea here was this. At the genesis of NASA, you had JPL, Jack Parsons was there with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron, and they were trying to summon the Antichrist. Well, the idea was that you're bringing in these non-corporeal beings into the world. The gateway is the priestess in these rituals, but they need bodies to inhabit. And that's kind of the problem, because, you're looking at some disincarnate entity. Now, here's where it gets interesting, and it ties into the Raelians and the clone thing. In this book, what happens is there's an underground, now this ties into Musk and his boring company drilling underground. You have these deep underground bases where there are clones happening, and these are soulless, uninhabited clones waiting for some kind of sentient being to jump into it. And that's where the satanic rituals come in. So they're able to summon fallen angels to take over these cloned bodies. Anyway, that's Lord of Bones, Justine Musk. Just kind of an overview. Just so you know where he's coming from, what's in his head. All right, continuing. We says, thanks, Tim, for pointing out that the symbol is older than the agitprop we're seeing now. Oh, yes. In fact, I've seen the symbol of the swastika and the six-pointed star combined in a few different contexts as well. In fact, when you get into the Tarot and you go look at the symbolism, you can find, well, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but what I'm saying is, when you get into like Western occultism and how far back the stuff goes, a lot of these symbols have multiple applications. Like AOK. Does it mean AOK? Does it mean white power? Does it mean 666? Or does it mean AOK? Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, but it's important to remember when it's not. I mean, Sigmund Freud is a blood relative of the founder and first CEO of Netflix. And they're both related to Edward Bernays, Propaganda and the Public Mind. All right, let me continue. Rocco Calzone has joined us, says aloha all. Thanks for joining. And my new plan, by the way, is 90 minutes, mainly just content and research, and 90 minutes caller driven content. So 3 hours a day is my basic schedule, morning and evening, or all in the evening, just depending on the day. But my quota is actually 3 hours. Someone asks if the Penguinzilla is on. Let me check. You know, I'm going to have to turn that back on momentarily. The Kraken. Joined by Copaesthetic, says Autohook senses were tingling. Yeah, you know when, you can sense that some big news story happened. Like you can sense a disturbance. Like the herd is suddenly a little off, on edge. Never forget the antics of 2020, and we're going to have to do some kind of documentary. And I wanted to call it, I don't know, maybe Covidiot Nation or something. There's got to be some kind of compilation because you have to hold people accountable for how they acted when things got bad. Like this was a fake apocalypse, and look how they acted. If it was the real thing, the people who are stealing toilet paper will be, who knows what they will be doing. The people who are looting stores will be looting homes. I mean, they escalate. And the masses are definitely uniformly triggerable. If you're not an auto hoaxer, you're probably triggerable. And what I mean is, you are triggered by the news because you believe it, or you're scared of the masses so you won't criticize the news, which also means you're triggerable. If you don't care about what the masses say because you care about the truth, and you're not triggered by the news because you know it's fake and you have to analyze it first, yeah, then I would say you've more or less you've ascended. Welcome to the club. Not that it's all ascended. What I'm saying is you stepped off of their edifice of lies. It's like leaving a cult, and it's not easy to do. But I do have a bit of practical experience in cult deprogramming, mainly myself. I mean, I joined one of the biggest cults in the world, the military, and there is quite a lot that can be said for the usefulness for fascism and teamwork and that kind of groupthink programming. But what the media is doing is, I think, is they're turning the masses into religious fundamentalists. And I am not part of their religion. I'm like stepping outside of it. And it's definitely, if you ask me, the case that 2020 was all about this mind war. Like, for example, the old religions. And look at the screen. If you're looking at the screen, this is just showing you how the old religions and the new religions or the new religion are the same. Here you have Elon Musk with an image of his starship, and it says Ark of Space. Starship taking beings of Earth to Mars. And of course, they're taking two of each animal because I guess Elon Musk believes that these animals are binary. And it's an interesting picture anyway. You'll notice that there are like New World Order police keeping the mobs away because they got to get the animals in there first. Can't have all those people. I'm just pointing this out because this Noah's Ark scenario has been reintroduced with global warming. Well, they had to reintroduce sin and evil, and they do have modern counterparts. Now, to get the people to accept the premise of sin, they have to believe in God and punishment, but they've eradicated that, so they've replaced it. I'm saying the new concept, of course, is the invisible killer, one that you can be saved from preemptively, and those who are saved and those who are unsaved are then harshly divided because you have one group that rejects salvation, and this invisible killer is, I believe, sin reintroduced. I think the virus is a construct as far as the pandemic goes, used for the most part to replace sin and give the new priesthood the same level of controls they had over superstitious believers in these old world controlling paradigms. And this is just a new one. I think this war is mostly mental. That's why you're not actually tripping over bodies anywhere. All right, going through some comments. Dimitri says, are the arms real? Has he ever flexed in a movie? Yeah, I would like to see The Rock flex in a movie because I don't think those arms are real. For the longest time, I thought the guy was injected with synthol. In fact, back in 2020, I remember thinking, yeah, this guy's got to be on synthol. Just imagine him sitting there and his assistants are around with these like big syringes, just pumping him full of whatever they put in there, Crisco. But no, he wears it on the outside. Wears it on the outside. By the way, we're going to do some more etymology, Tim Truth called in a little over a week ago, and we talked about the word syringe, how it comes from syrinx, the pan flute. Again, Pan, god of the panic. Think pan, pandemic, panic, and very interesting line of inquiry there. But a few nights ago in the Discord server, Lean Dion pointed out that this could be an explanation for all those twerking nurses. Do you remember those videos when we were trying to figure out what's with all these empty hospitals, but then these nurses are just having a field day, twerking, pole dancing on the IV poles? I assumed that the pharmacies were open or something, and they had no patience, nothing to deal with. But no, these were actually globally coordinated dance routines and dance contests everywhere. Now I think I know why. Because, for example, do you remember the blinding lights challenge? And I don't want to go through and play any. I actually do want to create a separate compilation of all of the dancing nurse videos. There's got to be a documentary on this. But my thinking is there were some points where we thought this is very hive-mindy. They're all wearing this PPE, can't see their faces, they're moving and dancing like zombies. And it's all being globally orchestrated, like the blinding lights challenge, all these nurses. What's going on here? Now, here's where it ties in. You have Pan, the pan flute, the syrinx, the syringe, the pandemic, the lockdowns. It looks to me like what we're actually seeing with the nurses is, and this is what Lean Dion pointed out, these are the nymphs dancing with the satyr. Pan has his dancing nurses, you could say. It's fertility. It's basically, yeah, it's the extremes, the extreme representation of male fertility, this horned god with the pipes, and then you have the goddesses running around that he's chasing them around. Yeah, the dancing nurses were probably the counterpart and part of this role that they weren't even aware of. All right, let us continue going through comments. We says, do you remember Fredericks of Hollywood? Fake calves, fake booty, fake. Interesting. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if there are bodybuilders out there that have like rubber calves. Because that's like a genetic thing. You can do whatever you want physically to your body, inject whatever, but like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I remember reading about how his calves were disproportionately small. And I'm thinking, I've heard about like calf injections and stuff, but I could see, just like wearing like a calf sock, but it's flesh colored. Super easy. All right, let us continue going through your comments, see if I've missed anything. Cat Bunny Buffalo is here. How durable would a muscle suit be? Is he bigger now compared to his pro wrestling days? Now, if you're talking about the rubber, the Rock. Yeah, I would say that he's like twice as big. I was like, what happened? He hits middle age and he blows up. Like he got bigger than before. Like he leveled up. Like how does that happen? It's usually the reverse. And I think he is definitely using some top secret fake body stuff. How would you know? Like, is there some kind of goggles, you could see if there's any sort of heat signature in a room and the Rock is like not there. Maybe that would show it. Okay, let me continue going through again. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. Okay, I've caught up. Excellent. Phones are going to be open now or later. It doesn't matter. Like I said, we have a quota now. 3 solid hours a day. I want 90 minutes to be caller driven because our think tank has always been that. It's been about the human intel, the pool. The thousands of eyeballs. Thousands of pairs of ears. Watching the world go by and helping us build a composite that you wouldn't get otherwise. This picture's too big to be seen with one person. I remember somewhere reading, I think it was something else that Crowley had said about flies. There's a couple of enigmatic quotes I need to dig up about Crowley. One of them is about etymology, which he says is the most important grimoire. Alan Moore mentioned that, a book of the origin of words. But there was a statement he made about flies, about how we are like a fly on a painting, and that from our perspective we have no concept of what the bigger reality is. I don't necessarily agree with that. I guess. I'm a human, not a fly, but my point of it is this picture that we're seeing is so compartmentalized that one person can't see it. You have people all the way up the pyramid who can't see the big picture. You got to be at the capstone. And what we've been doing here from the very beginning has been recognizing these insights and or rather including them in our bigger picture worldview. If you don't know about the existence of crisis actors, you're just not in reality. Your reality's been augmented. And I'm not a reality denialist. I experience the same one you do, but the difference is I don't accept any augmentations that can't be verified. I don't have any superstitions. And many of the things people think are real are superstitions, like Bigfoot and the ISS. In fact, we had a lot of conversations about the space station, and I've been fine-tuning my arguments to bring it down. I believe the space station is held up by nothing more than hearsay, a non sequitur fallacy, and ad populum arguments. That's what keeps it up there. That's all. Okay, going through my notes here. Now, here's something else I wanted to get back into. The flat earth topic. That topic proved that there's an immune system in the media, that it will react and it will close up any kind of hemorrhaging about any potentially damaging information, even if it means destroying entire platforms like YouTube, for example. YouTube was destroyed to stop flat earthers from talking. And are there any real, quote, flat earthers in the sense the media describes? Not really. We're talking about people with questions that go beyond merely the lack of conspicuous curve. We're asking for answers. And we've pointed out the liars. And they want you to focus on, oh, prove they're lying, prove they're lying. But you could spend years trying to prove that they're lying. How about just recognize they're lying, accept it, and then ask, what are they hiding? What do they really know? And we've been consistently getting those answers. I mean, that's what Infinite Plane Society has been from the beginning. I took the name to kind of be an alternative to this flat earth society structure they were imposing over this topic of the world's not what they say. And I'm saying, let's not limit it to this. Let's find out all the answers, because it's not about shape. It's about, I think, open or close. Are we in an open system or a closed system? And I'm not talking specifically and only about geography, but I'm also talking about information, culture, and everything else. I mean, the timeline that we're on is even questionable. You think you can trust your history? Why? You think it wasn't written by the same people that write your news every day? But what's a more important question? Are they lying and proving they're lying to the people who can't tell that they're lying? I mean, what's a more important priority? Convincing people that these guys are lying? Or, again, asking, well, what's behind these lies? And that's kind of where my focus is. Space is fake, but I'm not denying there's something up. I am denying there is something down in the way that they say, because I don't think space is beneath us. I think it's up. I think they might, I think there's a lot of areas that we could probably get into here. Auto-hoaxing reality. But the reason why flat earth specifically has been challenged is that it's transgressive, because it goes beyond their established paradigm. Oh, this is the world that we say you live on. It's this closed system, and if you don't recycle, it's going to flood. And it's going to kill your grandchildren. And it also contradicts the authorities. It just flat out says, no, you guys are lying. And they don't like that. They would rather have you get into different denominations and argue with each other. They don't want you questioning the central premise, the authority. Because this question says, oh, their science is corrupt. It's not that science is bad. And this is another thing. The Flat Earth Society and the domers out there, like Sergeant Dome, they're always saying science is bad, science lies. I'm like, no, science is a methodology, not a belief system. Religion lies. And the media is a religion, and it lies. And it lies about what science actually would reveal. We don't have a scientific exploration of the edges of the world, as far as I know. For the most part, we're just told and we accept. Yeah, it's the ice continent on the bottom. And then the flat earthers are told it's an ice wall, and they're satisfied with that. No, it's an ice wall and there's glass there. And they were very sensitive to a lot of questions, like, if you're positing a dome, what is the curve of the dome? Is it higher in the middle or is it flat? There's so many questions that were just shelved. And then there were even people who could credibly instigate some kind of exploration or something, and most of them would say you can't go because the ice wall is lined by Navy ships with guns and they'll shoot you. Okay. Sure. Okay, let me go ahead and let's go through the notes in my minds.com. See if we can catch back up. Lots happening. I got a message from the blind skeptic who is not skeptical about Kanye West, who is married to a Kardashian and has been a lifelong part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, connected to the Kardashians, connected to the OJ thing, connected to the... I mean, really, when you get into it, you want to say that Kanye West is on your side, be my guest. The blind skeptic, though, he says to me, how are you grouping Kanye into this? He's fighting for the independents. He's calling out feds all over the place. Really? He didn't call out Nick Fuentes. Just because Ye's in the spotlight doesn't mean he's one of them. He's trying to break free and he's being smeared. But I agree with you about Trump and Musk. Okay, well, one, Musk believes in outer space. He promotes that whole lie. You want to trust Musk is like somehow fighting for your freedom? Okay, if he was, he'd pull the rug out from underneath NASA, like yesterday. Then when it comes to Trump, is he on your side? I don't know if he's. I think he's a straw man, a populist type who's meant to take a fall. I mean, that's pretty much what's happening there. He's Biff Tannen right now. We're just waiting for his glorious exit, which some posit, and Donnie Darkin on Twitter really believes this, that he's going to be the Antichrist. And I wouldn't be surprised. Not that I believe there's going to be a quote Antichrist. That's all made up stuff. The fact is, the world stage personas that we focus on are generally composite characters, and you can find out who they're based on pretty blatantly. Jeff Bezos is Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel, and I can point out 100 ways where they've made that his persona. But to stay on topic here, I answered him because he said again, how are you grouping Ye with Musk and Trump? Because I said this was a trifecta. And I said, Ye's on the script as a right-wing activist, a partisan provocateur. He takes part in satanic ritual, satanic fashion, and his entire fall from grace was predictable. I called this last January, and the 2-2-2-2 ritual was definitely a welcome party for the Antichrist. And what do you all think? Is he on your side? Are you following Ye? Was he right? I mean, I've learned from it. I've actually come to believe that the explanation that he gave for who controls the world is a right-wing fringe explanation, counterpart to the left-wing fringe explanation that blames white privilege for everything. You know, this blame whitey for everything, blame Jew for everything. Yeah, it's partisan. If it's partisan, it's fake. That's generally the case. If it's a partisan issue, it's just another football. It's another scapegoat, and it's not going to go away. The gun grab's never going to go away. The womb grab's never going to go away. They want to regulate our guns. They want to regulate our wombs. Think about that. It's the male and the female. These are, again, the guns on the right, the abortion on the left. You can see how it's masculine, feminine polarities are playing off of. These things do not go away. The explanation that the Jews are controlling everything is always going to be a facet of the right. And the blaming of the whites for everything is always going to be a facet of the left. To say that he's somehow promulgating the truth is, look, red pill has been, for some time, pretty much just the right-wing version of woke. If you don't like woke, then red pill should also nauseate you, because it's the same exact poison. Oh, but my poison's red and yours is blue. I want to point this one out too. This is the story of Bankman Fried, who just got arrested. Crypto creep busted in Bahamas. Fraud, money laundering. I effed up, he says. Now I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is a deep fake. This is a persona. Just as fake as the Rock's rubber body, his rubber muscles. Just as fake as the Liver King's rubber body, the Rubber King. This is a scapegoat. People are asking, where do the billions go? I would imagine that the billions went to people who are smart enough to create a fall guy who would be easy to point at, easy to distract everybody from who's actually making money. They're going to dress him up. He's going to be this devil in a nerd's clothing, always in a dirty, stained shirt, messy hair. I mean, this is so fake. And people are believing it. Like, where'd the money go? Yeah, whoever paid for this thing. He could be animatronic. He could be rubber. He could be an actor. I don't think you're looking at an actual person here who's surprised at what's happening because he knows that he's running cover for all of these other people. Salty Siren says Elon is so butthurt. Oh yeah, you know what? You're right about that. He got booed at a Dave Chappelle. Is it comedy or is it um, political grandstand? I mean, look, he's a comedian, sure, Dave Chappelle, but for the most part, it's just become partisan, and it's become, in many ways, gatekeepy. He's like, I don't understand the philosophy of the flat Earth society or the flat Earth. It's like, I don't understand the philosophy of believing everything you see on TV and trusting everything as though they've never lied before. But commenter says Russia will be launching nuclear strikes against NATO population centers in 48 hours, making final preparations. They will not be launching the first strike at the U.S. Yeah, I've been thinking that they would be, well, hitting Seattle first, but we'll see. Wee says, in my opinion, Ye didn't call Fuentes because he was desperate at that moment for someone in his corner. Yeah, but he chose a guy who says that women shouldn't have the right to vote. Like, if you don't believe in women's suffrage, then yeah, champion Fuentes. Fuentes is also said some very disparaging comments about all races, not just Jews, who he wants to purge from government. I mean, he's literally a white racist nationalist, and he's proud of it. And he's also an uber incel who believes that if you're having sex outside of marriage, you are in somehow mortal sin. Like, it's this kind of neo-puritanical streak that I see coming from the far right. But I think it's all fallacious. Even Kanye, he's blaming pornography for the destruction of his family. But then you hear about accounts of him at work, and he's like, make me a shoe I can have sex with. I'm like, I'm pretty sure these guys are actors, but maybe not. Maybe Ye's actually authentically going through his own Truman Show breakdown, but I'm just getting vibes from 2015, 2016. When Ye put on a MAGA hat, it was a big deal. Now White Lives Matter. It just seems like it's an old trick. But I also think that his downfall is scripted, and I think it's, when I say scripted, I mean it was planned. I don't think what he's experiencing is simply because you criticize those you cannot criticize. I think if Ye had said similar things about any group, he'd be hitting the same exact kind of barriers. You know, it's interesting to watch though. But I'm saying that I called it in January that Kanye West's downfall is going to coincide with the nuking of the West, which is about to happen. It's all symbolic. You're looking at the debased West, the Antichrist West, and then you have the Russia threat now with the nukes, and they're saying that the American West cannot be exporting its evils everywhere, and they're going to put us back in our place. And Ye epitomizes what the West is about. It's, you know, the Kardashian lifestyle, this idol worship, and I think that his downfall is symbolic of the downfall of the West, thus the name. And you'll note throughout the year that it was constantly framed this way, that the West has got to fall, the West is the Antichrist. Now, as far as Ye hanging out with white nationalist types, it was all, I believe, to platform that kind of stuff on Twitter with Musk's help. And the reason why, and this is the point of the PSYOP, what is the purpose? Why am I saying that Ye is a provocateur for the right? Look, the fact that he tried to buy Parler, which they're not selling to him anymore, he was going to buy Parler. Well, Parler's CEO is the husband of Candace Owen, the 33-year-old that did the White Lives Matter thing with him, right-wing provocateur. He's being fed lines by the right, and here's why, in my opinion. They want to make the case to the masses that social media needs to be locked down. They're preparing for a quarantine because of, quote, hate. A little while ago, I was talking about how they reintroduced sin through the virus. Original sin, carbon footprint. Well, evil. Evil's been reintroduced, and evil is, of course, hate. And like hate crimes, different from regular crimes. This has been something they've inserted into. And look, most hate crimes are fake. But what they're trying to introduce, I think, is a secular replacement for evil, and they've succeeded. And what they're going to do, this is what I expect is going to happen, and I actually predicted this a little while ago. I think some kind of Club Q-like event's going to happen, and it's going to be blamed on Kanye and Musk. That's why you have all these celebrities who are leaving Twitter now. They're going to say, hey, I'm not part of it. We left. We saw this coming. We're being set up for a huge I told you so. Now, again, Fuentes, if you can look past his hardline ethnic nationalism, you do have to consider that he does believe that women ought to be broodmares for the state and that they shouldn't be working and they should not vote. Like, I'm surprised that more people on the right don't have a problem with that. I think he called Marjorie Taylor Greene a ridiculous girl boss. I mean, that's their attitude. Okay, let me continue here. I was looking at these Nreal AR glasses, these smart glasses. Incredible. You can walk around with your screens over your eyes now. It's the inverse of They Live. You know, the movie starring Roddy Piper, where you have these lenses on that let you see through the Matrix. They kind of brought this back with that movie Free Guy. But the idea is, of course, that until you have these on, you can't see things as they are. In the real world, it's kind of the inverse. You got to take the lenses off to see things because they're putting us into this thing pretty overtly. But I'm looking at this, and it's these little black screens that go over your eyes, and we're just talking about smart glasses, augmented reality. You can watch things, you can stream, you can play games. So you could be looking someone in the eyes, and they're probably doing a first-person shooter or something. But my point of it is this hoodwinking. If you don't know what a hoodwink is, it's the wool. It's the wool hood that goes over your head or the head of the candidate who's being initiated into the Freemasonic cult. And this is consistent with all of the cults. They all do this. They put the wool over your eyes. We all, look, the masses who don't know the news is fake have wool over their eyes. They've been hoodwinked. Now, when the wool is taken off your eyes, when they take the hood off your head, then of course you're shown the light. But this is only done within the confines of a sealed temple. Because outside of that sealed candlelit room, the world is considered to be a, quote, wilderness of darkness. And my point is, I think the space age, and Space Odyssey pointed this out with the whole black monolith. I think the space age is about bringing man into space. And what is outer space if you think about it? Endless, limitless darkness. I think that man is being led into a new wilderness of darkness. In other words, this is the new hoodwink. And I've been saying this for some time, that the metaverse is overcoming the meatverse. And what this means, I think, is that we are being put into an increasing level of susceptibility to this total hypermediation and what that represents. And if you don't know what it represents, I mean, I can point to numerous examples. One of my favorite examples to point to is the TV show Space Cadets. This was a British television program where they had a number of individuals convinced that they were in low Earth orbit. How did they do it? A couple of ways. Key thing here, half the people there were actors. So half of them were actors and half of them were dupes. And the dupes thought they were in space. This is, again, a show called Space Cadets. This is from the Wikipedia article, quote, "In order for the hoax to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets would have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show." Now, it says here, they selected people who were, quote, susceptible people who are creative and want to go along with the crowd. They chose people who were wacky personalities or uninhibited. They didn't want people who are too inhibited, which is kind of interesting. People who are attention seekers. People who are gullible and conformists and ignorant about the show's subject matter. So let me replace this. Because the intention was to obtain a group of cadets who are highly gullible, conformist, ignorant about the show's matter, and attention seekers. Now, if we can replace a group of cadets with just regular TV viewers, that's what the mainstream media is doing. They want their viewers to be gullible, conformist, attention seekers. This is a huge part of why social media is all about making your personal life public, commodifying your privacy, destroying privacy. 1984, cameras everywhere, you couldn't avoid them. Well, the way they actually made this happen was they trained us to surveil ourselves inside and out. Social media is not just monitoring what you post. In a way, it's actually reading your thoughts. I mean, it's creating a great profile about every single person. But my point is, I think that social media is getting people to become a little more extroverted, used to getting attention, seeing value in getting attention. And these are the qualities that were sought in those that would be chosen to be brainwashed, who were considered to be brainwashable enough to fall for fake space travel for 5 days in quote low Earth orbit. And it worked, is my point. They had to be conditioned. They had to be selected. And I'm saying that the masses have been conditioned to be duped. And that's fixable, but these cadets didn't know it was a hoax until the great reveal at the end. And there's something else about this show I want to also point out. While this hoax is at the expense of the contestants, and they are being laughed at, the most expensive hoax in television history is what it's being called. Even though they are being laughed at because they've been duped into thinking that they're on a spaceship, is this any different than the masses who believe that the Earth is a spaceship? I think this is a microcosm of the human condition in a lot of ways, and about what media actually is. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip from space cadets when they are revealing that they're in a space simulator. And look, this is another indicator of just how fakeable space travel is, which is an important consideration. Again, space cadets, the most expensive hoax in television history.
Billy, Kerry, Paul.
A tape played back to them in the capsule their own suspicions.
Everything feels a bit caravan-y.
To give them one last chance to work it out for themselves.
We could just be in a simulator at the moment.
We could just be in a simulation at the moment, and then the walls come down. Little revelations here.
I knew it! Oh my god, how heartbreaking.
Charlie, I knew it! It's time to come home.
What?
Meanwhile, stagehands transported the pod into the studio.
No!
Before the doors were...
They cried, they screamed. A lot of them wanted to be space cadets. Yes, they were duped. Now, is this going to happen in real life? If Musk was truly some kind of liberator or savior who wanted to expose the big hoaxes, yeah, he would expose NASA as exactly space cadets, but for the masses. He would expose it, but he's not going to. Why? Because it would unravel the global warming hoax and everything else. When Musk agreed that cryptocurrency isn't green enough, that it's bad for the environment, I realized then, okay, he's one of them. Well, I didn't realize then. It just reaffirmed. There's no way there's a mole. There's no way you've got someone insider who's there's no white hats. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is the, 10th hoaxiversary, Sandy Hook. We have this documentary or this little video here. And I wonder if Gabby Petito is going to get a special mention. Remember Gabby Petito played the role of Persephone a couple late summers ago as we entered into the fall. The kidnapped victim happened to be in a Sandy Hook video. A memorial, and she carried a sign that said, "I'm not replaceable. I'm not replaceable." And then she disappears. Anyway, here's a video, kind of a parody. It's from the Sandy Hook Promise. Back to school essentials.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for study.
Now, you're looking at a commercial that's really cheery, and then it gets dark, and they start talking about how they're going to survive school shootings.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
Kid uses a skateboard to break out. He looks like he would have been the shooter. Look at that haircut. And he's white. And these are the only shooters the media focuses on. They don't care about gun violence in any other context. Here's another scene. Again, this is a commercial from the Sandy Hook Promise, where a kid's using a sock to tourniquet the leg of another kid.
They can be a real lifesaver.
Here's a girl in the bathroom texting, "I love you, Mom," before the shooter comes in and gets her.
I got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
And I'm just pointing out here that these actors are far better than any of the actors I've seen in any of the new psyops. Like it must be a shallow recruiting pool. Like they've got to recruit the kids of intelligence agents or something. Like there's got to be a reason why they're not drawing real talent like this. Anyway, it's back to school time, and you know what that means. Get your Kevlar backpacks. Now, let me point out one other thing here. This is very important here because many people here have dealt with this, where someone will say to you, "How dare you?" The victims. "How dare you?" My dead children. I want to point this out. The people who would shame you into not telling the truth are on the wrong side of history. You might as well just call them child abusers. What I mean by that is, if you are not standing by those of us who are deconstructing the Psywar, I mean, we're conscientious objectors here. Most people are not even aware there is a Psywar to object to it. So they're by default, they're in support of it. And if you're in support of the Psywar, if you're trying to stop anybody from exposing it, you're actually enabling it. You are enabling the myth of the mass shooter that's being used to systematically traumatize every single student in every school room, everywhere. We're talking about universal, ubiquitous MK Ultra mind control programming going on for 20 years, trauma-induced mind control reinforced by the media, all part of the Psywar. And I'm not a part of it. And I call out the Sandy Hookers because, yeah, they're basically enabling and facilitating and justifying the mass traumatization of the youth of America and probably the world. And I'm just saying, yeah, I don't support that. And if you support these crisis actors, you do. David Hogg is a terrorist. In a very real way, he's a Psywar operative and a terrorist. Forget crisis actor. He's a terrorist. In fact, there's a pretty good meme. I think you have to search auto hoax. I think you just search auto hoax and then you search images. I'm pretty sure one of the first memes that pops up, created by MVP, the hardware vandal, there it is. It's David Hogg with a gun to the head of a baby. Now, that's funny. You know, it's a meme. And what I mean is it's satire because it does contain a grain of truth here. He is literally holding a gun to the head of every kid in this country. He's justified it. He is a terrorist. And he most likely played Adam Lanza. Auto hoaxers do have the moral high ground, just reminding you. I've been following up on this January 6th thing. There's some kind of move very soon to try to arrest Trump. Better do it soon while people still care about him, before they all hang up their MAGA flags. January 6th examines Trump's 187 minutes. I was talking about, in the Discord server, about the numerology and how it tells you what the story is. You have markers. 187, homicide. It was all over this 1-6 thing from the beginning. And a lot of this tells you it wasn't spontaneous. It was meant to go down that way. Although MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, recently got into a bit of heat, and I don't know if she's going to be investigated for this, but she was at a MAGA rally or MAGA friendly political event, and she said if she had organized it and she had planned it, they would have been armed and they would have won, is what she said. But again, 187 minutes, just kind of pointing out that he's guilty of killing or the murders, the deaths of the cops that didn't happen. January 6th was a guided tour. And for saying this, I lost monetization on DLive because it's obviously run by commies, but it's all good. We're still there because there are people who are on DLive, like Diana South. Diana South says, without knowing, most people keep these lies alive. Yes. You know, what I was talking about earlier is the ISS. Like, you ever been at a concert and someone throws a beach ball and it just stays up the whole night? That's the ISS. And what keeps ISS up? Faulty eyewitness testimony, hearsay, non sequitur, logical fallacies, and ad populum arguments. That's it. The blind belief in hearsay keeps the ISS up. If people stop propping it up there, going with the default, it would fall. And I plan to bring it down without referencing any video clips. Without having to reference any video clip or GIF or image, I think it's entirely possible to bring the ISS down in the minds of the believers, once they realize it's an artificial construct. January 6th was a guided tour, though. Lots of theater, and I was thinking about the flagpole violence. I was watching some of the footage. You know, people are swinging flagpoles, and it looks really violent and scary, but so do concerts, where people are moshing or pushing against each other. Nobody really gets hurt. Astro World, nobody died, nobody cried. That was fake. My point is, what you saw at the 1/6 thing was mostly drama. And the reason why they were swinging the flagpoles is it looks very violent. It looked like Braveheart with these screaming patriots with their horns. They look like Vikings and they're swinging these flags. And it reminded me of martial arts, like in Kung Fu with the bow staff, sparring. It looked like sparring, and it's eminently fakeable. But my point is this. Nobody died on January 6th except for one person. Not Ashley Babbitt. There's a documentary that proves that Ashley Babbitt didn't die. There are multiple jump cuts. And if you're not an editor, you may not know what that is. And look, you have to almost think like a video editor to deconstruct news these days to find the continuity errors and flaws. But jump cuts shouldn't be there. But they are there, as are the actors and the feds and everything else. Ashley Babbitt didn't die, but the only person that did die, in my opinion, I don't know this for sure, was the woman with the "Don't Tread on Me" flag that got trampled to death. I'm willing to suspend disbelief in that one case. She's got a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, and unfortunately, they just trampled over her. Sounds believable. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. Nobody died. Nobody cried. But I give credit where due. I did see a kind of I guess it was a tearful face at Club Q. But I mean, it looked like method acting. I could see him thinking about losing a puppy or something. But he was also plucking at his eyelid with his finger. Like, if I was an acting coach for crisis actors, I think I could outperform a lot of whoever's guiding them these days. I almost don't want to give away some of the ways I've come up with to make it look like somebody's been crying. Like, there's this sunscreen I know of that if you put it on your eyelids, you will look like you've been crying. You will actually have tears. You can take a big bong rip of some skunk weed. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do to come out looking puffy-eyed and sad. I've been doing a lot of reviews on the side here. I'm preparing some. I've been watching things. I got Netflix, and I don't know how I got Netflix. It's like every month it's either Netflix or HBO. I get an email. I'm like, oh, we billed your account. Well, I got e-grappled by Netflix the other night. And so apparently you're signed up for life. I thought I remembered at some point years ago getting a free trial, but you can never let it go. It probably gets passed on to your kids. They're going to be billed for your Netflix. But since I'm on Netflix, I've been watching things, and I checked out this show called 1899. No spoilers, but it has many parallels to Westworld and to the present day, and I think it's given me a couple of glimpses into what a lot of this Hades symbolism has actually been pointing out. Let me move on. Like I said, we have a quota now. 90 minutes live a day. I want 90 minutes or so to be caller driven. So I'm going to be hanging this up here shortly, and then we're going to return later, and hopefully you all have things you want to talk about. I'll send out a newsletter, and we'll try to catch up as best we can in the last few weeks. I added a new lecture at the IPS Institute on the topic of off-world stage media, which is a very important concept, and we're going to be delving deeper into what that actually means. If you believe in COVID or climate change, please stay home. Trust your science. Please don't spread it. Just some helpful advice there. Anyway, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on, like I said, open phones. And space is fake. Space is fake. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. No need to run from this fact. In fact,
have you ever looked away from Earth?
It's time to double down into it, I think. We'll be talking more about how fake space is and what that means and what's behind all the fakery. We'll see you all later. InfinitePlane.media.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is just smokescreen.
All right, that's COVID Cooties by Symbia. Thanks everyone for joining. I'll put a link to that delightful song. One of the best things to come out of 2020, next to the original footage from the Kung Flu in Wuhan when it started. That was a riot, but that wasn't really repeated after the original breakout. Most of you know what I'm talking about. Back when it started, when it was actually scary, it's like, wow, people are just walking around and dropping. But then they brought that back again with Died Suddenly, the documentary produced by Stu Peters. And now Stu Peters is getting some backlash from his own side. The anti-vax world is mad at his documentary. A lot of infighting. They're saying it's a psyop. And I didn't realize it, but he's the one who put out the documentary video called, I should use the word documentary a little more precisely, this sensationalist nonsense he put out called Watch the Water, about how there was snake venom in all of the pokies. But anyway, anti-vaccine world is mad at Died Suddenly, the documentary, because it makes them look bad. And I think this is just worth pointing out because I called this thing out before it was even a documentary. I said, they're grasping at straws. They're grasping at clots is what they're doing. And it's just one thing after another. The current thing on this side of the political aisle isn't some social justice warrior cause. It's just the newest way to fear this thing. And I'm kind of over it. Vax-again was a big hoax. And most of you here know my view on it. But my point here is that not only was the documentary just pure sensationalism, but many of the people in the video just dropping dead like they caught the Kung Flu, who were ascribed to have died from, their deaths were ascribed to clots. Many of them died before 2020, before the documentary or the poker was even out there. In other words, there was no due diligence in any of his research here. And this has, of course, been the result of people suggesting that he's just a misinformation super spreader. Here's what one person said: this film taints and tarnishes important information by covering it in a lot of garbage. And this actually sounds like controlled opposition, which is what they are accusing him of. I mean, it's almost cliche. Everybody who doesn't agree with me is controlled opposition. But in this case, they may have a point. Because if they did have a point, they don't anymore. Here's what the author said about it. He said, the opening credits of the film are seeded with references to other conspiracy theories like Bigfoot and UFOs, the Loch Ness Monster. What does this have to do with exactly? Anyway, just pointing this out, it's an update here. It looks like Stu Peters was a plant all along. And I'm not sure, I had to double check this, but I thought he had his origin as a rapper. Salty Siren says, I'm so over it. Oh yeah, look, I was over it back in March of 2020 when I initially realized what it actually was. I said, okay, this is the modern replacement for the archaic concept of sin. They've just reintroduced it, and they have salvation, and this is going to divide society purposefully into saved and unsaved. The division is purposeful. It was not meant to be a uniting event, and it's ongoing. Okay, let us go ahead and continue. I want to go through my notes. A lot of this stuff might come up as random, but some of the stuff is just like, here's something intriguing, I think. James Cameron has a new movie out, a new Avatar film. And, of course, it's being talked about because of its visuals, which I'm going to go check it out and see. It looks like a lot of blue, a lot of water. I'm sure that it's loaded with symbolism. But remember, James Cameron was the director of Terminator 2. And Terminator 2 is chock full of 9/11 predictive programming. And the basic story about the Terminator going after JC. It's Satan and Jesus Christ. It's the sun setting personified, where the sun dies as the darkness kills it. The darkness is set, or the Terminator line. Anyway, this is James Cameron's work. Like all the other major meta-scriptors, his work has predictive programming and all of the usual Mystery Babylon symbolism, ritualistically described or played out through the protagonist and the antagonist. Anyway, Here he is on 9/11 at the site of a movie he's doing, a documentary about the Titanic. I'm talking about James Cameron on 9/11/2001. He's in a submarine doing a documentary about the Titanic. Now, how does this connect? Well, quite simply, in addition to 9/11 predictive programming, Terminator 2 has the nuking of Seattle, which is very significant. We're talking about Pacific coast. Well, the Titanic, as I've talked about pretty much all year, is another symbol for it's a monument to man's hubris, like the Tower of Babel, too big to fail. The Titanic is the West. The iceberg is climate change we're all ignoring, and it's going to sink the unsinkable ship. The Titanic is just this way of describing the way the West has been treating the world, unlimited resources, and of course, this is just their narrative. And James Cameron plays into all of this. Now, what I'm thinking here is he's in a submarine hanging out at a Titanic when 9/11 happens. And the next 9/11, and he'd be among those in the know considering his work already has featured predictive programming, the next 9/11 event, all signs indicate Seattle getting nuked, and submarines figure very prominently in this. As we've talked about, Hunt for Red October, much of the buildup has been for a submarine and Seattle. And here he is in a submarine on 9/11. Again, we're talking about one of the architects of the previous 9/11. One of. I mean, I don't know how many of these directors are directly in the know about what, but you can kind of trace their handiwork. And his signature is very significant. That's why it's significant that Avatar just came out. And I also want to point out, because you'll see the same directors reflected in the predictive programming. Roland Emmerich, director of Independence Day, was pretty well represented last year with the Moonfall. And I'm just pointing out, Independence Day gave the masses the visual reference they would need to believe 9/11. Buildings falling down, alien invaders, surprise attack, and in that movie they all rally around the president. I mean, it was just predictive from start to finish. But same director brought us Moonfall, a more recent film about, well, the moon falling. And I'm not saying the moon's going to fall, but that movie gave us a lot of visuals of satellites falling, junk falling, space stations falling. And it's pretty much a pattern here. If you're seeing it in the movies, they're preparing you for it in, quote, real life. So just a heads up there. Very significant again. And then one more point to it. Not only was James Cameron in a submarine on 9/11, hanging around the set of the Titanic, the wreckage, and again, it's about the wreckage, but the Deep Sea Challenger is the name of the submarine that he was in. Deep Sea Challenger checking out the crashed Titanic on 9/11. I mean, what a day. Another level of symbolism here is the West is the Challenger. That's why the Titanic being destroyed is very significant. It's all symbolic here. And the Challenger, if you may recall, blew up at 1 minute 13 seconds. 113 is the date that the One World Tower opened, the one that replaced the twins. Anyway, just some James Cameron. You're going to hear more about him. I talked about him a few months ago because he was in an interview discussing how if there was some kind of Skynet, some artificial intelligence that wanted to get rid of us, it would do exactly what we're experiencing every day. It would look like this, that it would be using deep fakes and fake news to pit society against itself, and we would self-exterminate without destroying all the infrastructure. All right, let me catch up on comments. I'm going to try to catch up in a week. A week's worth of content here, which is really 14 days because they cram 24. Well, every 24 hours, I think they cram about 2 days worth of news. So we're going through like 2 weeks for the week we missed. I mean, it's a lot. A lot has happened. But I haven't missed anything. I've been very busy working on publications. The Infinite Plane Society Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction is where we're systematizing a lot of our information. Not just specific events that we've deconstructed, but the methodology, how we arrive at these conclusions, why we approach mass media the way that we do. I'm putting it into a Teachables online course. And I've been putting some work into some of this because I think it's important that we have Really, what I think we need is something very condensed, like a mass deprogramming guide. You have your idea of your regularly scheduled programming, and this is your regularly scheduled deprogramming. But my take on it is that what has happened is the world has been convinced, and this has been the work of movie magic and TV and government psyops going back generations, but they've been convinced that their television screen is a window to the world, and they respond as though it is that. And I'm saying no, that that window is actually a filter, and this filter treated as a window is a weak spot. You could say it's a blind spot in how we process and take in information. It's almost like not being able to recognize lies or logical fallacies, and it's very important to be able to recognize these things to not fall for superstition and mind control. But as you no doubt are well aware, most of society falls for superstition, mind control, fear of the flooding brought about by the wrathful globe. I mean, even today, I think there were some freeways being shut down by environmentalists lying on the road. I mean, look, they're biodegradable. Just go over them. I'm not saying run over them, but for the most part, I think they should just all be arrested. If they want to auto compost, let them. I'm just saying, let them live consistent with their values before they impose it on us. They want you to live in a shanty town. They want you to do with less. Well, let them demonstrate by arresting all these climate change activists. Because what they're engaging in is a form of terrorism. It's subtle, but that I think we can classify them as terrorists. Before we start calling conspiracy theorists terrorists, let's call the people who want to shut down society because of their wild beliefs conspiracy theorists. We see these insurrectionists brought up as, oh, this is the end result of conspiracy theory. No, it's those nutcases gluing themselves to paintings, destroying art, lying in the roads, and setting themselves on fire badly. The guy that last set himself on fire during that tennis match barely got his arm to burn. His shirt said, "Ban private jets in the UK." And I'm like, okay, well, he clearly didn't believe in using jet fuel because he barely burned anything. And then right after that, there was this big climate meetup where all of the climate change fanatics around the world met to discuss how they can impose communism on us. And they all went out there in their private jets, like hundreds of private jets, to go talk about how they can solve the climate crisis, so-called. All right, let us continue here. We are joined by says burning house, sinking ship. Oh, speaking of sinking ship, I just binge watched, because I've been painting, I've been working on private commissions, but I've been watching a show called 1899. Not going to give you any spoilers, but it contains a lot of the same ideas that we've seen in Westworld, and the idea of the West as a burning house, or a sinking ship, or a falling Tower of Babel. Reoccurring themes. But this one in particular reaffirmed what I thought about Westworld, because in a way it's a Westworld ripoff. Even the main characters look like the same, and they have the same archetypes. But I had concluded that Westworld was also about Persephone going to Hades and breaking free of her imprisonment. And interestingly enough, 1899 is just chock full of Hades symbolism. Even the name of one of the ships, named for the three-headed hound of hell. Fascinating series. I'll probably talk about that some more if you haven't seen it. 1899. But the main thing about it is, this is not even a spoiler, but in my view, what it's about is the end of the West, and at some type of peak chaos, we have a savior arrive. Savior from space, likely, but the movie has this reference to Starman, David Bowie song, which actually has some very weird Kanye West tie-ins. If you haven't caught up with that, I have some notes. We'll go through that. All right, let me catch up on who is here again. We've been offline, but we'll be back on a regular schedule now. It took me about a solid month non-stop of painting 8 hours plus per day to get the eBay store rolling, but it's all going fine. I just sent out easily 100 paintings in the last month, and pretty much everything is moving according to plan here. A lot of big news, things coming up. Next month's going to be huge for Infinite Plane Radio, Infinite Plane Society. in a good bad way. And I guess the best way to put this is just so you understand what's going to happen or why you won't be surprised. Well, my one of my lawsuits involves a countersuit, which involves a really ridiculous and dishonest attempt at a trademark infringement suit, but it all went through by default because of my unwillingness to participate because they wouldn't add the second defendant to the case, which is critical. And I'm going to fight the result, but anyway, next month I'm likely to be hit with a judgment. And last I checked, like $640,000, like pretty big. And it sounds egregious, it sounds insane, but I'm telling you it's a good thing. And the reason why, as you'll see in the coming months, is this channel, what we do here, it's worse than a Trojan horse. Like this is a gigantic can of worms. And what we are doing is stealing the fires of Olympus, if you think about it. Exposing how mass media operates, like how it operates at levels beyond your teleprompter reading level of news media. The people higher up in charge of perception management, psychological operations, concurrent programming that coincide with the political agendas of the day. Most people in media aren't aware of how controlled it actually is, and we are. And not only are we sharing this information, but we're using it in order to understand how media works at a very high level. And I think what we're doing is very important because most people are visually illiterate and they can't tell the difference between real and fake. And what we're doing, I think, is pushing back against what I see as a war on perception. I think that we are entering, in many ways, something of a dark age. It's like a religion that blinkers someone's sense of reality. But you wouldn't know it's a religion because it looks high tech. Because instead of a Bible, you have some sort of visor wrapped around your head. All right, let me go ahead and continue through your comments. Project Honda Rod has joined us. Brought a couple of penguins. Good to see you. Diana South says, it's totally a CIA name, laughing at those who believe him. Oh, Stu Peters. I think so too. That's a world stage name. I brought one up earlier. John von Neumann coined the term technological singularity. And again, new man, transhumanism. I mean, all these world stage names they give away something here. That you would have to be into Shakespeare. You'd have to really be into these types of high-level puns and double entendres to really get it. But the world stage drama is replete with clues and hints and inside jokes. And we're inside on the inside jokes. And that's what I mean by what we're doing here is that, yeah, we're more informed than the masses who are merely misinformed. And there's a difference between being uninformed, misinformed, and of course what we are, which is informed. Ignoring the news doesn't protect you from the effects of the lemmings. And I know lemmings marching off cliffs is just like a cartoon thing, but space is a cartoon and everybody believes in that. Alright, joined by Thinks He's a Penguin 101, Tyrone McCloskey says, next 9/11 will be earthquake that takes out symbolic sites, and then the theories are rolled out, underground nukes, never-ending tension and debate. Interesting. I mean, the obvious symbolism, and look, 9/11 was predicted by very obvious and direct symbolism. The obvious stuff says Pacific West Coast, Seattle gets the nuke, Space Needle falls, and some kind of, and this is probably connected with some kind of civil unrest. Like the story looks like this: civil unrest, and then Putin drops a nuke, Satan 2 or whatever. And I don't think it's a coincidence that last year Amazon cleared out thousands of workers from their downtown site, and they said it was because of a, quote, crime wave. And I was thinking, because last summer, Seattle had these simulations done that said, yeah, if there was an earthquake here, it would bring a 42-foot wave up to where the Seattle Space Needle is. I mean, 42-foot waves from a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. They've already done drills for an earthquake that would put that area underwater. Like maybe it's not a crime wave they're relocating for, but a tidal wave. And this is all part of the story as we've been following that has unfolded. Psyopsical says, live on Thursday, make for an even better Friday, joining us from D Live. We're going to be live daily, most likely, once things really pick up. I believe very soon things are going to be very hectic. And I'm working on, like I said I would, putting everything into print. And everything is moving along swimmingly. I'm gathering old manuscripts, I'm updating them using Grammarly, preparing for print, to sell on eBay, to sell direct, to sell on Amazon. But, I think it's very important to have this print wing of Infinite Plane Society, Infinite Plane Media out there. And we have more plans as well. I have a pretty extensive blueprint here that we'll be going over. Years in development. All right, continuing here, Copaesthetic says they had to end the Brittany Griner psyop to get her back before World War III started for an arms dealer, clown world. Yes, and the Brittany Griner psyop, okay, number 42, 42 seconds of silence. I believe she was arrested on an 8-4, which is the 216th day of the year, which is again 6 cubes, 6 times 6 times 6. Very interesting symbolism all around. Totally fake. If you think she was actually arrested, no, I mean, it's a hoax. She was the subject of a hashtag, Free Britney. And it was like a year from the hashtag Free Britney for Free Britney Spears, because the QAnoners think she needed to be freed. Well, anyway, the Free Britney thing, 2 years in a row, it just seems like some kind of deeper level of drama here. But again, the faking of, or rather the nuking of Seattle is one of these psyops that has been, I think, predicted pretty extensively. It's on the bill. It's on the $100 bill. In fact, I could point to quite a lot of predictive programming in that regard. And just to let you know how accurate we are, if you haven't heard this stuff before, it was so clear that there was going to be some kind of ground zero in Seattle on 11/3 that we had actually predicted it beforehand. But if you think about it, 3/11 was the ground zero for the pandemic, and where did it start? Seattle, around that Space Needle. I mean, it's just fascinating how you can find that the predictive programming does in fact follow through. And we've been so up to speed with it that we were noticing and following TV shows real time that are matching with the political realities. I mean, I'm like watching the new Game of Thrones one minute, the next minute it has me thinking about Roe v. Wade. I'm like, wait, there's no way they knew. I mean, these writers aren't psychic, but how are these storylines perfectly coinciding with real-time events? Like the Uvalde shooting happens, and the storyline matches the storyline of the season finale of FBI, which they didn't air because it was just too close to the real story. Or like, look at the lone gunman right before 9/11. I mean, the list goes on. There's a 5-part documentary called Pandemic on Netflix before the thing. Most of you here are not new to any of this. I'm just pointing out that, once is coincidence, maybe, but, we get so many of these piling up, and the pattern has emerged. And the pattern is simply this. Your news is bent. If you haven't seen the 30-minute play from 1968 called Newsbenders, I cannot recommend it highly enough. And Newsbenders is about a news agency hiring someone who has a job offer he can't refuse, presenting the news, only they write it 5 years in advance. That's what the Newsbenders do. And he gets some kind of implant, and he's under monitoring. And if he were to ever say, hey, the news is fake, we're going to fake the moon landing, his head would basically blow up. Like, they have some kind of safeguards to make sure there are no whistleblowers, which is one of the storylines in the new series Inside Job Season 2, where this individual gets a job, and yeah, if he talks about it, his head will blow up, or the little nanobots will eat his brain. I mean, this is a reoccurring theme. I mean, how do they keep all the secrets? And in fact, the other day, and maybe I'll get to this in the notes, someone had said, why aren't there any whistleblowers among the crisis actors? And I think we came up with 13 different reasons why you wouldn't have any whistleblowers, why you wouldn't even expect them. And we'll probably get to that. All right, let me go ahead and continue. Diana South says, imagine living through the past 1001 days and still not being the slight bit suspicious. Oh yes, look, we've been vindicated. It's not cherry picking. Some of the stuff just stands out. 911 days after the novel Corona, the Queen dies. I mean, it's just too perfectly scripted, like I said. And there's this default explanation that I continually argue against. Oh, there's just no way man could do this. It's too complex. Oh, these patterns, no way. It's AI, it's God, it's coincidence, it's synchronicity. No, it's a movie. You don't watch a movie and at the end just be totally surprised if you watch it more than once that it ends the same way. It's like, no, it's basically a film. There are no surprises, there are no coincidences. It was never random in the first place. You have to think about the fact that what they're doing is they are presenting a movie like a reality TV show over a period of time, and the public goes along with it, or if they don't, they're called conspiracy theorists. But the dominant storyline sticks, no matter how many of us call it fake. Let me catch up on comments. Let's see here. We have Zinvelis, thanks for joining. Restless Bear says, I love how the club victims all had butt in their name somewhere. Oh yes, Club Q. And again, Club Q is the shooting's blamed on Club Q, the political right. But the names of the people were, like, there was Loving, there was, I can get the list of names. So look, it's a nightclub, and all their names, it's like Loving, Rump, I don't know. And the hero who stopped the shooter owned a brewery, and at the brewery he had this display with bullets that were colored for the rainbow. And I'm like, there's some clue that maybe he had some kind of, I don't know, role in the future, some kind of LGBT related shooting. The Club Q shooting was totally fake. Nobody died, and you should be happy about that. It's disappointing when you bring somebody the good news and they want to treat you like a bearer of bad news. Like, no, I'm just presenting objective facts, and the fact is that was a psyop engineered to play into the hands of the right. Because check this out, and this is also something that if you listen to this channel, we talked about this back in May. That, hey, look, the DHS is doing drills for domestic terrorists attacking the power grid in North Carolina. And what's happening right now? Exactly that. And they're blaming domestic violent extremists on the right who are trying to shut down drag queen shows. That's why they're attacking the power grid. They have created this MAGA ban that I have talked about. In America, they have created the counterpart to the Taliban. They have created the counterpart to the radical Islamic terrorists in their cells, only now it's incels, but they're still sexually repressed, and they are after Western women. They want to destroy the deep state, Great Satan. It's the same story, but it's just been transplanted from violent extremists. But the rationale is the same here. Not a coincidence, and we'll go into it because that's exactly the story here. And look, it ties into this though, because the day of the Club Q shooting, you actually had some high-profile incidents of right-wingers protesting a drag queen story hour. And of course, this is a way of making it look like, because if you recall, Alex Stein of all people was over there protesting one of these drag queen shows, and someone had said to him something about, well, they had guns out, and he had said to them, he was mocking them, why do you think you need these guns? It was just kind of a joke to him. They don't need guns. Why do they feel threatened? And I'm like, well, they're posturing as threatened. If you act like you need AR-15s to protect yourself from the right-wingers, they look really bad. So I thought, okay, that's just a psyop. They're setting up the right. And what happened that night? The shooting. And then they pointed out, look who caused it, basically. Alex Stein shot up Club Q. You shot up Club Q if you oppose the drag queen story hour thing. I was thinking as an experiment, by the way, kind of a side note. What if we just invited a group of drag queens to read the Constitution and teach 9/11 truth at the local libraries? Like Building 7 type stuff. I mean, just basic 9/11 truth. I'm not even saying go full flat earth moon landing fakery. Then you would find out, what is this really about? Is it, because you'd find out how partisan it really is. All right, continuing here. Many interesting comments here. Phoenix Mercury was her team. Oh, Brittany Griner. Okay, yes. Yes, and of course, the phoenix is one of these reoccurring symbols that the cult loves to use. And mentioning that, I said she was arrested on 8/4. Well, that's the 216th day of the year. Again, 6 times 6 times 6, but 216 has to do with what Pythagoras called the phoenix cycle. So if you look up 216, I think the way it works is that's the time between incarnations or something along those lines. The 216 year phoenix cycle. The metatonic cycle, the Pythagorean 216 year rebirth period. Very interesting material here. This is from druidcraftcalendar.co. But again, this date 8/4. You'll find when you break it down, and I was listening to Jurassic Liars today, and he's done some extensive work, and I'd have to refer people to his channel. But yeah, with any of these characters that are heavily immersed in occult symbolism like this, you could pretty much just rule out whatever they're doing as being anything other than a hoax. By the way, this is interesting. America First, as in Kanye and Nick Fuentes. Yeah, America First. That was originally a Klan slogan. One God, one country, one flag, America First. If that doesn't tell you feds, all right, continuing. I had to go through all of my notes here. I mean, it's been a very interesting week. One of the things that came up was someone had presented an ISS transit, or what they alleged to be an ISS transit. And we had to talk about this for a long time because I've been trying to determine, why do so many people believe in the space station when they haven't seen it? People will say, well, you can just see it. Just take your app. And my argument for that has always been, well, then you could just take your app and prove that Pokemon is real. You know, he's on the app. Again, my contention here is that the app is just there to track where this hypothetical would be thing, but but it's like a simulation. So yeah, hypothetically, if you have this object orbiting the ball, if it is a ball, every 93 minutes, it's going to meet these transit points at these times, and everyone's on the same sheet. But I'm suggesting it's a hoax. The ISS transit footage I've seen has all been very much the same. You see a guy at a camera with a telescope, he looks through his telescope, then they do an insert shot. You don't get continuous footage. This is how sleight of mind works. This is how magic tricks work. If it wasn't a magic trick, you'd have a continuous shot. But my point is, people seem to think, well, this person says they saw a light, they saw something, what is it? And now, instead of having actually established that there is something there, you have people discussing, is it a drone? Is it a hologram? Is it a balloon? They start coming up with a list of things it could be. The trouble with this is, for anything to meet that 93-minute orbit, circuit, trek, and match the app, it would have to be going 17,000 miles per hour. And there is nothing in the Earth's atmosphere that can go that fast. Literally nothing. Not a drone, not a balloon, nothing. Then people say, well, what are they seeing? And I'm saying, well, here's the non sequitur. Who says they're seeing anything? Or who says that the plane that they're seeing correlates to the app? And there's a leap in logic here. And I think this is what keeps the belief in the ISS alive. And it's kind of the same argument that it would be similar to saying, I live near bear-filled woods. You know, let's say you live near some woods and you know it's full of bears, but you see something from a distance and you say, well, it might be Bigfoot. Like, well, what's your basis for introducing Bigfoot? What's your basis for even bringing your suspicion in and giving that the same weight as what you actually know to be there, the bears? Like, how do you even include that in the universe of possibilities? And I'm saying it's a non sequitur, that if you see a light in the sky, I don't think that we can jump to the conclusion that it correlates with the app. Not unless you've ruled out that it could be a plane. And again, rule out it's a bear, rule out it's a plane. I think it's just too extraordinary of a claim to let people get away with saying, I might have seen the ISS. No, you saw a light in the sky. It's a big leap. And one of the other things I've noted is that many of the people positing that this or that is an ISS transit, um, usually it's ruled out as a possibility just by the fact that it's too far past the setting of the sun. The shadow of the Earth would actually preclude the ISS from being visible because it, of course, reflects the sun. The ISS is going to have to go down soon. What I mean is its special effects are outmoded. But I think it's important to bring it down in the minds of the believers. And I find it very peculiar that many people who can deconstruct the moon landings still think the ISS is up there. I'm like, I'm sorry, but the ISS is an easier takedown. But it's multifaceted. It's a very complex psychological operation slash reality TV show. And there are several different aspects to it to deconstruct. But we are more than up to the task. In fact, we've done it many times over. And I'm going to have to consolidate it into a single presentation. Like, it's an embarrassment that people still believe the space station's up there. And what I'm saying is, it's only held up there by hearsay. That's pretty much it, by hearsay. One, and faith, of course, in NASA. All right, let me go through your comments. Join my J Diggs. Released after 42 weeks. Oh, is that so? Continuing here, we have Angus MacGyver. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. Oh yeah, nobody died, nobody got hurt. I used to say nobody cried, but at the Club Q thing, you did have one crier out in front, although it was method acting. And most of these shootings happen at places where it's like an acting school, like School of Performance Art. I think the Parkland acting troupe, for example, is a perfect example of this. And I want to point out too, that when we're calling these events fake, we do have a basis for comparison. I'm not in denial of reality. I look at real shootings all the time on Twitter. Those don't get news coverage. The media doesn't care about handguns and gang violence. No, they care about AR-15s being carried by white kids with MAGA hats shooting up performance arts schools. The demographics they care about say everything. And the main thing it reveals, though, is that it's not about gun violence in principle. It's about what the AR-15 symbolizes. It's about really pushing the lines when it comes to this framing of the debate to extremes. But what's more, ultimately, they sue AR-15, Armalite 15, and get $73 million, and they're complicit. Look, if they hand over $73 million and they can't figure out it's over a hoax, then they are dupes or complicit. And I can't think of anybody that could be duped over $73 million that easily. An entire company? No way. They're complicit. Look, same with Alex Jones. And, I don't want to be hypercritical. A lot of people are critical of him. He's being sued for $1 billion, etc. But the fact is, if you're being sued for $1 billion, and you can't state the plain, obvious truth with a 1-hour video breakdown of that PSYOP, then you're not trying very hard or you're a dupe. And no one's going to dupe me for $1 billion. If I'm going to lose $1 billion, I'm going to tell the truth. But you'll notice, too, that they focus on that one event without focusing on the entire PSY war. Look, you have 20 years of fake school shootings. They focus on one tree so you don't see the forest. I almost think that Alex Jones is actually a red herring, that his purpose is not only to facilitate the arguments the public need to justify more censorship, but I think he's there so we all focus on that one event and not on 20 years of consecutive events that are all interconnected and all equally fake. That should have been the domino that brought down the PSYOP entertainment complex, but no, they managed to do damage control around that one event. Probably not a coincidence. All right, let me continue through your comments. Lots of people here. Victory has joined us. Lickety Split, Travis Cloud. Joined here also by, all right, looks like about 40 people in the chat room. Again, it's been a few days, almost a week, and I want to catch up. I don't want to gloss over anything. I did buy a membership at Censor TV so I could hear the entire interview with Gavin McGinnis and Ye. Yeah, I put some money in Gavin's pocket. Look, uh, they're all they're all highly. Oh, look, there's 42 people listening on the live stream on the audio. 42 on video, 42 on the audio. If you want to listen to just audio, go to infiniteplane.media or ips.monster or infiniteplane.live. They all go to the same place. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, the Kanye West thing got really interesting, though, or the Ye thing. Before he left Twitter, he posted an image. It was a swastika superimposed over a Star of David, which happens to be the symbol of the Raelian cult. And it turns out that Musk is a Raelian. And of course, the Raelians believe in aliens, the Elohim, who are going to solve society's problems by giving us sex robots to diffuse our violent impulses. And they're going to clone the best of us and turn government over to a geniocracy. We'll be ruled by geniuses. Anyway, yeah, apparently Musk is like some kind of honorary member in that cult. But Ye had dropped this bizarre Instagram post where he said, "Am I the only one who thinks Elon could be a half Chinese clone?" And that's not all he said. I mean, I'll read the whole thing. And then tell me this might tie into the Raelian thing. And this is Ye at his Charlie Manson-ist. Like sometimes it's O.J. Simpson. You know, right now it's Charles Ye Manson. Like he has these extremes. I can't tell. Is he going to go O.J.? He's going to go Charlie. But this is Charlie. Listen to this. Quote, and this is in all caps. "Am I the only one who thinks Elon could be half Chinese? Take a Chinese genius and mate them with a South African supermodel and we have an Elon." And I say an Elon because they probably made 10 to 30 Elons, and he's the first genetic hybrid that stuck. Well, let's not forget about Obama. I'm sorry for using curse words in church, but I don't have another word for Obama yet. Let's unify and find out. It's from Ye. Likely your future president. I mean, just the fact that it's so unlikely, it's probably going to happen. You know, just being contrarian, you could have, I mean, that's how they are sometimes. They want to upset your expectations. Like, was Trump, I mean, Trump was the least believable by every metric. All right, let's continue through our notes here. I was talking about that TV series called 1899. Here's the premise. Set in 1899, the series follows a group of European immigrants traveling from London on a steamship named Kerberos to start new lives in New York City. And it has to do with a number of ships, but that name, of course, I thought that sounds very similar to Cerberus, or the Hound of Hell from myth. And yeah, it's the same word, just different spellings. The Hound of Hell, both references to Hades, the underworld. I highly recommend it. I don't want to give any spoilers, but like I said, I think the main theme has to do with the burning of Westworld, or the underworld, in this movie, and it has to do with the Starman. Again, it's kind of a weird twist at the end, but if you're not familiar, Starman is a savior from space, prophesied in David Bowie's work and pretty much every religion. Why would they name it 1899? I have to dig deeper and find out. It has a lot of interesting antiquitech. Like if you're into that whole Tartarian thing, if you've looked into it, the 1899 series would have a lot of what would kind of constitute advanced technology, like in the 19th century, just stuff that seems anachronistic and out of place. Like I still wonder sometimes if John Dee didn't have an iPhone. John Dee, the original 007. I've been talking to OpenAI.com's chat bot. Have you talked to it yet? OpenAI brought you DALL-E. And I've been doing some artwork with, I'll draw something, I'll tweet it, somebody will mix it with AI, and I'll try to paint it with some kind of medium to represent it, like just a new iteration, but letting it get remixed by this quote, AI. But I've been looking at chatopenai.com, and I was asking it questions. And this is not objective. It's basically a normie. I said, is the Earth flat? It said, no, the Earth is not flat. It's an oblate spheroid. This has been confirmed by multiple lines of scientific evidence, including satellite imagery, observations of the stars and planets. The idea that the Earth is flat has been debunked for centuries and is considered a pseudoscience. Like, they already have the Wikipedia damage control programmed into its personality. Like, you go to watch a video, and if it has the word flat, you get this whole breakdown of how the Earth isn't. It's like, okay, well, that pretty much confirms what I thought. You know, there's not going to be anything that's ungate-kept, obviously. Now, in the Discord server today, I think we briefly veered into a conversation about, I believe, I brought up Darth Vader. We were talking about the Terminator, and I was comparing him to Darth Vader. You know, Terminator versus JC, John Connor equals Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker. It's an analogous set of archetypes here. And I brought up the statement about Luke, I'm your father. And of course, that's a Mandela effect. And somebody said they remembered it. And they were a little taken aback, I think, because I said, no, you don't remember it. I guess it's because I'm saying you don't. I said, you don't remember it. You have faulty eyewitness recollection. And he said, you're telling me what I remember. And I said, yeah, I am. You can't remember it that way, as it was not that way. You're tricking yourself. You do not remember, Luke, I'm your father, as it's not possible because it wasn't in a script. And he said, you're drunk. No, I wasn't drunk. I'm just pointing out the fact that, no, you actually do not remember it the way the Mandela effect says. You're misusing the word remember. And you're also asserting knowledge on something that's, at best, a vague memory, a vague recollection or a reconstruction, a confabulation. And it matters. Why does it matter? Well, for one, 75% of the people exonerated from DNA evidence are usually found to have been convicted from nothing other than faulty eyewitness testimony. It matters that people place too much faith in their memory and stand by it. Not that I'm against your perfect memory or something, but I'm talking about, it's a very nuanced thing, but like the way that you recall how words are spelled is different from the way you might recall an event. And misspelling a word does not mean that reality shifted or that the dictionary changed. It means that you made a mistake, and we make mistakes all the time. I won't take somebody serious on their claims to be Mandela affected, that they're actually in belief, that they actually truly believe they remember it this way, unless they can demonstrate perfect memories. Like, unless you're a spelling bee champ or you get perfect grades, I'm not going to take your faulty eyewitness testimony as an actual eyewitness account of what you experienced. We have a documentary about the Mandela effect, by the way, in the works, but it's going to be a little more extensive than originally planned. As in, I don't want it just to be a slideshow with a narrator. We're adding some more content from real life. It has to be a real documentary, real people, etc. Okay, to continue, speaking of crisis actors, turns out that there is kind of a reference to the name Sexton, which is a very popular name among conspiracy theory researchers. Happens to do with the JFK assassination. On the corner of Bloody Elm and Houston is the Sexton Building. We're talking about Bloody Elm, Main Street, and Commerce that form a trident pattern with a triple underpass. And this is where the JFK assassination happened, the location. Anyway, this author, James Shelby Downward, suggested the name Sexton has something to do with graveyard connotations and is, quote, closely associated with the beetles of the genus Necrophorus, or sexton beetles, so called because they bury the remains of tiny animals with their eggs. And I looked into it, and it turns out that yes, there is something called a sexton beetle, and they are black with red markings, and bearing beetles are true to their name. They bury the carcasses of small vertebrates, such as birds and rodents, as a food source for their larvae. Okay, continuing. Again, like I said, it's been a week. I've picked up a lot of random notes. I just wanted to bring up here that we constantly notice certain names like Parkland, Highland Park, Parkland Hospital where JFK was shot. And the more we look into it, the more we found, especially this last summer, all kinds of shooting events with the name Park very consistent, very prominent. And I came to the conclusion that this park reference has to do with possibly Westworld being described as a park, Westworld Park, P-A-R-K, and maybe has something to do with the Ark. And for a little while now, I've been saying that Elon Musk is Pope Elon, and he's going to save us. That the spaceship represents the modern Ark. And look who actually tweeted this. I mean, Elon Musk actually tweeted this image: Starship taking beings of Earth to Mars. And it has the Ark of Space written on the side of a starship, and then two of every animal going into the Ark of Space. So Mars is going to be binary from the very start, apparently. But yes, two giraffes, two elephants, two of everything, and it looks like a bunch of New World Order cops with guns keeping the people out of the Ark. Now that's ominous that he would even share this. Like when the time comes, when the climate changers and the climate change accelerationists, those of us who don't recycle, that's what they call us, climate change accelerationists. When we reap what we sow and there's a big flood, we're not going to get on the arks. I mean, not unless you have enough money. I mean, it's the rich are going to buy their way into the heavens. Lickety Split says, looks real. Yeah, it's a colored pencil rendering. Like every single image of every satellite in space. I want to talk to my chat AI tonight. I'm going to ask it, where can I find images of real satellites in space? Because I don't think they've been told. I don't think the AI knows that space is fake. And that's a game changer if you think about it. All right, moving on here. Again, like I said, I'm doing my best to catch up a week's worth here, which is 2 weeks worth. Elon Musk's bedside table opens meme floodgates. In India, Musk's Twitter risks opening floodgates on hate and extremism. Floodgates open for hate speech against blacks, transgenders after Elon Musk's Twitter takeover. Just more reference to the floodgates. This whole year has been about that. It's been about floodgates. It's been about the Kraken being released. We talked about this early on in March. I mean, everything has really, for the most part, come to pass. Everything's been very consistent. I came across this bizarre story, and I look, QAnon, I mean, you got stale breadcrumbs. And how often do you hear the QAnoners say, trust the plan, eat popcorn, watch TV, watch the show? But they're constantly throwing up popcorn emojis. And I'm thinking about it, this entire time, popcorn is just code for truth or chicken feed. Truth or chicken feed being a term used to describe what intelligence agencies throw out there to keep people busy. Kind of like Hunter Biden's laptop. Since Friday, like if you know any QAnoners out there who are digging through Hunter's laptop, go check on them. They've had access to Hunter's laptop since Friday. Like they're fully immersed in this man's sexcapades and drug habits. It's like a really twisted OnlyFans account, and they're just immersed in it. It's been days and days and days. That's chicken feed. Anyway, I've been following the Q thing, and one of the characters that has emerged is this Queen of Canada, Queen Didaloo. But I remember bringing up how it seemed like there was some kind of Game of Thrones emerging, because now you had a king of North America, which would presumably include Canada. And his name is King Carlson. I still haven't found a picture of him. I heard he smacks his lips a lot, and it doesn't seem very king-like. I don't think it's related to Tucker, but the King of Canada, and then you have the the King of America, the Queen of Canada. These are just a few. But it turns out there are others. There's a King of Britain, there's a King of Sweden, and every one of them, they have their own groups. There's Queen Helen Edwards of Australia. There's Her Excellency Karen, Minister of New Jersey. Here's Queen Charmaine. Again, they all have basically jurisdiction over different areas. These are QAnoners, kings, and queens. Now, here's King Carlson being described, Vice.com, wearing a Florida Gators t-shirt. The Arizona man in his mid-40s attempts to convince hundreds of thousands watching his live streams that he's the real leader of the United States. King David Carlson explains he has a few million people to take out before he's done with his plan to install QAnon kings and queens across the world. Quote, we've managed to infiltrate large portions of the world's population to cut off the heads of the snake in many places around the world. Now, he's talking about some kind of a global coup. Now, what got even more interesting, I was kind of digging into this Queen Didaloo's trip across Canada with her RVs, and I guess it was kind of a tie-in to the truckers. And the truckers are very patriotic. You know, the Canadian truckers driving across Canada to save it. Well, she goes out there with her RV, and when they get to the site, she says that the flag of Canada is red because of the blood of the children that the deep state in Canada's government sacrifice. And she burned a Canadian flag in front of a bunch of these Canadian trucker patriots, and they were chased out of town. All right, continuing, Travis Claus says, Tim, you're going to break it. Not sure what you mean, but I agree with you. We do have plans, actually, and it's beyond Trojan horse. Like, they will not accept anything. We provide a Trojan horse gift, it won't be accepted. Nothing that I ever say here, nothing that we ever talk about will hit the world stage. They really are trying to essentially vaccinate minds against what we're talking about here. I mean, that's why this channel has been so suppressed. We have more than a dozen YouTube channels available to us, and they're all struck down. We were on 25 podcasting platforms. We were pulled down with fake copyright attacks. Not quite sure who's behind it, but we have a long-term plan, 30 years. I think we'll get revenge on everybody in that amount of time. But every single time this channel takes a hit, I focus on something else. And by the time we get this thing back and up again, things are better. We do build back better here routinely. And this time around, I think it's been very productive, as you're all going to see, especially with the publication wing. Angst G says, does Stu Peters' documentary qualify as chicken feed? Oh yeah, no doubt. Truth or chicken feed. I said this early on, and there were some individuals featured in the documentary that I contacted before it came out. And I said, I was an embalmer at a central care facility. We had a high caseload, and clotting is normal for dead bodies. And embalmers are not medical professionals. And by the time they get the bodies, they've been sitting in the refrigerators for a few days. And not only that, but the only ones that you would find these anomalous clots in, as in died suddenly, would be autopsied. If they've been autopsied, then the embalmer is not going to do a single point injection where they're pulling out big clots like you saw in the documentary. No, it's a completely different process. You're talking about arteries being severed during the examination, and that's where they would find. Like, if there was anything to find, it would be found in the actual morgues, not at the embalming centers. The documentary is total garbage. I called it such way before it came out, and I think I've been 100% vindicated. Again, they were grasping at clots. If you want to support the Infinite Plane Society, you can join for 2023 with an annual membership, now 50% off for the next 22 days. If you're in the chat, just click the link there. Again, support IPS by joining. It's the best way to support what we're doing here and to keep this think tank rolling. And ultimately, that's what it's about, the think tank. I could do podcasting, I could pre-record things, but the fact is, when we have this live interaction where those of us in the know are real time engaging in conjecture, research, and discussion. We're putting together a multi-million piece puzzle together. This is something that I think the powers that be would like to suppress, and I think we pretty much invented it. I mean, look at traditional radio. You have the host and the listeners all scattered. They can't talk to each other, and if they want to talk to the host, and therefore talk to each other, they have to go through him, but they have to go through his screeners. I tried to get on the show with Sean Hannity once because I wanted to troll him. Well, they took my name and number and said, "We'll call you back tomorrow if you check out." So I want to call and talk to Sean Hannity, and I have to be vetted for 24 hours first. Okay, I see how that works. And then think about class in school growing up. You have a teacher, and then you have your students, and the teacher tells you what's in the book, and then you regurgitate it back. You don't pass notes. So for all intents and purposes, you have a one-on-one direct relationship with the authoritarian at the center of the room, or that one voice. Now what we've done here is by opening up the chat, you have the live presentation, but you also have not only real-time communication back and forth without any filters, without any sort of any kind of 24-hour vetting. We don't have a call screener or a chat screener, but the chatters can communicate. So the class or the listeners share notes laterally, real time. And of course, it's a leveling of the field, if you ask me. It's a overturning of the order of things. And that's kind of what we're doing in the first place. I think there's been an inversion. The public is in Wonderland. And what we're doing is we're fixing things. In my view, we're taking information that would only be available to those at the capstone of this big massive pyramid scheme, and we're sharing it with the bottom level, leveling it. Therefore, they no longer have some kind of advantage over us. Like crisis actors, the PSYOP entertainment complex in general, those wizards behind these perception management stunts, they can't trigger us. They don't have that kind of power anymore. All right, let me continue here. Appreciate everybody joining. Again, joining at ips.monster. Join for a year. Get 50% off with that link. We are unstoppable, and I am going to get sued. There's going to be years of legal back and forth from a few different directions. I'm suing YouTube. In fact, I've been contacted by the I actually contacted the Attorney General's office there in California. Look, it's going somewhere. YouTube is a future defendant in a case where basically they're responsible for aiding and abetting in identity theft against me. And that's going to take some time here, but you're going to see in the future, especially starting next month. I don't let it overwhelm me, but this channel's always been contested. We've always had our beefs, we've always had our trolls, our enemies, and it has taken a lot of legal work to keep this thing going. But we are the channel that unmasked this Q PSYOP deeper than anybody, and that has yet to reach mainstream. And that's why I think it's great news that I'm likely going to be hit with a massive liability, because it's newsworthy. And anything that gets Infinite Plane Society on the news is going to help with our bigger agenda here, which of course is this, what is it? You want to call it a revolution of the mind. In a way, we're talking about this process of removing that filter. And when I say removing that filter, I mean it's like, think about the significance of people who were formerly 100% gate kept on this topic, learning about crisis actors. Before you knew about fake news, you were only stuck with the alternative explanation of the false flag theory. Like, every one of these terrible things is exactly happening as reported, although we have a different interpretation on who did it or why. But the essential thing is, it still happened. Like, we lived in a much darker world, very nightmarish, until we unplugged. And it was that little crack in the matrix, that little glitch that showed us, okay, this much is fake. Like, that's a pretty big deal. It's a paradigm shift. And I think that we can widen that rift. We can actually show more behind the scene than just faked shootings to advance various psyops. I mean political agendas. These psyops are more than just advancing wars. I say perception management operations because it's more extensive than things merely involving violence. And we talk about these things all the time, but they're so pervasive, it's worth mentioning that psychological operations are the rule, not the exception. The Jussie Smollett scandal was intentional and revealed intentionally to give you the impression that if anybody ever tried to fake out the news media, they would expose it and humiliate the person. No, it's a psyop within a psyop. It's what you'd call fake. Angst G says, if you're hit with a judgment, is that something you can appeal? We'll see. The way I'm looking at it is, it was a countersuit, and I think it was nothing more than malicious prosecution. And I think the basis for suing me was very fraudulent in that there's a public domain piece of crap clip art which you could download for free and put on a business card, and it's a scientist. Well, I put a beak on it. Like literally, I put the penguin beak on that scientist. And I think he thinks he's clever. What this defendant did, because I was suing him at the time for defamation, for emailing advertisers, etc. Well, he registered it with the USPTO and he said, no, I'm going to trademark this public domain clip art. I mean, that would be like trademarking an emoji. And he's like, okay, now you committed trademark libel. And then he sued me for $640,000. I'm like, okay, I mean, actually it's $600,000, but then $30,000 for his attorney fees, $12,000 for butt hurt, feelings. I'm like, okay, show me the receipts where you went to the feelings doctor and he fixed your feelings. He patched them up, he massaged them or whatever. It's clearly a joke, but my point is, I told the judge this is malicious prosecution, it's retaliation, and if you succeed at something like that, it looks bad. I think it just looks bad on the judge. But look, I'm not worried about it in the slightest. It's not going to stop me. What it's going to do, it's going to platform us. And I say us, this think tank. They don't want to shine a spotlight on me because I am ground zero for an infodemic. Yep. I'm like patient zero for an infodemic that they won't be able to push back. And what I'm assembling right now is a can of worms, got some accelerant, and I'm ready for any kind of blowback for whatever kind of bad press I get. And I'm assuming it's going to be bad press. I'm going to be looked at as the bad guy because his evidence against me consisted of about 90 pages of blog posts and memes and statements like, oh, he's a flat earther. Like, am I a flat earther? I'm sorry, but are you even a globe earther? Show me the curve. Like, I'm shape agnostic. Show me what's at the edge of the universe. I mean, don't act like you have all the answers. We're asking the same questions, but our questions are a little more localized than assuming the answer is way out there instead of much closer. And this conversation is more nuanced than flat or round. To say someone is a, quote, flat earther, I'm sorry, but like, establish that you're a globe earther first. I'm an earther. That's it. I'm an earther. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm on. But beyond that, yeah, I'm not really obliged to commit. And it's a very important question because it opens up a lot of things. And I think that it's a gateway to other very important questions. Not a gateway to hate. It doesn't go from, oh, the earth might be flat, hail Hitler. That's what they want you to think. No, it's more like, okay, if they're misrepresenting it, then they're hiding land. Maybe they're hiding Atlantis. Or if they're not hiding land, they're hiding something else. Maybe they're hiding technology. But if they're hiding something, then it matters. And my position on this is it's far beyond about round or flat or shape. It's about world view control. I think NASA is about world view control. I think they fake more than space. I think NASA's behind a lot of psychological operations. Like that's just where they organize it all. That's the top of the capstone. I think NASA is worldview warfare against everybody. It's not like you think about your military. Oh, it's to defend us from the other guys. No, it's to maintain the illusion of all these big threats. Like, I admit it, I was a crisis actor, but I got paid well. I didn't stick around very long, but I think the entire time I was in the military, yeah, look, I was a crisis actor. My job was to perpetuate the belief in nukes, nuke fallout, and pandemics, and of course, all the remediation and decontamination techniques. And my entire job was premised on nuclear fallout, high altitude nuclear detonations, EMP blasts, and preparing for this as though it were eventual. Now, I'm just saying that the fact that everybody in all of the services believe, all of the armed services believe this. They believe in these particular things. They also believe in the official story of fill in the blank psyop. They're all de facto crisis actors. And we did do drills nonstop, simulating things nonstop. One of my jobs was helping to simulate depleted uranium rounds. And then, of course, you find vehicles hit with depleted uranium. You have to detect to see if it's radioactive. You wear the mask. I mean, look, PPE from 2020, if you ask me, I think that was all part of conditioning people to act as though the stuff were real, to make it real. Like a fashion statement was used to spread this big illusion. All right, continuing here. Look, I can admit that I was a crisis actor, but I didn't know it. But in 2020, I was a conscious crisis actor. I was a little miffed that I only got paid $1,200. All right, Wee says, makes sense. NASA would be the cover for the biggest black ops. Oh yeah, look, I think you can draw a connection here between Kubrick, Apollo 11, 9/11, and the JFK assassination. And that's just a handful. And I'm saying it's the same production department. Okay, continuing. Lee and Dion says their cartoon fake space doesn't account for their vast daily budget. Yeah, I would say that their money's going somewhere. It's not going into the production value. Like, we're not getting Avatar 2. We're getting like something from PBS, like public broadcasting. It's pretty pathetic. I mean, look, the space station has to go down because it's an embarrassment, it's an eyesore, and the special effects are far behind video games. Netflix. I watched stuff on Netflix with that show. I think it's called Love and Robots and Death or something. Really great animated series, short movies. And some of them are so real. It takes me a minute to realize, okay, this is fake. And I am visually literate. I can tell between real and fake, and that some of these take a minute. Okay, let's see here. I wanted to continue. Here's a couple of things. Now, I can make the case that 9/11 was a hoax in several ways, but I think with all of these things, one of the biggest clues here, I think, is, of course, the predictive programming that goes into it. We go back, we look at these different events, and you find out, we should have seen it coming. But at the time, we didn't know how it worked. Nobody at the time of 9/11 could have known the full extent of the hoaxery. But these days, we catch things in advance. But I've been looking back at psyops from years past just to see, who was unraveling it at the deepest level. And I found this really great article from peaceofmindful.com. And he broke down the Littleton shooting, Colorado, Klebold and Eric. Here we go. The Littleton shooters, the Columbine massacre. Now, a couple of things about this. One of the things he pointed out was what he called are spook markers. And by spook markers, he's talking about what we always point out, these strange numbers, the coincidences all over these things. He says, and this is his explanation, please do not confuse this mere signaling system with gematria, or translating words into numbers. I will be highlighting numbers I regard as significant or spook markers, as I call them. This is merely secret communication devices by which intelligence agents, Freemasons or whatever, can tell the others these events are contrived and fake. For example, 1119 and 1208 are very significant here. Now, what he's pointing out is what we often point out, that you can find all kinds of numerical coincidences around these psyops. And I used to just say hoax code. You can leave it at that. You can find deeper levels of meaning, although I do agree with him to an extent that adding and subtracting the numbers and drawing conclusions based on that could just be a lot of misinformation. But this event, again, Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold. Dylan's where we get Dylan Roof from. They use these names that tie together. Anyway, this is a fantastic breakdown of the event and all of the hoaxery. Much of it was filmed in advance. Nobody died, nobody cried. And what's even more, this movie came out just after The Matrix came out. And if you recall, this movie, The Matrix, brought out that fashion of the black trench coats, the black shades, and the guns. Worth pointing out here that the glorification of gun violence in Hollywood is usually done by anti-gun types. Why is that? They're against guns, but they glorify them in movies. It's all gun porn. Why is that? It's because it's actually an anti-gun agenda. Their glorification of guns, their quote gun culture, is really a construct of the left. The right doesn't worship guns. That's mostly a construct that they give us in these movies to make it look like we have a toxic relationship with guns and we need to get rid of them. It's an exaggeration on purpose. But The Matrix played a big part in that. And if you recall, the shooters came out dressed up just like out of The Matrix. Here it goes. This is from peaceofmindful.com. It had just been released prior to the Columbine event. The image below is striking. On the right are the two actors chosen to play Klebold and Harris, only to build a body of evidence to insinuate that these were real people of a troubled nature. Yes, that's definitely a connection. Now, he does go through a lot of the numbers and the timestamps. And, for example, a 3-hour, 33-minute video from the cafeteria that day. And, yeah, these are consistent markers throughout many of these events. Now, funnily enough, it seems that we might have an actual connection here, or an answer as to who these two characters were. Because again, these PSYOP actors, they're not really dying. It's not a false flag. The government didn't agitate these guys or provoke them. The FBI didn't give them guns and say, go shoot up a school. These were actors and they didn't die. Nobody died, nobody cried. Like, it's as simple as that. But I believe that a number of people have actually come to the same conclusion. We have an answer as to who they became, or who they were known as afterward. And that would be Parker and Stone. Yes. Now you can compare the two. We're talking about the creators of South Park, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, and of course they do look like spitting images of the Columbine shooters. And you can just grab a couple images at random, and I've been going through them, and I think this stands, Trey Parker and Matt Stone are dead ringers for Klebold and Harris. Even the most recent pictures, very, very accurate. I think it's them. And there's another one as well. Let me point out another one that's related just to show you how consistent this pattern is. Do you remember Gabby Petito? Like this year, the character, the person who played Persephone was Eliza Fletcher, who was kidnapped. The year before that, it was Gabby Petito, kidnapped by Brian Laundrie. Gabby Petito happened to be in a 2013 music video for Sandy Hook, carrying a sign says here, "I'm irreplaceable." What are the odds from Sandy Hook to that? Going through comments, We says, why waste any black budget on special effects? The public's completely snowed by the crappy video. I have a few theories about this. And there's a strong possibility that the terrible special effects and the bad acting is there on purpose to gaslight you. Like when somebody's lying and you know they're lying, you can call them out. But if you don't, if you just have a suspicion, you can't really say anything. And I think maybe what they're trying to do is kind of create this subconscious suspicion it's fake, but not enough to quite call it out. Like everything just seems a little surreal. I think it's part of gaslighting, in other words. And gaslighting is the word of the year, Merriam-Webster dictionary, but it just describes a process of undermining somebody's sense of reality by getting them to question their own perceptions, but always having their perceptions contradicted by what you tell them to believe. Like it's probably on purpose. I have a lot to say on that topic. I mean, it's not a coincidence that you see the same faces appearing under different guises. I think it's, again, psychological warfare. Alex Jones seemed to have some kind of, I guess, remorse about having Ye and Nick Fuentes on his show, because Alex Jones is a guard railer in many ways, and he doesn't go full Hitler. He doesn't go full anti-Semite or anti-Jew. What he'll say is globalists. He uses dog whistles, and that's so they can stay on the air and not get, they really do toe the line. Well, Nick Fuentes goes out and says the quiet parts out loud, and so does Ye. Well, Alex Jones went on to Steven Crowder's show, and he said that Kanye West and Nick Fuentes have some kind of homoerotic asphyxiations with Hitler. That's where he went with it. He says, quote, the real creep factor, this is from InfoWars, the real creep factor is, man, homoerotic, I have to pay to read The Independent or these ads are going to overwhelm me. But before that, he had said to Ye that Ye has a Hitler fetish. But he was trying to deflect from Hitler. He said, no, Ye, you're nothing like Hitler. You're not like him. And Ye's like, no, I actually am. We need to stop dissing the Nazis. I mean, this story has been ongoing. I think they're not able to totally bury it. But listen to this. This is the damage control side of it. He says, there's a real creepy factor with this Hitler stuff. It's like some homoerotic thing over Hitler. That's kind of what was going on there. There is a Hitler fetish. And I'm not into dudes in fancy peacock military uniforms, by the way. Some of the biggest, and then he goes on to say that Hitler was an occultist. Hitler was a baby killer. Anyway, we got to stop dissing the Nazis, said Ye. I've looked into it, and this did make me think. I did learn a little bit from it, and I've concluded that the argument for this Jewish media mafia control or whatever that Kanye is positing, I think it's just the far right version of the far left blaming white privilege and systemic racism for everything. I think these are equivalent partisan scapegoats, and they can't both be true, which makes me think they're both fake. Now, in the last week, things have shifted quite a bit. I think that when Fuentes and Ye went to meet with Trump and then got dumped on, I think they shifted things a bit. And now the expectations of the far right have been wedded for something a little more extreme. Here, this is from Vice.com. Ever since Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene disavowed white nationalist Nick Fuentes, the far right has viciously turned on her. Calling her Large Marge for some reason when she's like 5'2". They're dumping her. And I think they're going to dump Trump. I mean, they are pushing things over far to the right, but I have a theory about it. Like, I don't think this is merely Ye getting clicks. I don't think this is about merely the attention economy. If you look at the overall story here, you have Elon Musk opening the floodgates, independent, QAnon, white nationalists, hate speech. Experts reveal how the floodgates have opened. Okay, the floodgates have opened to what? Hate speech. Now, I've been talking about how Kanye West or Charles Ye Manson, how he's being set up. He is this Charles Manson-esque like character calling for the helter-skelter scenario. Well, here are the floodgates opening to enable this. If anything happens right now, who are they going to blame it on? Let's say some bowl cut pops off at a synagogue again, or something else. Ye is going to get blamed. Musk will get blamed. The Club Q shooting has already been blamed on the right. They've already blamed anybody on the right that said anything critical, anything having to do with grooming. If you criticize groomers, and I'm not talking about Catholic Church, I'm not talking about the Boy Scouts, I'm not talking about the Southern Baptists or the public school teachers. I'm talking about if you criticize the drag queens as groomers, you would be blamed for the Club Q shooting. And this scapegoating needs to stop. Blame the shooter. Blame his dad, actually. His dad was pretty bad, if you saw that. But I mean, if you ask me, it was all a big setup. And when it comes down to it, setups, I think Nick Fuentes is a Democrat plant. Same with Milo. All right, let me go through some comments. Diana South says, Elon looks like Liberace. He does, actually, in that image there. Elon's a combination of Werner von Braun and I think, a Chinese clone, Willy Wonka, and Iron Man. He responded to Kanye's statement about how he could be a clone, and he said he found it to be quite a compliment. Kanye West is dragging far-right figures into the mainstream. Yep, as I said. Trump called for the termination of the Constitution because of Hunter Biden's laptop, and then it turned out to be a nothing burger, as I predicted. I said it's basically an OnlyFans account for Hunter Biden, and his OnlyFans are the GOP. It's a nothing burger. And it turned out to be a nothing burger. You had all kinds of people on the right, like Jack Posobiec, saying this is the most historic Twitter info dump in history. And no, it was a nothing. Big nothing burger. Elon Musk says he wanted to punch Kanye for posting the Raelian symbol on Twitter. I actually have that audio. Do you want to hear Elon Musk talking about punching Kanye? If this is one of the least threatening sounding threats to punch somebody I've ever heard. Does he even know how to throw a punch?
That's not actually legal. So the question is, what is incitement to violence? And I think, posting swastikas in what is obviously not a, good way, is an incitement to violence. I personally wanted to punch Kanye, so...
It's an incitement to violence. I personally want to punch Kanye. What?
Good way, is an incitement to violence. I personally wanted to punch Kanye, so...
Yeah, Kanye's being violent. Off with his head. Okay, we can trust him with Twitter. Now, I'm going to continue this tomorrow. We only got 20% of the way through my notes. We're not even close. Not even. But I just wanted to make sure that we're kind of up to speed on where things are going. Things are going full speed ahead, not stopping. This is a quote from William Blake from The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. And this is with regard to what I've been saying about how the big deception has been this epistemological inversion. They have pulled people through the TV screen. They take it as a source of information. They have mistaken the screen for a window to the world when it is in fact a filter. This is William Blake, quote, "If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks in his cavern." And the chinks in the cavern refer to the cracks, the glitches in the matrix, the smiling crisis actor, the things that give you the insights. And that's what we have been working on here in this channel specifically. The glitches. And then it's from these glitches that we've been ascertaining the bigger picture. The big picture is basically the public has been left out of pretty much everything. We have an esoteric version of what's really going on. And what you're learning here, what we learn here, what we elucidate is what I would call esoteric media, the inside. What those people at the top of the pyramid scheme are apprised of. Anyway, thanks for joining, likely tomorrow morning, but definitely get on the text alerts. I'm going to keep that going. Thanks all of you for supporting the channel, and if you click the link below, you can join for 50% off for a year. And I'm going to reboot the 24/7 early in the morning. I have to set up a new playlist. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd Degree. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hijack this stream. I know we're like 10 minutes early, but it's twice today we've been early, which is just an indication here that if you get the text alerts, you won't miss anything. And today is still December the 1st, 2022, and I had a special request by voicemail. Let me go ahead and get to this right away while it's still December the 1st, 2022. It's been a very interesting day. Let me go ahead and, is this even a voicemail or just a transcript? This might just be a very long text. It says, "Hello, I hope this is the right number. My husband loves your podcast. His birthday is December the 1st. I'm hoping you can do a shout out to Mario. He's turning 33. Okay. Well, happy birthday to Mario 33. In fact, we were just opening up with the 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. I'll be right back here, and I'm going to see if I can get the audio for that. Or it might just be a really long text, which is really pretty thoughtful. It's like 5 paragraphs.
A little suddenly, as I looked askance at this door in front of me. Yes, there was a black lady stating it to be the Supreme Court of the 35th degree. 35th degree.
That would be correct. It's just a very long text message. Alright, so today started off with they're calling him the triumvirate of hate. I would have gone with trifecta, but I guess, whatever, it's Kanye, Musk, and Trump are the 3 villains, arch villains. But right now, Kanye's taken center stage, and then he just merged with Alex Jones. And I'm still evaluating the fallout from the Alex Jones, Kanye, Nick Fuentes collab today. It was immediately apparent that Jones did not want to be branded as a Nazi, and whenever he brought it up, though, Kanye got weirdly defensive of Hitler, to the point where by hour 3, Jones said to Kanye, "You've got a Hitler fetish." But it would go like this. He would say, "Well, Kanye, of course you've said some bad things, but it's not like you're Hitler." And Kanye's like, "Well, we got to stop dissing Nazis. What's so bad about Hitler?" And there's really no way to water that message down, and it's kind of percolated. It's blowing up as we speak. And I just want to point out that this is very consistent with this helter-skelter 2022 mind map that I was assembling. And one of the connections I didn't get to earlier when I talked about this is how recently Ye took credit for Django Unchained. He said Jamie Foxx and Quentin Tarantino stole it from him. But my point is, Django Unchained is an interesting part of this narrative because it has everything to do with Christopher Dorner, the police officer protesting systemic racism, going on a shooting spree. Of course, he's black, and we got people on CNN cheering it on, saying this is just like the movie Django Unchained about this escaped slave. Anyway, Christopher Dorner was quite literally incinerated in a cabin. And pop quiz, how old was Christopher Dorner when he was incinerated in that cabin? And again, there's a little hint here when it comes to pop quizzes. The answer is generally going to be, well, 33, and it's just the pattern. Ex-LAPD officer Christopher Jordan Dorner, 33, suspected in shootings of 5 police officers. The Dorner manhunt. I think it was it Lamont? Is that the guy's name? He was like, Christopher Lamont, he's like, this is Django Unchained in real life. They were literally cheering this on. But yes, here you have him. Columbia professor Mark Lamont Hill. sat on a CNN panel to discuss Christopher Dorner and its quote, a real life Django Unchained. But anyway, what you had here was a meltdown in public, and then he gets burned, like burned at the stake, incinerated. I think they identified him from his passport, probably made from the same ones that the terrorists carry. Anyway, my point is they were sympathizers with him, and we've gone through this topic before. The clip of Mark Lamont is pretty funny. You know, I mean, funny, not funny. Knowing how fake it all is, it's kind of funny. But yeah, you just open a worship of this. But I'm saying this is another example of what we would call concurrent programming. The things that are happening in real life happen to correspond to something that's happening in the movies. And it was interesting that Ye would attach himself to that messaging because I think it's about Nat Turner, which of course is where you get the name Turner Diaries. Turner Diaries, of course, inspired Timothy McVeigh and all these skinheads and the KKK types. And of course, Kanye comes out weirdly as Black Skinhead, which is one of his songs, and I think is something of a prophecy or foreshadowing about what he's doing right now. I mean, it's a very interesting and singular thing he's doing. The way he's just kind of taken control of this particular narrative and he's ran with it. And then, of course, with Nick Fuentes in the picture, they're getting a lot more out than they ever have. And the outrage is definitely there. It's exploding, which we'll go over all of it. It's been a really interesting day. And that whole interview just shows you how he's entirely unrestrained and Jones couldn't reel him in. And it shows you how people do hold their lines. All right, we are joined here by, oh, yes, Portal Complex says he's the one who can save us from climate change. Yeah, Kanye is going to save the world. He's running for office 2024. They really put a wedge between Ye and Trump. I noticed that there's kind of a wedge drawn up there. Like, Trump's not keeping it real. He's got handlers that keep him in line. And I believe Trump is apparently outraged or mad about the fact that he even had Fuentes on the premises. I guess he didn't know, or he claims it was a setup, it was a troll. And is that what we're seeing here? Is this a big troll? Is Ye trolling everybody? I just watched a movie on Netflix called Troll, and I kind of recommend it for anybody who's into this mud flood thing. There are a lot of people who happen to think, and whatever you want to call this, some kind of alternative creation myth. This idea that all of the land masses were once organic things, giants. I mean, you've probably heard the one about how mountains are actually just big tree stumps. Anyway, it kind of goes along with that. Anyway, in this movie Troll, it's basically that the mountains are actually ancient dead trolls that are just simply not animated at the moment, and they kind of wake up. It's kind of like a Norse Godzilla story, but the graphics are fantastic. Anyway, part of this whole thing was are we going to have to nuke Oslo because they didn't want the news getting out? And I'm thinking that's kind of what Kanye is. It's like this troll, and they're just trying to do we have to destroy Twitter to get rid of him? Do we destroy the internet? And at this point, yeah, that's probably where they're leading. There's a mass exodus from Twitter as we speak. You'll never get another tweet from Jim Carrey. Now, I don't know if people think Jim Carrey's actually aware. Is he some kind of guru, or is he just promulgating Masonic and Illuminati symbolism for fun? Is it part of an act? I don't know. But it's very fascinating if you look back at his character. But yeah, he left Twitter. Okay, Tyrone McCloskey says Hitler's a fictional character. Portal Complex says Hitler was a crisis actor, a construct, and a 33rd degree lunatic. I've heard some strange ones. I've heard that Hitler is actually Walt Disney, and if you look at Walt Disney's home and then you flip it and superimpose it over Hitler's bunker, it's the same thing. I've heard that Hitler, I mean, there are stories about Hitler, you can get into it if you care to, but yeah, hippie Hitler. There's this theory that Hitler's actually a woman. I don't even care to go there. Not really. I don't want to go down these trails. That, to me, a lot of this stuff is just. I've heard this phrase, "truth or chicken feed," or something like that. But basically, ideas that are put out there that are entertaining, they're distracting, but they don't have a basis in reality. Like the birds are fake movement is a fake movement, a contrived movement, to make it look like people who question the news are somehow detached from reality, which is just not the case. Tyrone says, of course he's trolling. He's not a billionaire any more than the Zuck. Billionaires in name only. I mean, there are billionaires. There are people who are very wealthy. There are philanthropists, but you know, when they can just take it away and take it's like a status symbol or something. And what is it even worth anyway? All right, let me continue here. Oh yes, Moon Harvest says the troll meme just got brought up on Meme Analysis, and also John LeBon has just done a great piece to do with the latest BBC documentary, Disaster Deniers Hunting the Trolls. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at. I didn't want to read too much into it. I'm watching a movie about a big troll, but I was kind of thinking about there is this kind of analogy here, and how every time I heard the phrase troll in the movie, it just made me think about how they're overreacting to people spreading memes. And of course, recently the term disaster deniers or disaster trolls has been used to describe auto hoaxers, specifically those who not only call things out as fake, stating the obvious, but who actually do some follow up and investigate and track down the different actors and performance artists. And that's where you get into the place where you can get sued. And that's probably going to happen to some of these so called disaster trolls. I would never advocate that. I think it's really strange. You had that individual, Sidethorn journalist, who went to 33 different shooting events hunting for crisis actors, offering $100,000 for evidence of an actual death. Well, obviously nobody could claim that prize because nobody dies, and he would know this. If anything, the $100,000 should have been, we'll pay you if you're a whistleblower to, tell on the whole production. Anyway, I think it's a setup. I thought the whole thing. I think there's a lot of there were a lot of attempts out there to brand the people who question the news as extremists, like they would go hunting down or tracking down actors. Like again, I would never advocate such a thing. If anything, I'm more interested in who the directors are, and that's kind of the level at which we analyze these things. What's the utility of the story? I don't really care about the extras. I mean, there are some actors that have been given more or less the Golden Hoggy Award. We recognize talent where it exists. There are those who make multiple appearances. In fact, I would say that the acting over there, man, there were a couple that were just terrible recently. I thought Club Q was pretty poorly acted. There were some pretty terrible scenes in there too. Club Q is totally fake. If you missed it, talked about it about a week ago. I did a full breakdown of it. And these are just agenda-driven psychological operations, perception management stunts. Nobody actually gets killed. And these stories are always filled up with all kinds of hints. And the names of the actors are always kind of jokes. Like there at the Club Q, you had Rump, Loving, you had the names just had certain connotations. Anyway, if you just joined us, it is December the 1st, 2022. It's Mario's 33rd birthday. And we're analyzing the fallout from Kanye West putting on a Riddler hood and going on InfoWars and saying all the things that you're not supposed to say. But, again, I don't think that he has a point. I really don't. I think this is mostly a self-inflicted wound, an intentional foot bullet. I think he could have railed against any group, Samoans, for example, and achieved the same exact thing. There's just, it's not really about any particular group. I think just this form of behavior is cancelable in the view of the PC MSM. All right, if you have any disagreement on that, I'm happy to take calls 833-311-1984. We don't have any kind of restrictions. I'm something of a free speech absolutist in a sense, but I don't think that what we're seeing here is a free speech issue, by the way. Alex Jones being kicked off a platform, it's not a free speech issue. There's a terms of service thing. These are private companies, and it is obviously their right. But yeah, I do think that culturally, we ought to be more accepting of the free flow of ideas and information, and we should be against book burning or the digital equivalent. But for the most part, cancellation or cancel culture is mostly not even a thing. I mean, has anybody been canceled? You can't think of anybody. It's kind of just a way to get street cred. Getting censored is a great way to get publicity. Next to being swatted or faking your own death. These are just marketing tactics that I've noticed. Portal Complex says, checked out the Inside Job cartoon tonight. Yes, Inside Job is ripping on both Kanye and Jones. It's a leftist controlled platform. If you've seen Inside Job, obviously it's a 9/11 reference. I referenced season 1, but the new one, there are just a lot of the humor on there. It's just not family friendly, and a lot of it's just garbage. It's definitely coming from a leftist perspective. I mean, the animation's good. There are some funny one-liners and jokes and stuff, but I could only handle a couple episodes, and it kind of made me sick. All right, go ahead. Call in 833-311-1984. Tyrone says Kanye is harmless and is allowed to say this stuff, so someone who is a threat doesn't get to say it. Like diffusing it, you mean? Kind of waters it down. I mean, he equivocates, and I don't think he's being 100% honest. I mean, it's kind of disingenuous to say, yeah, he loves Hitler, but he also loves everybody. It's like, I'm sorry, but there's kind of a magnitude of difference. He said he loves Jeffrey Dahmer. It's like, well, you don't love Jeffrey Dahmer the same way you love Kim Kardashian, for example. It's kind of strange, these little semantic games they play, but it's excellent trolling. Here's one from The Sun, and a lot of people just didn't get the humor, the jokes, but um, he made a visual pun out of Benjamin Netanyahu's name, mocking the former Israeli prime minister. And some people are ripping him for it. I don't know. I just thought it's so lowbrow that billions are going to laugh at it. That most people on the internet will think it's funny that Kanye, or they'll think he's crazy. It'll be one of the two. Tyrone says diffusing, yes. Yeah, I think it's very intriguing here. The whole thing about it is that it flips everything on its script. And this all started with what? White Lives Matter. And of course, you can't really separate the White Lives Matter from, and Candace Owens from her documentary, which has to do with George Floyd and the very premise of BLM being fallacious. That no, Floyd obviously, he wasn't killed by systemic racism, he was killed by fentanyl. That's kind of the counter narrative that they put forth. But everything's about inversion and about the black and the white is throughout this entire thing. It's pretty well represented, and it's just everything's inverted. That's why he has the song "Black Skinhead." He comes out in a black Klan uniform, basically. Like it's all flipped. And this also, I think, ties in, and I have this all in the mind map, and I didn't want to get too esoteric into this right now, but it does tie in very neatly to this supposed prophecy contained within the work of David Bowie about the Savior, who is identified as the Black Star, and the Starman. And of course, Starman, and then Black Star is the name of Bowie's posthumous album. And that's the album that people believe actually finalizes and affirms that Kanye West is the prophesied Starman, this savior character. And I've done some research into this area and I found some very fascinating connections. And it even extends. It extends the correlation between Bowie and Ye to the Man Who Fell to Earth character, played by Bowie, and now played by another actor also born like Ye in 1977. But there's this reoccurring theme of a black stone, a black rock, black star. Very fascinating stuff here. But it goes even further back, weirdly enough, to the Bowie Elvis connection. And the thing is, and I have this all mapped out, there are some strange Kanye Elvis connections that do tie into this. And I think all of it ties into the real meaning behind idolatry, celebrity worship. There's a reason why celebrities take center stage here. And I think what we're seeing is, I think there's a bigger picture here. And I don't think that when Kanye West is posing with the crown of thorns, or when he's set on fire, or he's there with Pluto for the, I guess, inauguration of this return of Pluto, is the planet. I don't think these are mere publicity stunts. I think they're tied into the bigger body of occult symbolism that guides everything that we see. And I think that he's playing some kind of a role here on the world stage. I don't think it's entirely off the rails. And I think much of it ties in to this, what I said, Helter Skelter or Turner Diaries. It has to do with some kind of schism that has to do with the fall of the West. And his name, of course, ties into this whole story. But the schism has to do with this black and white, and that's why they're playing along this cultural fault line, this dividing line here. And it's really interesting if you look at how split things are. And I've been noticing how far right fringe says Jews control everything. Far left fringe says whites control everything. Like, notice the BLM argument is not that Israel killed George Floyd, it was that the white power structure did. And it's just too perfectly split down the middle. Like, I think the public is being played, and this is just business as usual. Let me catch up on comments here. R. Cook says, Ye's too big of a player to not be in the club. Right, well, I think the symbolism kind of speaks for itself. All right, let me continue. Yeah, he did say a number of interesting things. Of course, this is, it's almost like too easy. They could script this stuff in advance. They know what memes will be very offensive. And of course, the platforming of it is seen as a problem. And this, to me, is also part of a concerted attack on free speech. A lot of these individuals, I think, are almost free speech saboteurs. It helps them control the fringe. And you can't really separate Musk from this. But now look at this. One of the last things that Ye tweeted is the Raelian star, which is kind of strange. The Raelians were some group of, well, kind of like it sounds, they believed that they were in contact with aliens from Sirius. They had some kind of supposed experience with human cloning. But anyway, Ye's on Twitter right now, and he said a few things, like, for example, and this is an hour ago, I stand by Balenciaga and denounce all the witch hunts. Cancel culture. Ending trafficking doesn't start or end with a fashion campaign. So he's actually defending, suggesting it's probably nothing. And I have looked into it, and it's not a nothing. It's definitely the case that this modeling agency has some kind of strange Podesta-like taste in art. Was it Tony Podesta's brother? Or is it? No, it's Tony Podesta. It's Podesta's brother. These are these Pizzagate characters. But anyway, a lot of their art seemed to have some kind of penchant for children in, adult situations. And this whole thing with the teddy bears dressed up in lingerie is kind of what's being more or less defended here. Or at least bypassed. Going through some more tweets on this. It's all really, again, this thing's very clownish at times. But let me go ahead and play this clip. This is pretty good. This is where Ye calls Barack Obama not the first black president. He calls him another, quote, Jewish president.
They showed me yesterday. Sorry, go ahead. Ronald Reagan said that too. Well, I think Hitler did target and kill some people. So I think,
I think Obama killed Palestinians.
No, I hear you. Here's where I think the frustration is. And Nick, you can comment on this.
And Obama was not the first black president. He was another Jewish president. It's like he had a really cool outfit and stuff, and he was a really good architect. And
anyway, if anyone wants to call on this topic, and I've been told that the audio feed dropped. I'll see if I can get that corrected. I wonder if it's something we said. There's no way they're going to stop any of this. It's all out there. And in the meantime, I've been finding a lot of strange stuff just popping up in my feed about the Kardashians, more than I ever wanted to know. Here's Kim Kardashian and Courtney Cook. Look, I never watched this show for probably a good reason. But anyway, here's Kim Kardashian cooking someone's placenta and feeding it to their family. Lady Luck Fox 9 on Twitter says this is cannibalism, and it's purely satanic.
Is it a brisket?
Yeah. Cut you guys a piece?
Oh, it's nice and tender. That knife just melts right through.
Who's going to have the first taste?
I wish I could say that I'd like to warn everybody that they're about to embark on a placenta marathon, but the truth is, everybody in this room has probably done something to me at one point, so I can't wait for them to eat up.
some kind of a prank, but I guess, yeah, I guess that would qualify more or less as Kardashians engaging in cannibalism. Very cutting edge. And this is all just there for people to model their behaviors off of. That's the main thing about celebrity worship. You know, people mimic what they see. All right, I fixed the audio. Thanks for letting me know. Again, ips.monster, you can get all the links. And if you go, yeah, I don't think it's all that big of a deal necessarily, people eating these things. I look, people think that Monster Energy drink is satanic. I don't think there's a problem with eating bugs. I'm not judging it, but I am just pointing out here, I'm getting a lot of this stuff in my feed. And I wouldn't feed somebody something like that if they didn't specifically ask for it. And I think that's kind of off. Here's a interesting solution to environmentalists blocking the roads. They've had enough. This is a group of motorists actually scraping the environmentalists off the street. And one of the things I noticed here is that when they get dragged off to the side, they play dead like possums. Like they go limp. There's no fight. You can see they literally just play dead.
Premier qui bouge l'encul. Premier qui bouge l'encul. Vas-y, vas-y, vas-y. Premier qui bouge l'encul. Premier qui bouge l'encul, je prends pas les couilles. Hey, le premier qui vient, je m'en fous. Tu fais des ridicules. C'est bon, connard.
Now, what you're hearing are people trying, look, this is terrible. They're blocking the roads because, of course, they think they have to shut down capitalism and stop us from using dino juice. But they're hurting everybody. And that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, there could be people on their way to get abortions. They could be taking their kids to story hours at the libraries. And it's all being missed because they're blocking the roads here. But you have some people who really, they just had enough and they drag them out. At least they're not destroying artwork. But I'm an advocate for locking up climate change activists. And when I say locking them up, I mean jail. For a few reasons. One, once they're jailed, they're obviously not going to be creating problems, destroying property, shutting down traffic. Two, their carbon footprint goes down. They're not traveling, they're not driving, they're not on their smartphones, they're not buying stuff. You know, they're still guilty. Their carbon footprints are still kind of up there. And I think that if they lock themselves up, one, another thing too, they're leading by example, because what do they want to do? If you look at the overall objective of environmentalism, ultimately it's ubiquitous home incarceration. It's permanent lockdown. It's basically 2020 forever. That is what the agenda is, if you ask me. Yeah, that was France. That was in France. Look, here in America, they coddle the environmentalists. Let's see. I don't want to play too much more of this yay thing. I don't want to give people fatigue, but I just want to point out that this is either epic trolling or look, you could say he's serious, but I don't think he is serious. I think that this is a very almost like a shallow appreciation for Hitler. And if you really get into Hitler, I don't think he was really all that nice regarding other races. But I'll have to look into it. Maybe I'm falling victim to propaganda. Maybe he was a nice guy. Listen to this.
I'm tired of hearing I'm a Nazi. I'm really, because I'm not. But I think by them falsely accusing people, some people are going to become Nazis.
I am. Now what? I am.
You're
now
what?
Now I'm a Nazi, Ari Emanuel. Isn't that like?
All right. Anyway, there you have it. It's endless. Now this is bad. I didn't want to play this, but this is my Twitter feed, Real Tim Osman. And if you care to go to my Twitter feed, I tend to earmark things with a heart. I don't like most of the stuff that I'm liking on Twitter. It's just how I mark it down so I can go over it later. And I remember I was suggesting, I just threw this out there when I saw that MTG was divorcing. I was like, watch it become Marjorie Taylor Stein. Just suggesting. I just threw it out there. Apparently that's a big rumor. This is from Right Wing Watch. Marjorie Taylor Greene denounced Nick Fuentes. So January 6th insurrectionist Baked Alaska claims to have inside intel that right-wing, quote, comedian Alex Stein allegedly hooked up with MTG while she was married and effed up their marriage. Now, this is Baked Alaska. He's the guy who was calling out the feds on 1/6, letting everybody know it was a bunch of feds telling them to go into the Capitol. But yeah, here you go. This is a suspicion I had, a prophecy, I guess.
Breaking news. I just got some inside intel, and this could be big because I noticed Marjorie Taylor Greene just came out and disavowed Nick Fuentes. Did you see that?
I did see
So
that.
there's a weird connection between the people coming after me and Nick and you and the real comedy, the real trolls, the real, edgy memes online or whatever.
Hey, Baked?
What? Do you know what I'm going to say?
Do you know what I'm going to say?
Well, look, these guys are practically unlistenable if you don't know the backstory. Baked Alaska was the one who was, again, he was calling out supposed feds out there on 1/6 saying, the feds are saying go into the Capitol. But then he goes into the Capitol and he's on COVID, coughing COVID on everything, and he gets on Nancy Pelosi's phone. Like, to me, I'm thinking, okay, that's just too much access. He's backstage. And I kind of thought it was just a ruse anyway. To have feds calling out others as feds makes it look like the whole thing isn't a Fed-run operation. Peter W. says blah, blah. Yeah, exactly. I can't tolerate much more. I can't handle the wraparound shades. Here's Obama's take, without naming anybody, but yes, this is his damage control or his take on what he says, your crazy uncles that say crazy stuff.
Some folks in our lives who we don't wish them ill will. They say crazy stuff. We're all like, well, Uncle Joe, you know what happened to him. It's okay. They're part of the family. But you don't give them serious responsibilities.
Obviously trying to preempt his 2024 run. But look, this is idiocracy. And I think he could win it just based on that. Wee says, do you find this thing fascinating? Are you guys tired of it? To me, this is all just part of the world stage. And, I mean, listen to this take on it. This is Les Luthor, who has a pretty solid grasp on what he calls, illusion warfare. Quote, okay, so this Kanye West business will cover a, quote, system reboot somewhere within the Matrix. We see this again and again. The programming of certain online bots and IRL flesh robots will switch overnight. The thing they were obsessively crusading for yesterday will be forgotten. And that's why I find this fascinating, because I noticed that Islamic terrorism disappeared when COVID rolled into town. And then COVID disappeared when Putin rolled into town. And then Putin disappeared when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. And it's kind of been this back and forth. What's the public going to care about? 1 minute it's Armageddon, Judgment Day. They're about to nuke us all. And then this guy said bad words on the internet. It's remarkable how the focus just switches like that. And I don't think these things happen by accident. Zinvella says, these world stagers make my stomach turn. Yep. Salty says, I wrote a whole piece on that sentient tonight. Restless Bear says, I'm catching a stream. Yes, it's going to be easier to catch us. I'll be on more and more. I had to not stop, but I had to take a few days to build back all of the platforms that were removed. And then I had to make us basically uncensorable in a few other ways. And I built up the online store, the art store, which is separate from what I do here. And then finally, my video blog, which is mobile now, is going to be the Signal channel. So if you don't get text alerts or you don't get email alerts, you can just get the notifications there. And I'll use that to send live notifications. And the thing about it is, it's at Infinite Plane Society on YouTube. That one will never go down. We'll get that one back up, 10,000 plus subs. And that's just because it's the safe channel. I'm using it for art and safe conversations, no phone calls. But we'll be unsafe everywhere else. Malarkey _ says, nobody gets the Kanye thing is a psyop. He goes on AJ wearing a Balenciaga x Adidas looking mask the day after the pedo thing blew up and says, I like Hitler. Yep, exactly. How is this not a psyop? It just hits all the right buttons, obviously. Diana South says, I like the notifications. Yes, I'm going to continue with the notifications, but just as a backup, I'll be using that channel. And I'm also going to be using it to, um, I guess, do some live streaming art and meme creation, which is what I used to do. All right, let's move on. I want to get away from that, but some of these headlines just have to be noted here because you'll see how this is designed. You know, the first time I started paying attention to these mass media puppets, I realized how they operate consciously when it comes to sound bites. Like I recall there was a CPAC event where Rush Limbaugh, Jim Morrison, Rush Limbaugh was speaking at the CPAC event, and this was right after Obama had been elected. And one of the things he said was, I want Barack Obama to fail if his objective is to destroy America. Like a fair statement. But there was the if he wants this, or if he wants this to happen. But the first part on its own is what the media ran with. And I was like, that's obvious. They're going to run with that. Like that was a calculated ploy to get a lot of hits. And it just showed me how easy it is. And it's meme warfare. And that's all I'm seeing here. Because he can say, I love this person, but I love everybody. Well, now it's not so bad. You know, you indiscriminately have universal love for everything, everywhere, even Jeffrey Dahmer. That was his point. And that somehow, again, it's just word games. WashingtonPost.com reports tattoos of Kanye West being removed at London studio. I'd be too embarrassed to come out with that tattoo. This celebrity worship is insane. Sleepy Random says, is it true Ye and Fuentes are... no, Fuentes is a Volcel. And I'm sorry I have to even define this. You have the incel movement, which are angry males who feel like Western women reject them because they've been corrupted. The incels are involuntarily celibate, as opposed to celibate. But for some weird reason, Fuentes calls himself Volcel, like voluntarily celibate. But I'm sorry, but I mean, it's kind of a strange word. But yes, he is anti sex altogether, unless it's specifically to have a baby. That's Fuentes for you. He's got some interesting views on the topic. And if you look at the three of them, it's kind of an interesting group. I mean, I don't know if maybe he's got good influences now. You know, he's got Nick Fuentes, who's totally celibate. And then he's got the other individual, Milo Yiannopoulos, who's also, I believe, it's kind of the same thing. Restless Bear says Fuentes is asexual, allegedly. I just think he's waiting for the right person. If you want to believe any of it. You know, I think it ties into something else here. As I've said before, I think the MAGA ban is engineered by the same people who gave us like this idea of the radical Islamic terrorist has been reinvented. I've been talking about this thing. And one of the parallels here, the incel does have a parallel with the terror cell. You know, who are you fearing from the terror cell? It's the incel who goes out with the bomb vest and blows up a bunch of people so he can go to heaven and have 72 virgins. Yeah, that's basically a violent incel. They reinvented it. And I'm just saying, there's a reason why they want the idea of sexually repressed terrorists associated with these basement dwellers. The basement dwellers correspond to the cave dwellers. And of course, Fuentes is characterized as literally broadcasting from his parents' basement. All right. Now, I'm not in favor of any of... I probably shouldn't even say it. Maybe I won't say it, but I see some comments here. Someone said they should transvestigate Nick Fuentes. What does that even mean? Are people still on that? Anyway, let's continue here. There's just... This is all, to me, just a clown world. But what Ye and Alex Jones just did would be considered a crime in Germany. Apparently, nobody ever told West and Jones that praising Nazis is bad. Well, again, he's got some level of plausible deniability if you want to give it to him. Sleepy Random says Fuentes is a test tube baby. Yes, well, we talked about this earlier today, gaslighting chosen as the word of the year. I would actually consider it to be gaslighting to say that he loves Hitler, but that he doesn't really mean it because he loves everybody. Like, that's kind of gaslighting. It's another way of being BSing somebody. But the U.S. dictionary publisher Merriam-Webster announced Monday their 2022 word of the year is gaslighting, defined as the psychological manipulation of a person over an extended period of time that causes the victim to question the validity of their own thoughts, perceptions, and memories. Now, this leads to a dependency on the perpetrator. And the perpetrator today, the big gaslighter in the world today, is actually the mainstream media. And there are people who are very much dependent on it to make sense of the world. What we're doing here is kind of breaking that spell, and it is kind of a spell. We have a very much a gaslit population, and gaslighting, a gaslit population. What that means is they've been so habitually contradicted in their own perceptions that they just go with the lies because there's less cognitive dissonance. There's some kind of dissonance or disturbance that happens when you're physically seeing something, you're perceiving something, and you're being told that it's something other than what you can actually detect. And that kind of in-your-face lying, yeah, it does some, I guess you could say it's psychologically or emotionally damaging or distressing, and people go with the flow rather than question the BS. That's just how gaslighting works. Joined here by D33. Says crazy Kanye went there. It's yay now. Restless Bear says Alex Jones has disassociated himself because of Owen Benjamin, but Owen brought up, yeah, Owen Benjamin was there today in spirit. He showed up through Ye's phone and cracked some jokes about Ben Shapiro. I don't know why Shapiro's even a target. Like, I don't even think he's all that threatening or interesting. He's sort of a he's a never Trumper, which to me it's pretty bad. Pretty low energy position to take. All right, Peter W says the gaslit person calls others gaslighters. Yes, narcissists are known for diagnosing their targets as such if they get called out. All right, let's see. Arizona lawmaker mocked for begging MAGA voters to cash to help with election do-over. Is MAGA dead? Is Q? Q's still doing Q drops. Like at some point, somebody needs to just call this thing out. Like it's almost a self-parody at this point. Knockout Bear says, I understand Hitler and his conversation, but why bring up the dead? Why not go after NASA? Exactly. Or make fun of Elon. Yeah, that's okay. This is the thing. I think you have a great point here. With this platform, is he really challenging the system in any fundamental way? And I'm like, no, not really. If anything, he's buying real estate on Mars. And Musk isn't a rebel. He's not a problem to the system. He's one of the space popes. That's top tier, capstone level programmer. I mean, these are people at the very top. They're not. I don't think they're in any way susceptible to being like in any significant way taken down for challenging the system. No way. And to me, it's gaslighting when they throw it in your face how fake it is, but they don't even like when they just don't even bother with the editing. I mean, there are some scenes I have poured over with the space station where I'm like, this is just tantamount to gaslighting. You guys are gonna sit there floating around, and you got a mason jar full of water just resting on the table, not floating around. Or you got astronauts cross-fading. It's a transition in video editing where one layer is disappearing. It shouldn't be a layer disappearing. It's supposed to be an astronaut in space. But anyway, you see the bad special effects, and it's practically gaslighting when it's so bad that it's self-discrediting, but you can't even call it out as BS without being punished or impugned in some way. We says, perfect description of the media, right on Merriam-Webster. Yeah, look, there's something else too. Sometimes they inadvertently tell the truth, and they tell them themselves. One of the more interesting stories that I just only kind of glossed over, but for like the last 4 months, there have been all these reports of swattings targeting schools. and the schools go into lockdown. And the problem is these swattings are causing the students trauma because they don't know if the drill is real or fake, and it traumatizes them. And I'm thinking this is exactly what they've been doing for 20 years. I mean, MK Ultra in the schools, hyper realistic school shooting drills based on some imagined threat, all fabricated, bolstered by media and the whole celebrity driven psyop entertainment complex. But my point is, they're saying, oh, now we have a problem with simulating terror because it's actually damaging. Like, that's very revealing. And it just underscores my point that this is, in fact, part of the curriculum, the trauma induced mind control. Les Luthor says, and this is on Twitter, if you want to follow him, it's LEZLUTHOR. Remember back in early 2020 when all the Truther podcasts said there would be no food on the shelves in 6 months due to supply chain issues. Well, here we are 3 years later. They don't care about defending the realm. They want views and likes. Now, not to name names, but there was a certain truther who was saying that on April the 1st, April Fool's Day, as some cruel, ironic joke, they would shut off the internet and that he would likely be dragged out of his house. He'd be sitting on a box of MREs, Bible in one hand, gun in the other, but that they would come for him, shut off the internet. And this was, again, April 1st, 2020. And at the end of this video, he gave you a code so you could get a discount on MREs, like, prepackaged food and stuff. And I was just thinking, if they kill the internet, I'm not going to get the food that I'm ordering from you. And if they take you, you're not going to get a commission. Like, none of it really seems to work out. But at the time when this happened, I was just saying, if this guy who's got like 250,000 subs, if he makes this big claim, nothing happens, he's just crying wolf, and people still follow him, then they're addicted to this constant hit of fear. And that, I think, is pretty much the case. Every new thing would come along. Now we're afraid of 5G towers. Now we're afraid of masks. Now we're afraid of, and it was just one thing after another. Fear of the weak. And I was just like thinking, okay, this is kind of terrible. The fear-based mind control is on both sides. It's contained within the narrative and the counter-narrative. And I kind of go in the opposite direction because if this is all, as I contend, mind war, then fear is one of the dominant emotions that they want, a constant pervasive fear. And if you've just found some novelty fear that differs from the mainstream fear, then I wouldn't say you've made a move in the right direction, just moved laterally, but you didn't exit the stage. Going through some comments, we says the mason jars have magnets on the bottom. Yeah, this was in the Chinese spacecraft, the spaceship. Their explanation was the surface tension keeps the water in the mason jar. And the mason jar was kept on the table by Velcro. That was pretty much their explanation. And it came after the fact. And it made me wonder if they put these videos out there to purposefully debunk the debunkers after a certain period of time. All right, I'm going to continue through my Twitter feed. I just wanted to catch up on things. Dave J says, glad nobody died and nobody got hurt on 9/11. Yeah, that's good news. It's worth repeating. Occasionally there are people who push back against it and they say, no, I'm certain that somebody died. The jumpers did. They can't let it all go. They have to hold on to something. And I'm like, no, I think we're dealing with a level of theater that, yeah, it's mind-boggling. It's a paradigm shift to think that the public could be duped on such a level. But if you think about it, media just picked up where religion left off. And religion has had people believing in BS from the beginning. And not much has changed, if you ask me. What's the difference between Noah's flood and Noah's flood? Like, there is no difference. It's been 33 years since we've seen protests like this in China. Shocking protest videos leaked from China. 33 years. Interesting. Tim Pool resents being called an NPC. What's going to replace all this drama, by the way? What's gonna move Kanye? I thought that they had already milked this. I was like, there's nothing else they're gonna get out of this guy. I don't think it's over until he rides off into the sunset, either on a white horse or in a white Bronco. But I think this does end in OJ land. I think that's the only place. I mean, it's kind of veering into Charlie Manson territory. Diana South said 9/11 had suicidal mannequins jumping from the buildings. One of the more famous of the jumpers, the falling man. This is one of the more interesting ones. The falling man is the guy that looks like the tarot card, the hanged man. He's got his leg at, kind of forms an upside down, like a four. But, there he is falling from the sky, and he gets photographed by Richard Drew, who happens to be the photographer who photographed Robert F. Kennedy as he was falling dead, having been shot by Saran in 1968. Same photographer, falling man on 9/11, and a dying Kennedy. And there's some interesting connections there because whenever you look into the big psyops, the Kennedy connections are always intriguing in themselves. But the fact that Richard Drew would have been there at Robert Kennedy's death, and then he shows up again here, that's a lot. And that picture, which is like kind of morbid, but it's owned by Rocket Man, so-called Rocket Man, Elton John. Yes, he owns a picture of the falling man. But that's pretty typical to have the same actors and same producers around these various psyops. Same goes for the predictive programming. I see a lot of repeats, like Roland Emmerich, Independence Day prepared us for 9/11 and the visuals of falling buildings. Well, he came back last year with Moonfall, which I think has largely prepared the public for the advent of space wars and space junk, which we've only seen trickles. I don't think we've seen the big thing when the sky falls or whenever they have their big calamity from above. And they've already put the plot points out there. Russia's already made the point that they can shoot down Starlink satellites. Like, it's already been put out there. All right, let us continue. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Going through some of, again, my Twitter feed at Real Tim Osman. Again, Kanye kind of doesn't think there's anything controversial about this Balenciaga ad campaign, the cannibalism, the hints of child trafficking and all that. Suggests it's kind of a nothing burger. But, it's just par for the course. I believe even Nicole Kidman has something to do with that brand. And again, she's connected, of course, with the whole Eyes Wide Shut. More Kubrick stuff. The latest Q drop, pretty pathetic. Reads like an ad for Super Male Brain Force. This is, again, QAnon's latest drop. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Mankind is repressed. I hate even reading this, I'm sorry. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. This is really bad. This is Q. I mean, he ought to hide just out of sheer embarrassment. How do you protect your DNA? There's a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. Signed, Q. That's the state of Q in late 2022, now 5+ years. It's hard to believe people are still following this. Like, now that they're allowed back on Twitter, I haven't noticed a huge resurgence, although I still do come across diehards who believe that John F. Kennedy is going to come back from the dead, register as Republican, and become Trump's running mate. They're still waiting on that. Diana South says remedial Q. This is truth or chicken feed at its finest. It's unbelievable to me that there's still people who might want to trail along with this just because there's been a lack of any kind of substantive results or any kind of predictions that have come true in any meaningful way. But I said this from the very, very beginning. Restless Bear says, what stops any random person from posting as Q? It has to do with there's only one person who would have access to that particular username slash password combination. And apparently it's Ron Watkins or his dad or somebody connected to one of the two of them or both of them. And I happen to think it's George News. And a lot of people agree with me on this. But that truth is yet to really emerge in a mainstream way. But whoever it is, the fact is, they're still trying to run this scam. And it's all based on the idea that Trump's fighting this war against the deep state. And what happened to that? Like, if you think about it, back in 2016, Save the Children. They're being trafficked in the tunnels under Los Angeles. Their blood is being imbibed by Satanists, by celebrities. That was in 2016. I mean, this is sad. It's almost years later. We're going on, it's going to be 8, 9, 10 years later before they save the children. And I've said this before, they're going to be registered Democrats by the time you get down there to the tunnels to save them from trafficking. They're being groomed beneath our feet. But Trump didn't win, so the whole mission just gets paused. Like, what happened to that? They had these lofty goals. Tyrone McCloskey says the Q document is famous in gospel research. Yes, there are two things I would point out with the origin of the Q thing. One, I mean, there's this idea, of course, of before the Bible was consolidated, it was a collection of sayings attributed to Jesus. The Q source, which would be the collection of sayings before they've been codified. And the Q source corresponds to Q drops, with QAnon being this neo-Christian cult that has fused strong elements of Christianity, specifically Revelation, with the political travails of Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump is a representative, in their view, if you go into their lore, of the Kennedys, who are the bloodline of Christ. Like, if you really go deep into Q lore, the reason why they were on the grassy knoll in Dealey Plaza on 11/22/2021 is they believe that JFK was the second coming of Christ. I mean, that's some serious Kool-Aid. Like, they're drunk off this stuff. And they said, well, in Revelations 13, Christ comes back, but the deep state injures him in the head. But he survives. And then when he reveals himself as such a miracle, the world worships him. This meant to them that JFK would show up, having survived the gruesome head wound. And everyone would say, well, look. And they would worship him, of course, because the beast is just another way of saying the best. Like, the best is yet to come. Like, they really have a warped view of Revelation where they're waiting for the Antichrist so they can worship him. That's Q for you. It's twisted. But, again, it didn't happen. And I'm just saying, it's been a little while. And then, of course, they had their hopes on JFK Jr. And this isn't just some fringe thing. You had people with JFK Jr. flags, JFK Jr. t-shirts, thinking this was going to be an actual thing. Now, a couple other things. Okay, that's one aspect to the Q origin story. This idea, of course, of, I think this, it's sort of kind of like, almost like Quran verses, like religious verses. The way they take these things, it's like prophecy. They'll take a verse and then say this came out 4 years ago, so it has special relevance today. Like the anniversary of every Q dropping has some special relevance in the future. The future proves the past. It's one of their mantras. But no, I actually do think that this Q thing was created largely by General Flynn. I think it's to stab the last vestiges of American nationalism in the back by broad brushing them as a bunch of extremists and by framing them for a bunch of insane individuals. And we've had plenty of those. We've had plenty of QAnoners. That one guy, they said, in a fit of election denialist rage, he shoots his family. Or the other guy says Q said to kill his kids because he's got reptilian blood, and he stabs his kids 17 times with a spear for Q. Like, this is all, to me, a big frame up of the right, and it worked. Commenter says, if the Kennedys are not blood type O negative, they ain't bloodline of Christ. Christ's blood is the universal blood donor. Well, in their fairy tale, you had the bloodline of Christ and the bloodline of Satan, basically. And this is the end times, and Trump was chosen by the Kennedys to bring them back to the world stage. I mean, it's a cool story, but it missed its deadline. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, do you think that Q has been the same person this whole time? It sure seems like they're like totally lame now, where they used to be at least kind of enigmatic and more deep.
Yeah, there's been some speculation that whoever's doing it now isn't the same person because the quality or the style has even changed. Yeah, it seems like a grift at this point by the Watkins. That's kind of my take on it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I see too. I mean, it kind of started off as something, and I guess maybe, yeah, I don't know where it switched and who was the first person to do it, but it's really pretty lame and right now. And yeah, total grift, exactly.
Well, do you remember I mentioned the documentary Mirage Men?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, for those who haven't watched it, it's on YouTube. Mirage Men is about the Air Force creating a mythology about alien abductees and stuff to control conspiracy theorists and feed them misinformation to cover up for advanced aircraft. Anyway, I'm starting to think that this QAnon thing has been promulgated by Mirage Men, and they found all kinds of conspiracy theories. One of them with the Kennedys secretly existing somewhere, the hidden kings of Camelot, isn't actually new. And I think that they might have engineered this. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's a perfect setup for the right. And yeah, it makes sense that it would be a bunch of feds doing it.
Oh, yeah. And, to me, this has been very educational. Like looking at just the powerful draw of hopium, selling people on the idea that everything's about to just change and be fixed. Utopianism.
People are desperate. Things are really gnarly right now. And we know what's going on, and it's gnarly. Imagine people that are clueless. I mean, they're going to grasp at straws for sure.
Now, in your opinion, is the media overreacting to Kanye West and his opinions?
I think the media is doing exactly what they want to do to take him down. Yeah. And, he's kind of like shrugging his shoulders and not caring at this point, it seems like, because they've already kind of raked him over the coals. I don't know what else they're going to do to the guy. But yeah, of course, they're gonna bite on every little bit of it. Just like you said, they'll take a bunch of stuff out of context, and he made it easy for them to make him look bad. So that's what's going to happen for sure. I mean, why would they not?
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's a point where, they say there's no such thing as bad publicity, and I mostly disagree with that. But in his case, I don't think it matters. I think the attention is the end goal here. Like right now, nobody's talking about Donald Trump or how he's back on Twitter. Like he's no longer a threat. He's not even on a radar at the moment. It's kind of interesting.
No, who you cut out? Who's not a threat?
Donald Trump. I'm just saying, it just seems like Donald Trump has been kind of sidelined. And this whole game, it seems like a game to me. It seems like this whole thing is about getting the most attention, getting the most clicks. And right now he's kind of, winning in this weird twisted game. I mean, it's low standards just to get attention in this way. But do you have any interpretation for the mask? Is it a GIMP mask? Is it a Klan's mask? What is it?
Oh, what he was wearing at the interview?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just being goofy. I don't know. You keep cutting out. I'm sorry.
Oh, is it cutting out? It's probably the NSA. I mean, every time you call in, there's some.
I know, and I even used the other number, and it actually did you answered really quick. All right, I'm going to step outside. Let's see if it helped.
Well, I was just commenting on his costume. If you have any interpretation for it, I mean, I don't. It looks kind of like Venom.
They said something about wearing the masks, and Alex made a comment about he was going to be the bad guy and Kanye was the superhero. I don't know. Yeah, but the whole mask thing, I think Ye at just one point he just said something like it's cool or something like that. The masks are cool.
Right.
And he didn't really say why he was wearing it. I think he just was being, I don't know.
I mean, the way I look at it, of course, he's a fashion mogul, and nothing they do is by accident, and they understand the power of nonverbal communication, and I think fashion is such a key point, a key facet to this whole control system. I mean, I pointed this out earlier today, how 2020, the agenda of 2020 was enforced through fashion, through PPE and the mask, and this is a fashion statement used to impose, coercion.
You're totally right on. I just saw something too. I thought it was by a book. I thought it was something by you mentioned this author Alice Bailey. I don't know if it was by her, but it was something like glamour was some kind of horrible. I don't know. It was on the akin to like saying it was fascist. It was like this horrible thing that was going on in our society. And that's glamour is the same, I would say, as fashion.
I'll see if I can find it. Angst G says it was the Yadolf superhero mask.
Okay, there you go.
I'm going to have to dig back into some of this research regarding Kanye West's interesting connection to David Bowie and this man who fell to earth, Starman prophecy.
Yeah, right. And, and now he's saying he's going to run for president. Whether that's a joke or not, I don't know. He's signing his tweets as Yay 24. Wow. Maybe he just thought, what the hell? What do I have to lose?
Well, he ran before. I think he got 60,000 votes before. Like, he's gone through the process, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, that's nothing, man. I think he'd get a whole lot more this time. I would hope.
Yeah, and this is purely anecdotal, but I walked into the gym, and the people at the front were talking about this. They were laughing. One of them said, Yay 24, and the other one was just quoting him saying, I love Hitler, LOL, like they're laughing about it. And I didn't sense that they were offended. I think that this is something people would weirdly vote for. It's a troll. I think there's a troll appeal or something.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of like, I don't know, fascinated by the whole thing and trying to figure it out. And he's making it really interesting. Can't figure out where he's coming from. And yeah, the way the media is going, and it was cool that, Alex was brave enough to let him on, because I'm sure it was how does Alex, that wasn't on YouTube, was it, today?
No, that was on Band TV, and then I think he's got some radio stations he's on, but no, he's certainly not on YouTube. But he definitely got some big numbers. I heard somewhere it was, I'll have to double check it, but one of their biggest shows ever.
Wow. All right, he's on a platform that he could actually do something like that, and they could say what they said, and say it, and we got to hear it, thanks to you.
Yeah, we were in
cool.
Discord. For people who missed it, we were in Discord listening. And I think sunlight is a disinfectant. I think that bad ideas can be deconstructed rationally. I don't like this idea of you let these elite media controllers tell you what you can and can't listen to or hear. And I'm not a gatekeeper like that at all. I happen to disagree with these ideas. I think it's a hysterical overreaction. I think it's very much about cherry picking and claiming to be, like, there's so many claims built into it. I don't agree with it, but you wouldn't know you disagreed with it if you didn't understand it in the first place. And so for that reason alone, I think the views shouldn't be, but I don't understand the appeal of it, but that's just my take. I don't think it's interesting. It doesn't explain enough to me.
What doesn't explain enough?
The idea of Zionist or Jewish media control, like, to me, that explanation is just too simplistic. And I think that it's sort of a trap where people can just follow a red herring endlessly and constantly have their bias confirmed. But, whatever it is, I think the merits of the idea will be discussed now. I think that it'll be more critically reviewed now that he brought it out.
Exactly. If it doesn't do anything else, it did that. Now, did you hear what Jon Stewart said about this whole thing?
No. What did he say?
Okay, well, I posted it in Discord. He was backing Ye up basically, and saying he had a right to say what he said, and Stewart is Jewish, and I posted that today, and I'll post it again. And there was also something, and it was from 3 years ago. It was on a Doggy Diamonds interview with Ali Vegas, and he basically went over what happens before they sign a hip hop star a record contract, the party before the sign up, and what they do. Check it out.
I've heard rumors and stories like that. This is all very interesting because if you remember a couple weeks ago, Ye was in his car talking to paparazzi saying how every other entertainer is compromised and he isn't, and he's the only one who can say things. And I thought that was kind of fascinating. And I'm like, well, let's see how far he goes and let's see how true this is before they. And if they have anything to fling at him, they're going to. And the worst that they found so far is that he played adult videos at Adidas when he worked there, and which isn't inherently wrong. Made some people awkward, I guess. And then he made some bizarre statements about how he wanted shoes that looked so good that he could impregnate them. He didn't use that word, but you see what I mean? Like, that's the worst they could find so far.
I think that's funny, I gotta say. And you know what? He was probably expressing how he really felt. He wants shoes that look so hot, they're going to turn you on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think he meant literally. And if she took it that way, I could see why she was offended or something.
Yeah, whatever. People get way too easily offended. That's my take. It's like, chill out, man.
Yes. Oh, look, the offended people as a demographic have too much power. It's the offended people that are the basis for censoring everything. I've apparently offended people, or my work's potentially offensive. And look, I've never been offended. Like, nobody ever asked. I mean, I don't know what it feels like to take offense at impersonal things that aren't specifically directed at me, is what I mean. And for the most part, yeah, I think that the feelings of offended people are given too much thought and consideration.
Yeah, it's this whole pendulum thing. I mean, people are it's this huge backlash. Yeah, I mean, it's just what's happening right now, one after the other. The Me Too's and the Me Too's and then more Me Too, and it just is going to keep going like dominoes until everybody's puked out all their shit, and then we get to move on, hopefully.
Well, the one place I don't think he's going to go, I think there's a line that Ye won't cross. I don't think he's going to cross into fake space. I don't think he's going to denounce NASA as a fraud. He's too close to Musk. I don't think he'll call the moon landing fake. I don't think he'll go there. I think that if that to me is the line that he's not allowed to cross.
I don't think he believes that it's fake. A lot of people don't.
Right. Well, you know what? He's in talks to actually go to space with Musk and do a music video release party, which means that he's going to learn and he's going to have to fake it. But yeah, he may not even know it's fake. But you know what? He's also talking to Owen Benjamin. He's been talking to Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin knows NASA's a hoax. There's no way that Ye isn't going to come across that.
Well, maybe he'll turn him on, and then Ye can bust that out too.
Yeah, Alex won't go there. Alex will never touch
well,
that.
Alex isn't going anywhere. You saw him trying to close down. He tried to back up Ye, but yeah.
Yeah, this will be interesting. My guess though is that Ye won't cross that line because he's too influential, and I think that the whole psyop here is about bringing us into the new age, and it's all about Mars and this Martian utopianism brought down to Earth.
We'll see. Be interesting. I hope Benjamin has a little talk with him, and we'll go from there, huh?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, hey, I appreciate the call very much. Call back anytime.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks.
Yep. All right. Thank you for the call. That would be we. Appreciate your thoughts. We're just kind of assessing the fallout from today's triumvirate of hate Fuentes, Jones, and Ye, and watching the media overreaction. If you missed it, I sent it out via email from this morning. We were live. It was called Yadoff and Bill Hicks Uncensored. But I thought, I'm going to split this in half. We'll be back later on tonight, take some calls, and just observe and see how this information proliferates and the type of overreaction, which is obviously predictable. Many people are commenting that this is obviously some kind of a bad timeline, and that Alex Jones is becoming, he was very uncomfortable with the whole thing. Like, I think most people here thought it was funny. I mean, we were in Discord. I thought it was almost comical. Jones is like, oh, you're not Hitler. You just speak what's on your mind. And Ye's like, no, I am Hitler. What I mean is, it's like Jones could not diffuse this. And look, here's Mark Lamont Hill. I mentioned him earlier today. Mark Lamont Hill, and I'm not even following him. I mentioned him because he's the one who was cheering on Christopher Dorner, who was going on a shooting spree. You know what? I'm going to have to play that. 33-year-old Christopher Dorner burning, but before burning, he was on a killing spree. And Mark Lamont Hill, talking about Christopher Dorner, was basically cheering it on, and he calls it a real-life superhero. And I believe that Ye called himself a superhero. But let me play this clip, and then I'm going to read Lamont Hill's condemnation of Ye. What a hypocrite. Mark Lamont Hill, Christopher Dorner is, quote, like a real-life superhero to many people. And again, Christopher Dorner, this is 2013, and this event occurred concurrent with Django Unchained, which I brought up because Django Unchained, Nat Turner story based on a script that allegedly was stolen from Ye by Mr. Tarantino, which is sort of believable. Okay, again, this is... I wonder how the families of Dorner's victims felt when they heard this. In the event they were watching CNN. Let's see if I can pull this clip up. YouTube is disagreeing with me at the moment. Maybe the video's been removed. I'll see if I can find it. But what he says is, quote, now don't get me wrong, killing innocent people is bad, but it's kind of exciting. It's like watching Jamie Foxx kill all the white people. Anyway, this was Mark Lamont. This was on CNN a few years ago. But my point is, he shows up in my Twitter feed a few minutes ago, and he says, Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, just went on Alex Jones. On the topic of Nazis, he said they did good things, and we need to stop dissing Nazis all the time. Ye is a terrible person, not misunderstood. This isn't mental illness, he's trash. This is Mark Lamont Hill. Clockwork 113 says the black mask was rather strange. I've been thinking, what's the symbolism of it? And it reminds me, Michael Jackson did that for a while. Going out in public in a mask. And it's not new. Last year, around October, Ye was walking around with the white mask on. And I thought it was interesting, the timing of it, considering it was right when the Halloween Kills, Michael Myers, that movie was just out. And it looked like a Michael Myers mask. He's been walking around with strange masks for some time. I believe that Ye's Twitter account was just banned. I got some report here. Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, and Ollie Alexander are tweeting from West's account. Clear violation of Twitter's ban evasion. Yeah, that was one of the highlights of the program today. They all tweeted off of Ye's Twitter account and probably got it pulled. Ollie Alexander is an insurrectionist. Fuentes, of course, Fed. I think so. Proud Boys, America First, Patriot Front. I think they're all pretty much Feds or federally controlled. They're just too inflammatory. I think it's part of is it diffusion or incitement, whatever they're doing. They control whoever lights the fuses. All right, if you missed it earlier, again, it was on InfoWars. We went over it this morning. I don't want to give everyone Kanye fatigue. I think we've pretty much covered it all. Want to point this out too, though. These until I don't know, until Ye goes into space, we won't really know. You know, I kind of think everybody's somewhat controlled if they're on the world stage and they're playing within parameters. But yeah, the dividing line, I think the line here is, will he denounce fake space, or is he only going after certain stories, certain narratives? Angst G says marionettes with the same controlling hands. Yeah, that's been my pretty much my take on it from the beginning, though, based on this bigger story, is that this is controlled demolition. All right, continuing, going through my Twitter account. The other story today that kind of got sidelined by Ye was Musk brain hacking. They're doing Neuralinks, and they're doing the tests on monkeys, and apparently the monkeys are getting infected by the glue that they're using to patch the holes once they put the Neuralink chips in there, and the monkeys are dying. Pretty sad story if it's true. But again, there will be outrage manufactured against Musk by the same people who trust him to take us to Mars. Quite a schism there, if you ask me. In other news, if you recall, there was a cyber symposium, summer of 2021, and one of the main characters, you had Code Monkey Z, Ron Watkins, who was 33 at the time. You had the Pillow Man, and again, these are the individuals who were attempting to flip the 2020 election or fix it, however you want to look at it. And one of the other characters is Professor David Clemens. And here he is out there in Arizona suggesting that Kerry Lake won and that the election has been stolen. And he just made the news because of his speech here, where he called for the sheriffs to come in and make arrests. But I'm only pointing him out because he came to my attention because, one, he's the face of this cyber symposium trying to flip the election. And then two, people pointed out that David Clemens looks exactly like Ingersoll Lockwood, the author of the time-traveling Baron Trump stories. And there was a lot of speculation on the 4chan and these other Trump-worshipping sites that this was in fact a time traveler coming here to save the election. And if you're not familiar with these works, Ingersoll Lockwood had these books that were somewhat prophetic, even starting off with a disputed election on a Tuesday on November the 3rd. I mean, these books were very prescient. Anyway, here he is. This is David Clements, believed by QAnoners to be Ingersoll Lockwood, time-traveling author. And again, here is something of an angry rant about how the election was stolen.
A curse upon all of you, you smug, smug people.
A curse upon all of you. Now he's talking to the city council.
You're worried about language? We're worried about our voices being stolen and never getting a fair election again. That's what we're worried about.
Freedom.
So a curse upon you, a curse upon all of you, you smug, smug people.
Now, after cursing all of them, he calls for the sheriffs to arrest them.
Thank you.
Right,
your time is up. Thank you very much. All right, next speaker is John Landry.
And these sheriffs, you got to know who you stand with. This is disgusting.
Mr. Landry, thank you for coming to testify today. If you care to speak.
Anyway, the sheriffs didn't come to his rescue. Now, they were, again, attempting to basically do to this election in Arizona what they did with 2020. It didn't quite work. It didn't get a lot of coverage. It looks like almost like it was ignored. I don't even know if they have a point. And I kind of feel like this guy is LARPing. So I kind of looked into him, and it turns out that he didn't always look like Ingersoll Lockwood, that he grew out his hair, he grew out his beard, and he adopted that look later, much, much later. A few years prior, he was perfectly ordinary looking and clean cut. And to me, it looks like a LARP. Because again, he was believed, like these are the same people, a lot of them thought and still think that this is JFK Jr. Like, I hate to go into the weeds with this Q stuff and the kind of stuff that they were actually circulating. But again, I'm just pointing out Psywar. I'm pointing out characters and actors on the world stage. And I'm like, did this guy get put into a costume? Did they say, hey, we're going to play into this mythology? And it's what I brought up with the caller about Mirage Men, the documentary about the Air Force Special Operations creating myths to give to conspiracy theorists. And I'm starting to think that this Ingersoll Lockwood thing might be completely fake, fabricated, backdated books, even fabricated and faked at the Library of Congress level for this big psychodrama. Again, looking at Clemens, believed to be time traveler, obviously not true, but they allow these stories to circulate. They actually promote them. Gives people hope. No, that's not JFK Jr. I remember all these tabloids about Elvis sightings and how that was a thing for years. I'm like, now it's really no different, but it's just more diverse. There are many more sightings. Again, it's the hopium, the hope that this might be true and everything unravels. Anyway, people will be chasing that carrot forever. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll follow up on whatever the next thing is. I mean, I don't know what's going to take Ye off the map here. I don't think he's going to go full flat Earth. I think that this is definitely some kind of controlled demolition. More or less, this is scripted theater. Anyway, great news. Nobody died at that fill in the blank fake event. This is all just mind war. And the overreaction, it's really just that. I think that this is scripted and predictable overreaction. This is soap opera level Psywar. Every psyop that we see doesn't have to involve people dying. A lot of the psyops are really just about promulgating specific memes out there. All right, I'm going to return it back to the 24/7. If you get on the newsletters, you'll get the archives. Thanks, chatters. Thanks, callers. We'll be back tomorrow. Again, shout out to Mario. Happy birthday. We'll be back.
I gazed across until I saw the most amazing thing. The sun, the moon, all.
It's 7 p.m. Mountain Time, 11/11/2022. This is Pope Elon by One-Eyed Jack and the Shells. Pope Elon, who right now is destroying Twitter. Diana Southard says, good evening, accurate observers of reality. Yeah, that's what we are. Our reality isn't going through their filter. We have Portal Complex says, big up to all the female penguins. I'm assuming he means cis female penguins. Truman B 3000, David Hazel, T-Dog 135, rafting in, Kevin Mooring got the signal. Yes, I sent out text notifications. Maskless Faceless says, I'd rather die in Uranus. Yeah, as opposed to dying on Mars. Absolutely. And if you go with Musk, you would, in all likelihood, die on Mars. He's very comfortable with the idea of indentured servitude. I mean, you can't afford a ticket, but yeah, you could work it off on the potato farms, on the Mars base, or really, you won't even be on the surface. I'll say beneath the surface of Mars. Joined by Infinite Muse, Salty Siren, Robert Bell, Phil LeBlanc says, hello fact checkers and media critics. Oh yeah, we reality test the claims of the media. They consider that to be a thought crime. We're a thought crime syndicate here. Infinite Plane Radio is a thought crime syndicate, and that's how it's treated. We're kind of like, we're hunted down, we're band evaders. You know, I had an art channel on Twitch that they pulled. All I did was I did art. I was doing meme lessons. Why did they pull it? Because the Buffalo shooter in New York streamed on Twitch, and one of my channels on Twitch had to do with conspiracy, so they pulled that. And then they found the other one. They pulled all my channels. They said, "You're attempting to evade our ban." And they want to ban you. Like, if you really play by the rules, yeah, I don't think you're ever supposed to have more than one YouTube channel. I think it's one per person per lifetime. Same with Twitter. I mean, that's foreign to me. You know, we operate this thing like a hydra with hundreds of heads. Well, I'd say a few dozen heads and then lots of neck stumps. I mean, they keep hacking away at us, but it doesn't stop us. OB Ninja says IPS for the win. Joined by Matt33. Alright, I think our numbers are approaching critical raft, which is what we're working on consolidating here. Critical raft is, let's get all of the original, all Infinite Plane Society subscribers onto one YouTube channel. And if you go on YouTube, you can now choose your handle. My handle is Infinite Plane Society, and that is a safe channel, separate from everything else. It's quarantined, and I only go there to draw pictures and talk about things. In fact, today I recorded an 8-minute video and I clipped off 3 minutes because I recognized I was treading into murky waters. But if I keep that safe, it'll be a permanent beacon. It's called Tim Osmond Uncensored, ironically self-censored, to remain uncensored. But I'm not necessarily censored here at all, just so you know. We can sacrifice these channels left and right. Our main base is ips.monster and always will be. We're not YouTube or Twitch or DLive centric. I mean, they should all pay us for streaming on their platforms. Alright, to continue, we have Citizen Z in the chat. Look, if anybody wants to call in, also joined by Benton. Appreciate everyone here who's receiving the text alerts. It's one of the most rapid ways to reconstitute our raft. And let's see, today we talked about, on the Tim Osmond Uncensored, we talked about Madonna drinking water and how it's outraged people, and I think she's paying people to care. Anyway, I watched it, and it wasn't a real video. It was more like a photo montage to the tune of the Stooges' I Want to Be Your Dog, and it wasn't all that outrageous. But she's been making strange and oddball videos for a long time. And someone sent me a message about Madonna, and I thought this was interesting. Something about her mask. Here it is. Shout out to the Juice. Are you live tonight? Jay Dyer said he talked to Madonna's former bodyguard. Apparently she has this mask that she wears anytime she's on camera. Not doubting she's an adrena junkie, though. Right. The mask. I'd been thinking about this. You know, we know about deep fake technology, not the digital stuff, but the masks that are hyper realistic. And I thought, if I was an older celebrity, let's say I was 70 or something, and I wanted to look 60, instead of going through cosmetic surgeries, maybe I would just buy a mask of my younger self and wear it in public. Anyway, I had this thought that Kathy Griffin was doing this. I saw this video of her, and it looked like she was wearing a mask, but it was obviously her. But I saw what appeared to be a seam, and I thought, maybe this is the new way to look young, to preserve your looks for the camera. That perhaps Madonna's wearing a mask of like a 2010 version of herself, and it's just stretched over her face. All right, continuing. And let me go ahead and ask this. If any of you know here, just write it in the chat. And I plan to do a few things here in the near future, as far as like first callers, gift for the first caller. I have some keychains, stickers, etc. But let me throw this out there. What does Madonna, Ghislaine Maxwell and Madonna, what do they have in common? Well, no, let me add in Princess Diana. Princess Diana, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Madonna. What do these three have in common? And you wouldn't think they would have much in common. You know, Princess Diana, Ghislaine Maxwell, maybe they might have crossed paths, but Madonna, how does she get in the mix here? But they all share something in common. Salty Siren says she's definitely using a mask and a filter on top of the mask. Right, the filtering is pretty clear and evident. And look, I'm not knocking. These celebrities do what they have to do to compete, and it's difficult to compete. And the fact that she's on page 6 in TMZ, if anything, she's either a genius at marketing or she's paying them to pay attention. And that's my theory. I think that Madonna drinking water from a dog bowl is a fake scandal. You know how many people on TikTok would eat dog food on camera to be on page 6? Like 90% of the TikTokers. Tyrone McCloskey says, Diana and Ghislaine are the same person. Go to POM. Diana South guessed right. JFK Jr. Yes. Ghislaine Maxwell, Madonna, and Princess Diana all had affairs with JFK Jr., which seems like a contradiction or a conflict of interest here, where he's, on the one hand, he's believed to be Q and he's trying to save the children, but then he's shacking up with the main trafficker. Princess Diana, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Unless Princess Diana is actually David Furnish, as some have posited. But leaving that aside, the Madonna connection, adrenochrome junkie, what's she doing hanging out with the guy that's going to stop the elite from drinking the chrome? It just doesn't make JFK Jr. look like such a good savior after all, which is probably why he's not going to be on the VP ticket here. I think they're going for Kanye or MTG. Kevin Mooring says all Illuminati. That's also true. It's got to be. You know, there's a thing on Twitter that they just stopped where you could pay $8 and you get a blue check. And apparently this sort of e-buy or verification has created havoc for a few different companies like Eli Lilly. Somebody verified a fake version of their Twitter account and said, we're giving away like free insulin, and it caused their stock to drop. They lost billions over a fake blue check, deep fake tweet. Anyway, Jesus. Twitter.com/@Jesus. Jesus has a blue check. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure JFK Jr. is behind that account. Portal Complex says, congratulations to Sean Penn and his plaque on the sidewalk of Kyiv. Yeah, I saw that Sean Penn gave his Oscar to a superior actor. And it's a huge act. And if any of you have any doubts as to whether or not what we saw about Ukraine is real or not, the number one illusion warfare correspondent alive right now, Les Luthor, has exploded that whole myth, and I'll go through some of that here shortly. We will get to that tonight. Yeah, Jesus is verified. And here's the thing, after the company, Eli Lilly or whatever, lost their money, Musk pulled the plug on it. You can no longer buy a blue check. I was like, wow, it's that easy? I was going to buy a few blue checks. I was already coming up with some plans. But yeah, here we go. I'm pretty sure this is JFK Jr. This is twitter.com/Jesus. Who has 2 thumbs up and verified? Yep. He has, let me see how many followers he has. I mean, it is blue checked. 811,000. Pretty new. And it doesn't specify parody. And if you don't specify parody, you get banned. And this shows that this has got to be the real one. It's just a question is, who is it? Is it JFK Jr. or is it? Yeah, the blue check verified. I don't have it either. To me, the blue check just means you're pledged to the beast. You're in the Blue Lodge. You're basically in the club. It's like the opposite of trust. Like I think it was Mark Cuban was complaining to Musk. He's like, wait, how will I know who to trust now? As far as the blue checks. Like it's a crisis for him. He doesn't know who to trust. He's like, the sources I've chosen to trust. I mean, that line of thinking is just so foreign to me. What do you mean sources you've chosen to trust? You outsource your critical thinking? How'd you get into the Triple Comma Club? That's what they call it, the billionaires. All right, I want to get back on track. I had a lot of things I wanted to get into, but let me bring this up. Shout out to Human Vibrations was talking about JFK, not JFK, RFK. RFK, who was, well, executed by Saran. Interestingly enough, the photographer who photographed the death of Robert F. Kennedy, his name is Richard Drew. He also photographed the falling man on 9/11. Here's the tweet from Human Vibration. This is Twitter. The falling man, an unforgettable story. He appears relaxed, hurling through the air. He appears to be comfortable in the grip of unimaginable motion. He does not appear to be intimidated by gravity's divine suction or by what awaits him. This man was not identified. And this is a thread from this Twitter feed. Fun fact, the photographer responsible for the falling man was no stranger to history in the making. 1968, Richard Drew found himself in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles just as Bobby Kennedy was sneaking through and right before he was shot in the head. Richard Drew's jacket was spattered with Kennedy's blood. Imagine that. He jumped on a table and shot pictures of Kennedy with his eyes open. Now imagine this. I mean, this is probably what would happen. Like if somebody shoots you, sadly, the people nearby are going to pull out their phones and they're going to take pictures. They're going to record it. And that's what Richard Drew did. This guy gets shot in the head and he jumps back and starts snapping pictures. Like he catches him as he's falling to his death. The 42-year-old falls to his death. She goes on her post. In most American newspapers, the photograph that Richard Drew took of the falling man ran once and never again. Forced to defend themselves against charges they exploited the man's death, stripping him of dignity. Now, what I went into, my response to it here, and there are some interesting connections between the posture of the falling man and the classical representation of the falling man, or the hanged man rather, in the tarot deck. But one of the more interesting connections to me is that the image itself, the photograph Richard Drew took, is owned by the Rocket Man, Elton John. Like Elton John has a collection of pictures that are just macabre. He says, I collect for the beauty, not the value. And he says, I have The Falling Man by Richard Drew. It is one of the most beautiful and powerful and upsetting images ever. All right, well, this guy likes, what, snuff? But what are the odds this guy would be photographing both? You know, to me, this is just great storytelling, and it's the same storytellers. He gets the same, you know, these are agents in place. Commenter says, Twitter is supposedly worth $8 billion, and they rolled out $8 blue check subscription. 8-8. Interesting. Yeah, we'll get into some of that. There was a lot of interesting symbolism around 11-8 and the whole blood moon, the ultra blood mega moon. It didn't turn out to be the red tsunami or the red wave that Dr. Joe Rogan was suggesting was going to be. And many of you may have noticed that Donald Trump is being dumped on quite heavily right now. Like he's being blamed for what happened at the midterms. That this is some kind of way of, I guess, getting rid of him. There's a lot of people. New York Post, a lot of the people who catered to Trump's base, they're just turning on Trump. And it's interesting to watch. And we'll follow that as it develops. By the way, today, 11/11, Bruce Wayne died. Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy, who was well known for the legendary voice of Bruce Wayne and Batman that went on cartoons, video games, and animation movies of The Dark Knight. Now again, the significance there, Bruce Wayne, of course, is the one who founded, well, Bruce Wayne's grandfather founded the Skull and Bone Society, if you go by this lore. And of course, you can't separate Batman and Joker from the major psyops of our time. Boston bombing, 9/11, coronavirus, and whatever's coming next. It's all there. Just pointing it out. Interesting timing, I guess. 11/11, 2022. I don't have any specific fixation on these dates, but the elite do. And the reason 9/11 happened on that day likely is its relationship to the dog star Sirius or the New Year, something along those lines. Yeah, you can't get in. Look, if you want to verify, Twitter paused paid verifications. They paused it because, of course, here it is. Fake blue check costs at Eli Lilly billions. The account used the name Eli Lilly and Co. and the official Eli Lilly logo. And they tweeted, quote, "We're excited to announce insulin is free now." The tweet gained more than several hundred retweets, thousands of likes, and it caused the stock value to drop. That's what happened. It's Trump's fault. Musk's new blue check system costs billions after fake free insulin tweet. Now, I have some Alex Jones news because Alex Jones's assets have been frozen. Like, he's not going to be able to live off anything but his storable food items and neighbor's ass. Like, if you live near Alex Jones, you get to watch it. Alex Jones and Roger Stone are concerned that a lot of Republicans didn't bother voting because now they think all elections are rigged. Now, here's my question. I thought you're here fighting, tip of the spear, fighting the beast, and now you're telling people to vote. Like, you guys are depressed by low voter turnout. The anti-government people are actually big government people in disguise. It's like, you're not supporting Big Brother.
We'll need to stop just counting on somebody else to do it.
I actually think, unfortunately, the results last night add to a growing frustration. What disappoints me is the number of people who tell me that after the last election, they just tuned out anything political and stopped paying attention. I mean, their attitude is, it's broken, it cannot be fixed. I'm going to go to my kid's Little League game and hope that they're not letting boys play girls' sports and vice versa. So
well, that's right. You can't hide from this, folks. They're going to destroy us. You can no longer.
Anyway, I get bored by blue pill politics. I recognize it for the game that it is. And it just kind of strikes me as interesting how, at the end of it, they're just leading you to the voting booth. And it's pretty consistent. I'm listening to Steve Bannon War Room, and Alex Jones is on every other day. And I'm like, this is just an extension of the world stage. They don't deconstruct the psyops for this reason. They're part of this infrastructure. But most of you already know that. But what's more, they are freezing his assets. I mean, what would happen if they really give some of these families trillions of dollars? But Alex Jones, of course, has said that he's going to fight it, even if they put a gun to his head. He's pretty adamant that he's not going to stop, but they're going to freeze his assets. It should get interesting. We have a few more Q drops. Nobody's impressed. The Q drops put an end to the endless. They're actually being criticized for the bad poetry. And of course, Q hasn't been identified by the media for some reason. They still question, who is it? Is it Ron Watkins? Is it Jim Watkins? Like, when do people, when are they going to just ask themselves, when is someone going to say, we need to get to the bottom of this? Who can we blame for everything? And if you don't know who Q is, we do. It's the person operating George News, and he's being protected. Every major, I would say, every major magazine and news site that's covered him has kind of protected him. If you look back to 2018, just a little bit of a history here. After the David Hogg story went viral, and David Hogg, of course, crisis actor GOAT, according to Tim Osman, and he really is. But ever since then, this is the thing. He went viral as a crisis actor because of MGTV. That was the name of the channel. He started it. MGTV really started the crisis actor meme blowing up outside of just the fringe of conspiracy circles. Most people don't like auto hoaxers, or they didn't at the time. They were the ones calling out the actors. They wanted to believe these things were real. Anyway, this channel MGTV had a trending video that exposed David Hogg as an actor from some previous reel. He was on the news 6 months prior at some beach. Anyway, the name of the channel, MGTV, was deleted in every single article from New York Times, Washington Post, Vice. They all deleted the name of the channel. Nobody can trace who was the guy that doxed David Hogg. And I'm wondering, how did he get that? How did he get all these, like even Forbes? Anybody who covered that story deleted the name of the channel. And I went to the Wayback Machine in every instance, and I can prove it. Just pointing it out here because that is the person that we believe is Q, and we believe he's being protected. All right, let's roll on here. Just kind of dropping another Q posting. He says, it's just a bunch of questions. I mean, it's annoying. It's like the Riddler. Who are the silent thieves? Why are they manipulating you? How are they stealing your wealth? What is inflation? It's like a pop quiz. Then he says 1913 Q. 1913 is obviously a reference to gold. I mean, just a bunch of Z's, bored. All right, let's go into this. Les Luthor, Illusion Warfare Report, the TikTok war. 13,000 of the most viewed TikTok videos showing, quote, war in Ukraine were fake, using the same exact audio overlay of gunfire attached to old footage, training footage, video game footage, etc. The mainstream media quietly admits this. This is a great thread here. Again, this is Les Luthor, Illusion Warfare Correspondent. If you're in chat, or you're in the Discord chat, I'm going to drop a link there to Les Luthor. I highly recommend that you follow this channel. Retweet, save, screen cap, because at some point they're probably going to delete him. They had to come up with a new term for people who fact-checked these big hoaxes. They call us disaster trolls. In fact, there's another guy, his name is Richard Drew, I believe, who's out there fact-checking, visiting supposed victims of these events, and he's probably going to be given the Alex Jones treatment. Portal Complex says, Les is pure. Oh yes, we've actually had him on as a guest. Unfortunately, Zoom wasn't premium, and I got cut off at 30 minutes, but we'll have him on again very soon. I'm going to have to reach out to him. But I posted a link to his account if you want to follow it. Another reason to go to ips.monster. Like if you're listening on the audio stream and you're wondering how to get in on the chat or find any of the links to anything that we talk about, go to ips.monster and click on the chat button. You'll find all of these links. Okay, here's the thread. Let me go ahead and play a couple of clips here.
Again, this is a first that so much intel is made available to the public.
Well, we've always done some of that, but this is an industrial strength application of that concept. And I suspect it's a result of some very bright folks on the National Security Council staff, perhaps at state, CIA, and so forth. But it has been quite striking. And of course, then you also have...
They're discussing how this war is very public. It's not just hearsay, we're not waiting to hear news, but it's all over TikTok. And that's probably one of the reasons why it's so unbelievable.
The advent of the TikTok war. This is the first time where you can really follow real time and watch and see what Russian forces look like, where they're deployed.
Now, this is interesting too, because I've been saying for some time here that the democratization of the means of producing media and reporting has made it very difficult for them to maintain these illusions, and that's just a matter of time until people start swarming these supposed psyops and fact-checking things. And we've already kind of made moves in these directions. That's what Empty Hospitals was about. Film Your Hospitals. We were like, hey, why are we going to just sit back and let the media tell us when we are the media? And that's why I issue press passes. If you want a press pass, go to infiniteplane.media. I will issue one out to you. In fact, if you are waiting on a press pass and it hasn't arrived, I have a shipment going out tomorrow. I'll send you tracking information, and that goes for anybody who's waiting for anything, including artwork, etc. But let me continue. He's talking about this being the first TikTok war.
And watch and see what Russian forces look like, where they're deployed, and all the rest of that. And, you know, I thought in my mind, maybe Putin could have restricted these areas, but he has forces in so many different areas of Belarus, Russia, and so forth, that he really can't restrict the citizens from their own communities. So you see that, and of course, Twitter and other social media applications, which have been very helpful to those of us just looking at open source intelligence, real time, and seeing what is being assembled.
From a military
Open source intelligence, real time. It sounds like infinite plane radio. Anyway, that's David Petraeus. This is from Les Luther. Says, quote, the go-to clown expert on how to continuously lose a war is appearing on news outlets and inserting the idea that this is a TikTok war. Now listen to this. Perception management, creating a false reality. According to UK-based Center for Information Resilience, 90% of the TikTok videos coming from the areas allegedly under violent occupation in February were actually everyday normal activities, walking the dog, cooking, parties, etc. Again, 90% of the TikTok footage from these areas that were being bombed or whatever were just business as usual videos. How do you explain that? And there's more. Fake live streams. Someone using dramatic video from an old conflict, military drills, realistic video games, adding fake audio of gunfire and explosions, starting a live stream, fooling large audiences, and these clips end up on TikTok. CGI video game images, fake aerial battles, fighter jets being shot were particularly popular. This is again from Les Luther, Lezluthor. Those videos that flooded TikTok were from popular video games like Call of Duty and Arma 3. The government and mainstream media did nothing to highlight this to the public. They love to let you dupe yourselves. Like during 2020, how many times did you see literal dummies, simulation training dolls, on hospital beds being ventilated, like all the time? We repeatedly noticed this, and I thought, there is a pandemic among these rubber training dummies. I don't see any real, but I see a lot of these fake things. I'm just saying the news media doesn't say these are fake, and if you don't pause it, you wouldn't know. Like you could just look at the screen, it blows past really fast, and you wouldn't know you're looking at a bunch of dummies. It requires people like us, fact checkers, disaster trolls. Okay, here's another one. This is from Les Luther again. One video viewed 24 million times on TikTok shows what appears to be a soldier throwing a grenade into an armored vehicle. And you know what's crazy is that you could take this video and show it to any believer and they'll say, yeah, I believe it. Well, the footage was taken from a YouTube airsoft match. It's not even, look, this is how fake it is. They don't even have to fake anything. People are faking it themselves. How is this even happening? There's no meaningful distinction between the movies, the entertainment, the video games, and the news. Not at this point. And then you have this, more from Les Luther. Again, illusion warfare correspondent. This is auto hoaxing taken to the world stage. This is really next level. He's doing a great service to reality at this time. Videos from previous conflicts such as Syria, Libya, Chechnya have flooded TikTok, falsely passed off as breaking news from Ukraine. Whoever's doing this, quote, intelligence service, simply overlays dates and banners onto the old footage and they upload to social media. I kind of see what they're doing here. It's like create your own reality. They're flooding the zone and letting us piece it together. And of course, the people who don't critically consume information are suckered right in. All right, going through some comments. Not Shocked says TikTok theater of war. Yep, Kevin Mooring, cardboard and plywood gun cutouts. Yeah, there were actually plywood vehicles that were meant to look like surface-to-air missile launch vehicles, and they were all made out of wood, painted olive drab. And the newspaper, front page, these are being deployed to trick the Russians into wasting missiles. Like you're telling me that they're going to launch multi-million-dollar missiles at props and not know? Like you don't think that the Russians are reading the newspapers? Hey guys, let's not launch these because their newspaper says these things are all just props. And then if you really think about it, what are the odds that only one side uses decoys? Like they both use decoys. It's on both sides. And when you really look at it, to me it just seems like it's illusion warfare on both sides, and it's against the civilians. And we wouldn't have any way of fact checking this were it not for social media. They don't have the closed movie set they used to have. And that's the thing about these psychological operations that happen in the schools or wherever they happen. These are closed movie sets. And when they have observers, it's no longer closed. It compromises everything. And I believe this is the reason why YouTube doesn't let you live stream unless you have 1,000 subs from your mobile device. They made that change after Brenton Tarrant and the Christchurch shooting massacre that he live streamed, but the 1,000 subscriber barrier is meant to keep people like you and I from potentially disrupting a major psychological operation by broadcasting it to any sizable audience. You can't get to 1,000 unless they've already vetted you and they find out that you're not going to be a disruptor. Echo Charlie says, I bet real penguins would eat caviar too. I tried to go visit the local penguins recently, but they said there's an avian flu going around. All right, let us continue here. I'm just going through Les Luthor. I mean, this is so good. This is one of the best threads that I found, and I did put it in the chat. Military parade footage. A video of Ukrainian tanks falsely presented as if they're on their way to defend the city from a Russian invasion. 9 million views. Now, do you remember a couple of months ago, there was an individual who was affiliated with the James Webb $10 billion space telescope, the one that you can't get a refund on if you find out it's a hoax because it's a million miles away? Yeah, that thing there. Somebody associated with that presented the world with what he said was a star 4.2 light years away. Well, this star turned out to be a slice of salami, and it went viral. This space salami, mistaken for a star. Now, because they trust the source, they just absorbed it as a fact. Many of these people were so moved to it, moved by tears, they shared it. They wrote stories about it. Look what our $10 billion telescope did. Isn't science great? Turns out it was a big fat hoax, and he had to apologize. Now, was he apologizing for a hoax, or was he mocking the victims of something he's a part of? I'm thinking that's the case. But my point is, millions of people didn't know it was fake. The only people who weren't fooled were the people who've learned to question NASA. Doesn't mean flat earthers, doesn't mean anything. It just means people who've learned to question and fact check, cross-reference, and again, in this case, they were vindicated. The only people who weren't fooled by the space chorizo were flat earthers. So laugh at them if you want to. Anyway, 9 million people were fooled, cheering, crying at their screens, like, look, Ukraine will protect itself, let's go Ukraine. 9 million people. And yeah, this was just a parade. And this is just Psywar. There's more. Military activity from 2014 being presented as current. Video claims to show Ukrainian and Russian forces fighting outside a block of flats. 14 million views. It's actually old footage of a training drill. Many of the TikTok videos are in fact training drills. And I thought this was the case. In fact, I think they use drills to record footage to be presented as news later. Sleepy Random says, where's the outer space pizza? Kevin Mooring says, Trump said this Tuesday he has a big announcement. Oh yes, on the 15th, Donald Trump will either announce that he's been president the whole time, surprise, and JFK Jr. is going to jump out of a birthday cake, or he's going to announce that he's running again, probably with Kanye or Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, drills are how they operate. Drills are how they get the actors in place. This is how they acclimate the public to these things actually being real. I mean, I actually think that I was more or less a Psywar operative when I was in the military, because my job, of course, had to do with nuclear, biological, chemical decon, making sure that everyone in the unit had a mask that sealed, that they were prepared to deal with nuclear fallout, how to respond. And my point is, you have the entire military trained to respond to something. Everybody just assumes it's real because they all believe it. They all train for it. And I'm thinking, if it doesn't exist, then it makes sense that you would want to have that particular job as a specialty and make it a part of every unit because it doesn't have to exist if everybody believes it exists. It's just like they simulate it into reality. Robert Bell says Trump, Z, 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 Z. Yeah, a lot of people are having Trump fatigue. But DeSantis, DeSantis has literally copied Trump's body language, facial expressions, how he writes. He does the accordion thing with his hands. I'm surprised he hasn't copied the hairstyle. Nothing against Ron DeSantis. He's one of the more sensible people on the world stage. And of course, you can't let people forget the insanity of 2020. Don't let the mask Karens off. Don't let them off because it's in the past. It's not actually in the past. If it was up to them, it would have been permanent. Anyway, there are so many things here, but one response to Les Luthor's work is it's always been this way. And that's the thing. They've always faked things. They've always faked the news. They've always had crisis actors. But we didn't really start noticing until recently. And this has been enabled through social media, what the mass media actually calls the infodemic. Whenever they're talking about disinformation, the DHS says the new weapon of mass destruction is actually misinformation. Misinformation is the leading cause of death. When they say this, it's because they've lost control. The genie's out of the bottle and they're trying to repair it. This is a holy war. They're attempting to get rid of non-canonical texts as they consolidate the new Bible, which is the television's function. The television had function as the de facto world state church Bible, and it's kind of been fractured. This is something of a neo-reformation, but they're putting it back together fast. Outside of those of us who've gone full off-world stage in our critique of media, they've got total control. That's why they have Alex Jones being burned at the stake right now. Robert Bell says Trump Fetterman 2024. Yeah, I don't understand anything about this anymore. None of these individuals were all that attractive to me as candidates. Candidates for what? What do they stand for? It's semi-fascism versus fascism. Speaking of, the term fascism is overused, but I think it's interesting to note how much PPE resembled a fashion statement and a uniform more than an actual medical device. If you think about its actual use, I don't recall anybody throwing their PPE into red biohazardous waste containers, which you would think you would have to do. My point is, I think it was a fashion statement, and they use fashion to win over people through mob coercion, and it worked. Sleepy Random says Fetterman is one of the sharpest Democrat debaters. Facts. Yeah, I saw him. I'm like, wow. They've really elevated their discourse, the Democrats. I guess the bar has been kind of low ever since Biden, kind of bumbling around, but it's great to see. Let's see. Not Shock says, why do they call them acting troops? Military troops. Good point. The theater, was it theater of war? And of course, all you do is drills when you're in the military. It's just drill after drill after drill. Kevin Mooring says, I posted the Les interview in Discord. Yeah, again, many of you may not know. This is why I'm making the point to point this out to anybody who's just on audio. You want to go to ips.monster and subscribe. We've been targeted for censorship. They've obviously deplatformed us, but we're going to be back on all the major podcasting platforms again here within the next 24 hours. You just have to keep searching. Like if your feed stopped updating, it's because they killed the source. But there are other ones. You're staring at a neck. Like I said, we're a hydra with 80 neck stumps and 20 heads. You just got to research Infinite Plane Radio. All right, let's continue. R. Cook says lobotomies are so hot right now. Joined by Clockwork 113, bringing the popcorn. I'm doing my best to avoid the political clown show, but it's important to know, where the world stage is at. I'm going to read a message from Tim Osman, spelled with an S. This is the guy who believes that the Earth is a giant CGI ball. Quote, I will never forgive you for introducing me to David Hogg, one of the biggest internet shills on the earth next to Mark Sargent. Who would have known his humble beginnings in Kelly on the beach, then at a school shooting, and now with March for Our Lives, BLM, getting young people to vote socialist. Insane, bro. He might be the shill goat. The greatest of all time. I agree. It's like a time traveler. He didn't exist. He stepped off the screen, out of the nightly news, into reality. With die-ins in supermarkets. That was genius. Like, look, the adults don't care about school shootings because they're not there. They don't see it. It's out of sight, out of mind. So let's play dead in the grocery stores and then say, you did this to me. And that's exactly what they did. They played dead. They piled up in supermarkets and they had signs. Your Second Amendment murdered me. And that's probably why so many of the fake shootings have moved from the schools to the supermarkets, like King Soopers. Do you remember the King Soopers on 322? Was it 2020? This King Soopers shooting, Super Day for a PSYOP 322 Skull and Bone Society date. It was King Superstore 33 in Boulder, Colorado, 33 union workers. A totally fake event. It's kind of interesting to see how they were crossing agendas. They were like, here these people are going into the supermarket. Many of them were getting their COVID-19 shots there. And they end up getting an AR-15 shot. Like, it was kind of combining agendas. And the shooter was doing so in retaliation for the Christchurch shooting. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. All of these shootings, they all exist in the same fictional universe. Kind of like Marvel Comics. Like, you have different characters, different comic book writers, but they all participate in the same fictional universe and play by the same rules, and they all know each other. And those who aren't in that universe don't exist. Peter W. says, shootings have been quiet lately. Yeah, lately the thing has been tramplings. You had the trampling at the soccer game, and then the trampling in South Korea at the Halloween party, where you had synchronized CPR to stay in alive. They didn't even turn the music off. It was just the music still blaring, and a lot of people thought it was a dance, a choreographed dance. Like they were all going to jump up, all the dead bodies, and do the Michael Jackson Thriller dance. That's what I was waiting for. But that was fake. The soccer game one was fake. The tear gas was fake. There was no tears, not from distraught witnesses, nor from actual tear gas. And in any of the footage where you see people being carried out, there are 2 or 3 cameramen following them, taking pictures. That was a drill presented as real. Now, I pointed out how nukes were a thing. Armageddon, Judgment Day, the West is about to be nuked, Hunt for Red October, Satan 2, Putin's going to kill us all. And then Kanye comes out, and he makes some statements about Jewish media mafia, and now nobody's talking about nukes anymore. That just sort of disappeared. And now we have the Pelosi attack thing. I think that kind of wiped Kanye off the map a bit. No one's talking about the Pelosi thing anymore. And there's not much to say. I think we've covered pretty much everything. His name being the Pepe, yeah, that's just too obvious. But that's kind of cleared Kanye off the decks. And right now it's midterms, I guess. But it's just like, they recognize the public has an attention span collectively, and they have to phase out every major event. Every major thing that's the thing of the day, poof, gone the next day. When's the nuke coming? I don't know, but we can't rule it out. It's still a big part of the predictive programming. And predictive programming is exactly that. It's not them wishful thinking. Whenever you see predictive programming, it's because it's preparing you for an actual part of the script. And the next part of the script, if you ask me, has got to do with this nuclear winter situation. Okay, let us continue. I figured also that they were probably putting the brakes on certain PSYOPs until after the midterms. They really did kind of pack everything in July. We had the July 4th shooting. We had all kinds of assassination attempts. All right, Madonna licks water out of a dog bowl in embarrassing new video. Look, I don't think it's embarrassing. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon and just say she's too old for this or whatever. I'm like, no, this is typical for what she's done, and it's no better, no worse than what I've seen on TikTok. People will do anything for clicks. There were all kinds of TikTokers faking all kinds of things last year. We had TikTok crisis shakers. Now this is interesting. Yesterday I talked about history repeating itself, and I was pointing out how if you look at these cloud formations on the globe as presented from NASA in 2002 and 2007, you'll find the exact same cloud formations. And either they're faking the globe from space the way they present it, or if that's not the case, or history's repeating, like literally, even the clouds. Well, check this out. And this is from Jacob Bartol official. History repeating. Hurricane Nicole 43 days after Ian. Same as Charlie and Gene in 2004. He says here, a perfect example of weather control comes from Tropical Storm Nicole, upgraded to a hurricane, making landfall in Florida 43 days after Hurricane Ian. This pattern was observed in 2004 when Gene made landfall 43 days after Charlie. Even their paths are identical. Quote, of course it's man-made, as most weather catastrophes are these days. Everything's planned and executed by the numbers. And we are looking again at two hurricanes crossing paths. These pairs occur 18 years apart, and the storms are spaced 43 days apart. What does this mean? I don't know 100%. Does it mean that they are controlling the weather, or does it mean that they're controlling the media that reports the weather, or a mixture of both? What do you think? AK All Day 2323 says that dog bowl has Murpies now. Oh yeah. Embarrassing for dogs, says Robert Bell. Look, it's because it was it's an Iggy Pop Stooges song. I Want to Be Your Dog. Like, I think in context, what she did, it was more like a punk rock performance thing. It wasn't some kind of degradation BDSM, which was what I thought it was initially. And I was like, you have to go there for shock value. That's not even shocking. Like, it's not shocking at all if you haven't paid attention to what's going on. If she wants to be really controversial, she should just go read at a library. You'll get, to kids, you'll get all kinds of armed protesters. A little bit of fact checking here. Yep, Wednesday, September 28th, 2022 to November the 10th, 43 days. August 14th, 2004 to September 26th, 43 days. Anybody here have any idea of what that could mean? I'm not going to go too deep into the numerology, but the poster here does, and I put the link in minds.com. Salty Siren says it's the dog god reference with the Madonna, a ritual. Hey, good call. We've been talking about the significance of the dog star, which everybody inadvertently worships on New Year's. And that's probably not a coincidence. Okay, here's some info on Alex Jones's assets. Again, warning to Alex Jones's neighbors. InfoWars host Alex Jones was temporarily blocked from transferring any assets or spending money other than for ordinary living expenses by the judge overseeing the Sandy Hooker defamation trial in Connecticut. Unbelievable. Yep. Temporary block from transferring any assets. State court judge Barbara Bellis, who oversaw the case, in which a jury ordered him to pay $1 billion for spreading lies, issued a freeze order over concerns he was looting his own estate and hiding assets through a series of shell companies owned by family members. With the exception of ordinary living expenses, the defendant Alex Jones is not to transfer, encumber, dispose, or move his assets out of the U.S. until further order of the court. Now, what does this mean? Ordinary living expenses. According to, what I'm very curious to see what are they going to do? How are they going to attempt to cut him off? But Jurors awarded 5 families and the Federal Bureau of Investigation agent $965 million in damages to compensate them for emotional distress. I'm telling you, snowflakes have all the power. If you can cry on camera, they'll give you everything. You cry on camera, you become the face of a tragedy, you get a big payday. Universal basic income for AJ? Right. Now, why do their hurt feelings matter more than ours or anyone else's? And this is all predicated, of course, on the idea that they were being stalked and harassed. Well, charge those people. Okay, let me continue. I want to find out if there's anything else here. The families asked Bells to order a complete accounting of Jones's assets, which he's refused to provide. His ex-wife was out there saying something about he's got paint cans full of money. Anyway, frozen assets. Let us continue. The Pope said, we need to change the operating system that humanity generated. No, this is not the Pope. Who is this? This is Rabbi Nero. Many people fear that humans have destroyed the ecology of Eden on Earth. We need to change the operating system that humanity generated that's downgrading God's creation. We need to switch from greed, short-term thinking, and individualistic behavior to altruism, long-term thinking. Yeah, the war on the individual is ultimately what World War III has been about. And in my view, it was actually declared on 3/11/2020. I'm not I guess I am. I'm something of a hopium addict. Like, I don't believe it's real. I don't want it to be real, but I'm addicted to the hopium that people are addicted to. Like, I don't believe it's real. I'm a collector of this stuff. Like, I want the stuff printed out. This is an image of a very serious looking Donald Trump staring out into the distance, and then beneath him you have these soldiers with their guns out like he's ordering these troops. This was posted 2 days ago by Galactic Jack on Twitter. Mass arrests were made throughout the United States for 36 hours, and they ended at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, November the 1st. Again, mass arrests. And this gets shared. Look, 207 people retweeted this. 776 hearts. People see the image of Trump and soldiers, and they hear about mass arrests, and they get all teary-eyed. Salty Siren says, Alex Jones the other day said he has less than $100,000 in the bank. Weird because his buddies boast spending $50,000 for the weekend. I know what you're referring to. Yes. Marcus Goldfinch from George News bragged about partying it up with Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, claiming that on an average weekend in Vegas they spend $70,000. I have the emails. Angst G says, will Steve Bannon ever see the inside of a jail cell? No, not at all. He's appealing. He's still out. I listened to his podcast, and right now it's all copium, trying to deal with the loss. Random says, Trump has been mass arresting people for years now. He has been, and they've been replacing them with deep fakes. I've seen the list of mass arrests. I sometimes see the people who've been executed. Like in 2020, the QAnoners were saying every time a celebrity gets a shot, it's code. They're getting the shot at Guantanamo. I mean, you can excuse QAnon and laugh at it, but at the end of the day, it's just another fundamentalist religion that delights in watching its enemies face judgment. Got this tweet or this Facebook post from Lynn Ertel. The caption here says, don't try and tell me this shit ain't real. And it's an image of a chemtrail blanketed sky, or condensation trails, or geoengineering, or HARP, or stratospheric injections, or what? I mean, what is it? I don't care to get into a chemtrail debate. I'm looking for clarity. And whenever someone wants to talk about it, I ask them, what is the source? Are you going to assert commercial airlines or other? And when you get into other, then we can trace that and find out how likely is it that there's some other kind of craft And I'm just trying to get some specifics. And I find generally the chemtrail believer will deflect and say, oh, it's geoengineering. Like, okay, you're against geoengineering. Is it worse than climate change? And yes, Sleepy Random says spray it with vinegar. This was a big thing. The Ron Paul supporters used to spray vinegar at the sky to cancel out chemtrails. And apparently it works. I've seen it on camera. Dominic says there's a Bob Saget strand of weed out there. Did Bob Saget really die? Did any of these comedians really die? Do you remember there was a spate of attacks on comedians? Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Dave Chappelle got attacked. Pete Davidson was being symbolically killed in videos and threatened. You had that other comedian, Heather McDonald, who happens to have Donald Trump's birthday, talked about how she was triple vaxxed and Jesus loves her the most, and she fell and hit her head. Bob Saget supposedly hit his head on the headboard. I mean, how many comedians went down all at the same time? There were a ton of them. And I thought this was code. Like, maybe this is about the death of comedy. Like, some memes go too far. They want you to mask your mind. Because ultimately, it's not about protecting. If you ask me, the whole thing has been about infodemic. I remember at the time saying how, funnily enough, the year before, I was like, look, in 2021, it's going to be mandatory helmets for space junk. And then 2021 comes, and it's like, maybe if you got the inner space junk, you need a helmet. Johnny List said, could it be vitamins they are spraying? Yeah, I think so. Vitamin, aluminum, and barium. Oh, yeah. I go out every morning for a jog, and I get my daily dose. I like to mega dose on it, in fact. And around 6 a.m. when all the planes are leaving, it's the best time. My problem with the whole chemtrail thing is this. I lived near a couple of airports, a military, and then the airport there, the international airport, and it has the best clouds. I go out there to the observation area to watch planes taking off, and it's just beautiful clouds. And I'm like, wait, if these are the things that are dumping the chemtrails everywhere, how come there's never any chemtrails above the airport? Salty Siren says MAGA dose. Oh, like MAGA dose of Kool-Aid. That's probably what's going to spray out of Trump's new, what is it? Trump Force One? What does Trump call his big 737? Trump's Boeing 757. It's going to be spraying MAGA Kool-Aid out the back. Trump Force One. That's what it is. Trump Force One gets a new coat of paint. 228 seats. Very dramatic. He lands, he steps out of this thing, waves, red tie or blue tie, depending on which Trump comes out that day. Q trails, says Random. Right. Ollie Goering says, I think Robin Williams really passed. He was divorced and broke. Right, that could be the story, though. Robin Williams, the comedian, when he died, it corresponded with a Family Guy episode where he commits suicide. He's actually hanging from a door like he did in real life. Look, Family Guy, Robbie Williams. There was definitely some kind of... Here we go. Robin Williams' Family Guy suicide attempt episode airs just before his death. As first reported by the Mirror, BBC Three aired the Family Guy episode that was about Peter Griffin gaining the ability to turn everything into Robin Williams. Yes. Basically, the long and short of it is, you have a Family Guy episode featuring the suicide of Robin Williams, and then he did it. It's not like he watched it, and he's like, man, this makes me feel bad about myself. No, this is scripted. This is a psyop. I don't think that he actually died. In fact, recently, and I might even have it in my notes here, recently somebody found what appears to be a very Robin Williams-y looking person. Speaking of death fakers, the crowd who are waiting for JFK to come back, are also hopeful that Adolf Hitler is still alive. Apparently, in the secret JFK files, this has been released. Adolf Hitler is still alive. Now, of course, this document's from like 1963, but that hasn't stopped them from speculating if maybe the 106-year-old JFK will be joined by a 130-year-old Adolf Hitler. Now, that would be a ticket there, president and vice president. All right, let's continue. Darn, I wanted to read my tweets, and I was really curious what Mark Dice had to say today, but I'm blocked. Sleepy Random says Family Guy pushed him over the edge. No, the Family Guy also predicted the Boston bombing. Remember the Boston bombing, the guy named Joker? And then you had the Batman response. The SWAT team dressed up like Batman going door to door. But on the Family Guy, he actually detonates 2 bombs, like is exactly what happened at the Boston Hoaxathon. But look, as a rule, there are no coincidences on the world stage. That's why I don't think Trump is like literally a rogue, nor do I think Kanye West is anything other than scripted as being out of bounds. Man found fatally shot in Queens crash was convicted killer, JFK assassination author. Now, I don't know what to make of the story other than it looks like a search engine grab for certain terms. We're getting very close to the anniversary or the hoaxiversary of the death of JFK, and I'm looking forward to this one for a couple of reasons. One, the number 1122, the date 1122, has some tie-ins to some of these villains in the BLM narratives. Like, for example, Derek Chauvin, when he was first released on bail from Hennepin County, it was 11:22 a.m. And then you have the officer who's responsible for the death of Breonna Taylor, the one who falsified the warrant. She's going to be sentenced on 11/22. And then you had the Parkland High shooter who was obsessed with Lee Harvey Oswald, who shot up the parade. And that Lee Harvey Oswald 1122 reference, it's really standing out to me. So just letting you know, I'm keeping an eye on 1122. Let's continue. I think I already read this one. The QAnoners have the so-called digital soldiers, which is the term that I believe General Flynn has actually trademarked. Now they are asking God's assistance. This is real Toria Brooke. As multiple social media platforms and the internet have been terrible, I prayed to God to intervene in the digital warfare. I made him a promise I'd read the Bible and make it a priority. What happened? Within 5 minutes, all of the posts about election fraud that wouldn't post before went right through. This is again a digital soldier explaining how God helped post some things about election fraud, but doesn't explain why God didn't grant the red wave. Now here is a clip from Deadpool. A shout out to JT33. I think this is a flat earth reference, not directly, but if you know, you know.
I bet 50 years from now we're best as buddies.
50 years from now, you're very dead. Your entire generation fucked this planet into a coma.
Boom! Spoiler alert.
Planets. 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 Planets.
Nobody says planets like that sarcastically, other than those who know that planets are something of a joke. I watched the latest launch. Bezos didn't 10, but Blue Origin. Dude Perfect goes to space. It's pretty unwatchable. It's like a micro documentary. You don't see, here's what you don't see. And look, this is true for every single time you've seen any of these billionaires sending people to space. You don't see continuous footage of more than 3 seconds. It's always jump cut. Like, you could do this. You and your friends could do this. Get a green screen, put it on your wall, have a trampoline there, jump on the trampoline, and then splice together all the footage when you're in midair and go from one person to the other to the other. Just don't record when they're actually bouncing from the bottom. and you could make it look like they're all in the air, and that's pretty much it. Like I saw the capsule where they simulate the entire launch before they do it, and I'm starting to think that the capsule where the astronauts simulate space travel at Blue Origin is actually one of those birthday party inflatable castles. You know those inflatable castles that the kids go in and they jump around in? I think that's what they use over at Blue Origin headquarters, and they pass it off as being in space. Cringe perfect, says David A. Pryor. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, I would play a clip. You could take his word for it, cringe perfect. I'll play a clip. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad. If you've seen one launch, you've seen them all. The point of it is the people who go to space aren't people like you and me. These are people who are completely hardwired into the system. Like, in my view, if you're not an actor, you can't be an actor-not. And I'm not a good enough actor. I couldn't go to space. News to me, Peter W. says, Tim, Jim Fetzer resubmitted his Sandy Hook case to the Supreme Court this past week. Very good news. Jim Fetzer has not backed down from calling it a DHS drill that has duped the world. Jim Fetzer is holding the line. Tim and Vic 131 says, better late than never. Tim, great to hear you back on air. Yeah, we were only briefly interrupted because we were cut off from more than 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers on the podcasting platforms. I didn't see that one coming, but I'm glad it happened. I'm glad it happened because you wouldn't want to build a big platform that could be taken down so easily. And I'm glad I found out at 4,000 stubs instead of 40,000 or 50,000. And what we are building now is real. We have a solid ground zero, and whoever was behind the censorship, what you're doing is obviously unethical and wrong. But my objective is to find out, who's really behind censoring the channel, who fraudulently files DMCA copyright takedown notices. And I'm not interested in suing people. It's a waste of time. And most of these trolls aren't collectible. What are they going to do? Pay you in pizza pockets? Used video game consoles? I'm just I want to interview them. If you're a censor, if you're a snowflake, I want to pick what's left of a brain. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yeah, it's Lynn again.
Hey, what's
you
up,
said
Lynn?
You put the call out.
Yes, actually, I did.
The notice out.
I put the notice out. I'm glad to hear from you. Everyone here, we have been called by Lynn. In fact, I just read one of your messages about the chemtrails. You shared that video. What's your take on it? Because look, I just don't have enough information to be fully conclusive. But what's your take on this chemtrail thing that you sent me?
Well, we're talking special effects department again. In other words, it's the whole thing about what really happened. Well, it's a special effect. If something is staged, it has to be done convincingly. So, for example, this is why I sent you all that material about 9/11 at the Pentagon. Everybody wanted to talk about the controlled demolitions in Manhattan. But nobody goes to war because of an attack on Larry Silverstein and Frank Lowy, who were the landlords of the complex, so that they could save all that money on asbestos removal with the controlled demolitions. That's not an excuse to, if they had only staged 9/11 with those controlled demolitions in New York, they wouldn't have had a pretext to go to war in Iraq and in Afghanistan. That required the attack on the Pentagon, which, I don't know, always seems to get shuffled to second place in this.
It does. It really does. It's like certain things, of course, are more spectacular and more symbolic. Like I noticed that it's always never forget, but it's always forget. Building 7. They are masters at misdirection for sure.
Right, and also another thing that bothers me about this stuff is people always say predictive programming. Well, the predictive programming for 9/11 was the 1993 World Trade Center truck bomb. Have you ever studied that?
I have studied that one a bit, and yeah, again,
the blind sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, And basically, the FBI set it up as a sting operation. They hired a former Egyptian army officer named Emad Salem, who the New York Times actually covered the trial in great detail. And Emad Salem basically became, he was assigned to infiltrate the inner circle around the blind sheikh, and his mosque, I think, was in Jersey City, was where his mosque was. And Emad Salem was the one who basically did it per the FBI's instructions, set up the entire operation. He rented the truck, and then he was supposed to secure the explosives for the bombing. Now, this is 1993 we're talking about, right? He was supposed to secure the explosives, and he called his FBI handler and said, hey, look, why don't we replace the explosives with dummy? These people don't know what's going on. We don't want to endanger anybody, to stay on the safe side.
Wait, you said FBI? You're talking about the Federal Bureau of Instigation, right?
Right. Federal Bureau of Intimidation, Federal Bureau of PSYOPs, whatever you want to call them. And he said to the FBI, well, look, we don't want to have a real bombing go off. I've got the truck. It's all set up. We've got all the inner circle around the blind sheikh, implicated in all this. So, let's replace the explosive with some dummy powder so nothing will actually happen. And his FBI handler said, no, go ahead and set it up with a real explosives, with a real bomb. And, of course, you had a truck bomb go off in the basement garage of the World Trade Center, and it did a little damage. I don't know if anybody was here. Again, we're talking about special effects, because obviously his FBI. Oh, and how do we know this? How do we know that it's not just Emad Salem claiming this on the witness stand? On the witness stand during the trial. Well, Emad Salem taped the conversation with his FBI handler. He actually got the whole conversation on tape. So we have the FBI implicated in actually instructing their infiltrator, their confidential informant, to secure real explosives so that the special effect would be convincing, so that it really would be a truck bomb.
Okay.
And guess what the judge ruled? The only reason I know all this is because it was all covered in the New York Times. It was no secret. And I couldn't believe that everybody was, the New York Times, I thought, oh my God, this is it. The FBI's implicated in setting this whole thing up. And you know what the judge ruled? The judge ruled that Emad Salem's telephone conversation with his FBI handler was inadmissible as evidence because it violated a law that had been passed in New York State, basically passed to protect corrupt politicians, that you could not record a telephone conversation unless you had the consent of all parties. Are you familiar with this law they have?
Yeah, I am.
No, if you're being threatened, if you're being blackmailed, if you can catch a public official in a crime, taping them on the telephone, you can't introduce it as evidence in court because it violates this law. And so the judge ruled that taped telephone conversation as inadmissible, and therefore the jury, either they couldn't listen to it because it never got played, or they couldn't consider it deliberate.
But recently it's been brought up that Trump was trying to use the FBI to invent terrorists out of Antifa in Portland, and to me it's just pretty much the case that that's all they do is they invent stuff, they invent threats left and right, and they didn't 100% play ball with Trump apparently.
Well, that's the right. This is good. Your analysis is really good on this because you consistently point out that the left stages fake active shooter drills and the right stages fake terrorist attacks. So, for example, the Waukesha, this was the sloppiest psyop. If you go and look at this, that Waukesha red SUV that's allegedly crashed into the crowd during the Christmas parade in Waukesha, it was so badly staged that it's obvious. People deconstructed it right away and said, look how phony this is. Also, the crisis acting was really bad. Because they've got the crisis actors screaming, oh my God, oh my, they sound really fake. But this is what incriminates elements of the so-called conservatives or right wing in setting up fake terrorist psyops. That's why I posted all those links, and especially to the Darrell Brooks trial. Right, he's allegedly the driver of this red SUV. When the FBI showed up, the SUV was actually he backed it in. Whoever, we don't even know that he did it. Whoever placed the damaged SUV that supposedly crashed into these people in the Christmas parade in Waukesha actually backed it into the driveway, so the damaged front end was visible. During the trial, there's actually a video of the FBI agent, I guess, testify. They present the tape of the FBI's interview when they came to, maybe they came to arrest Brooks, or I don't know what. And what does he say? He says, "Is this some kind of movie?" You can hear him say, "Is this some kind of movie?"
Always
he realized that.
Okay, interesting.
That he was being set up.
Interesting.
That he was being set up. Either he was being set up or somehow or other he was drawn into the psyop and didn't realize how he was being used. Have you watched any of this Darrell Brooks trial?
Some of it's hysterical, and
yeah, it's like Judge Judy, right?
It's
like
really
a Judge Judy thing.
It really is. His mad dogging the judge, his antics. It was very clownish, and I'm just wondering, why is this even on TV like this? This has got to be.
Well, like the Alex Jones against the Sandy Hook parents, the same kind of every principle in the book. I mean, if it was on appeal, it should be thrown out. It's ridiculous. Yeah, of course, Jones didn't even get a jury trial on the truth or falsehood of. It's crazy. He was accused of defamation. Typically, there's two stages in a defamation or a libel trial. The first is to determine the truth or the falsehood of whatever was said, and then the second, and then the determination of damage is based on how much damage was done to the plaintiff, to the aggrieved party. And Jones was denied a jury trial for the determination of whether Noah Posner was real, whether any of this was true.
Yes,
the judge simply ruled that was hey, that's already decided, it was real, and then he brought in the jury to decide what the penalty would be, which is like, I don't know, $485 billion or whatever.
I'm going to reach out to Jim Fetzer because he's refiling his case with regard to this.
I just read a piece that Fetzer's lawyers are taking it to the Supreme Court.
I'm very interested in this because when you really get down to it, if you want to be real, Jones's defense was weak and pathetic because if anybody's responsible for making the Sandy Hookers a public face of the tragedy, it wasn't Jones, it was CNN. It's the people who put them in the spotlight. And that's not really advisable anyway. If you're a witness to a massacre or you're a victim, when you're still in shock, to go on camera, there's a lot of reasons why it's bad. But my point is, Jones didn't center his show around them. He platformed the topic, but it's more widespread, which makes me think that he's meant to be the canary in the coal mine, or he's meant to be perceived that way. So everybody's like, look, I don't want my assets frozen. I don't want that to happen to me. And you'll notice, like, I'm not at all fazed by this, and I'm glad that Fetzer isn't either.
Right. Just getting back to a point I was making, because it's very important that people understand, they forget things like, for example, the Oklahoma City bombing. In terms of, people say, well, that's predictive programming. No, it was actually something that was set up by the BATF and the FBI. And here again, we've already discussed the cast of thousands, how it becomes a cast of millions because everybody wants to participate, and the fractal nature of compartmentalized, like NASA's, moonwalk fakery, how you get all these people to participate in it, because it's so compartmentalized. Each one of them has a part in it. But it's also their willingness to be blind. Their willingness not to see things. That's how the entire city of New York could go along with those controlled demolitions on 9/11. I mean, it blows your mind to even think about it. Everybody knew. The firemen, I've been through this. It just makes my head explode. The firemen, the cops, the Port Authority workers, construction workers, everybody knew those were controlled demolitions, but no one would speak up and say so. That's your cast of millions. Now, the other aspect, a Hollywood movie, starring this and starring that, Charlton Heston and Sophia Loren, and with a cast of thousands. I know people nowadays, they don't really remember that because now it's digital effects achieve that cast of thousands.
Right,
You know,
right.
you show
Lord of the Rings.
You show this. Right, you show the stadium, and they can digitally create that cast of thousands. But back in the day when I was watching movies, when I was growing up, and you probably are old enough to remember real stunts and real, back in the day, you had to hire a cast of thousands. And I come back again to this great movie based on the novel Day of the Locust about Hollywood, where there's a scene where they're staging the Battle of Waterloo for this movie, and they have all this scaffolding set up, but it isn't. I guess it isn't completed, and the movie shows it flashes. You see. There's a pile of signs that says danger, 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 but the signs are all in a pile. They haven't been put up around the scaffolding. And so as they're filming this Battle of Waterloo, this cast of hundreds, I guess, that are staging the battle, they start climbing up the scaffolding and it collapses. Now no one is killed, but there's some people whose legs are broken. So the Hollywood producers, the art director and everybody, they then have to basically they got to get everybody to keep their mouths shut, and then they pay them off. They get the insurance company to cover the injuries from a special effect that didn't work out, where people got hurt. And that's very important to me, because in addition to this cast of thousands and cast of millions, what makes the movie work is convincing special effects. And sometimes a convincing special effect requires a real bomb. In the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, I think it misses the point to say, well, this is predictive programming for 9/11. They staged the first terrorist attack. And you also have the attack on the Cole, the USS Cole, allegedly, and the embassy bombings that occurred in all these events that led up to 9/11 itself that have to convince people through special effects. That's the only thing that makes the narrative in the movie convincing is special effects.
You know what? I was going to say this too. With regard to 9/11 and the role of planes, look back at how many movies made it a point to have exploding jets. Jet fuel's like a main character in so many action films. And
I saw this.
All
I saw this in
conditioning.
the most annoying movie. I may have talked about this before. It was a series, and some of your listeners may remember it, called Sniper, starring Tom Berenger, who was pretty big in Hollywood for a while. He was in a lot of big films. And I guess the first couple were interesting, but by the third one, it was just getting really tired. It was like, these sequels get kind of ridiculous after a while. And in this sequel to Sniper, and Tom Berenger was in it, I'm pretty sure, there's a scene where a guy hijacks a streetcar in Buenos Aires to escape from the police or somebody. And he's riding the streetcar. He takes over. He grabs it from the streetcar conductor, and he takes over the streetcar, and he's riding the streetcar. It crashes into like a compact car in the road because it goes through it's one of these runaway scenes, a runaway streetcar, and the whole thing explodes. It's the most stupid thing I've ever seen. When I was watching the movie, I remember I was watching the movie with some people, and this is why I'm very you don't want to invite me to a crowd of people to watch a stupid movie.
I bet.
Say, oh yeah, because I'll say, what the hell just happened there? I've seen so many. Why is a streetcar crashing into a vehicle going to create this giant pyrotechnic explosion? That's stupid.
This raises a great point, though, and this is something that Douglas Trumbull, who did the special effects for Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey, commented on. He said that when we transitioned from real actors and real props into CGI, the reality was lost, that the artistry was lost, the quality went down. And I think this is intentional.
It cheapens the special effect, because now, and this is going to really expose them.
Because audiences aren't as discriminating. Now audiences are easier to fool. That's one of the things, too.
You got to dumb down the audience. You really got to dumb down the audience to get most of them to accept it. But the people who are hip, the people who like the people who ever worked as EMTs, or like you, maybe have you had experience in the military and professionally handling dead bodies, you could look at something and say, well, that's stupid. You don't pump the leg. Where is it you say they were pumping the leg in that scene in
Yeah, the scene in South Korea at the Halloween party, one of the crisis actors I guess he wasn't issued a training dummy, and when they started filming the action, they were like, go. He reached for the nearest dummy and started pumping the thigh. And I was like, that's not going to do very much, although I could have used it. I was just back from the gym, and I was like, that might actually be good. But anyway, yeah, he was giving CPR to the thighs of some dummy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The special effects, if people are smart enough, like the CGI that was released for the Waukesha red SUV and all that, it was done so badly. And one thing they did was they threw around shoes. There's a great video. I posted this on your Facebook page about the actual video that was released that was supposed to show the Waukesha, another one of these trucks at it, like the Nice truck, runaway truck. We've had these runaway vehicle events that have occurred over the years. I remember the Nice truck. It wasn't a bombing, was it? The truck just crashed into people?
It was just a truck, and I'm like, where are the anti-gun people on banning trucks and vans already? But yeah, this is the thing, and the shoes. What's with the shoes at every single event?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that the shoes are placement of where the actors are supposed to cluster around with one of these dummies, and that's what it looked like to me.
Ooh, interesting.
But it's done so sloppily. The special effect, so that's why I wouldn't know looking at this stuff. I wouldn't know what the hell I was looking at. I have no real experience I have no experience as an EMT or anything like that. I have no idea. If it weren't for people like you and others, now so many others saying, "Hey, look what they're doing. That makes no sense. It's stupid." I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, in fact, it was after the fake killing of a rapper in 2019, where we saw EMTs with black gloves giving one-handed chest compressions to a moving patient on a gurney, threw him in the back of the ambulance, slammed the door, and discontinued the chest pumps. Lack of blood.
Or like dragging Ashley Babbitt's body down the steps or whatever. That is stupid stuff that no EMT would do. Dumbass stuff. The people who know better will look at this and say, well, that's crazy. That's got to be fake. Or they'll say, oh, that's a dummy.
Which is why I reach out for human intel. And listen to what Not Shocked, a commenter, says. Viewers used to suspend disbelief for movies. Now it applies to the news. Absolutely.
Willful suspension, yes. From Shakespeare to ancient Greek theater to modern movies and television, all of it depends on this principle of the willful suspension of disbelief on the part of the audience. If you're in a movie theater and it's badly staged and it's poorly done, people in the audience will start throwing popcorn at the screen, and they'll say they'll see, really, if it's that bad, even the audience will see that it's badly done. And they used to do that. Well, that's Mystery Science Theater 3000, or the old Star Trek TV series, which I thought sucked, really, mostly because the special effects sucked. They just weren't very convincing. Not like Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. That really.
It's got to be what was it, Wuhan? Do you remember the Kung Flu? We called it Kung Flu.
Yeah, people dropping dead.
Yeah, it's like that guy looks like he got kicked by some invisible ghost of like Bruce Lee's ghost is going around kicking people over. We called it Kung Flu. And then when it came to America, nobody got knocked over like that.
No, they had to get rid of that. They had to get rid of that because they figured the audience is a little more sophisticated.
Here they are, but over there in China or wherever, in Wuhan, where they think the old Godzilla movies look legit, they probably thought, wow, that's legit. I mean, I'm just saying, as audiences, they're probably less discriminating, as evidenced by their fake moon landing footage. Way worse than ours.
Right. Nothing undermines the willful suspension of disbelief in the audience more than, one, bad crisis acting, and we got a lot of that, like Robbie Parker and Wayne Carver, Robbie Parker, Wayne Carver, Gene Rose. We got a lot of bad crisis acting because, as you say, these are people who could never make it in Hollywood for the most part. So they're what do you want me to say? They're not just
they're gags. The gags. You got the Screen Actors Guild and the Government Actors Guild. The gags.
Right. bad crisis acting and shitty special effects. Cheap, low-budget special effects that just don't work unless the audience is really stupid and doesn't know any better. See? Unless the audience is gonna buy it. And I remember once I was sitting with my father, this is quite a few years ago, and we were watching one of these movies, and it was kind of cheaply done. And I said, I can't watch something like, an explosion or something that there was no reason for. Well, as you say, we were treated to all kinds of movies where cars crashed and blew up. When's the last time you've been in a car accident and seen an explosion?
Right.
I've seen quite a few car accidents. I've been in a few. Nothing ever explodes. It's like maybe they used to talk about, this is an interesting sideline pursuing, but there was the Ford Pinto, that there was a big scandal. They said that the placement of the gas tank was causing the thing to explode when it was involved in accidents because they put the gas tank in the back or somewhere. Do you remember this at all?
I heard about this and that it was prone to explode, and you bump it from the side and boom. Was that real, you think?
Not real. Now, who knows? Who knows, really? But this once again falls under the category of bad special effects. If you saw it happen, would you believe it anyway? And yeah, we were watching a movie, and it was just a really shitty special effect. And I said, look how stupid that is. I said, it wouldn't happen that way in real life. And my father said, well, why don't you shut up? We're just trying to enjoy the movie. Well, how stupid I said, Dad, how stupid do you have to be to enjoy something that's asinine that insults your intelligence? It insults your intelligence.
Look, that's a great point, because when you look at a lot of the fakery, it's almost like maybe it's so bad that it deliberately gaslights the more critical consumers of info. It's an insult, literally, to your intelligence. And what that does is it forces you to subjugate your intelligence to the consensus trance. I'm not going to think too hard about this because it's a conflict, the cognitive dissonance. And that's,
right, cognitive dissonance, yeah.
And that's what it does. The only reason why we talk at all is because there's a disharmony between what we're told and what we're experiencing, and we're noticing. And those of us that are noticing are experiencing cognitive dissonance induced by terrible special effects.
Yes, and it comes back to the most powerful weapon the deep state has is shallowness. The shallowness and stupidity of the audience that isn't bothered by having their intelligence insulted. My God, when you look at 9/11, come on, you really expect everybody to believe that these towers, were turned to rubble from fires caused by jet fuel? I mean, that's ridiculous. It's such an insult to the intelligence of the audience, but the audience was willfully suspended their disbelief at this stupid, bad movie. And that's all 9/11 was. Everybody out there, if anybody asks you, well, what happened on 9/11? You say it was just a movie made for TV news. But movies do have to have reasonably convincing special effects. And what happened at the Pentagon really was an explosion. And we've got a live witness who knew it was an explosion and that there was no plane. She was a Pentagon employee named April Gallup. And she said, and if you ever watch that interview with her, she says, I can't, and she was threatened by the FBI. And she said they did it to brainwash. She said there was no plane at the Pentagon. They did this to brainwash people. They threatened me and tried to intimidate me. She said, I was there. I came to work that morning with my daughter, my son, her infant son or daughter, I can't even remember. And as soon as she turned on her computer, the bomb went off. And apparently some of the debris fell on her. She was a little bit, she wasn't, I don't think she was injured, but some of the debris fell on her and everything. And she said it was definitely an explosion that went off. She says in this interview, she was convinced that as soon as she hit the key to start her computer, that's exactly when the bomb went off.
Interesting. Now you might have inadvertent witnesses, and even like after the Vegas shooting, I had some reports that I haven't been able to corroborate of people who were supposedly who are in hotels who are signing non-disclosure agreements and given cash to keep their mouths shut. And it wouldn't surprise me. I don't even think you'd need to shell out a lot of money. You don't need to give out billions. That's only for the big stars like the Sandy types, the Sandy Hookers. But the average actor is desperate for a gig. I think they'll take $100 to lie on TV to the news. And
Yeah,
speaking
but
of special effects, the Challenger, they just found like 118
yeah, I
tons of.
heard that.
Okay, now that Challenger thing kind of irks me because people say, "Oh, we all watched it live on TV. The teachers brought." No, I'm sorry, it was not live for the students. They caught it
Right.
on a rebroadcast, and the teachers didn't tell them, which means that the students were shown a snuff film
Yes,
wittingly.
and I listened very carefully to the news report on this. The first thing is they said that it was discovered in the course of making a movie about the Bermuda Triangle. In other words, they're suggesting that wherever the Bermuda Triangle is, that's where they found this piece of
Oh, that's
debris from the
funny.
Challenger. And
Right.
the other thing the news report said was it brought up Krista McAuliffe. Boy, this was the real tearjerker, if you're old enough to remember, was that school teacher, Krista McAuliffe, who allegedly
Yes,
died.
that's why they put this in all of the classrooms. That way the teachers would be able to say, hey, look, imagine if I went up into space and I blew up. And they had everybody crying, and everybody thought they saw it live, but they didn't see it live. And that's the key here. It was optional. They could have said, hey, do we want to show these children a teacher going into space and then blowing up? Because we know that's what happened. No, we'll just show it to them. I mean, how rotten was that? To me, that's trauma-induced mind control. MK Ultra in the
Yes.
schools.
Yes, in the audience. Um, Bad special effect, lousy special effects. But sometimes a special effect requires a real explosion in a Hollywood movie or at 9/11. And why is that important to me? Because real crimes were committed. The FBI threatening a live witness who says, there was no plane, something went off, they had some kind of explosion, a bomb here at the Pentagon. The FBI threatened her. They literally threatened her. That's why she went out and gave that interview.
Look, they
and
will.
blew the whistle on it.
They will to protect their big lies. A few years
Well,
ago,
that's a crime.
there was like a 70.
That's a crime.
It is a crime, and there was like this 70-some-year-old who was trying to sell a piece of a moon rock, and NASA sent a SWAT team, and they did a sting. And I thought, why would they forcibly detain somebody? Why would they bring out armed SWAT officers for a moon rock? And it's because if somebody were to look at that under a microscope and figure out it's a piece of petrified wood, it would be very damaging. And I think that they have to protect their narrative at any cost.
Yeah, barring a non-disclosure agreement, really all they can do is either bribe somebody or threaten them to keep their mouth shut. Now that's criminal. That's extortion. That's racketeering. And if government agents are involved in this, that is a prosecutable crime. And the other thing, and that's why to me, the real key to 9/11 is not those controlled demolitions in New York City. That only reveals how prostituted the population of that city was, that they went along with, that they were willing to be, every one of them wanted to be in this cast of thousands, to validate that the planes knocked down the towers, which nobody could have really believed. But they managed to induce everybody to participate in that narrative. But at the Pentagon, it was different because there just wasn't many people at the Pentagon that morning. That whole wing of the Pentagon had been vacated for repairs. They made sure there was no. It was the coincidence of it was ridiculous.
Well, they make sure that there are multiple plausible stories, and it's reality fluid. Reality is fluid. Way before gender fluid, we were already reality fluid. Like, let me ask you a question here, and there's no wrong answer.
Just one more thing.
Okay.
One more thing. I don't want to let this go. This Pentagon 9/11 thing. Whoever staged that event at the Pentagon committed high treason. Bottom line. Of course, in my view, Donald Trump committed high treason with Operation Warp Speed, giving hustling through FDA emergency use authorization for this experimental mRNA shot.
And he's not looking too good these days. Let me run this by you, though.
But that's high treason. That's high treason, and it's prosecutable. And the
look,
DOD.
If the PSYOP entertainment complex were fully exposed, I think, yes, they would say, hey, look, the mass media has been waging PSY war against the populations for generations. There's something inherently, there's got to be some Geneva Convention level prohibitions against psychological warfare. And there used to be. It used to be like Rumsfeld. Oh, we only insert fake news in foreign press. Well, there's no foreign press. It's all.
Well, that's the Smith Modernization Clause of the 2013 National Defense Authorization Act, which ostensibly made it legal for them to propagandize the American people. During the Cold War, supposedly they had prohibited that. They could say you could target anybody outside the United States with lies and propaganda. But that was called the Smith-Mundt Act. But then the 2013 National Defense Authorization Act basically repealed that Smith-Mundt Act and said, well, now you could target the American people just like anybody else. Just like people in the Middle East or Europe or Africa. You can plant false stories, you can do whatever you want, and you could stage fake events, and it isn't really, for propaganda purposes, and it isn't really criminal. But I still say that staging a bombing at the Pentagon to propagate the narrative that a plane crashed there, a hijacked plane, that is high treason. And everybody who knew about that and participated in that can be arrested tomorrow for high treason.
Yeah, I would say so. Because, it's a bombing. It's a bombing. It doesn't matter what the false explanation was.
It's a special effect.
No,
and they did it.
Now, there's no wrong answer here, but in your take, what was most likely the cause? Because this is now a debate again. The cause of George Floyd's death. Was it knee on the neck, fentanyl, misinformation, or climate change?
Climate change.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I can't breathe. That's what I'm saying. It's climate change. I was going to say chemtrails, but...
Yeah, chemtrails. Well, to me, I don't presume to know, what's going on there. Are they spraying something? What's happening? I just know it's a special effect. Now, what is the intention of the special effect? Is it like that scene, that classic scene in The Wizard of Oz, where the Wicked Witch of the West is flying around on her broomstick, painting the sky with the phrase "Surrender, Dorothy"?
Ooh,
I think
interesting.
We all remember that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that
right.
till just now, but that's a very powerful image there.
Yeah, that's what I think of when I see obvious. I don't want to call it. Well, people say it's geoengineering going on. That remains to be proven. Of course, they're out there in the open. Bill Gates is saying, "Oh yeah, of course we want to be able to shut the sun out and reflect the sun and all that," and that would require the spraying of, I guess, some kind of high particleized metallic stuff like aluminum.
Yes, stratospheric aerosol injections with vitamin.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's going to be vitamin. Yeah, barium and aluminum.
But they can spray chemicals in the sky that will then fall onto crops or into the water, or...
Look, I understand why people even find this plausible.
A vaccine, maybe...
Look about this.
Right?
Like, if they're willing to allow drugs in to get you, if they're willing to... It's like public health isn't the main thing. Whatever they say. I understand why people believe the chemtrail thing. I just have a lot of questions about it. But I understand why people find certain things plausible. I understand why people think that Hillary Clinton wears the faces of dead sacrificial victims. It's like they give you every reason to believe these things.
Yes. It's almost like, can you really rule anything out? Because you know how sick and twisted these people are. And from time to time, they are caught doing this crazy shit. Like, for example, the Nexium cult there in upstate New York. I mean, it really was this crazy sex slave cult. And a lot of high-profile people were involved in it, including one of the Bronfman heiresses. How much of this, what was really going on at Jeffrey Epstein's island? Man, the stuff I read about this blows my mind. And they had compromised politicians and prime ministers and Hollywood producers and scientists even. So there's definitely something there for sure, but what actually was going on, it probably was criminal, and it probably did involve if not outright pedophilia, certainly, sex with underage girls and stuff like, I don't know,
Well, what was it? Dollar Vigilante went out there and he found that apparently that whole temple thing was a big prop. Like it's difficult to say where the theater
well,
ends
it
and the
was a
reality
storage shed.
begins,
It
but
could have been a storage shed. Right?
regardless, the world stage psyops, as you said, it's important to understand, what's the meaning behind the special effect, and how is it supposed to affect reality, which is what they do it for. It's a force
Well,
multiplier.
you got into this with all the symbolism that Kubrick embedded in The Shining, the twins, the two twins standing there. And this is a very important point I want to make. Because in the post-literate society, and I encounter this a lot, people talk about the movie as though that's the original narrative. But 9 out of 10 movies used to be based on novels, sometimes very old novels. And so you then have to look and see, what did they add to the movie or change in the movie script that's different from what was in the original novel or story.
Yes,
Because
that's
that's
what
very
gives it
deliberate.
away. In fact, you mentioned Kubrick, and just the other day, the daughter of Stanley Kubrick was hanging out with Alex Jones. And I find that to be a very curious pairing when I think about the significance of Kubrick in the big picture.
In a post-literate society, and here again, the weapon of the deep state is shallowness. How many people out there have seen a movie and they're convinced that's the original narrative and they've never read the book? Me, I'm the kind of person and that has to do with, novels by John Grisham, Stephen King, Frederick Forsyth, John le Carré, Graham Greene. Everybody's seen the movie, but only certain people have read the original novel, and they know and sometimes very, very significant changes are made to the script. For example, Ernest Hemingway, classic American writer. One of his stories is called The Snows of Kilimanjaro. And at the end of it, the protagonist he's got a gangrenous wound, and he's out there in the African bush, and they can't get medical help to him, and he dies at the end of the short story. But David, I guess it must have been Daryl Zanuck or David Selznick, whoever produced the movie. They didn't like that. They didn't think Hollywood, audiences would like that. And so at the end, and this was a big movie starring Gregory Peck, Susan Hayward. It was a big movie because everybody would go out to see a movie based on a Hemingway novel, right? The Sun Also Rises, A Farewell to Arms. These were classic novels that Hemingway wrote, just as they would go out to see a movie based on a Steinbeck novel, like The Grapes of Wrath. One of the things that really obsessed me for a while is I would critique a movie and say, well, how much did they distort or change the original novel or short story to make this movie? And sometimes
Yes,
it's
that
pretty
used to make
outrageous.
me mad. Like, okay, American Psycho. A lot of people know the movie. The movie's incredibly
Burt
shallow.
Easton Ellis, is that Burt Easton Ellis, or
Yeah,
am I thinking?
it's Bret Easton
Bret
Ellis,
Easton
Less
Ellis,
Than
okay.
Zero. You've probably heard of. I mean, a
Right,
lot of this
Less Than
stuff
Zero.
turned into movies, but the American Psycho book is inside the guy's head, stream of consciousness for hundreds of pages, and it's very nuanced, very erratic. It's how you imagine an OCD psychopathic killer would think. But in the movies, you only see the surface, which is the whole point of the book, that the people around him don't have any insight, that they only see the surface. And the whole book is really an attack on, superficial society, etc. And he's just reflecting it. But when you watch the movie, you see a horror film, just a guy killing people. You miss the internal process. And that to me is what
Right.
film generally does. Although recently I've been impressed with Netflix and other streaming services' ability to take stories and extend them out beyond the confines of a feature film and get some more of the nuance out.
Well, I always, a big thing with me is how faithful to the novel is the movie. So, for example, Martin Scorsese made, and I really appreciate it when the director goes out of his way to be faithful to the original novel. So, for example, Martin Scorsese made a film called The Age of Innocence, with Daniel Day-Lewis and Michelle Pfeiffer and Winona Ryder or whatever her name is. And it really is. And I mean, I had read the novel many years ago by Edith Wharton, and I got to hand it to Scorsese. He went out of his way to really stick exactly to the novel. When Kubrick made Barry Lyndon, which was a terrible flop here in the United States, it's like a 3-hour film, but I love it. I got to say, Kubrick was really, how do you say it? He was very particular about sticking exactly to the text of the original novel because it's a classic novel. In other words, when the director is saying, hey, my audience is literate enough that they're going to resent it if I change the end of this. Well, in the case of Hemingway's short story, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, it has a very tragic ending where the protagonist dies of gangrene out there in the African bush. The doctors don't get to him in time or whatever. But as I say, when Hollywood made the film, they figured audiences wouldn't like that. Audiences like a happy ending. And so at the end, he's rescued and he survives. He lives. And Hemingway was so disgusted by this because he wrote the original story. He said, I don't want you putting my name on this movie and saying based on the story by Ernest Hemingway. He said, you should call it The Snows of Kilimanjaro by Daryl Zanuck. In other words, it's not my story. You completely changed the story. And that, once again, what is the weapon of the deep state, which is Hollywood? It's shallowness. It's they're more and more, because they've gotten so cheap and so shoddy, they don't care if there are people in the audience who say, well, wait a minute, I read Great Expectations, or I read Oliver Twist, or David Copperfield, or A Tale of Two Cities, and that's not what happens in the novel.
I've noticed,
what did
too,
you change that for?
Like, take the movie Blade Runner, which is well known for the cinematography, the mood, the atmospheric.
Right, that's based on Philip K. Dick's To Android's Dream of Electric Sheep.
Yes, and they're hunting down the replicants that are so close to human that you can't tell the difference. But
genetically engineered, right?
Yeah, and the original movie has like certain iconic scenes. It's Harrison Ford. It's kind of a slow, brooding movie. I like the book, but they remade it and they replaced everything that was good about it with video game level cheesy special effects. They destroyed I think the was it Ridley Scott? Just like I just constantly see this whenever they bring back these sequels with these new special effects, they kill the soul of what was originally organic effects and real people.
I call that attenuation. By that I mean, do people still use fax machines? I hated fax machines. When I was still working, we always had to send documents over using fax machines. And the problem with a fax machine is each successive copy, like the old Xerox machines, each successive copy gets shittier and shittier and shittier until finally you could barely read the stupid thing, And I call that attenuation. The signal is so weak by the time, because it's been shallowed and shallowed and shallowed. Finally, you can't even tell what the original was. And that's what they do with with entertainment. It's what they do with the narratives that make up propaganda, agitprop, and TV news. You see attenuation. And sometimes the original narrative is completely lost. But once again, this is all that willful suspension of disbelief that they're counting on in the audience. The audience is so shallow that most of them won't even be aware of it. Or if they are, they won't care.
The TikTokification of the American mind. I think they've got everyone distracted enough to where 1 minute we're worried that we're going to be nuked into Judgment Day, Armageddon, the world's going to end. The next day, it's collective outrage against Kanye West. And then the next day, it's Pelosi. And they're making light of an attack on an elderly man. Like, you can see how definitely they have weaponized shallowness. You nailed it.
And that's this. When you think of how these narratives, you go back, like, for example, the original Sandy Hook narrative was completely different from what, first they claimed there was a guy in camo running around in the woods that the police picked up. Initially, they had the news showed them arresting Ryan Lanza, but he said this is a hoax. And then they said, but Adam Lanza apparently had Ryan Lanza's ID on him, that they claim that. As the narrative progressed, and the same thing with the Boston Marathon bombing was a great example of this. As the narrative, day by day, week by week, month by month, we said, well, we didn't really mean this, we meant that, and oh, we misreported this, we here's what really happened. It's like that fax machine that's copying the original over. It just attenuates. It gets weaker and weaker and weaker until very little of the original narrative is even left. And there's a hell of a lot of cognitive dissonance involved in that, because anybody with a thinking brain will look at that and say, well, how could you possibly be mistaken about that?
We're reality fluid, and they're still solidifying it. And, you know, the day of the Parkland event, there was some footage from David Hogg is in a closet, and he's interviewing somebody. He says, okay, here we are, Parkland High School. It's your first school shooting. How do you feel? It's 9:30 a.m. And she's like, I'm very scared. We're hiding in the closet. Then you find out that the shooting happened in the shooting happened in the afternoon, and he wasn't there.
Right.
He had still ride his bicycle over there. But it's like, wait, 9:30 in the morning or some early in the morning shooting, but then it happens in the afternoon. Then you find out there was a drill earlier in the day.
And this explains this psyop called the Mandela effect, which was very deliberately engineered to see just how shallow they could get with people's memory. In a post-literate society, where the memory people have of the narrative is from they saw it on a movie, or they saw it on a sampler on the wall where the lion is laying down next to the lamb, but they never actually read the passage in the Bible which says a wolf. It never said a lion. Never. But lion with the lamb is alliterative. That is to say, it sounds better to say the lion shall lay down with the lamb than the wolf with the lamb, because it's two L's. It's more poetic. And so the sampler that a lot of people used to have on their wall, that sort of picture, had a lion with the lamb, but that's not what the original text in the book of Isaiah says, if you recall it. This is one of my favorite passages. I studied it in the original Hebrew, and then also the Greek version, the Septuagint, where they shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Lo yisa goy al goy charev. Nations, goy means nation, referring to all the nations other than Israel. Lo yisa goy al goy charev, lo yilmadu od milchama, is the original Hebrew. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. And then it goes on to talk about the wolf shall lay down with the lamb. This was a very familiar passage to me. And when I heard these Mandela idiots, Brian Stavely, if you're listening, I'm directing this at you. I'll bet you never fucking took one look at the Bible, Brian Stavely, because I know you were a major fan of professional wrestling. Boy, did it disappoint me to see your personal page on Facebook with you beaming, holding one of these WWE wrestling belts, and it dawned on me that you were a fan of WWE professional wrestling, which I really don't like. I've never liked it because I don't think it should be called wrestling. It really bothered me that the NCAA, let me talk about this a little bit. Do you mind if I kind of go off on a tangent on it?
One point here on
it's about the corruption of values. It really
okay,
because
if somebody's going to comment on the Bible and they haven't read it, it's like they don't have any. You obviously do. And specifically, though, there's a Mandela effect about Dolly having braces in a show called Moonraker, and he admitted he has never seen the movie. He's making his
he wasn't even around. He probably wasn't even born yet when the original movie was made.
But he was making the judgment, as most people do, based on that one little clip. Do you remember? And it's like, wait, there's an entire movie, and you have to look at the entire movie, and does she have braces throughout? But when he said he hadn't watched the movie, I thought, you really, if you're going to be the guru on this topic, you got to watch the material that you're sourcing.
Yeah, they all pretended to be shocked about a passage. Actually, there's two places where this occurs. One is in the book of Samuel, I think. I think it was in the book of Samuel, or it might have been Judges, Shoftim. I can't, where the God commands the Israelites to wipe out this rival tribe, this rival nation, and kill. It might have been Saul actually who was commanded to do this, and because he spared the stock animals, and I might have taken slaves. He had been, and Prophet Samuel had told Saul, God has ordered you to destroy everything, kill everything. Or I think it says, well, everything that pisses against a wall, which is a very common expression in the ancient world for males, right? The only people capable of pissing against a wall are males, humans, dogs, whatever. And it wouldn't have been, I remember this passage from when I studied it in Hebrew school. But Brian Stavely had people in his group with this Mandela effect stuff, and they said, "Oh, this was never in our Bible. To pisses against the wall." Well, yes, it was. You
What
just
about
never read the
unicorns?
Bible.
They
You
say
shallow.
unicorns weren't in the Bible. Now they are. It's a Mandela effect. And then I looked a little deeper, and some say that any reference to a unicorn is a reference to the rhinoceros. What do you think?
Well, that's
Rhinoceroses
one.
or unicorns?
Yeah, that's one plausible explanation. This is, of course, a part of this is just ignorance. As I say, in the Post-Literate Society, most people never read the original text. They just saw it in a movie, or they saw it in a sampler on the wall, right? They never actually read the text or studied it. So it's that level of shallowness in the Post-Literate Society.
Oh, my favorite Bible scholar is Russian Vids, who can't remember any Bible verses, but he knows all the Meatloaf lyrics. He closes every video with the Meatloaf lyric, and I'm like, wait, you're the guy who says the Bible's the standard for the truther. If you don't cite the Bible, you're not in truth. It's like, well, then recite some Bible verses. I think we're all tired of Meatloaf.
Right, and these are people who have never, ever read Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwill, really brilliant biblical scholar. I mean, he's really parsed the Greek right down to every letter. And it shows how shallow people's memory is. Well, it's interesting because his explanation for the creation of the gospel myth, as he would call it, as what he calls a typology, that is to say, for example, Herod ordering that all the male children born on a particular day should be slaughtered because one of them is prophesied to be the Messiah. Well, that's an exact replica of the story in Exodus, where, in Exodus, where Pharaoh orders the killing of the firstborn, and then later, when Moses asks God, it calls down these plagues, it's like 10 plagues or 12 plagues on the Egyptians. The very last plague is that their firstborn all the male baby should die, or I guess all the babies should die, or the male baby should die. And the Israelites were told, the children of Israel that were told to the lamb that they slaughtered to eat for the Passover meal, their last meal before they left Egypt, they were supposed to smear the blood on the door so that the angel of death would bypass their door and only kill the Egyptian first. That's a terrible story when you think about it. But what Joseph Atwill is saying is, well, what they've done is the people who constructed the gospel, these Hellenized Jews of the Tiberius Alexander's family. The Alexanders were the Rothschilds of their day in the Roman Empire. They were the richest family in the empire, headquartered in Alexandria, Egypt, and they probably financed a lot of the construction of the gospel narrative. But they knew, but remember, a lot of their audience was illiterate and had to have this text read to them.
Oh, that's an interesting
at
point.
The synagogue.
The illiteracy of it all, because you went from graven images, idols, to Holy Scripture, Holy Writ, and that's kind of interesting because I would say that the average news consumer today is visually illiterate, and they need the pundits to tell them what's real and what's not real.
And they're historically illiterate as well. Most of them don't even remember the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, or maybe they were too young to remember it. And to say, well, all that happened was they
You're right. I mean,
they
I listened to
upgraded the movie script for 9/11.
I saw a TikToker say, "Oh, 9/11 isn't that?" Because they were talking about Osama bin Laden and where he was interred, and some commenter was like, "I thought Osama bin Laden was in the first plane, like he he hijacked the plane, he blew it up."
Well,
and
that's the shallow.
I was
that's
happy.
The shallowness of memory. It's memory shallow. Boy, more Mandela crap. The memory is so shallow that you can use a typology. you can take these old mythical themes that were already kind of familiar. They're floating around in people's consciousness because I heard these stories told in another context. And if you change a detail here or there, well, instead of Pharaoh, it's Herod the Great, and instead of the Jewish firstborn in Egypt, this time it's in the city of Bethlehem, or I guess in Judea.
Yeah, you're talking about the intentional rhyming of your propaganda, aligning it with previous stories. We talk about
Right.
history rhyming, and that's what Joseph Atwell was saying, is that they constructed the Gospels to perfectly rhyme and coincide and fulfill prophecies. And what is predictive programming but preparation for
Right.
the fulfillment of it in the news as a form of prophecy in a way?
So one could say that the '93 WTC FBI sting operation with this truck bomb in the basement, you could say it was predictive programming, but at the same time, there's typology involved because once again we have the Islamic terrorists, right? Except this time on 9/11, these same Islamic terrorists are flying planes into the towers. Oh yeah, weren't they the ones who tried to truck bomb the WTC, and interestingly enough, on the morning of 9/11, I remember every detail of the reporting of that because I knew it was, first of all, I knew it was an inside job. Here's when I knew it was an inside job. I was sitting there. When I got to work that morning, it was Howard Stern who announced the first hit. He said, "Oh, a plane's crashed into the World Trade Center. It must be an accident." And then he said, "Oh, it looks like," and then when I got to work, they were evacuating the building that I worked in. So it was a beautiful day. So I said, well, I figured it would be another hour before people returned into the building. So I went around the corner to a coffee shop there on Baltimore Street where, I had a bunch of friends there that worked as baristas and, used to hang out there. And I was sitting outside. They had tables set up outside. Sitting outside, drinking my cappuccino. And one of the baristas, they knew I was following the narrative. One of the baristas ran out and said, "Hey, Lynn, they say a truck bomb just went off at the Pentagon." A truck bomb went off at the Pentagon. I said, "What?" And then 10 minutes later, the same barista came out and said, "Well, now they changed the story. They just said a plane crashed into the Pentagon." I stood right up and I said, "Well, that's impossible." They said, "Yeah, a Boeing commercial jet." I said, "That's ridiculous. NORAD wouldn't let a Boeing commercial jet anywhere near Washington, D.C. That's insane." I said, "And if that happened, oh my God, the Joint Chiefs of Staff is going to have to talk about Pearl Harbor, because at Pearl Harbor, after Pearl Harbor, they court-martialed Admiral Kimmel and Major General Short, who were the top military commanders there. They took the rap. They were scapegoated for this horrible, unthinkable failure at Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, 12/7. Building 1, Building 2, Building 7. There's some interesting Pearl Harbor 9/11 connections. And yes, 9/11 was also another Pearl Harbor event. Pearl Harbor was called Operation AI, which is 19, like 19 hijackers. All these events are predictive programming for one another. They're part of a sequence. And I think that this is...
I went home.
Yeah.
I stood up when they said, "Oh, no, they're saying a big, fat Boeing commercial jet just crashed into the wall." I said, "That's impossible." I said, "There's no way NORAD would have allowed that to happen. And it's the most heavily guarded fortress on planet Earth, that Pentagon. That's insane. The whole federal district is a grid." I said, "This has got to be an inside job, and they're going to have to scapegoat some people for this because it's unthinkable that that would have been allowed to happen." I said, "And that means the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, NORAD commanders, they're all going to have to resign or be court-martialed." And I went home that night convinced that we were going to see resignations and court, that somebody was going to have to take the rap for this, the blame for this. I turned on C-SPAN, and lo and behold, John Warner and Carl Levin, who were the majority and minority chairs of the Armed Services Committee, they just went through this pro forma proceeding where they formalized the appointment of the acting head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the time, who was Meyer. General, boy, I can't believe I'm forgetting all this. Air Force General Richard Myers. The guy who should have been court-martialed for this. They were congratulating him on his handling of the situation, and they said, and they've officially approved because he had been. It's very interesting.
But it's very maddening because it doesn't. No one responded like they should have, and
right.
That's
it was insane.
It's insane for people like you who pay attention. Most people just.
Yeah, the people who pay attention, it was insane. But most people, those dirty Arabs, they're dirty Muslims. They did it to us. Well, wait a minute, dude. Aren't you looking at what's happening here? Why are you allowed? See, this is what just. I thought.
And of course, their frame of reference is things they've seen on TV, bad guys that have been presented by Hollywood. And look how smoothly they've transitioned from Quran radicals to QAnon radicals, from Taliban to MAGA band, from ISIS to I guess the MAGA is like the American ISIS, the white Al Qaeda, and of course we're looking at I think a template, 100% a template.
Vanilla ISIS.
Yeah, vanilla ISIS. Al Qaeda means
Al-Qaeda.
the base. It means the base or the foundation.
It also, by the way, means the toilet.
Interesting. Okay, well,
because it's where you sit, and the base where you sit. It's really that's. I'm told that in Arabic it has kind of a dual meaning.
Well, the white nationalists that were supposedly planning to start attacking the power grid in the Pacific Northwest also go by the base. I'm like, wait, white Al Qaeda, like you can see how it's 100% a template, and they can manufacture a bad guy in the mind of the public, and then they manifest it. And right now, the terrorist of the day is the QAnon terrorist. They don't consider the environmentalists terrorists, the ones who basically block roads, set themselves on fire. But no, the public's primed for the next Timothy McVeigh.
So they reuse the same scripts over and over, but they change a detail here or there.
It's clever. I mean, think about this, Kate. If Osama bin Laden's big day was 9/11, it's kind of interesting because the white version of Osama bin Laden would be like Timothy McVeigh, and he was executed on a 6/11,
Absolutely.
a 6/11
Absolutely.
at the age of 33. 90 days before 9/11, but you have all the same symbols, and 6/11, 9/11, it's an inversion. One's an external threat, an alien terrorist. The other one is domestic, violent extremist. Invert the 9 to a 6, and you can kind of see external, internal. But yeah, it's a template, 100%.
The 95 Oklahoma City bombing was a frame-up of the militia movement, just as 9/11, just as the 93 World WTC bombing, and then 9/11.
Wow.
Was a narrative to frame up Muslims and Arabs as terrorists, right? I mean, it's all
great points. I mean, right now the
frame up
head
of
of
humanity, framing the whole of humanity. COVID is a frame up of the whole of humanity because if you don't mask and get vaxxed, you're guilty. You're a criminal.
But this is a standard op, the framing up of the militias, because now you have Stuart Rhodes, founder of the Oath Keepers, who is basically painting up anybody who's a constitutionalist as now a terrorist. And they have him, in quotes, saying something about where's Nancy, just like that guy who broke into the Pelosi residence said. And yeah, these are operations. They created the American counterpart to Al Qaeda in the minds of the masses. That way they can do a 9/11 that the masses will believe in. And we're still waiting for the white nationalist 9/11 event, in my opinion.
Alex Jones is really deeply complicit in this script because he had Ashley Babbitt's husband on there twice, alleged husband on there twice. Don't tell me he didn't know that thing was a sloppy special effect.
You know what? He is okay. Alex Jones, 1, he's had his assets frozen. 2, he's gonna have to pay $1 billion for hurt feelings. But now, Jordan Peele, who's the director of, I believe it's called Nope. It's a recent UFO invasion. Anyway, Jordan Peele has done a number of films that are like horror films. Well, right now he's releasing an audio book or an audio podcast, and it's a horror called Quiet Part Loud, and it's about a right-wing talk show host who's so extreme with hate that it causes violence or something. But basically, he loses his
That's a
platform.
reworking of the Oliver Stone script for talk radio. Anybody ever
Interesting.
seen?
I haven't.
Yeah, starring Eric Bogosian. He really steals the show, and it's a Howard Stern type character. Almost exactly modeled on Howard Stern. Have you never seen Oliver Stone's movie Talk Radio?
No.
And at the end, he gets Alan Berg. Actually, it is based on the alleged assassination of a talk radio host.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Named Alan Berg. He was out in Denver. I believe he was in Denver, Colorado. This is way back in
This
the
is a big
90s,
tie-in then,
80s,
because
90s.
this Jordan Peele thing, Quiet Part Loud, is about the deplatforming of a hateful radio host. And if you remember, when Hicks gave Kevin Booth a script for the Limbaugh-like character that is believed to have become Jones, the script involved this host being killed at the end. But what happens to the Alan Berg? Is it a parallel story?
You think they're going to stage an assassination of Jones?
It would be in the script that Hicks gave to Kevin Booth, but supposedly the script involved one of his own fans. And I've seen this storyline played out in a couple of different shows already. Like there was one where there's this right-wing host based on Jones. I think it was in Colony, who instigates the assassination of a senator, and then he gets hit in retaliation. But yeah, that is the subtext to the Alex Hicks Bill Hicks Alex Jones story. So it's interesting to me that Jordan Peele is doing a story about a Jones-like character getting deplatformed.
Well, that's just like Jared Kushner hiring the publicist for The Purge to to come up with the PR agitprop for Trump's campaign. And I believe "Make America Great Again" was originally a slogan of Ronald Reagan's.
Oh yes,
so it was never even it was for Trump. It was never even original. He just bought. I wonder if he had to pay copyright. Really, I wonder if he had to pay a copyright fee.
Well, when
to
Trump,
use Ronald Reagan's original.
When he reemerged on the world stage politically,
Ronald Reagan was an actor, in case anybody has forgotten.
Yes,
he was a
Reagan,
Hollywood actor who they made president.
Ronald Reagan and Star Wars and all that.
Yeah,
but
right.
when Trump started emerging on the world stage, I thought, this guy seems to be rhyming his whole campaign with Reagan. Make America great again. And I think even Reagan got his start. I think he even flew on one of Trump's planes. But I noticed there was a lot of intentional rhyming. Like Reagan was known for speaking, quote, above the heads of the media, talking directly to the silent majority of the people. And that's what Trump was doing with his rallies. He would call out the media, call them liars, and defer people to the online sources. Like, it looks to me like a great deal of repetition.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they modeled the whole Trump. The Trump thing was supposed to be a populist movement. We've had populist movements in America before. The original one around William Jennings Bryan ended up taking over the Democratic Party, just as Trump has sort of hijacked the Republicans, I guess, supposedly. And to do that, you really got to well, first of all, you have to give people a focus for their rage and their free-floating anxiety. But I got to ask you this. This is something that is kind of mystifying me a little bit. Do they allow Trump to stray off the reservation, or in fact, is he a prisoner of the vaccine narrative? Because he's really on the spot now. Many of the most enthusiastic MAGA people are anti-vaxxers, and that's because when Trump originally campaigned.
Yeah, he definitely is taking credit for it. He's the vax father, and it's a huge contradiction because the orthodoxy has been anti. But yeah, as far as
have you seen the Candace Owens Trump?
Yes, the beef there is pretty interesting to me as well. And Candace Owens, 33, is the wife of the CEO of Parler, and then she shows up with Kanye West and the White Lives Matter shirts, and then Kanye buys Parler. A very interesting bit of world stage theater all around here.
Kanye West has called out Harley Pasternak, who I guess is sort of a celebrity physical trainer out there in Hollywood. Some Canadian guy.
His MK Ultra handler. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So to bring this up here. I find it curious to me. Kanye compared his life experience recently to the Truman Show, and I look at some of these people, like these supposed rogues, like Kanye and Trump, and I can see why it looks like they could be somewhat stray. Maybe they're going off maybe they're going off the script and they're
Or
going off
maybe
the
not.
program, but
Yeah, maybe it doesn't matter whether they're on this side or that side because both sides are controlled. It's what we call a directed dialectic. This goes back to the trust that the Bolsheviks started, organized, basically in order, the best way to control the opposition is to lead it, which is what Lenin's idea, that really they learned from the German general staff and from the British Empire how to do this, the Bolsheviks, and I have to say they deployed it very effectively. They created this phony opposition, this fake opposition called the Union of Russian Monarchists that was colloquially referred to as the Trust, mostly among emigres, their political opponents in the capitals of Europe and in the United States, as a sort of focal point for resistance to the Bolsheviks. Felix Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the Cheka, he was covertly instructed by Lenin to set this thing up and to pick highly trusted Bolshevik leaders to infiltrate this thing that they were creating and guide it along to sort of convince people that there's good guys on the inside of the Bolshevik Party. And
the white hats, yeah,
the
early
white hats,
that was definitely
yeah.
like the white hats, hopium.
Right, and this was started in 1919, and by 1920, of course, Lenin was dead by 1925, and Stalin was pretty much consolidating his control. The Bolshevik control over the trust was so covert that Stalin was never informed. Stalin didn't even know about it. And it was being run by Felix Dzerzhinsky and his second in command, Trelicer. And they were using it to control and lure in these opponents, identify them and control them and keep them spinning their wheels on this treadmill with this hopium that there were white hats inside the party.
It worked.
Why else would the Bolsheviks allow this organization to exist in Russia unless they were really democratic? That's what people thought. But when Stalin found out about it, he was furious because he at first thought it was a legitimate opposition. And he called in, and then he found out that there were actually old Bolsheviks who were participating in it and running it. He called in to Dzerzhinsky and said, "What the hell's going on here?" And Dzerzhinsky said, "Well, Lenin instructed us to do this, and we were instructed to do it. We were supposed to keep very quiet about it, so most of the party wouldn't know that we were really controlling it, so that it would really be seen as a legitimate opposition." And Stalin said, "Look, we've consolidated. It's 1925. Why are we still following the policy of a man who's been dead like 4 years? Lenin died in like 23, I think." He says, "Why are we still following the policy of a dead man? I'm in charge now. And we no longer have to disguise who we are and what we stand for. Power is power. We don't have to conceal it."
It did work, you're right.
Stalin ordered.
They did in fact recreate Operation Trust very well, and Parler, which I just mentioned.
QAnon.
But yeah, exactly. But before the 1-6...
Well, MAGA and QAnon, of course, really.
Yes,
the whole
yes.
Trump thing is a controlled opposition.
It's all part of it, and he's the Judas goat. And if you look at Parler, which Kanye is buying, right in the lead up to 1-6, that was one of the main sites, the alternative Twitter, where everything was being planned before they rug pulled it by taking its servers and pulling it off Apple and Google. But to get onto Parler, you had to give your phone number and upload your driver's license to get an approved account.
Elon Musk's new version of Twitter.
Oh yes, yeah, the
you got to give them
controlled demo there.
Right.
But I'm like, wait a minute here. All these people on the right who are insurrection friendly are giving their information, their driver's licenses, their phone numbers to Parler, and then it gets quote hacked. And I'm like, okay, I'm in that hack. Whoever hacked it has my info. And I was fine with that because I'm doing journalism and doing research. I have to go into these places, but What an obvious setup. Because now anybody who's anybody interested in an insurrection or in fomenting that kind of delay of the proceedings, well, they know your name and number and address.
Stalin, let me tell you the bottom line on this. Stalin was so, he had a big ego. He was so furious when he discovered that this was really being run by the Bolsheviks. He said, what are we doing allowing these people to operate inside our new Soviet Union? They're trying to overthrow us. What are we allowing this to? And Dzerzhinsky came in and explained to him what the original design of it was. Stalin was furious that he had been left out of the loop on this. And he said, I want all of them rounded up and shot. And Dzerzhinsky said, well, wait a minute, you can't do this because a lot of them, the ones running it, are some of our most loyal old-time Bolsheviks. You're going to order their execution? And his second in command, Trelicer, came in and said, well, you might as well put my name at the top of that list because I'm not going to let this happen. These are all our comrades that you're about to shoot for being part of this fake opposition. And Stalin said, he said, I'm going to have them all shot. I'm going to cross your name off. And he did. He used it as a pretext to get rid of a lot of old Bolsheviks who were covertly it's so crazy when you look at it, but that's what they will do. That's what they'll do to the left, the Antifa types and the BLM types, when they're done with them.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you were to I mean, look at Antifa and Patriot Front and tell me that Patriot Front isn't just the right-wing Antifa. And one of the clues here is the founder of the Patriot Front is named Thomas Rousseau. The name Rousseau is synonymous with the French Revolution. And we're looking at,
right.
But I'm like Antifa, Patriot Front, show me the difference. And they all wear masks. How convenient.
Well, this leads me to wonder whether Trump, in fact, has allowed some of these authentic followers who were there on January 6th to be rotting in solitary confinement for the last 2 years, when he could have pardoned all of them. Really, he had enough time to pardon all of them. But whether he's allowing them to be... See, you say they're all crisis actors, but I don't think every one of them is. I think they've managed to identify, track, and round up a lot of people who are sort of genuine opponents of the New World Order in their kind of naive way, who were lured into this January 6th operation.
Oh, look, they could have provoked
and Trump
people
is
into
allowing
breaking...
them to be sacrificed.
Yes.
Trump allowed them to be sacrificed.
Yes, you could have a number of people who, of their own volition, would break laws, collude, and get themselves entrapped. This was a huge honeypot, I think. I just think that the main action was actors, and I think it was more feds. But yeah, obviously there could have been some.
Yeah,
people
Ray Epps definitely was there telling people to go inside. He's an FBI guy.
And I think that Baked Alaska. I think Baked Alaska's a Fed. I really do. I think it's a Fed saying,
and
hey,
also
don't...
Gavin McInnes also another one of these.
Gavin. Gavin
a
McSmollett.
Fed.
Gavin McSmollett.
Yeah,
I've dubbed him.
yeah, he's a Fed for sure. And are you familiar with Hitler's Night of the Long Knives?
Yes.
Right. So this is where these were some of the oldest and most loyal. These are the street fighters of the NSDAP. The brown shirts, Ernst Röhm and his people, they really did a lot of the street fighting on the road to power, beginning from 1923 right on up till the National Socialists finally, in a coalition, got voted into power in 1933, and the army, the old Reich Army generals who were aristocrats, they didn't like these street brawling types. And many of whom were veterans of World War I, by the way. Rome and his crew were had been soldiers in World War I, but they were very radical, and they were socialist. They were super socialist. They wanted to have a second revolution. They said, we're in power now. Go ahead and nationalize all the banks, and we're going to abolish, capitalism and have a true national socialism. They really believed in national socialism. And Himmler basically needed the agreement of the German General Staff to the National Socialists consolidating their power. But the price that the German General Staff demanded and the regular army run by Junkers, aristocratic officers, demanded was the elimination of this wild card, these old-time National Socialist brown shirts, street fighters. And Hitler had them all, and also Ernst Röhm and his crowd were super homosexual. they would have these gay orgies and stuff like that, and Hitler had always overlooked this. He said he didn't care about that.
Well, Patriot Front is all male, and Proud Boys. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, there may be
a
something
gay element there, huh?
Well, it may be some kind of some kind of thing. I'm not sure exactly, but these are definitely patterned, and I think they're all pretty much spooks. I mean, they're all feds. When the Patriot Front was revealed, there were 33 of them jumping out of the back of the U-Haul, very dramatic. Well, it turns out that they were feds, according to one of the police there. He said, oh, some of those guys were insiders. They were agents. And it's like, well, how many of the 33 were agents and how many were dupes? I'm inclined to think it's like pretty much all of them are on the inside.
See, I think there are dupes, and I think these dupes are sacrificed. Just as the Bolsheviks sacrificed, just as Stalin was perfectly willing to sacrifice all these loyal Bolsheviks who are pretending to be opponents of the regime in this...
well, sure, we have seen, like here, we've observed and noted the use of parolees, people scraped off the bottom of the worst places in the prisons and put to use in disinformation and limited
Darrell Brooks, the Waukesha crazy SUV driver, because apparently he had an extensive criminal record, and for petty shit, but they may actually be using him in this way. I don't want to. I don't want to rush
it wouldn't
to
surprise
judgment.
me. It wouldn't surprise me, but like Homeland Security admitted that they were trying to manufacture terrorists for Trump out of Antifas, and it could be that they instigate and they have actors, a mixture of both. But yeah, and someone even pointed out here that that there's a good likelihood that Trump is allowing real fans to become martyrs for him.
If you were Robbie Parker, would you want to, and they said, hey, we need you to show up at the to testify for this Alex Jones trial. And Robbie Parker's already, to me, he's completely useless. He's already compromised by that famous video of him laughing and hyperventilating as he gets ready to play his role.
Only to critical thinkers.
Wouldn't you want to drop out? I mean, wouldn't you want, if you were a crisis actor or Wayne Sexton, after a while, after you've been in so many of these things, or after you'd kind of been exposed, wouldn't you want to like fade away and disappear, like Seth Rich, or wouldn't you just like want to disappear? I mean, you wouldn't want to keep showing up again and again and again. Like, unless you were so compromised, you had no choice but to do everything they told you to do.
Yeah, or your character. Like I look at somebody like Kyle Rittenhouse, and the amount of hate directed toward him, I would have thought that he would have gone witness protection, especially right after Kenosha. But instead, he becomes kind of a Steven Crowder light, some kind of annoying right-wing jester, media figure. And I'm thinking
You know
that's
who's
the
really,
opposite of what you would expect for.
who's really broken this down? Russ Winter of Winter Watch. I mean, you got to see if he'll. You could do an interview with him. Maybe he'll agree. Of course, he probably doesn't like flat earthers. I don't know how he feels about alternative cosmology. A lot of people, I'm finding this.
Well, I don't know how I feel about CGI ball earthers these days. It's kind of two ways, but maybe we can meet in the middle.
You're right. You're right. I agree with you. I agree with you. Regardless of where you stand on this, people should be open. Once we know that NASA's so full of shit, we don't know what the hell's up with cosmology. I have my own worldview.
I know
on
who you're
this.
talking
But
about, though. I know who you're talking about. You sent me something from him
okay,
where
have you?
he broke down in nuance the various faces of Joe Biden and how it's just crazy when you really get down to it, how many different versions there are.
That's not all he's done. He's thoroughly deconstructed what you were just talking about, the Darrell Brooks Waukesha thing, and
Yeah,
what was the
Kyle.
other? I mean, Kyle Rittenhouse. He has really done a total breakdown, showing how Kyle Rittenhouse is an actor, and is completely scripted, and like Kyle Rittenhouse saying he likes BLM. You remember that?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, he has a whole explanation for that, how it plays into the narrative, and
Kyle,
I
mean, 17-year-old white hat front row at a Trump rally before the Kenosha thing.
Yeah. And Russ Winter I think, has done a very detailed analysis of a lot of these things, and I feel like he's on the same page with us. I really do. But shoot him an email or say, hey, I've had requests to interview you.
I find that. Look, I mean, I would never say that I'm a flat earther or whatever. I mean, just like I wouldn't say I'm a globe earther. I have my reasons,
Right.
but whenever I'm
I
approaching,
call myself a globe earth skeptic.
Yeah, skeptic,
I'm a
shape
globe earth
agnostic. But when I approach somebody who might be put off by that, I generally try to send them a list of questions in advance so they know where the conversation's going. I'm not trying to entrap somebody into any sort of tangents, but I'm very interested in media deconstructionism as a methodology, and I like to see what conclusions others have arrived at with how they analyze things.
Yes, I know that there are probably people out there that get cold feet when they have to, in terms of the whole notion of alternative cosmologies, because they're so used to, it's been so ground into them, this whole Copernican, Keplerian, geocentric model, which really it's nowhere near as precise as Tycho Brahe's geocentric model. Really, in terms of data, the data supports Tycho Brahe's geocentric model for sure, where the Earth is stationary and everything's, rotating, up there, and the sky clock is basically sort of rotating around the Earth, as we call it.
Well, most people get stuck at this. They get stuck at why would they fake it? And here's my answer. My short answer is, even if they're not faking the shape, if they're not representing it to us accurately, if they're giving us a misrepresentation, they could be hiding land. And why would that matter? Well, all of their computer models for their climate science it's all predicated on the Earth as represented. And if they're misrepresenting it, any aspect of it, it throws these models out. And I think we haven't been given a complete enough picture. There's enough room for doubt that, to me, that's why it matters. It matters because a false worldview leads to false conclusions.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean you have to start out with a conclusion. You can keep an open mind and be skeptical and say which model is predictive modeling can be tested. Of course, when you talk about the star clock and Polaris and all that, we do have a few thousand years of records and data that it can be the basis for studying this. But to me, what I see in the sky is nothing more than an optical effect. It's you can be at the beach and get sunburned in the water, because the reflection of the sun, you can be wearing a hat or an umbrella and still get sunburn from the reflection of the sun on the water. But the sun is still it's an optical effect that generates heat. There's no doubt about that. But if I'm looking at a lake, at a reflection of the sun or the moon on a body of water, well, how do I know that what I'm looking out there in the sky is not simply a refraction or a reflection of something else? I don't necessarily know that it's a real object unless I got a piece of it in my hand. You know what I'm saying? It's an optical effect. That's all we can say about what's in the sky. The stars, the so-called planets, the celestial objects, the constellations, the moon, especially the moon. They're optical effects that could be reflections of something else. With the proviso that in fact the sun does actually generate heat, it radiates heat, and even the reflection of the sun radiates heat. You know,
in other words, you're not denying the observed, experienced reality. We're just questioning the supposed explanations, and there are so many built-in presuppositions into like the heliocentric model and the stars as far as they say, well, if the world isn't what they say, then those distances wouldn't be valid. And that's a huge difference. And that's why when we talk about this stuff, people who are only looking at it from the frame of reference they've been given, the heliocentric model, they assume you're talking about a disk floating in space. And I'm like, no, if we rule out the Earth being a ball, then everything about the size and the distances of the sun, the moon, the stars, it all changes. Yeah.
Right. The red boat experiment with the P900 scope, or for that matter, being able to see the skyline of Chicago from across Lake Michigan, that proves that the waters are flat. No doubt about it. Bodies of water are flat. But water always falls to, becomes level. It resolves to a level surface. Now, the land itself is very uneven. It goes up, it goes down. We have mountains, we have valleys, but we also have large stretches of flat desert.
Yeah, like where I live. I live in a very flat desert, and people say, oh, boats go over the horizon. Well, because of where the sun is right now, near sunset, I can actually see a field full of turbines that are 95 miles away. And I can see them, they look like little white stars in front of the mountain that's 120 miles away. And I'm looking at these things, and I'm like, wait a minute here. If I'm looking at a boat going over a hump of water, how come I'm staring nearly 100 miles away?
But the boat doesn't go over the hump of water if you got a P9. It looks like it's going over the hump of water to the naked eye. But if you look through a P900 scope, you say, oh, there's the boat. I can see it now. I'm saying really, really high-powered telescopes completely destroy that whole it's not going over the horizon. If you can extend your vision far enough, it never disappears.
And what does that do to the main argument that 99% of the people reach for? Oh, everybody knows because the ancient Greeks saw boats go over the horizon. Well, we just contradicted that. Shouldn't you reassess?
It's a total misrepresentation. And who is to say that the Earth is of any fixed shape? Who's to say that it's not undulating and oscillating and vibrating and that its shape is constantly changing? All we know is that the waters are flat. And as you say, we have vast stretches of desert that are, for all practical purposes, flat, well beyond any, proposed curvature of the Earth. We really don't. And when we look at the sky, what we see are optical effects, one of which generates heat, which is what we call the sun, or radiates heat. I shouldn't say generate, because we don't know that heat is coming from the sun directly. It could be a reflection, because if a mirror, a reflection of the sun on the mirror you can get burned from that. As I say, I've been at the ocean and gotten sunburned from even wearing a hat or an umbrella in the water, because the water reflects the heat of the sun upward and can sunburn you over time. So
it's a fascinating topic. I tend to stick with the NASA fakery more because it's about perception. Whereas when you get into the shape of the world, it's one of these things. It's almost cosmology,
Speculative.
cosmography. Exactly. It's a big picture. It's important and it's philosophical. But
Right.
I
So
think
so
that
if this should come up,
yeah,
if you want to interview somebody like a Russ Winter, he says, "Well, I have a problem with this, infinite plane flat Earth," or what are you saying? Are you a flat? You could say, "Well, that's provisional. We don't know yet." Eh, that what that's speculative cosmology, and we feel because we determined that NASA's blue marble was totally well the creator of the blue marble admitted it was a digital fake because we know this and we know if we're supposed to have satellites in orbit, but we never get excuse me, we never get an authentic image of the Earth as a ball. That's bullshit. They're making that up. Then all bets are off. All bets are off, and we're into the realm of speculative cosmology.
yes,
And you can say, well,
speculative
that's
cosmology. I
purely
like that.
speculative. That's
I like
what
that
it
though,
is. And
because science isn't supposed to be settled. New facts, you got to change things, and we
right.
don't have all the answers. Even the
More
people.
data is needed. More data is needed. We don't have enough data, and the data we've been provided with, it turns out, is fake. It's
Therefore,
fabricated.
it's premature to have a conclusive model. And they can't fault us when they say, "Where's your flat Earth map?" It's like, well, where's your map of the universe that tells me what's at the edge? We're all left falling short of the total big picture. We just disagree on, what the picture is beyond what we can physically verify with our without the aid of course, CGI models.
I had a curious encounter with this a couple weeks ago. So, I'm at the age where they wanted me to go in, in for a colonoscopy. Every 5 years, they want you to go in for a colon scan. I went in there, and one of the nurses, I got into a discussion with her about, medication for hypertension and all that. She says, "Well, I'm on it too, but I didn't like it. One of them, they had to replace it with another." And we were discussing this. One of the nurses, I said, "Well, you look awful young to be on blood pressure medication." She looked at me. She said, "Well, I'm 61." She was in great shape for 61. She says, "I'm 61." I said, "Wow." I said, "The first thing I always say when I see somebody who's old but in great shape is, what's your workout?" What's your workout? And she said, "Oh, I do this, I do that." She said, "But I was planning before the COVID thing. I was ready to take a trip to Antarctica." She says, "I'm definitely going to go to Antarctica." And she was really emphatic about this. Here I was about to be put under with anesthesia for this colonoscopy, and she's telling me that she was serious. She said, "I'm planning to go to Antarctica, but I had to call it off because of the COVID thing, and it screwed everything up." And I looked at her and I said, "Oh my God," I said, "You're not a flat earther, are you?" And she looked at me and she kind of grinned and sort of, shook her shoulders a little bit, and then I was out with the anesthesia. The discussion was over. But, people, I think, they know NASA's full of shit. And so they're going to want answers. That's what's happening here. Obviously, very intelligent, thinking, independent-minded people, they're going to want answers. And they will pursue whatever their dream is to get these answers. And her dream is to go to Antarctica. It's the most important thing in her life that she wants to do. I was kind of really struck by that.
I think that there should be as much interest among the anti-flat earthers as there are on the pro-flat earthers as to solving this conclusively to the satisfaction of even the most intransigent flat earther. If I was on that side, I'd be like, I'm going to Antarctica and I'm going to come out the other side and I'm going to laugh at you all. And nobody's doing that. They're just letting the question go out there and they're just attacking anybody who asks the question. Meanwhile, none of the flat earthers are ever talking about going far, far south. They just talk about, well, these days the conversation's been muted by the media, and they've destroyed any sizable community around it where they could actually crowdsource some kind of, exploration.
The discourse has definitely been compromised and corrupted and sidetracked and infiltrated, as you, I think, demonstrate brilliantly in Behind the Perv. A great documentary. I always push that on people if they're even remotely interested. in alternative cosmologies, in flat Earth. I say, hey, you got to see behind the perv, and people do like it. They really do like it. It always gets a positive response because it shows the political infiltration of this thing. So it must be a really dangerous idea. That they wouldn't be, and as you said, YouTube banned flat Earth discussion at a certain point, right? Why
Yeah,
would they
that's the
bother
main
to do
thing.
that?
We had, for people who weren't there was a time up until about 2018 where you would have Google Hangouts and groups of people talking all night long, all sides of the fence, just talking, discussing, and it was constructive, it was entertaining, but it was organic, it was real, and they blocked it because they said that YouTube was converting people to flat Earth because of Alex Jones, who's not even a flat earther, who's a complete moon landing believer. But anyway, yeah, they actually had to stop the conversation from going on, um, along with the public demand for it. And to me, that's fascinating. They just unanimously decided, you guys can't talk about this. You can talk about Bigfoot, you can talk about aliens, but don't question this. And to me, that's a good sign. I mean, it says pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. They're obviously hiding something.
Well, it's the same thing with so-called chemtrails and stratospheric aerosol geoengineering. They kind of want us to see something, but what's behind it, it's not real clear. What they're actually doing is not real clear. I really love those hangouts, when they were at their height. It's some brilliant people. I used to tune those in, and you'd have 6 or 7 people on the screen, and some of them are really, they're, mathematicians and people who, a lot of self-educated people, and I learned so much from those discussions. It really opened my mind. One group in particular around Lori Frary and her Flat Earth Conspiracy group. Very sharp people. They were networking and everything else, and it's pretty clear why they had to shut it down. They just couldn't tolerate that kind of, questioning of
Right. They didn't
basic
like the
cosmology.
serious minds, even to debunk it. They don't want serious minds devoting their attention to debunking it because that's the path to, wait a minute, what am I actually trying to debunk? Instead, they want to
Heresy.
make it look like it's unserious, it's a bunch of clowns, and anybody who asks these questions is somehow deficient in some way. And that smear campaign has been it's been so effective that the last Flat Earth conference didn't call itself a Flat Earth conference. They called themselves, quote, true earthers.
Yeah, I noticed that. And did Owen Benjamin also host that, or what? What did he participate in that as
You know,
well?
I think the next one, I think the one that he's going to be in, and Alex Stein as well, they're like the headliners, but it's all going to be through Zoom conference. It's going to be a Zoom conference thing anyway. But yeah, True
Well, which is
Earth.
better? Yeah. Why do people physically need to be in one? Fly out to one place to do these things? Who started all that were these.
Right, spreading chemtrails everywhere. Just stay
Yeah, it
home
was
and
Jordan Sather and David Wilcox, and really creepy people, grifters. They used to run these conferences and basically use it to collect a lot of money and sell their crap. And the coffee enema people. I shouldn't ridicule that. And there might be something to it. I shouldn't prejudge that.
no,
But
actually, I never heard about that until weirdly enough, there was a conversation between Crow 77777 and Owen Benjamin, and they were talking about that. And I was
yes.
thinking maybe that's what's causing the lunar wave. Crow 777's got so much caffeine in his system that his camera hand is
Oh, God.
shaking. Mikey.
It's funny you mention that because I learned about all this by way of Unirock. he was he was really trying to discredit all these people, and it was easy to do because some of them really, Jordan Sather in particular is a real scum. He's a lowlife. They would get a certain, I don't know, a certain class of people out there. In many cases, sort of older, middle-aged women who, for some reason, would cluster around these, around these individuals and give them their money and everything. And the other group was, of course, Alfred Weber and and Michael Salla and the exopolitics people. They're like the UFO crap. Well, all this ufology crap and the secret space program, that's what they call it, the secret space program. Yeah, right. Well, the answer to that, as you pointed out, is Mirage Men. That's clearly, that's the trust, right? that's sort of a false, controlled opposition being run in the field of alternative cosmology to try to divert it, take it off, guardrail it, gatekeep it.
Yeah, for people who don't
That's all
know,
that is.
Mirage Men's
and
a
also
documentary.
grifters, yeah, and also grift all of it because they're always out for money.
Yes.
Jordan Sather in particular is a money grubbing.
The Mirage Men would be the agents that are there to control the loose leaked information by steering it into conspiracies they can control. And these Mirage Men generally function as more or less grifters. They're somehow getting revenue off of it, and they're milking the crowd for the information they're peddling, which is usually connected to intelligence services. And the Mirage Men documentary was actually about a local event, the Kirtland Air Force Base. Apparently, a conspiracy theorist was blogging about what he was seeing from the base. So the base sent special agents into his life to make friends with him and pretend to be conspiracy theorists, and they fed him all kinds of stories about abductions and aliens from Venus coming here to take our water, among other things. But yeah, the alien abduction stories came from the Air Force here locally. They admit this.
Did I ever tell you about someone I knew who worked at Area 51? I used to hang out with at the coffee shop that I was telling you about down in Baltimore, and he had been in the Air Force, and he had worked at Groom Lake facility, Area 51 as it's called colloquially. And I said, "Well, what did you see?" He said, I was just there loading and unloading trucks, and I got leukemia. About a year later, I got leukemia, and he was collecting disability from the VA. Apparently, they acknowledged that what the material he'd been handling, I don't know whether it was like nuclear material, which can be very toxic. I understand some of it, and that's how he caught leukemia. But one way or another, he was on permanent disability for like the rest of his life because they said that he'd gotten a leukemia from loading and unloading these secret whatever you want to call it, out of pallets of material out at Area 51 at Groom Lake, and that was all he knew about it. That's really all he knew about it. He said, "I never really saw anything unusual out there." He said, "I know they were testing stuff, but I never saw anything." But that's the closest I've come to actually meeting somebody. And that's the only time I've ever known somebody who worked out at Groom Lake in Area 51, and I thought that was kind of interesting, though. He wasn't the least bit curious about it, really.
Well, okay, Area 51, of course, Roswell and all this stuff, very interesting. The Roswell crash was in Corona Field, 1947. But 1946 was the year of the Jack Parsons, Marjorie Cameron, L. Ron Hubbard, Babylon working. And that was the year that was actually the first UFO sighting having been reported, and it was Marjorie Cameron. The woman hanging out with Hubbard and Parsons, the priestess in the ritual, is actually the first UFO witness, and that was a year before Roswell.
It's all witchcraft to me. They do spells on people and keep people preoccupied with it.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating too when you consider that you have Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, uh, basically progenitor of modern rocket science or major godfather rocket fuel, slow burning rocket fuel, with the godfather of science fiction, space religion, Scientology, the creator of it. I mean, that is really, to me, the fusion that created our modern worldview. Science fiction, movie magic, and mystery Babylon, which is what,
Disney played a pivotal role in that, of course, the whole Disney
yes, we live in a
empire.
Disney universe, and we still do. I mean, we do. We live in a Disney universe. So, it's a cartoon when you go above the Carmen line, from what I've seen.
Yeah. Well, I've run around the corral on this, so I probably should
Yeah, actually,
bid
hey,
you goodbye at
it's
this
been
point.
great catching up with you, Lynn. Everybody loves your calls. Good to hear from you again. And everyone who missed out,
How's the?
yeah,
Yeah, continue to give us updates on the pursuit of your legal case against this slime. Well,
I'll drop
we
a
want
couple
to know more
updates.
about that
I'll
because
give a couple updates here because I just put out a press release on the topic. All right, well, hey, great for a great call. Thanks for calling, and we'll catch up again.
take care.
Awesome. All right, let's see here. Yeah, a couple of updates on the suits. Okay, well, for those who don't know, the main thing against me has been cyber squatting, and there are 35 or 40 domains that were stolen in order to direct traffic away from Infinite Plane Society, Infinite Plane Radio. Admittedly, these bad faith domain registrations to steal traffic, it's a form of piracy. It's a major, it's a property crime. It's called cyber squatting. The Anti-Cyber Squatting Protection Act explains why this violates certain fair trade practices. It's very destructive. Anyway, the person who has been buying these domains to suppress this channel also falsely claimed to be me, claimed that my voice was his to YouTube's legal department in 2018. So, since 2018, anytime this guy puts a copyright strike against my content, they take it down because he's me from their perspective. Well, I got a copy of the email he sent to YouTube's legal. I showed this to the FCC. I reported YouTube and this person to the FBI IC3 cybercrimes, and I was told by someone at the FCC that we're looking at felony identity theft. And it's not just the private individual, but YouTube is complicit. I'm not sure if they colluded knowingly, but they've been involved in this. So one of the reasons why we've had 150 plus YouTube channels is that according to YouTube and according to Spotify, I think now, because the reason why Spotify pulled our podcast off is they said somebody claims that they own the podcast. Well, who do you think that person is? Now, as far as where it's going, it's getting to be interesting. We'll see where it goes. But my next move is next month I'm filing suit against YouTube for identity theft. And I'm basically suing YouTube and this person together in order to hopefully put a spotlight on this and get some kind of grand jury indictment against this individual. And I think YouTube's legal will help me in this regard. I've been working on this for some time. It's been difficult, mainly because this person is hard to serve papers because he works for, well, he's known to the White House travel agency. He's with George News. But YouTube's a part of it. That's my point. YouTube is complicit, and I have evidence. And I put out a press release basically saying I reported YouTube to the FBI, and I have the email headers to prove it. There is no doubt everything I'm saying is 100% true, and they owe this channel big. And the reason why they owe this channel big, in my view, is because were it not for the active suppression, it would be completely different right now. But I think we can make up for lost time. Now, the other lawsuit was one I instigated. It was a cyber stalker, and this person had doxed hundreds of people who were just talking about alternative cosmology. Anyhow, I doxed this person and I sued this person for defamation because the person was emailing employers to get me fired, emailing advertisers to pull funding when I was with the Dark Matter Network, and eventually resulted in my termination there temporarily. My point is, I sued him and he pulled everything about me from his site down. Therefore, I was thinking, okay, he's backing off. And I backed off. I didn't bother driving out to Ohio to deal with it. It's just a civil case anyway. Well, his ego was bruised, so he filed a retaliation suit, which to me is malicious prosecution, and the fact that it's unwinnable, in my view. And by the way, the case is closed. Whatever came of it, we'll see. Probably nothing. He sued me for $642,000. Again, I sue him for defamation and cyber stalking. He sues me for $642,000, claiming that when I vandalized one of his memes, or I remixed a meme of his, I put my mascot with the beak on a piece of clip art that's on his website. He said it was trademark libel, trademark infringement, and I was sued for $600,000. His attorney costs that he spent fighting this channel, $30,000, and then hurt feelings, $12,000. $12,000. So I guess he only cried 12,000 tears, not the 1 trillion tears from the Sandy hookers. Well, there you go, 642,000. Now, where is this case going? I don't know. I didn't go because, well, the judge didn't let me add Marcus Goldfinch, my cyber squatter, as a co-defendant at the last minute, which I tried to do because all of those stolen domains were being directed towards this person's defamation site. I mean, it's kind of interesting how all my trolls kind of work together. And YouTube, of course, being a soon to be a co-defendant, just adds to this. But anyway, just a few minor updates. There will be more in the near future. But the fact is, this channel has been accustomed to being not really censored so much as, because when we're talking about censorship, that's the government. We're talking about more or less terms of service enforcement. But in my case, it's not even terms of service violations. We're talking about malicious actors exploiting the system. And YouTube makes it easy. Every one of these platforms, they make it easy to censor somebody. I mentioned this earlier, I should mention it again. Lloyd Miller had his Discord server pulled, which is crap. I mean, that's like burning a book. If you can cheer the censorship of a channel, you are a book burner. The person who had my channels pulled would, look, if you're going to take my podcast off of all these people's podcast players, you're doing the same thing as I'm going to take it upon myself to go into their homes and pull these books off their shelves. I don't want to read it. I don't want anybody else to read it. Whatever happened to, I may not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend your right to say it, which is Voltaire, which is very relevant to what we're doing here. We're talking about a writer who had to work around censorship by disguising his work as fiction. I mean, we're reliving quite a lot here. I think right now we're pretty much up against an age of endarkenment. I think they are definitely using media to put blinders on people. I mean, it's fascinating to watch this descent into a dark age where everyone is convinced they know more than they've ever known. And this visual dumbing down has been achieved by going from organic effects and real actors to bad CGI on purpose. Decades of bad CGI makes it difficult for you to tell the fake news from the real stuff. Diana South says they try to wear you down, but it makes you stronger. Yeah, well, we've evolved. The think tank is the main thing they try to censor. It's not me. It's the real-time interaction with dozens of people, human intel. It's the callers, it's the chatters, it's the interaction that they hate. Like if you think about it, traditional radio has always been very gate kept. You have the host and you have the listeners. The listeners don't know each other. They're scattered around. The host is in a one-to-one relationship with the listeners. That's kind of like in a university or a school setting. The teacher talking to the students. Yeah, there's a big group, but it's all one-to-one. No passing notes. That's cheating. Now what we've done here is it's the same kind of platform. We're broadcasting, it's one person, but what we've done with the chat is now we're all in the same classroom, we're all passing notes, and I can read the notes that are being passed. This is different from the gate kept. There's no gates, there's no fencing between the listeners themselves. And that's what is different about our think tank. That level of interaction. And the results speak for themselves. And we've been on this for several years, and the things we've been doing have been, I think, evolving a more refined approach to examining what media is and analyzing our hyper-mediated environment, the immersive illusion that we all exist in, and then we're also examining what does it mean to exist in an immersive illusion and to be aware of it, but to be surrounded by people who aren't. I've likened this to being an atheist in a fundamentalist society, or an atheist to that God. There's a difference in worldview, and that's what we're looking at here. It's worldview warfare. Infinite Muse says cheering censorship is insanity. Yeah, look, I'm not anti-vaxxer. I'm not pro-vaxxer. I'm not anti-pro-vaxxer. I'm not pro. I'm just like think and let think. And in my view, this censorship is the same thing as saying we don't trust you with the wrong answers. You just have to listen to our right answers. That's a form of ignorance. We want you to be ignorant about the wrong. We don't want you to know the difference between right and wrong. I mean, to me, this is like suggesting that the real answers, that the red pills, are like the forbidden fruit, and they want you to remain perpetually in a state of ignorance. And I think that's kind of what I mean when I say we're moving into a dark age, because the more ideas they put out beyond the fringe, beyond the edge of acceptable discourse, the more the darkness dominates the universe of ideas, and they're reducing and shrinking the universe of acceptable ideas. My objective here is to take the censored stuff, specifically the anti-this stuff, the stuff I don't even agree with, and I will put it into print. Infinite Plane Press is part of one of our future things here. We have Infinite Plane Radio, which is the voice of Infinite Plane Society, but we need to go into print. And it's not just that I want to put it in print, as in paper, magazine, newspaper, books, but I want the books to contain QR codes to links to audio versions to hear the stuff and to download. That way you can replicate. So every book is now a center of meme pestilence from the perspective of the censors. Every book can be used to replicate and re-upload. I mean, there's a reciprocal relationship between the books and the web. These things will be interactive. Just like going on a magazine's website and you click the links, well, your book will be interactive. Or newspaper or tabloid. But again, we're getting behind print 2.0. All right, going through some comments. Now, as far as wearing this down, I've described this thing as a hydra with 20 heads and 80 neck stumps, but we have been improving. And I think right now, after this last attack where they pulled the plug on 25 different podcast platforms, I think that was the last vulnerability that needed to be exposed. But now moving forward, ground zero, this is it. Go to ips.monster, get on the newsletter, get the text alerts, and you will stay in the know. And we're just going to build up from here. I don't see us going back down in numbers. And the reason why we want the numbers is that we want to have as many eyes watching as possible whenever some event happens. We have more than 160 press pass carrying reporters right now, and very soon we're going to be activating them like we did in 2020 during the pandemic. By the way, if you don't have a press pass, go to infiniteplane.media. Like I said, I'm sending out a shipment of press passes tomorrow. Another recent development, because one of the reasons why it's a big deal they killed the podcasting thing is they demonetized it. So now I know for a fact that's not the future for this channel for revenue generation. But I think print is it. I'm going through all of my old books, ebooks, pamphlets, and I'm republishing here very soon. I'm going to make up for lost ground, that's for sure. All right, let's see. This is going to be a interesting week ahead. Donald Trump's going to be announcing his second term. I don't know if it's going to be with Kanye, JFK Jr., Hitler. Who's going to run with Trump? We shall see. Alex Jones, again, if you're one of his neighbors, he's out of food, so you might want to watch out. They're cutting off his access to all of his resources. Making sure we haven't missed anything else. All right, well, same time tomorrow, if not earlier, and get on the newsletter. That way, if you missed out on this, we had a long phone call tonight. I think we had Lynn on for about 111 minutes. That is going to be in the archive. That will be emailed out immediately after. And we are back on SoundCloud. SoundCloud Infinite Plane Radio. All right, thanks for joining. This is the 33rd Degree, Lucifer Tim, going back to the 24/7.
Until I saw the most amazing thing. The sun, the moon.
They telling me different things. That's the supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on it every.
I'm taking over this replay. That was from this morning. The Rock is rubber. Liver King is fake. Twitter exodus is prep for internet quarantine. And we may continue this discussion along those lines, specifically the last point about this internet quarantine that the celebrities are doing, specifically the lefties, and how it's all theater to lend credence to the idea that Elon Musk has turned Twitter into some kind of right-wing hellscape. And this is all part of a lead up to what I think is going to be a lockdown of the internet, a quarantine. You don't get on until your mind has been vaxxed. And I was talking about this today in the Discord server, this idea of mind viruses, which isn't really a science, it's more of a pseudoscience. But, notably, Musk had tweeted something a couple days ago about the woke mind virus, which was trending. Now, the mind virus term comes from a book called Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody, and he's the guy who invented the original word, which I think is also very significant in the context of memes, words, censorship, and designated mind viruses, which are just, in my view, just thought crimes. And, of course, this is very consistent with 2020 and the pandemic, which I think was just a build-up toward this, which is the infodemic, which is what they're now in the process of working out a strategy for containment. And they're getting the public behind this. And the people who are leaving Twitter, and they tell you on their way out the door they're leaving Twitter, they are essentially going into quarantine, leading the way. And I saw this coming. I saw hints of this back in 2020 when the Kardashians froze their social media accounts to make a point about hate speech. Nobody cared and they came back. But anyway, a lot of new things have happened since earlier today. Roger Stone is back with his story about demonic portals above the White House. If you recall, last, I guess, end of April, beginning of May, actually coincidentally on the 66th anniversary of the Church of Satan or something, or 56th anniversary, Roger Stone was at the White House praying over it because there was a portal, or so he thought. It actually looks like a lens flare. But, what are you going to... What's more likely? To me, it's Occam's razor. What's more likely? That there's a swirling cauldron-like demonic portal above the Biden White House that the media refused to cover? Or that it's a lens flare on the camera and Roger Stone is being paid to say this, or he's... I would say that he's been duped, tricked by a lens flare, but the more I look at it, the more I think that he's just getting paid. I think he's on Cameo, where I think you can also find Corey Feldman, and I believe it's like $131 and you can pay Stone to say anything. Alright, I just sent out notifications. Text alerts aren't going out yet, but that's going to resume soon. I noticed we have like 92 people in Instagram, and therefore I'm making more of a point to notify people via Instagram. It's kind of a backup notification system, and also I believe the audio is picked up there. No, I'm sorry, I meant Telegram. So many of these sites. Telegram. I do use TikTok for some things, but they've already started banning me, like right away. I must be marked. But this ties into everything we're talking about today, specifically this mind virus thing, and the idea that Musk would give credence to the idea that there is such a thing. He actually said, unless it is stopped, the woke mind virus will destroy civilization, and humanity will never reach Mars. Just a reminder for anyone who might be confused as to whether or not he's on your side. Well, he is part of the same organization involved in fostering this world view that involves, global warming as something that's just accepted and it's your fault. It's he's kind of part of the program. But this was a tweet he posted back in May, the woke mind virus. And now mind virus again was coined by Richard Brody, and I had already brought this up before that they're giving you this lexicon of epidemiology so you can start diagnosing ideas as infectious. And then you don't even want people to be in contact with it because they can catch it. They can be a bad idea super spreader with an idea they don't even believe in. They're just a carrier. It's only dangerous if you believe in it. But if you carry it, someone who might actually find it believable could therefore be radicalized. They've created basically with memes and memetics and mind viruses a parallel argument for sanitizing and censoring the internet and masking the minds of anyone who wants to get onto the commons. And this is where Twitter falls into the picture. This is center stage. And we're watching between Ye and his antics and Musk, and then of course Trump, we're kind of looking at, I think, an illustration in real time, all staged, to convince us all that the internet probably needs to be locked down because of hate. In fact, right now as we speak, I believe the Patriot Front Feds and Proud Boys, Proud Feds, I believe they are organized against drag queens, which I think is also staged by the same people. I think this is all staged, civil war, perpetual war, but it's just like, how do they all know to go to the same parties, to go protest each other? Going through some comments, Zinvala says trauma marketing. Sun Rabbits here says cruel and unusual entertainment. Joined by metaphysical logic, Salty Siren. Quadruple A, Ollie Goering says Musk is gross. Right, and Musk marries Grimes. I'm like, is that a sick joke? Musk, Grimes, and like their baby Yucky. I mean, there's all kinds of weirdness around them. We were talking about Musk's ex-wife, Justine Musk, who wrote a book about cloned, basically cloned bodies in underground tunnels that are waiting for satanic rituals to bring forth fallen angels to inhabit them. And this is part of some apocalypse agenda, of course. But anyway, I'm just saying, what did they talk about? Like while they were dating at a picnic, where he's taking us to Mars, she's writing books about underground tunnels and incarnating angels into clones, and then he gets into tunneling underground, and now he's all about Neuralink. I mean, there's something there. Yes, we are live, joined here by Mom with Sons. My objective here is live in the mornings, doing a lot of the work of building up the IPS Institute, which I'm developing some projects that you're going to find very interesting. I have an idea for an uncensorable world stage deprogramming manual, as you'll see. And it's going to do the job, I think, of Thomas Paine's Common Sense, but in the realm of media. And I have a distribution network, everyone who carries a press pass. It's going to be epic, but we'll leave that to the side. I don't want to give our friendly competition any kind of a heads up. But my objective here is morning is serious work, discussion, metascript decoding, going over the intel that we've gathered over the previous 24 hours. And the evenings are going to be open to phones. And right now, in fact, I should just jump right into voicemails. I know a number of people are leaving voicemails. 833-311-1984. Again, easy to remember, 833-311. Of course, the day the pandemic started, and 1984 is the year that it is. Don't let them fool you and tell you it's going to be 2023. It's still 1984. And what they won't tell you is that New Year's Day is when the entire world is in sync, worshiping the god of the Thelemites, the occultists, the witches, the Masons, Sirius, the dog star. That's what the ball drop represents. You're counting down. Well, at midnight on New Year's, Sirius, the dog star, reaches its highest point in the sky for the entire year, at which point it begins to drop. Okay, let me go ahead and play a voicemail here. Again, I have a lot of these, and then we'll proceed to go through the notes and tweets.
Let us know if you need to get back to us. You have important information about the current event. You can reach our...
Okay, I can read the transcripts. Let us know if you need... Oh, get back to us. You have important information about current events. Yeah, it's true. We really do. And it's not just me, of course. It's the think tank. That's the actual focal point. Let me go ahead and continue here.
You think they're gone? You think they're gone? We are not fucking around. Be careful what you wish for, because the genie is still sucking on my mom's bottle.
Okay, I'm hoping that's a wrong number. I really am. 833-311-1984. Feel free to call in as well. Like I said, I'm going through a number of voicemails. That was just one. I don't know if he was talking to me or someone in the room. Like maybe it was a butt dial. Does that happen with an iPhone?
Yes, you may be aware that Elon Musk has just openly charged Anthony Fauci with the murder of over 1 million people by means of the gain of function research.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's Lynn. I'm glad this was brought up. I just saw this and I was watching some videos on this just now about how Elon Musk has posted some tweet. I think he offended the LGBT, MSNBC. He offended a whole group of people because he made one of these old pronoun jokes. And then, on top of it, to add insult to injury, he said, "My pronouns are prosecute Fauci." And it just seems like, okay, Musk being Musk. However, apparently, in today's political climate, even mentioning somebody in a negative light puts them at risk. Now look at this on the screen. There's a commercial playing. Just random note here. It's got black goo, Saturnian cubes, some kind of demon, I think that's venom, and satellites falling from the sky. And children playing a board game around this thing. But they could just as easily be conjuring something. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a commercial for a board game, and it looks hella demonic. It's called Marvel Battle World. Okay, let me get back. Yeah, Fauci basically says that his family's being threatened, his children are being threatened and harassed by trolls. And I'm seeing the word trolls popping up quite a bit lately. Disaster trolls are what they're now calling people who go investigate and meet with suspected crisis actors, which I would never do. I'm more interested in knowing who wrote the script, who directed it. I don't care about the low-level bound and gagged. You know, NDA, non-disclosure agreements have this. There's this wall of silence. You're just not going to ever have a whistleblower. In fact, we may get into this later, but we have a lot of reasons we've come up with why there wouldn't be any whistleblowers, nor would we expect there to be any. Restless Bear says, I went from barely hearing about Elon Musk to random people in real life bringing him up. Yeah, it's seriously exactly that. It's a PR push. They have force memed Musk's face out there. They did the same thing with Ye, with this dangerous misinformation meme. And of course, Twitter's center stage. And I mentioned this earlier when Ye was hanging out with Candace Owens, the wife of the guy who owns Parler. I was like, yeah, this is all some kind of alt-right provocation. But I mean, we're past midterms, so I'm not really quite sure where they're going with this. But it seems like the public attention span has run out on the whole Ukraine thing. I hear talk about in the next 48 hours we might get nuked. Probably Seattle. Infinite Plane Radio.
Wow, I can't believe I got on. Let me turn down. Can you give me 30 seconds to turn down the computer?
Yeah. And
I was listening.
I got your voicemail here. I was just listening to Fauci complaining about how he's been made a target of trolls, and his children as well. And I've seen memes. And
oh yeah. Well, Elon Musk. Let me turn down the sound. Give me like 30 seconds. 30 seconds, okay?
33
I got.
max.
Oh, okay.
But I want to be clear. I am not of the opinion that anybody died. I saw a lot of dancing, twerking nurses. I know a lot of people got paid. I know there's a lot of grift, a lot of loans given out to people that didn't need them. It was a major fashion statement. If you look at what 2020 was really about and how it was pushed, more or less fashion statement. Okay, it looks like I don't know if our call's being dropped here. Hopefully we can get that call back. Let us continue. I was going through the notes. Oh yes, Musk is introducing into mainstream the mind virus. And like, okay, a mind virus. Well, this again is something you could vaccinate against, I would imagine. And so I happened to look up Richard Brody, who again invented Word. And the cover of the book happens to be a brain with a syringe going into it. Virus of the Mind, the New Science of the Meme. Hey, what's up, caller?
Got back in. Virus of the Mind. You know what I was just listening to? This is a paradigm that you will probably endorse. The notion of a stalled century. This stalled century. And maybe it's just media we're seeing this in, although some are arguing that it's also the case with the shallowness and the attenuation of technology. Because for example, if you bought an Apple device today, it's never going to work as good or last as long as the original ones from like maybe the 80s and the 90s did. It's just not as good. You know, you plug in a microphone here and it just won't work right, whereas the old telephones. You know, I still have telephones from like I have a telephone from like the 1960s that still works. It's a solid, you know, one of those chunky, it's a solid piece of hardware that probably lasts another 50 years. But the devices you get now are these lightweight plastic pieces of crap that they just break down. They're not expected to last long. Refrigerators you used to get, they would last 50, 60, they'd last forever. All you had to do was replace the Freon.
Yeah, my grandmother still has this wooden one. I think it has like an ice box on top. I think you put like ice in the top in it. Anyway, I get that for the most part, although my iPhone is indestructible. It's embarrassing how often I drop these things. In fact,
they can definitely make good technology when they want to. It's not that they don't have that capability, but it's almost like they're making a deliberate decision to kind of hold back, to either cheapen or hold back or debase or degrade, or they're giving us the also rans. They're giving us the stuff that maybe was rejected because of poor quality, but they decided to manufacture anyway because it was cheaper by the dozen or cheaper by the thousand, cheaper by economies of scale and mass production.
Well, it seems like we've been super distracted with the communication devices and social media. Meanwhile, it's 50 years since anybody's been to the moon. I'm like, has there been any development on that front?
Yeah,
None.
That sums it up. That really does sum it up perfectly. That, well, it's been 50 years since we've been to the moon. Of course, that's you know what this makes me think of? Now, for the longest time, a lot of my life, I've been fascinated with this idea of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. I have read that what happened with Rome, at least the official narrative, and since we auto-hoax history itself, we don't know how much of this is true. We don't know if the chronology is any good.
Yes. Let me come in really quick here. Even though I may dispute whether these things are real or fake, I do my best to learn the official accounts. I think it's important to know the side that you're actually criticizing. And I do think there's a lot that you can extrapolate from the fall of Rome and how it may be kind of a theme, maybe it's a meta script that could be, the basis for what they're doing now.
Well, the term that Joseph Atwill uses is a typology. Typology it's sort of a generalization of Carl Gustav Jung's idea of the archetype. These are just these universal symbols, universal memes, universal ideas that just keep getting reworked over and over and over again. So an illiterate audience, at the time that, for example, the Gospels in the New Testament was created, the majority of the population of the Roman Empire was probably illiterate. And the people who in particular were being targeted, ideologically speaking, which would be the slave class and the lower classes, and especially those rebelling, those who might have been adhering to a messianic rebellion against Rome and refusal to pay taxes and the kinds of things that the Romans had to deal with, especially among these troublesome Jews that were spread throughout the cities of the empire. And so if an audience of the common people, the Am Ha'aretz as they were called, who went to the synagogue on Saturdays to hear the scripture read because they were illiterate themselves, they would hear it read and then they'd hear the Targum, which is Aramaic for translation. If you look at your Hebrew text, there's the Hebrew, and then for a lot of it, right alongside of it, is what they call the Targum, which is the Aramaic translation. So even the Hebrew itself had to be read and translated into the local dialect of the common people, which was Aramaic in that region, and then Greek in the western regions of the empire. Mm-hmm. So that's the reason for the creation of something like, and when you look at the gospel narrative, Herod the Great orders the massacre of the innocents, as it's called, and the Holy Family has to flee to Egypt. And well, this would have been a familiar. It's kind of, I hate to use this expression, Mandela or McMahon effect, but that's kind of what we're getting into here. It's the echo of a memory. Just about everybody in that audience that would have heard this new version, this new expression of an old typology, an old archetype, would have grown up with the stories of Moses in the bulrushes. Pharaoh ordered the killing of the Hebrew firstborn, and so mother of Moses puts him in a basket with of straw that's coated with tar and pitch, a little boat, and sends him up the river. And is it Pharaoh's daughter who? I mean, the movie version is a little bit different than the actual.
Something you brought up here is that the target audience of the propaganda were illiterate, and one of the things I brought up lately here is that the target for the MSM propaganda are visually illiterate. They can't tell the difference between what's real and fake. And earlier today, I was talking about this TV show in the UK, the most expensive TV hoax in history, called Space Cadets, where in order to make the show succeed, they had to ensure that the people on the fake spaceship would think they were actually in orbit, and they targeted those people based on certain attributes: extroverted, a little trusting, kind of ignorant. They chose gullible people on purpose. In other words, the propaganda wouldn't have worked. The illusion wouldn't work if they had people who were too thoughtful. So one, the audience had to be dupable and duped. And then two, you had to have actors in there to reinforce the programming.
Can't they culturally condition? Can't they prep an audience? Can't they soften up a population first?
Yes,
so that it's more susceptible.
That's what I was getting at. The whole thing is, for 3 or 4 or 5 generations, if you look back at H.G. Wells, we've been inundated with this scenario of an alien UFO invasion that unifies the world. And I'm looking at, we've been softened up with our expectations, with the worldview, to make a lot of things just seem instantly believable and credible. And that's what I'm interested in seeing here. It's just, what can they pull off based on how visually illiterate they've rendered the masses?
What we are told about the so-called decline and fall of the Roman Empire, and I'm using that term the way Edward Gibbon uses it in his monumental, I have every volume of that, and I managed to plow my way through it. It's difficult because he's very wordy. But one of the things that he talks about is the reign of the Emperor Constantine as a critical turning point. That Rome had, first it had gone through a period of about a century of stability and prosperity, the so-called Pax Romana, the Roman peace, where in general there was stability and prosperity throughout the empire, which may be a misreading of it because there probably were rebellions going on. But then they entered into a period of what was called the crisis of the 3rd century, and where they went through about 80 to 100 years of instability and civil war, and finally emerged from it under this strong military leader named Diocletian. And he was the one who first divided the empire into 2 halves. Then he appointed a Caesar or an Augustus in both the eastern half and the western half. And he was succeeded ultimately by Constantine, who made Christianity the religion of the empire. And Constantine was the one who set up this new eastern capital at what had been a small port town on the Bosporus called Byzantium, and he renamed it Constantinople after himself. And it really became the effective. After a while, Rome, the original Rome, became sort of, the western capital was kind of moved from Rome to Milan and then to Ravenna as the so-called barbarian tribes incurred more and more. Rome itself became kind of a backwater, and the Senate and all these venerable institutions became kind of old, and they no longer had the real power. That wasn't where any of the power was anymore. But Constantinople became the focal point for the greatest city in the world at the time, for a long time, the greatest city in the world. And when Constantine planned this brand new city, it wasn't real. Like I say, it already existed as a town, but he was going to turn it into this massive world historic capital of his new vision of the Roman Empire, and it's more Eastern centered. As Gibbon explains it, there was a shortage of skilled craftsmen, stonemasons, sculptors, the kinds of people you needed to build a Roman city. There was a shortage. There was a terrible shortfall. Basically, this class of people had attenuated and died off. And so what Constantine had to do was he had to loot and plunder and steal, beg, borrow, and steal statuary, blocks for building buildings and monuments from the cities all over the empire and drag that stuff to Constantinople. And as a consequence, if you go to Istanbul today and they show you the ruins of the edifices that Constantine built, and later Justinian, the Hagia Sophia and these other huge wonders of the world they were at the time, they'll tell you how, the statuary here was taken from Ephesus, and the blocks that were used to build this cathedral were brought over from Athens, or from, in other words, that the empire had to be looted in order to create this new capital on the Bosporus. And I think we're seeing that in our culture. We're seeing the borrowing, the reworking. It's like they're plowing through the attic or the basement of old scripts, like it's an old wine cellar or something, but instead it's like a library of old scripts, old Hollywood scripts. So when you turn on the television, you see the same damn game shows on in the afternoon. It's crazy, Wheel of Fortune or Jeopardy or... Now, the only reason I see these things is because, I go into sushi bars and places where the screen is on. And if they have several screens, one might be showing a basketball game or another might be showing an old football game.
On the point about, you're talking about this parallel with Constantine. What do you think about this notion of, the Council of Nicaea, where they're consolidating the Bible, so they have to get rid of all the non-canonical texts, anything heretical, a purification of the world view, which is what the codified Bible would actually represent. And what I'm suggesting here is that we're actually having that happen now with the media. I'm talking about this internet lockdown, purification, getting rid of the hate speech, hate memes, mind viruses. I think what they're doing is they're going to give us a finalized version, sanitized version of the internet that is the de facto Bible for the one world church, which is the media, of course, the global media.
Yeah, I like the overall point you're making. I have to correct the detail on that.
Yeah, please do. But the overall point, yeah, exactly. I think that we're seeing some kind of a consolidation.
Is valid, but there's a detail that I have to dispute because people get it wrong. It's like a Mandela in a way. the Council of Nicaea is not where the New Testament was canonized. That happened earlier at something called the Council of or maybe late around the same time at something called the Council of Chalcedon. The Council of Nicaea is where the Nicene Creed was adopted. This is the creed of all Christians, Catholics and Protestants. An assertion of belief in the Trinity. I believe in the Trinity.
This is where you would have the Apocrypha. Oh, that doesn't count. Or the part where Jesus as a toddler tames a dragon in a cave. Oh, that doesn't go in the Bible. That's where they chose the world view. And I'm looking at this parallel today.
The point
Go ahead.
point I wanted to make here bore upon the Mandela effect, because we have residue from what are called the non-Chalcedonian churches. That is to say, at the time, because remember, this canon, it was not a canon originally. There was this random collection of literature. People had different versions of it. There wasn't a standardized official version of it. And the Council of Chalcedon, together with the Council of Nicaea, said, this is it. This is the official canon, and anything else we don't officially approve. You know, it may be nice. It may be nice to include with the others, or to send as a Christmas card, or I don't know, whatever, but it's not the official Bible. We're canonizing these as the official Bible, and these we're leaving out. And you could call those apocrypha, you could call those heretical, you can call those anything you want.
Conspiracy theory, or perhaps misinformation.
Right. But we have residue. The reason why we have residue is because there are churches, which is to say continuously existing Christian churches in several areas of the world, in places like Ethiopia and in the Middle East and in Yemen, that are non-Chalcedonian Christian traditions. They are older than the Council of Chalcedon. And the Ethiopic Christian church, because remember, Ethiopia, they claim their descent. The royal family of Ethiopia has as their logo the Lion of Judah, and they claim descent directly from King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. That's who they say, that's the family of Haile Selassie, who was the last emperor of Ethiopia. And so originally they were Jewish, and then they were one of the earliest they converted to Christianity. Their elite and their royal family converted to Christianity before Constantine imposed Christianity on the entire empire, about 100 years before. For a long time, well, maybe not, maybe about 80 years before, but for a long time, the Egyptian elites had adopted Christianity before Rome did. And consequently, we have their version of the Bible in very ancient languages like Gez and Amalric, and these include texts that were deliberately excluded from the Orthodox Christian Bible by the Council of Chalcedon. And this includes the Book of Enoch, which talks about the Nephilim. Well, the word in Hebrew is Nephilim.
The Watchers, the Nephilim, the
fall,
and the story, of course. Yeah, the story of, they actually named the angels. Like, oh, these are the ones that came down. This taught men how to gamble. This taught war. This taught makeup. And the idea behind it is all very interesting. And the theory that fallen angels are the origin of evil, that these disembodied spirits of entities that were destroyed during the flood are floating around and possessing people. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, they cut it out. They cut out the best parts. Why is that?
Well, that's the thing. When you look at how when an orthodoxy has to be imposed, so let's say we're talking about Dr. Anthony Fauci and the new COVID orthodoxy.
Wait, 1 second. Before you go, I want to point, I got this article headline here. You got to hear this. I want to hear your take on it. Because 2 years ago, the Kardashians, they said, quote, freeze. They freezed their Facebook. And they froze their Instagram. But why would they freeze their social media? And they use that word. And I'm thinking,
well, does that mean they're blocking access to it, or they're just freezing it? They're saying
they closed they just stopped using it. They went cold turkey, and they said that they quarantined. They have been leading the way on the idea, and these are of course fashion moguls, so they're demonstrating to the masses how to act, and they're saying when there's too much hate speech on the internet, you just freeze your accounts, you quarantine. And what I think what they were doing then, and I called it out, is they were preparing people for quarantining for, quote, hate speech. And that's why all these celebrities now are vacating Twitter and blaming Musk. And then you combine Musk and the influence of Ye, And you can see how they say that he's opened the floodgates to racism and anti-Semitism. You can see this narrative where they've already established the pattern here. I think they're setting up the stage for a necessary quarantine. What do you think?
A purge.
Yeah, or a purge. Exactly, both.
Right. The Germans had a term for this, and the term is, and it's really pretty old. Well, it's 19th century actually. Kulturkampf, which means culture. Well, Kampf is war or struggle, like a Mein Kampf. Kulturkampf means culture war, and it's the idea that there can be no room for divergent points of view. We have to establish an orthodoxy. This is what the church did in Western Europe in the so-called, Dark Ages and Middle Ages, although they were never totally successful at it. And the fact that the violence continued, and you had things like the Crusades and everything else, where they had to actually externalize the violence, shows that they were never really totally able to completely eradicate all heresy, which is to say the vestiges of older religions and older traditions, or residue as we would call it now. But part of that is wiping out historical memory. So when you say, like, I remember what you're talking about with Kim Kardashian saying she was getting off Facebook because it was getting too toxic, or what did she say?
She said it was
She's
there's
getting
too
out
many
of social media.
Yeah,
Well, Kim Kardashian, she issued a proclamation
exactly.
to her cult followers, and apparently she has millions of cult followers around the world. I mean,
It's the only reason I focus on them. I'm like, why would I care about a Kardashian or even? I never paid much attention to West, but the thing is, these are role models for the masses, and I like to see how the masses are being pied pipered. And we can see very much, like for example, I brought up Elon Musk's ex-wife Justine Musk. Well, his other wife Grimes, in 2019, she did some kind of music video for a song called Violence where they're wearing masks. Like this is prior to 2020, and I think fashion is a huge part of all of this. That's why I think Kanye or Ye is fascinating in this context, because what spread 2020's agenda more than fashion? Quite literally, they use fashion statements, PPE, to enforce conformity.
Mask.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the mask.
Peer
Right, we have
pressure,
that
conformity, fashion.
In 2019. I think it was like February of. It was early in 2019. Project Runway featured a fashion show by Indian fashion designer Kovid Kapoor. That's COVID spelled with a K. I guess Kovid spelled with a K must be a common name in India. Kovid Kapoor. And in this fashion show, you can go out and look at the pictures, and there was a YouTube video of the show, but YouTube has yanked it. You can't get to it now. They really removed that. But this was in 2019. They have one of the models wearing this kind of, I thought it was hideous, really. It was a plaid outfit, a matching top and matching baggy plaid pants and a plaid face mask. And I mean, this really covered the bottom. I mean, it came right on up to the eyes. It was it was something you would rob a bank with. All perfectly colored, coordinated, and had her march down the runway. And then afterwards, the interviewer is there holding the microphone and asking the designer, well, are we expecting this to see, is this going to be a new fashion trend? What's with the mask? And how do you feel about, asking the model, how do you feel about the mask? And this was all done in early 2019. So here's what I'm getting.
What did the model say? Didn't the model say, I can't breathe?
Actually, she says something about, well, it does interfere with breathing a little bit. She says something to that effect, not using those exact words, but yes, that came up. I think the interviewer actually says, do you have trouble breathing with that? And the model says something like, yeah, she kind of blows it off. She takes it off and puts it back on, and,
Great example.
They have a whole...
Great example of predictive programming. You have the rapper Future, who was with Kanye at that event last year, Pluto or Future, who had a song called Masks Off, where they're wearing these really nice, fashionable masks that actually sold quite well a couple years later. And on the anniversary date of that song's release, earlier this year, you had that Judge Muzzle dropping the mask mandate on airlines. I'm just saying, all
but
this.
people continue to wear the mask. People continue to wear the mask. Has become an affirmation of faith. It really has. And the thing is, at the time, I guess what I'm getting from this Project Runway fashion show is the gays are always on the cutting edge of this, aren't they? I mean, because of the gay presence in haute couture and fashion. Obviously, they have an inordinate influence in the fashion industry, and Jews as well.
Well, fashion. I'm just saying.
I'm not going to shy away from pointing.
Fashion in general. Ye is, of course, leading the way.
Predictive programming.
Predictive programming. But celebrities are used to lead the way into this stuff. And one of the other developments I've noticed, I think, it's the moving us, I think, into the space age, and PPE as like the environment is no longer.
I don't think they
hospitable.
take it so seriously. I'm getting an image when I watched the original video of this fashion show before YouTube pulled it. I'm smacking my forehead with, oh my God. And I'm realizing what's going on here. These elites up there in their penthouse suites are like, like the film American Psycho, like those characters, on Wall Street, or in Davos, raising their fluted champagne glasses and partying and toasting and saying, hey, I'll make a bet that within a year we can have half the people in the world doing this or doing that. We're going to create a whole new fashion, and let's all who bets? And someone's going to say, "Nah, you'll never get away with that. You'll never get away with that."
Edward Bernays, the whole idea of propagandizing the public mind through perception management and affecting cultural changes on a wide scale with single events. He's credited with bacon on the breakfast table and associating cigarettes with women's lib. And of course, he is the great uncle of the co-founder and first CEO of Netflix.
It's like a giant game to them, some of them. It really is like, can you top this? Can you top that? And watch what we do next. And watch that. When you listen to Klaus Schwab or some of these people at the World Economic Forum, they really do think they could just press a few buttons and reprogram millions. They're convinced they can do that. And I imagine over there in China, they're convinced they can do that as well when they order a lockdown of an entire city based on nothing. I'm very disturbed. I'm very disturbed by the images I'm seeing of these alleged riots going on in places like Shanghai, where the Chinese communists have imposed these COVID lockdowns, the latest COVID lockdowns. Because what I'm seeing is, and I'm sure you've looked at some of these videos as well, and there's always a question in our minds of why are we seeing this? And if they're on TikTok, which the Chinese communists own and run, why are they allowing them to be seen on TikTok? What's going on here?
Les Luther pointed out in this article, it's great, there are 13,000 of the most popular videos having to do with Ukraine, Russia, were actually video game clips shared on TikTok. Like, that's how untrustworthy a lot of stuff is. But I don't automatically consider stuff to be fake. But yes, it's important to recognize inherently just how deceptive.
But these are very dramatic videos we're seeing from China with mobs of what you see is on one side you see this army of guys in white hazmat suits, covered head to toe in these white hazmat suits. I mean anti-chemical contamination suits, an army of them, with shields, with riot shields. And on the other side you see the masses, the people, mostly with just improvised with pieces of fence post and rocks and stuff like that, and they're engaged in what looks like combat with these white head to toe hazmat suited white and white hazmat suited whatever they are, soldiers, cops, whatever they are. But what I'm noticing is the mob that's attacking them are mostly masked. In other words, the very people who we are told are out there in the streets rioting against the lockdowns in China are themselves, for the most part, not all of them, but for the most part, wearing the goddamn fucking mask. And
interesting observation. And one other thing to point out, and this is kind of also notable here, we have to point out that more than half the population agree with the lockdowns. They're not siding with the people resisting the police. We're only seeing a percentage of the population that would be against it. And yeah, they obviously don't have it all right there if they're still wearing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is the mask as politicized out there as it was here?
Well, are these videos even real? Are they even real? Because, there are critics out there, media deconstructionists, who think that this is an op going on, that it may involve an actual internal conflict inside the Chinese Communist Party between different factions, and that these are power grabs going on, and these videos are just contrived weapons in a propaganda, a Kulturkampf, psychological war, and we don't really know how real they. I mean, can we verify that these riots are actually occurring, or are we?
Look, I think a lot of people see the riots
being
and
led
they have
on?
this. I think a lot of people get kind of misty-eyed and they have some kind of hope that people are going to quote wake up and do something, and they're always way down. They're always way down by the half that don't want to do anything, that like the status quo or oppose.
But if the rioters themselves are wearing a mask, what's the message there?
The brainwashing is too deep. I mean, it really is.
I mean, what are they? Well, it's kind of like it's a mixed messaging, because it's saying, well, look at how these people are resisting the lockdown, but they're still wearing the mask because the virus is real.
Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Hey, question: what is your take on Elon Musk? A lot of people think that he's some kind of hero.
Yeah, he's called out Fauci as a murderer. Now, this is.
That's what you left your message about. You left a message about that. So he made this statement, and now they're saying that he is putting crosshairs on this guy. That they're making Musk into a meme terrorist, and that's what I'm saying. Do you think he's a fall guy, or do you think he's actually fighting the power?
Well, what we're really asking here is Musk conforming to the script, or is he deviating from the script? Is he straying off the reservation?
Right, because they're doing a yay to him. They're saying Musk is no longer the world's richest man. They're talking about how Tesla's stocks are going low, and they don't know how low it will go. And I'm just seeing a lot of basically hate watching on Musk. He's become some kind of Lex Luthor to the liberals. And
but this is really strange, because here's Donald Trump going around boasting that he saved 1 million lives with his miraculous vaccine, Operation Warp Speed, with the Trump vax. And that's what I'm calling it. Anybody I run into who's willing to talk about, their vaccine experience, the first thing I ask them is, well, when did you get yours? And if they got theirs pretty before the newest boosters came along, they got the original Trump vax. If they didn't, they got a Biden vax.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, well, that's very important, because anybody who's buying into the vaccine, the most important question is, well, which version of the vaccine did you buy into, the Trump vax or the Biden vax? And what's astounding about this is all these Trump haters out there, well, they basically took the Trump vax, most of them.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. I was surprised. Like, would they rather die than be saved by him?
Well, because there was mixed messaging there as well. We were told by the leading Democrat contenders, and they all said this when they were asked during the debates. Even Andrew Cuomo, who was still in contention, this is before his disgrace and downfall, he's there saying, I wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't trust a vaccine delivered by Donald Trump. But they all ended up taking it, because once the elections happened and the new regime came in, they all ended up taking that vax. So the very same leaders who said, I will never take a Trump vax, they went on TV and said, hey, everybody, you better take this vax, you better take this vax. They forced the military and the whole country to take the Trump vax. They forced people to take the Trump vax to keep their jobs. Damn if that's not a Mandela McMahon effect. They managed to get millions of people to forget that they said they would never trust the Trump vax. But then when Trump lost the election, then the vax is okay.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible, the steering of the mass mind. And I don't know if you caught this, but the other day Tim Truth called in, and he did some research, some etymology into the word syringe. And the word syringe actually comes from syrinx, the pan flute. And you think about pan, hypnotizing, like or the Pied Piper. We're talking about the Piper. And the interesting thing about this too, one, panic. He's the god of panic, pandemic, and then of course we're looking at the pipe, or rather the piping of the satyr, and then his nymphs. I think would
Oh my
correlate
God!
to the dancing
You know what?
nurses.
You know what you just provoked in me? I just started hearing the strains of Led Zeppelin's, uh, a total world-conquering hit, "Stairway to Heaven." Now, I don't know how old most of your audience is.
Oh, that
out
song
there.
gets regular play on all the radio stations here still.
Right, and the Piper will lead us to there. That song actually has lyrics that sort of are very suggestive of what you're talking about. This whole myth of the Piper will lead us somewhere as it goes, and they actually have like a little, sort of like a pipe, a little flute.
I think he said, yeah, that they're actually. Now he says the Piper will lead us to reason, and a new day will dawn. And the thing is, the god Pan is another one of these obelisk deities. Jack Parsons read the hymn to Pan from Aleister Crowley, and what we're looking at, the reason why this even came up, is the One World Trade Tower looks like a big syringe. And while it was being built, people around it were complaining that the wind blowing through it, it made it into a gigantic pipe, and it sounded like they said shrieks of the 9/11 ghosts.
They're hearing unearthly. Who was it? MSNBC or NPR? The mainstream media networks did a thing on this, of where people that were in the area of the new tower were hearing these weird sounds like choruses or weird sounds that the wind was causing as it whistled through this new tower that they've built. And
yes, the new
there's a
tower
whole story about
looks
it.
like a big syringe, which again is a syrinx or a pan flute, and then pandemic, syringe. And you're like, wow, okay. There's some interesting wordplay built into this thing, but ultimately it's about state terror and submission and panic. I think it's an apt symbol, and I think that the piping is intentional, and it is tied into Pan. It's tied into the bigger agenda anyway, insofar as
they can't proceed. Well, let me put it this way: the mixed messaging that's going on here is very deliberate, because Elon Musk is coming on Twitter and saying, and as opposed to Trump, who's claiming that he saved 1 million lives with his warp speed, Elon Musk is charging Anthony Fauci with responsibility for the death of over 1 million people.
Yes, in fact, that was brought up on NBC with this interview with Fauci. They're like, he's accusing you basically of genocide. And then, of course, not only that, but people are almost more offended by Musk saying his pronouns were prosecute and Fauci.
Yeah.
That's now tantamount to hate speech, by the way.
Just for the record, is Musk gone public about whether he took the vax?
Oh, yeah, I think he did. I'm not sure, actually. I know that he was reportedly taking PCR test after test after test, just Q-tips everywhere. But
do you think he's fooled by this?
Look,
do you think he buys into this? Come on, he can't be.
Look, Musk fakes space, and anybody who thinks he's a hero or he's fighting the power, he's on the dark side. He has to be. He's not anti-NASA. He's not some freewheeling capitalist space cowboy. No, he's part of the world view establishment. That he's part of the cult. He has to be.
We are truly into the deepest depths of the shallow. You understand? This is about as shallow as. This really tells us that what we call the Mandela or McMahon effect is just a particularly absurdist and egregious case of what they are doing in general for the entire civilization, which is, among other things, the destruction of memory. The true destruction of memory, where they get to program new memory on a daily basis.
Now, replace the word memory with meme-ary. They want to destroy our memes and our meme-making capabilities, meme sharing,
language,
level culture generation. And Richard Brody, who wrote Virus of the Mind, he created Word. And I'm thinking about that. We're talking about...
Yeah, right, butchering. They're going to redefine the meaning of words, pronouns, whatever, words.
Exactly.
On a day-to-day basis. But they have to get the population to be willing to do this without, I mean, you can't wake up one day where they tell you, Eurasia is the enemy of Oceania. East Asia is our ally. We have always been at war with Eurasia, and then go to bed, and then the next day they turn it on its head to advance a population, to debase a population, and destroy its cognitive abilities and its memory to such a degree that you can do this. You can reprogram them on practically month to month, maybe every 6 months, every year. How about every day?
It's incredible.
Because
it's incredible.
I'm old enough to.
They have they have generational psyops like the war on terror. They just phased it out. They brought in COVID. They phased that
Well,
out.
no, they're transposing the war on terror to vanilla ISIS and white Al Qaeda.
That's right. They switched it. They transposed it.
The MAGA people.
The MAGA band.
The QAnon, the MAGA people.
And did you catch that thing in North Carolina about how they were blaming right-wing
Well, they're claiming that the power outage. Now you're talking about somebody shot out some transformers or some basically cut the power to about 40,000 people.
Yeah, the anti-trans. They said it was an anti-trans thing. They shot out the transformers to shut down the lights on the drag shows and cut off the power. And I'm like, wait, this is like setting up the stage for the MAGA ban. You see what I mean? Like it's a morality thing. Oh, we got to.
I don't see how they can think they can get away. Well, there may be a segment of the population that is willing to do this on their behalf, willing to act like robots on their behalf and just shift go this way 180 degrees, shift reverse 180
well,
degrees,
keep in
go
mind
that way.
that Club Q event was faker than the Pulse, and it was blamed on the right. And this event in North Carolina actually correlates strongly with the Robin Sage drills from last summer. Spring, summer, where they were actually doing drills on the basis that there's going to be domestic violent extremists attacking the power grid. And the base...
Well, it won't matter who they blame it on. See, that's the thing. Ordinary people just get exhausted by trying to... it's like you can't tell the players without a scorecard. They don't... they'll say the left did it, the right did it, these people did that, did it. But no, they create an environment... This is the Weimar Republic, right? You're creating an environment that most people don't care about who struck John or who killed Cock Robin or which side did this or who started it or who's having revenge. They just want some order and peace restored, and they want the inflation brought under control, and they can't afford this or they can't, people are not, they don't really want to enlist in one side or the other, even if they can get
the shallowness. You're right, and it's because of this. Every 24 hours, they inundate us with 48 hours worth of news, and that means that you don't have enough time to go deep, and most people are just washed away by it. So they go to their expert pundits and they get their information from this half or that half, and that's by design. I think that's part of the process of keeping everybody visually illiterate and discombobulated.
Well, those are media cult followers. The thing is, people like you and me, we have memories. I remember when Prince Charles married Lady Di in this worldwide fairy tale wedding. The whole English-speaking world, the whole world, in effect, tuned in to watch this beautiful wedding of Prince Charles and Lady. I thought it was ridiculous. I was really offended by it because I realized how shallow most Americans turned out to be. We weren't supposed to be into all that royalty crap. We were supposed to be better than that, but it further embittered me towards my own generation, especially toward Americans. How many of them just fell in love with this Lady Di and Prince Charles thing? Well, then something happened. They got separated and divorced, and Prince Charles took up with Camilla Bowles, and we were told, as God is my witness, and I don't even believe in it, we were told there was now no way that Prince Charles could inherit the throne of his mother. He had disqualified himself by violating the rules of the Church of England and by violating royal tradition. The last king, Edward VIII, and he wasn't even married. He had not married anybody, but he fell in love with a Baltimore divorcee named Wallace Warfield Simpson. And he basically said, I don't want this anymore. I want to abdicate. Churchill was actually willing to fight in the Parliament to get some kind of exemption for Edward so he could marry this divorcee. But the overwhelming, the rules were, no, you can't do that. You've got to abdicate. And he wanted out anyway. So Edward abdicated and was succeeded by his younger brother. That was the historical precedent that was established in the 1930s. And the former Edward VIII and his new wife, Wallis Warfield Simpson, became the Duke and Duchess of Windsor and went to live in the Bahamas. Now, we were told when Prince Charles divorced Lady Di that was it. He could not become king. And people said, well, what will happen? Well, it will devolve to his eldest son, Harry, will be the one eligible to become king. Well, Harry moved to the United States with Meghan Markle. Now we're being told.
I thought it was Casey Anthony.
I'm sorry.
I know what you mean. But you mean
is it
in other
Meghan
words,
Markle or is
no,
it Kate Hudson? Which one did? No, Harry married Meghan Markle, right?
No, but she looks like
Yeah.
Casey Anthony. But my point is, you're
right.
right.
Okay. She could be. Maybe she is Kate.
But in other words,
you're right. Maybe she is. I don't know where they got her from.
But you're suggesting King Charles is kind of like it was never in the script. It doesn't make sense. Like, why is he there?
Well, they can't just flip the script like that. A lot of us are old enough to remember. It hasn't been that long, right? He divorced Lady Di when, in the 90s, or was it in early 2000s? I mean, it hasn't been all that long. And of course, we all remember the death of Lady Di, how that was played out. And that's a subject for debate as well. And further investigation, whether that was faked or was she murdered
yes, but
or what.
one thing about Princess Di, which is kind of interesting.
We were told. I want to establish this. It's so important to me because I'm like the character in the movie Gaslight, played by Ingrid Bergman, who says, "Jesus Christ, I know what I remember what I remember what I heard. I remember what we were told. We were told there was no way that Charles was going to be king after this." And now we're being told, in May they're getting ready to have a coronation of King Charles III. That's the British monarchy we're talking about.
Gaslight.
I've got a question. I'm throwing it out there to anybody. Maybe you have listeners over there in the UK or somewhere in the British Commonwealth, in the English-speaking world. Explain this to me, please. I'm not getting it. Did you just fuck my memory or what? And when was the rule changed?
Look, the word of the year, according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, one of these dictionaries, their word of the year, gaslighting. That word has gone mainstream, and that's what the media does 24/7. The Princess Di thing, it's a complicated, intricate story. She crashed into the 13th pillar, lunar goddess, all kinds of symbolism there. A couple of different paths here.
Will all those people who they have tuning into what? They're going to have to turn this coronation into a major event, at least in the UK and Canada and places like that, where, the Prime Minister of Canada, you can all watch that video. It's still on YouTube. They show you Justin Trudeau taking the oath and inducted him in as Prime Minister of Canada. And it's an oath of loyalty to the Queen and to her Privy Council, and includes a promise to keep secret whatever is discussed in council chambers, and he is bound to adhere to the rules of secrecy as a loyal servant of the Queen. That was his oath. And I think every public official in Canada has to swear allegiance to the Queen. Now, who are they going to swear allegiance to now? When Charles is crowned king, they're all going to have to swear allegiance to him as the new sovereign of the British Empire. And are you telling me that millions of English-speaking people around the world who are going to be tuning in to watch this coronation, that they're not going to remember that, weren't we told that there was no way Charles could become king because he divorced Lady Di and it was never approved by the Church of England?
Do some digging into it, because this royalty thing it's another aspect of the clown show, like the Kennedys being attached to the Camelot story. And, it's rumored that Princess Diana had an affair with JFK Jr., son of a king, and so did Ghislaine Maxwell. This whole time I've been saying Ghislaine Maxwell. It's Ghislaine Maxwell. Did you know that? Well,
the Ghislaine Maxwell Mandela McMahon effect there is, first of all, we're being asked to forget about her, and we weren't supposed to pay any attention to her trial, and now nobody knows where she is. The rumor is that she's out there in the English or Scottish countryside somewhere, being protected by the British royal family, because she's very close to them, apparently. In other words, some people say, well, she's probably in Israel right now. People are saying, nah, the reports are that she's actually hanging out on one of the estates of the British monarchy.
Hey, River Sticks in the chat says Corona Nation. A kind of interesting point here. The day of the novel Corona New Crown was 3/11/2020. 911 days from 3/11/2020, Queen's funeral, or the new crown.
Yeah, I don't care about the numerology much. I really don't. Do they want us to forget? Do they want us to forget that it was Donald Trump who appointed Anthony Fauci and Deborah Birx and Mike Pence to his Corona task force and declared a state of emergency, green-lighting all these lockdowns and these mandates in March on the 13th, Friday the 13th of 2020? Are we supposed to forget all that? Are we supposed to forget that it was Donald Trump that foisted this vaccine on everybody?
Well, the thing is, the public, they all agree to disagree and they fight over this stuff, but the big picture is just move forward. I think we have seen the imposition and implementation of a new religious paradigm, and mission accomplished. I think that it's already done. I think that the public has accepted the basic premise, and now we're just waiting for them to finalize the sanitation of the internet and get rid of any kind of conflicting narratives, get rid of the voices of the heretics. And I think that's really what's behind all the censorship today. I think really it's about mind control through meme control, top-down meme control. And that's their next major step. And I think that's why we see these celebrity do-gooder virtue signalers leaving Twitter because of all the hate speech. They're just leading the way, and the lemmings will follow.
Well, I guess they figure there are going to be millions of people who are desperately searching for an orthodoxy to cling to, because there's a lot of mixed messaging going on here. And there are a lot of people who are going to be following certain heretical deviations from the mainstream messaging. And I don't just mean things like QAnon, which really is, I don't know. I don't know that it really has any significant influence at all at this point as anything other than a false flag like Al-Qaeda or something like that.
Right. It's an embarrassment now. I mean, people are probably secretly burying all of their JFK Jr. Q swag. And, by the way, tomorrow, December 14th, is the 10th anniversary or hoax anniversary of Sandy Hook. And Bill Jones, Alex Hicks, has just been hit with $1.5 gazillion trillion billion in damages. But that's
I've noticed they're dredging up Sandy Hook again. Anderson Cooper just did another big interview with, I guess, someone who's supposed to be a Sandy Hook parent. And man, the guy is grinning and snickering. The duping delight, and if any, I know probably very few of your listeners. I don't watch CNN. I don't keep up with them, but somebody picked up on this, that Anderson Cooper is now, like I say, dredged up one of these Sandy Hook parents who I'd never seen before, and put him on camera, and the guy is grinning and snickering and expressing every possible, variation of duping delight that you can see in a face. And you really have to ask yourself now, how sick, how twisted are these people that at this late date, they're the ones who are bringing it up. It's not us conspiracy theorists and auto hoaxers and fakeologists and
no, I mean, a lot of us have had...
It's not us who are bringing up Sandy.
We've had Sandy Hook fatigue for years. A lot of us have cracked. We move on. We solve a case, we move on. They keep bringing it up because this is the big, stinking, rotten, 10-year-old red herring that gets everybody to forget that there's been 20-plus years of fake shootings, not just this one.
Well, Sandy Hook was in 2012, is that right?
Yes.
December of 2012.
Yes, but yes.
And then the Boston Marathon followed in April. To me, that was even bigger than Sandy Hook, because there they showed SWAT teams and troops actually going through Watertown, screaming at people, "Get in your house, get in your house." They locked down an entire neighborhood as a drill, as an exercise. That was a real kinetic thing, by the way.
That was really, I thought that was quite an overreach. They had the Batman costume SWAT team marching around hunting the Joker, and that event also showed how desperate they were to stop people from sharing information and coming to their own conclusions. At that time, InfoWars kind of sparked it. People were going through photos and looking, hey, this guy's got a skull on his black backpack. This guy here has one too. They were noticing what appear to be operatives, and then suddenly the FBI puts out some kind of message like, if you have any images or pictures from the Boston bombing, send them to us. Like they were trying to do damage control because they left themselves open.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who's even bothered to take a cursory look at that can see it was a drill and the thing was a really badly executed fake job.
Yeah, exactly.
But it speaks volumes. It speaks volumes for the people of Boston and Massachusetts. Boston was the cradle of the revolution. You understand? The notion you could be ordered into your house just by decree while armed men just came stomping through your neighborhood, pushing you around like this. And get in your house, get in your house. And, you know, that a whole city could be locked down and held hostage like this to what amounted to a military occupation. What a disgrace. What a shame. To me, the Boston Marathon is to Boston and Massachusetts as 9/11 is to New York City. It proves the case that the people themselves are broken. They're broken. They're cowardly, they're wimpish, they're declawed, they're deballed, whatever you want to say. They are that it's a great tradition of independence has been utterly destroyed. It's just a memory now, a faded memory. And to my mind, the people of Boston and the city of Boston will never recover from what went down during that phony psychological operation.
Oh yes,
Boston Marathon
that was a
bombing.
comedy.
They will never recover from that.
A comedy of errors. And one thing about the thing too is that back then it seemed like they were a little more confident with their special effects. But now, after 9 years of auto hoaxers and media deconstructionists wearing them down, laughing, tearing apart their stories, mocking them, and exposing the hoaxery, it seems like now they're a little hoax shy. Like I look at the Club Q shooting, supposed to be some major atrocity. We don't see a drop of blood. We don't see any victims. They're not even bothering to wheel out the victims for us to look at. And I'm like, why is that?
But even so, Republican right-wing talk radio is ready to is still hanging on to this as though it were a real event, and they're saying, "Oh well, no, the guy that did this was really a leftist," or they're arguing about which side the shooter was on.
Predictably, and I correct myself. They did show one of the victims, the guy that was shot 7 times in the back with an AR-15. Who was lying on his back, smiling in the hospital bed.
You could show that. You could show that if you. Oh, I don't know. It might be copyrighted. That's about the most stupidly. You're right. Anybody out there that's ever handled a firearm and seen what a round can do to a body, who watches that patently fake, terrible acting. Why they even put that out there? Oh, yeah, I was shot 7 times. And here I'm up, and look how rosy-cheeked, and I'm ready to talk about it today, the next morning. And, anybody who would claim that they're falling for that. And, I sent copies of that clip around to about a dozen different right-wing AM talk radio hosts, and not a fucking one of them has dared blow the whistle on this Club Q psyop. Not a one of them.
Look, and it's to their detriment that they don't contest it, because what they've done is they've ceded the moral high ground, and they've all but admitted responsibility for it, instead of saying you're faking this to inflate. They pulled a successful Jussie Smollett operation here. It was a fake hate crime, and of course it's going to go down in the history books as real. There's going to be big shrines, there's going to be memorials. The show's just going to go on with this thing. Club Q, how obvious.
Yeah, as for Elon Musk, what most people seem to think about him is that, he wants to turn Twitter into a new bank, into a digital currency bank, right? Basically, I guess it'll be the replacement for FTX or something.
Well, he was attached to PayPal. It wouldn't shock me at all if that's the big picture as well. all seems
Yeah,
very.
right. He's pioneering the digital ID. He's selling it from a different angle. But he's the flagship for the Great Reset and the Green New Deal, and we're all going to go to electric. I mean, he is the personification of the electric car with the lithium battery, is he not? He hasn't reversed position on that. So what I see them doing there is they're looking to co-opt. It's divide and then subdivide and then divide further. You know, all the people who are sympathetic to the idea that Anthony Fauci is responsible for the death of over 1 million people. And I want Elon to explain this to us. Which million is he talking about that Fauci destroyed? The people whose businesses were wiped out by the lockdowns that Fauci triggered?
Well, that's been brought up too.
With the authority of Donald Trump behind him. That's
brought
the thing.
up that Musk would refuse lockdowns. If you remember, he was one of those who actually stood up against it. They were setting him up even in 2020 to be something of a right-wing, ultra-uber capitalist hero. And I think part of this is to ensure that people don't connect outer space travel with radical environmentalism and communism, which is what it actually is.
You can't do space travel.
They want you to think of
without
space
your
travel.
shots.
Well, they
you
want
can't
you
do space travel without your shots. You
Oh,
have
no.
to have your shots in order to go to Mars, right?
Oh,
in order to do space travel, you have to get your shots.
You'll have to be screened for all kinds of mind viruses too. No MAGA hats on Mars. No AR-15s on Mars. You won't even know what that is to get up there. But I think that they have Musk here and Bezos as the face of these space programs to keep up the illusion that space is technological progress and that capitalism is somehow leading us to space, and that keep buying into it. And I think it's a way of fooling capitalists into going into communism, radical environmentalism, this sustainable utopian nonsense being sold to them through, these personas, world stage personas.
But these are people, those people who would be recruited to that have already surrendered. They've already surrendered. Because if they went along, I mean, what is Elon going to do? Is he going to accuse Donald Trump of responsibility for the death of over 1 million people? Which is it, Elon? Is it the people who are dying from side effects of the vax? Is it the people who are dying from the side effects of the lockdowns? Or what I'm hearing from these conservative cucks, or cuckservatives, whatever you call them.
You know who coined that, by the way, cuckservative? That was coined by Jim Morrison, Rush Limbaugh.
I didn't know that he started that.
He did.
Because I first heard that term being used, to tell you the truth, among so-called white nationalists. I heard them using that term as a term of derision and mockery against the sort of mainstream Republicans who just wouldn't go the distance.
Rush used it to label those Republicans who thought that they could in any way curry favor with leftist media, where they would try to moderate their message. And I tend to agree with him tactically. It's like the other side isn't rational. You don't have to kowtow to their nonsense. But that was a different age.
But which side is? I mean, this is crazy. What we're going to be? Yeah, I heard this. I actually heard this today. One of these cuckservatives on AM Talk Radio was saying that it was the vaccine that saved us from COVID.
Let me ask you about this.
Did they really believe that?
Do you think Stu Peters was some kind, as Stu Peters as they're calling him, the Stu Peters documentary has been brought out as an example of
a poison pill.
A poison pill to destroy the credibility of legitimate researchers. Are you of that opinion?
Well, they want to hijack all sides. In nonlinear warfare, you got to control all sides of the argument, and that includes sides that might have validity. You know, the claim that we do have an epidemic of myocarditis among young people. Young male athletes, especially, who've taken these shots and boosters.
Well, hey, before we go on too much further in this topic, I just want to point out here that I don't believe that 2020 was anything other than the introduction of a religion. And I think Stu Peters is definitely one of these carnival barkers who is selling the fear of the weak. Before that, he was saying it was snake venom. And I think all of this stuff is a deliberate attempt to make the right wing self-sabotage and make itself censorable in the eyes of the public. So nobody's going to complain when they get censored. And again, I think this is such a huge operation from Q to this agenda. Yeah, they definitely set up, I think, both sides, but specifically the right wing to be censored and complicit in their own censorship. But it's almost like lost at this point. And Elon Musk, what he's doing with Twitter, I think it's a setup because if something terrible happens, who are they going to blame? They're going to say, well,
it's not just a new religion, it's a new economic model too. It really is. It's a whole model for a new, basically this was the whole cast of thousands thing, or what Matthias Desmet and his sort of European mainstream intellectuals have called mass formation. I love how they came out with this to explain the reason why so many people were able to be gaslit and brainwashed into this, into the lockdowns and the mandates and the mask. And they call it, it's a new version of the madness of crowds, and they call it mass formation. And, he likens it to what happened what happens in fascist or Stalinist societies where he says that there's this free-floating anxiety out there. I don't think it's so free-floating. I think it's a very directed and contrived and scripted kind of anxiety that they're recruiting people into. But he says that in order to resolve this, you offer them basically a new religion, something to believe in, and he calls it a mass what I call the cast of thousands. He calls a mass formation. That's all. He just gives it a different name. But it's the willingness of people to participate in the drama, to participate in the psyop, to be a part of the narrative. All the people who claim they saw the plane in New York City on 9/11, when in fact it's almost impossible to see anything from the street level.
Hey, let me ask you this. Did there used to be a lot more people claiming to have been eyewitnesses? Like, did the number go down? The number of I saw the plane type people. Did it go down over the last 19 years?
We're getting new ones all the time. You understand? If you run into somebody who is old enough that they're ideologically committed to belief in the official narrative, and I have to tell you, I'm not running into when I go out. I wear T-shirts that have I have one that has a picture of Bin Laden on it, and I have another that says 9/11 was an inside job, and I'm wearing them all the time. I went into a Buffalo Wild Wings last week. Really, these businesses are not doing too good. And I'm sitting there, and, I was wearing that shirt, one of the original Alex Jones black shirts with white lettering. It says 9/11 was an inside job. And, I was sitting at the bar, and this girl about 3 or 4 seats down from me, she's by herself drinking her beer. And then on the way out, she puts her hand on my shoulder and says, "You have a Merry Christmas." And I said, okay, yeah, you too. I said, you too. And she didn't look drunk to me, and then she went on her way. And then the barmaid comes up to me and says, "Oh, she paid your bill. You don't have to pay anything." I said, "Wow." I said, "Well, I'll have to leave a bigger tip." I said, "What was that about? Why?" I said, I didn't talk to her. I didn't say anything to her. I don't know her. Why is she paying my bill? And the barmaid looked right at me, and she must have been in her 20s. She said, "Oh, she likes your shirt." I said, What do you mean?" She said, "Oh, yeah, she probably fell in love with your shirt." She said, "I like it. Everybody likes it." She said that to me. She said, "Oh, everybody likes that. 9/11 was an inside job." They know. They
Look,
know.
that says something about
all the young people know.
The power of memes. In fact, that meme, 9/11 was an inside job. Whatever you think about it, it resounded, it spread. I think Alex Jones started that one, but there's a Netflix show that mocks conspiracy theorists, and it's called Inside Job. And I just watched the first couple episodes of the second season, and in it, Alex Jones says, "What on flat Earth?" Like they have him in there arrested for some reason. But I'm like, they have him mentioning flat Earth. It's like the one conspiracy theory Alex Jones will never touch. They've associated with him. It's just a major blackwash. And, of course, they appropriate everything. They appropriate Inside Job in order to, of course, steer people into thinking conspiracy theorists believe this or whatever. And, many of them do. But my point is, it's a terrible show. Malappropriation. Alex Jones should sue Netflix $1.5 billion
For
in
copyright
damages for
violation.
copyright. Yeah. Alex Jones,
Yeah.
if anybody can sue Netflix for copyright, it would be him. I mean, Inside Job was his meme. He coined it.
You sort of see it being used in the same way as deep state is used, or fake news. It can basically be used to slot you on the left, slot you on the, if you're in the MAGA group, of course you believe this was an inside, you believe the election was an inside job, and the cover up of the Hunter Biden laptop was all this is an inside job, and everything that on a daily basis, everything that comes out confirms your belief, your rock solid belief that it's all an inside job by the deep state, and that their news is fake news. But you found the real news. You found the right news. If you're, I don't know, if you're still following Donald Trump, or if you're following Elon Musk. There's people out there really that are, I call it the, desperate to love Elon Musk club. These must be people who paid no attention to that Falcon X bullshit where he put a sports car in space and all that. Or to, some of them are on to his Neuralink brain chip implant.
Yeah, he was getting some flack for, I believe it was the monkeys that were dying during the experiments. And that story was kind of buried because that was the same day that Fuentes and Ye spent time with Trump. But, yeah, look, Inside Job, great meme. It doesn't say enough, but it's a good conversation starter. That's the main thing.
Right, exactly. Because from there I could say, I can look right at that barmaid, and I did, and say, well, the whole thing was a hoax. I said, it was a media hoax. They showed cartoons on TV of planes flying into buildings that if you look at them now, you can see how silly they were. And I said, but they did do a perfect controlled demolition of the entire WTC complex. I said it was like a Vegas-style demolition of the whole place without having to pay the cost of removing the asbestos.
And I think the smoke rather, I think the smoke was actually military fog generators. I'd seen some, I actually was trained in it a little bit at Fort McClellan, these smoke generators that you use for cover, to move personnel and stuff and not show up on a radar. But yeah, this white smog that you just cover city blocks at a time and sustain it for as many hours as you need. Very easy to do. And that's what 9/11 looks like to me. It looks like military fog. It doesn't look like actual smoke. And yeah, the whole thing was theater, well coordinated with a movie on TV, played on every single screen everywhere, ubiquitously. And it changed the world. It put everybody into hypnosis and brought everybody into the movie of the world stage. I think that was the main goal. It brought us into the movie.
Now, you're preparing an extended piece presentation on Mandela-McMahon effect. And I want to suggest something in regard to that.
Yes, please.
To me, what we call Mandela or McMahon effect was an experiment directed in particular, targeted particular at so-called conspiracy theorists, right? And in order to see how easily that population might be vulnerable to being manipulated. And we can see how that has played out with those truthers who kind of fell in line with this thing. But like I say, they were prototyping that kind of psychological warfare, Kulturkampf, destruction of memory and cognition, for the entire population. That's the significance of it. This experiment was in order to say, well, let's see if we can get the whole population to go this to flip flop 180 degrees. And well, I'll tell you how it works. First, it begins with attenuation. When I say attenuation, think about if you've ever worked in an office environment where you have to get fax machine printouts, and or even a Xerox copy. You notice each successive fax gets weaker and weaker and weaker to the point where the original text of the document is sometimes unreadable. It's faded so much. And that's how memory can be washed out and watered down over time. And I call that attenuation. The other thing is what am I speaking? Oh, the other thing is conflation. Conflation is where you can take two completely unrelated things and somehow or other mix them together and confuse them in people's mind. And there's also that part of conflation is
Yeah, there's a term for
confabulation.
that. When it comes to conflation, it's retroactive interference. Like, for example, you may not have a memory of Jiffy peanut butter. You have a memory of Jif. But when somebody says, was it Jif or Jiffy? They're actually retroactively interfering. So now when you go back to recall that memory, you're including the new thing they just threw in there. And now
Right.
there's ambiguity and the
Right. So
appearance of ambiguity, rather.
right, confusion, chaos and confusion. And so King Herod the Great, it's Christmas time. King Herod the Great ordered the massacre of the innocents. Oh, yeah, just like when Pharaoh ordered the massacre of the firstborn Hebrews and Moses was put in a basket. Or like during the plagues in Egypt when the angel of death passed by the doors. Every Israelite smeared the blood of a slaughtered sheep on their door, and so the angel of death bypassed that door and slaughtered the firstborn of the Egyptians. It's like the gospel narrative of the massacre of the innocents, is conflated with the original Exodus narrative, of Moses, and in the mind of a population, that's conflation, right? You can almost confabulate a whole new narrative based on a rewriting or a reworking of the old narrative. And then, so we have attenuation, which is a weakening of memory, watering down of memory. It's a great film by Christopher Nolan called Memento that if anybody in the listening audience has not watched it, you've really got to watch this film
Okay,
to understand.
Memento. Yes, Christopher Nolan's a big metascripter. He's been termed the Kubrick, today's a contemporary Kubrick. If Kubrick had a mantle passed on anybody, it would be Nolan. And Nolan's connected to Nathan Crowley, related to Aleister Crowley, explains a lot of the synchromysticism and symbolism in his movies. But yes, Christopher Nolan is also behind the new movie coming out about the Manhattan Project that's going to come out next summer.
Well, they'll invent a whole new history. They'll invent a whole new history for that. They'll or either that or they'll recapitulate the legend of General Leslie Groves and J. Robert Oppenheimer and Enrico Fermi. And
check this out: the date of
the release,
the date we entered the nuclear age was July 16th, the Trinity test. And I'm thinking that's the date that Apollo 11 left from Kennedy Space Center. That's the date JFK Jr. died. That's the date Eyes Wide Shut came out. I mean, everything from fake space to fake nukes has this Kubrick connection. And that's why it's very significant that Christopher Nolan would be producing Oppenheimer.
Yeah, the other film by Nolan that I would recommend is The Prestige, which I guess was made back in the 1999, maybe, in the 90s. And The Prestige is it's kind of hard to explain. It's basically about magic. Well, it's about the world of illusion and magic tricks.
Doesn't it involve twins?
Well, that's the thing. They're rival magicians, but they use makeup to kind of impersonate each other. That's one of the subplots of the film. It's very complex, but it's about the world of magic and illusion in the late 19th century. And they even managed to bring...
David Bowie plays Tesla. And remember,
yes, he plays Nikolai Tesla.
Then the Tesla is sent into space with a David Bowie effigy in it. Very interesting connections there. It all ties in, though, to Kubrick and the big deception makers. And I think if anybody is going to be the visual artist or director behind the fake nuking to come, it's going to be Christopher Nolan.
Yeah, so returning to the Mandela McMahon effect as a sort of archetype of what they're doing with society as a whole in reinventing memory or wiping it out or turning it into its opposite. So we talked about attenuation, conflation, confabulation, and finally inversion. By that I mean they will literally turn something into its opposite. So this is, Donald Trump, he saved us? He saved us with the vaccine? Or is he responsible for the death of 1 million people? Which is it? Like Elon Musk, if you're going to call Anthony Fauci a murderer and say he should be arrested, well, what are you saying about Donald Trump? Because Donald Trump is the one who appointed Anthony Fauci to head his corona task force
I'm
and
glad
gave all that power to him.
I'm glad you returned to this point. That is a great example of how partisan the world stage drama was. And if they had any principle, he would be equally critical of Trump. But obviously, he's not.
Of course. But somehow or other, everyone is supposed. This is what really blows my mind about these Republicans out there. They literally have to wipe out of their mind, the memory that it was Donald Trump that brought this whole COVID thing on. It was Donald Trump who declared a national state of emergency.
Well, look,
It was,
another thing to keep in mind, though, is that every person who's elected to an office on that level is an auto believer. In order to even participate in that realm, it's pretty much the case that they all believe in, whether it's the official story or a guardrailed version of it. They're all world stagers, and the world stage actors are they're just insulated. I mean, they appear to be naive. They appear to be inconsistent and spineless, but I think they're just super insulated, and they have very little real autonomy. Quick, I want to get your comment on this before this crypto creep guy, Bankman. He's saying
they say he's just been arrested.
Yes, he's been arrested.
And
he says I screwed up, but billions of dollars are gone, and this is just some standard scam. Do you think that he's really the villain behind this, or do you think that maybe the billions of dollars that disappeared also went into, I don't know, creating a deep fake? I mean, do you think he's real?
Okay, I have an answer for that. This earlier this evening, I went out for barbecued ribs at this place called Texas Roadhouse that does really cheap but really good pork. And once again, hardly anybody in there. And I always, if one of the waiters or waitresses or barmaids looks like they're kind of hip, and young, I kind of want to pick their brain a little. So the barmaid in this case, she was real nice. And she was on the side there looking at her little slab. Everybody's always looking at their smart device, right? So I'm eating my ribs. She's looking at her smart device. And I turned to her and I said, and this time I was wearing a T-shirt that says, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and then underneath, who's bringing the chips? It's kind of a joke T-shirt that I wear. So she looks up. She's really busy on her smart device or iPhone, whatever it was, or Android or iPhone. I said, "Gosh, I hope you're not checking your cryptocurrency holdings, right?" I said, "What's up? Are you checking out how good your short sells are in your cryptocurrency?" And she started laughing. And she said, I got rid of all mine just before the crash, she said, and I managed to come out on top with a few hundred. She said, I managed to save. I said, well, did you break even or did you lose? Or were you able, how much did you cut your losses? She said, actually, I didn't do too bad. I made a little because she said, when it hit this level, I bailed out and cashed in, and I ended up with a profit of a few $100s. I said, so your timing was really lucky on that. And she said, yeah. She said, but this whole thing is manipulated. I said, so I looked at her. I said, do you think that this Bankman-Fried business and the FTX stuff, do you think this is all staged? She says, oh, yeah, they definitely want an excuse to be able to take over cryptocurrency markets and regulate them and impose a central bank digital currency on all of us. She says, of course.
Okay, okay, look.
She's explaining this to me.
This is why I like open phones, because you find out that a lot of people can automatically see through the BS, and they are far more aware than the hoaxers themselves would know. But Bankman taking the fall on behalf of crypto, being used to bring about new levels of regulation, he is to crypto what Alex Jones is to news
to Sandy
media.
Hook.
Yeah.
Right, to news media.
Right,
exactly. We're going to make an example. We're going to show you who's in control. But when they do this, it seems to me all they do is show how weak they are. Well, how weak. Yes, they have the physical power. They have the physical control. They can issue decrees. The Fed can raise interest rates. They can do all of these things. But they can't force people to believe it. people have to go out of their way to embrace this bullshit in order to believe it. They have to be able to swallow anything in order to believe it. So, in a sense, what they're doing is they're upping the ante and demanding an even higher level of credulousness and gullibility on people's part. Along the way, there's going to be people who jump ship and say, you know, I might have followed you this far. I might, like people who said, well, I took the first shot. I took the second shot, but I'm not going for another booster. What, they got a fifth booster now? You can forget that. How many people are going to be willing to...
All of them. Look, I believe that the true believers will be true believers. I think they split society perfectly. And things are so bad these days where the rhetoric is like they're saying no more hate speech. I'm leaving Twitter because of hate speech. But I'm watching MSNBC, and Donald Trump's first attorney, the one who served him during his first term, I think Michael Cohen came out, and he referred to Trump's followers, and the video's not there anymore, as maggots. Like just literally calling them. He said that Trump's core supporters are maggots. You know, what do we do about the maggots? Not MAGAs, not MAGATs, but like I'm just saying, it's just fascinating how it's supposedly about free speech.
You're predicting a civil war scenario, or at least a simulation of a civil war scenario. Is that what you're?
Look, tonight as we speak, I believe maybe it's in Austin, but as we speak, you have the Fed boys and the Patriot Front lining up against the drag queen, and the left and the right just out there on the streets, armed on both sides. And that's one of the new developments. The day of the Club Q shooting, Alex Stein was protesting a drag queen event, and there were armed Antifas there, and he was mocking, as others were, they were mocking them for having guns, saying, why do you need guns? And it's because they were inflating the appearance of a threat from the right. Well, what happened that night? Somebody from the right went and shot up one of their clubs. It made their point. And, you know, to me, it's just such a big setup. And I think what's going on now with Twitter is a huge setup for, I think, a psyop to come that's going to be pinned on Ye, Musk, and probably Trump.
Well, Ye has some interesting things to say. He's positing a scenario where basically the Chinese communist model is going to be imposed on the United States and the West. That's what he's you know, I listened to an interview with him earlier today, and his foreign policy analysis was really spot on. He is calling for ending China's most favored nation trading status until they bring under control their export of fentanyl and there are other things, you know, and basically restore manufacturing here in the United States, because apparently all of our pharmaceuticals come from China. Kanye West has some very coherent foreign policy recommendations with respect to China and the United States and the West in general, irrespective of what you might think about anything else that he says. But he's also, once again, reaffirming his belief that the entire media is tightly controlled and that it's directed by this group from the top, and that they're manipulating people, and especially they're manipulating black people. And he just has a very interesting analysis.
Yeah, I can hear, like, when I hear him speak, I'm like, okay, he's been hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Okay, there's some Candace Owens. There's some Milo. Like, he definitely is smart enough to get advisors, and he informs himself. I'm not really a big believer in his overall vision, but I'm interested in seeing where this goes. It's incredibly unbelievable just who he's hanging out with, and you know he's talking to Owen Benjamin. I'm waiting to see the two.
That's what I was just going to get to next. I was going to get to next. Owen Benjamin has boy, you must be psychic. Owen Benjamin has a video out, one of his talks, where he makes the case that Donald Trump was the real guy behind 9/11. And I'm telling you, he makes a very convincing case that Trump would have been sort of the linchpin of 9/11, from Trump's relationship to Larry Silverstein and Frank Lowy, who were the owners of the 9/11 in Manhattan. Now, bear in mind, 9/11 in Manhattan is a different subject than 9/11 at the Pentagon.
Okay, at a minimum, based on the amount of predictive programming that connects Trump to that event, At a minimum, I would have to say this. He's an insider. If anybody knew, hey, we're going to take down these towers in a spectacular way, it would have been him. He would have been among those on the inside at a minimum. I don't know if he did it, but I think I'm interested in hearing this.
Well,
I think
we
you're
have
onto
him
something.
boasting.
Donald Trump
We have
did
him.
9/11.
We have him boasting that very day that with the destruction of the towers, his Trump Tower was now the tallest building in Manhattan.
Oh, wow, that's funny. That's
He's
actually
boasting. He's smiling and boasting about it in an interview on the very day that it happened. Now tell me that's not a psychopath.
that is 100% what a psychopath would do. Bragging about I got the highest building in the skyline. I remember hearing that, thinking this guy is either divorced from reality, or maybe he is some kind of diabolical genius. He
Well,
is
look,
Biff
if
Tannen.
if Owen Benjamin could call out Trump for 9/11, then so can Kanye West. And if Kanye West can call out Trump for 9/11, then so can Elon Musk. So let's let it all hang out. As far as I'm concerned, I know we got to be real calculating here. Out there among the psychotic left, there is a visceral, gut-level hatred for Donald Trump, and a deep, deep desire to make him the goat, the scapegoat,
they're
the target,
drooling
the
over it.
poison container for everything, all the free-floating anxiety and the fear and everything that's gone wrong in their lives, at side effects from the vaccine, whatever.
That
This
is what a
the
scapegoat
moment.
is. The scapegoat is the character, is the goat that takes on the sins of the village, and then they expel it. And he.
Well, one of your listeners was predicting a staged hit on Trump. In fact, he even gave a date of like August the 4th or something like that. One of your listeners was saying, they're definitely going to stage an assassination of Trump and make him they'll put it all on him and then they'll assassinate him or make it look, a fake assassination of Trump somewhere along the line. One of your listeners was proposing that, and I see that as one possible, who shot JR, like, if any of you remember that. I see that possibility in the script as well, putting it all on Trump, because what is this about, really? What happens when a society breaks down? What happens when people can't afford to keep their businesses or their homes, or their kids become drug addicts?
Look,
or
what you're talking about is very consistent.
blame. It's the blame game. Everybody's going to be looking for who and what to blame.
No, I think you are onto something here, because I've been doing some research into the Fraser's Golden Bow and these ritualistic killing of the king, where if the country's not doing well, they kill the king and bring about a new one.
Well, that's James Shelby Downard as well.
James Shelby Downard brought it up in the context of JFK. And if you look at how much the JFK, the whole, I guess, not really the family members themselves, except for maybe Robert Kennedy Jr., but the whole Kennedy mystique has been attached to Trump via QAnon and their worship of JFK Jr. You'd see flags with Trump JFK Jr. I was thinking maybe the point of that was just for the pure association, Trump JFK, maybe because he will be at some point symbolically taken down, but I couldn't figure out why would they do it unless it was a killing of the king, right? Maybe it could be that, like, he's a scapegoat.
If we are able to amass sufficient evidence that the vax has really damaged a lot of people and maybe killed some people, and that it's compromised the health of a lot of people.
Look, I don't even know if we could even hope for something like that, because even if, let's say, half of the world dropped dead tomorrow, half of the people aren't going to assign, they're going to say, oh, it's because of the unvaxxed, or it's because of the vax, or it's because of the, like, I'm saying things are so divided that people will die defending their side. That's kind of where we're at right now.
Well, I mean, they're shooting this experimental stuff in
there's
people's arms. I mean,
also,
how reckless.
Look, I don't really believe that that's going to be any kind of polarizing, any kind of issue that's going to turn people against it. The people who love Fauci, and they hate Trump, and vice versa. This division, it was the point of it. In my opinion, the whole purpose of it was specifically this division.
Well, then Fauci is Trump, and Trump is Fauci. What are we talking about here? Trump could have fired Fauci the first day when they came to him and said, we want you to shut the country down, declare a national emergency, corona epidemic, and basically it's going to greenlight all the governors to declare lockdowns, to close businesses.
Look, they were
When they
all...
came to him with him, he gave up all presidential. When he declared that state of national emergency, he essentially said, my presidency is over. And all authority is handed over to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, CDC, and the Department of Homeland Security. This is a state of national emergency.
Yeah, look,
Essentially,
I remember that whole thing, and they put Trump in front of it, and he made sure that all of the patriots who might have resisted had a pacifier, which was the Q, which actually kind of looks like a pacifier if you look at the Q symbol, which could have been the real meaning of it, because trust the plan, don't resist. Anyway, thank you very much for for calling. We are reaching about the 90-minute mark here.
yeah, I should go anyway. It's very important, my final point here. Don't let this huge, gigantic Mandela McMahon effect obscure the fact that Anthony Fauci might as well be Donald Trump, and Donald Trump might as well be Anthony Fauci. And anybody who has anything to say about either of them might as well put them together